Hashtag C207 Fighting the King List. The sun is shining and the sky is clear. Chu Yan, today, you will surely stir up the entire royal city. Jiuxiao was very excited along the way, looked at Chu Yan and said excitedly. 3 days ago, after Chu Yan's 30-game winning streak, according to the news that Jiuxiao had inquired about in the family, he had temporarily ranked in the top 7 among the 15 pre-selected heirs of the family. If Chu Yan continues his winning streak today, then his ranking will continue to rise. Maybe, there is still hope. Brother Shen, are the rules for setting the stage today the same as before? Chu Yan chuckled. Chu Yan didn't care about what Jiuxiao said about causing a sensation in Wanqing. Chu Yan's goal is not only that. Yes, it's the same, but... Brother Chu, according to convention, after 30 consecutive victories, some king list warriors will be attracted, so the strength of the challengers will be stronger. In addition, I received news, several competitors of my family have used these 3 days to make new arrangements. When Jiuxiao spoke, his expression became solemn. Arrangement? Chu Yan sneered. That's right, especially the incomparably small Shen Hao. After the last 2-game losing streak, I heard that this time the hemorrhage was massive, and I hired a more powerful warrior. Jiuxiao said. It doesn't matter. Under the 5th level of the Xiantian realm, everyone can fight. Chu Yan shook his head, and the cold light flashed in his eyes. In today's battle, Chu Yan's goal is not 50 slashes, but higher. Slowly walking all the way, the two arrived at the Wangzhan arena. Today, the number 1 arena is more crowded than when Chu Yan came last time. On the stands on all sides, there were a lot of people, and there were hardly any vacancies, and even some aisles were crowded with people. When Chu Yan and Jiuxiao were at the gate of the number 1 arena, the originally noisy grandstand area suddenly became quiet. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at each other. Obviously, today, at least half of the people here came to see Chu Yan. It can be seen that, 3 days ago, Chu Yan's amazing performance in the number 1 arena had already spread. Of course, there is no lack of deliberate incitement by some underground casino forces to attract more people to bet and win. Facing tens of thousands of eager gazes, Chu Yan looked indifferent, walked slowly to the VIP seat with Jiuxiao, and sat down gently. Following Chu Yan's indifferent performance, the entire stand area immediately became lively. Look! It's that black-robed boy, it's him, the last 30 consecutive victories. It's just him, he's so young, he's only under 20. He's so powerful. Who said no, not only 30 consecutive victories, but all one punch? God, no wonder there are so many people today. Huh? Why didn't he play? Above the stand, the voices were like waves, and the noise was endless. Countless eyes looked at Chu Yan from all directions, with obvious awe, excitement, and surprise. However, in these eyes, there is also a special presence. Just like the VIP seats on the other side of the stand not far from Chu Yan, a few pairs of cold eyes looked at the figure in black robe, and their eyes were full of killing intent and resentment. Look, that's Duanliantian, the top 100 king list. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man in black clothes walked into the number 1 arena with a grim face, which immediately caused exclamations from the stands. Haha, it seems that today is lively, even Duanliantian is here, and 80% is for Chu Yan. Well, it should be good. Conversation is booming. As Duanliantian sat down in a VIP seat in the grandstand, the clamor above the grandstand gradually subsided. At this time, everyone noticed that the arena was very different from the past. There is no one-person stage battle. The huge arena was completely empty. Swish! At this moment, a black shadow jumped onto the stage, a long robe, swept across the stands like electricity, and shouted in a deep voice. I, Chu Yan. Half-step Xiantian realm, any challenge below the 5th level of Xiantian realm, I accept all. Aggressive, black robes flying. As soon as he said that, the audience suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at Chu Yan on the ring, also waiting for the first warrior to challenge on the stage. Ding! As Chu Yan's voice fell, a corner of the ring, on the digital light curtain, jumped directly from 0 to 30, which means that the challenge has officially begun. Shindang, sitting in the VIP seat, crossed his legs, held a teacup in his hand, glanced at Chu Yan on the stage, twisted the corner of his mouth lightly, smiled sullenly, and said to a warrior beside him without turning his head. Ho Xiong. You guys agreed that if you want to defeat him, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan stone, but if you can't do it, hee. Hearing this, a jade-faced young man beside Shindang frowned, turned his head to look at Shindang, nodded, and swept straight to the stage. Swish. Ho Xiong landed on the stage, stared at Chu Yan, and said, I'm waiting for Xiong, and I'm here to defeat you on purpose. Chu Yan smiled coldly, didn't answer at all, just waited for the other party to shoot. Seeing Chu Yan's reaction, Ho Xiong was slightly startled, a strange color flashed in his eyes rolled, and then he said, I am the close disciple of the inner sect elder of the Xuanhuan sect. Among the thousands of disciples of the inner sect of the Xuanhuan sect, I can also be ranked among 100. Ho Xiong glanced at Chu Yan, and found that the other party was still indifferent and didn't care. He couldn't help but raised his chin, and then said, Also, my father is the second elder of the outer sect of the Xuanhuan sect. Not only did he teach me the martial skills of the middle rank of the Xian class, but if you saw my long sword, it is even a precious innate spiritual treasure, which is counted among the inner sect disciples, not very often. After speaking, Ho Xiong looked at Chu Yan proudly, thinking that the other party's expression would change greatly, and he even trembled in fright. However, when Ho Xiong looked at it, his face was startled, and he was greatly disappointed. Not only was the other party not afraid, but a hint of impatience appeared on his face, causing Ho Xiong's brows to tighten instantly. Have you said enough? It's all nonsense. Either move or go down. Chu Yan's words, like rolling thunderclouds, instantly spread throughout the audience. Hearing this, Ho Xiong couldn't hold his face anymore. His crown-like face was as suffocated as pig liver. You wanna die? Ho Xiong shouted angrily and rushed towards Chu Yan, his sword Qi slashed out of his hand and slashed straight. Wind and thunder slash. The dark blue sword Qi, with the sound of thunder and lightning, is amazing. Humph. Sure enough, those who like nonsense are so weak. Facing the slashing sword energy, Chu Yan, calmly, and sneered. This time Ho Xiong has been chatting endlessly since he entered the ring, showing off all kinds of things. It seems that he has not even figured out the background of Chu Yan. After talking for a long time, there is not a single content. Gently raising his hand, on top of his right fist, true Qi lingered, smashing towards the opponent's knife Qi. Bump. The sword Qi was completely broken, and the fist was as strong as a mountain. After breaking the sword Qi, it slammed straight into Ho Xiong's chest. Puff. With a mouthful of blood mist, Ho Xiong's body fell into the ring like a rag. What? It's so strong? Struggling to get up from the ground, Ho Xiong stared at Chu Yan with shock and disbelief in his eyes. He was the 1 in a million inner disciple of the Xuanhuan zone, and in front of this Chu Yan, he couldn't even catch a single move. And the other party is only a half-step innate, not even the first layer of the innate realm. How can that be? Humph. Xuanhuan zone's inner disciple, that's all. Chu Yan snorted coldly, retracted his gaze, and shouted coldly. The voice fell, and the audience was silent. Many people looked at Chu Yan, and the corners of their eyes trembled slightly. Quiet. It's quiet. Everyone was shocked by Chu Yan's mad words. Xuanhuan zone's inner disciples are just like this? Xuanhuan is one of the three major sects in the entire Luoyang kingdom. When it came to Chu Yan's mouth, it turned out to be nothing more than this. You must know that there are many disciples of Xuanhuan in this number 1 arena. What? You wanna die? Arrogant boy, dare to despise my Xuanhuan. In an instant, the three figures stood up from the stand at the same time, turned into three fiery red afterimages, and stood on the ring almost at the same time, staring at Chu Yan with anger. #C208 Unstoppable. The three of them were all dressed in the same clothes, with a red robe and red soft leather armor, which was the robe of the disciples of the Fire Profound sect. Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the three people in front of him lightly, with a relaxed expression and no surprise on his face. Of course, not unexpected, Chu Yan is deliberately inciting people to come to power, otherwise, it will be too slow to fight one by one. Okay. The three of you, let's go together. Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed at the three of them. What? Go together? Not only the three Xuanhuan disciples on the stage, but even everyone above the stand, looked startled, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. If it is true, it is no longer arrogance, but domineering, incomparably domineering. The faces of the three Xuanhuan disciples suddenly became gloomy, and the eyes that looked at Chu Yan were full of condensed killing. Immediately, the three of them roared at the same time, one holding a sword, one holding a knife, and one waving their palms, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Today, I will kill you. Boy, I'm going to scrap you. Kill you. For a time, the sword light, and the palm print attacked Chu Tian at the same time. Swish. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and his figure split into two instantly, flashing to one side, and at the same time, he suddenly raised his fist and smashed it towards the fiery red sword light on the far left. Boom. The fist was as strong as thunder, roaring and rolling, easily smashing the sword light, and slammed into the disciple of Xuanhuan holding the sword fire without any loss. Call out. Just when Chu Yan punched the disciples of Xuanhuan who were holding the knife, after the other two's attacks failed, seeing that Chu Yan had already knocked one of them off the ring, his face changed greatly, and the two more violent attacks instantly killed him. The sword light was as fast as lightning, the sword shadow swayed, and in the straight cut, one sword turned into two swords, and the bright sword light shone the whole ring. On the other side, a thick palm wind whistled, and a green light shone in the middle, obviously poisonous, and shot straight towards Chu Yan. For a time, although Chu Yan's opponents changed from 3 to 2 in the arena, this round of attack was obviously made by the two of them with all their strength, and it was a bit more violent than the previous three-man joint attack. On the entire arena, the sword shadows shone, and the palms raged. In the stands, when everyone saw it, they immediately became nervous. They looked at the black robe figure in unison, and all raised their hearts to their throats. 1 to 3. Could it be, to lose? Just when everyone had all kinds of questions subconsciously in their minds, and secretly worried about the black-robed youth in the ring. On the ring, Chu Yan moved. 3 hits. Chu Yan's legs are like pillars, and the black infuriating energy on his body suddenly rises, and both fists are thrown out. Whether it is sword shadow or palm strength, they are all punched. 1 power down 10 sessions. Chu Yan's strength is comparable to the two of them. Boom. Boom. After 2 explosions, a gust of wind was set off on the arena, and the bursting energy swept all around, making a harsh whistling sound. Call out. In the violent storm on the arena, a fiery red figure flew out upside down and fell directly under the arena. The occurrence of this scene caused exclamations from the stands, and everyone stared at the blinding dust and mist above the ring with disbelief, wanting to confirm the final result. As the exclamations from the stands sounded, the dust and mist gradually dissipated. 1 black and 1 red, the two stood still on the stage, facing each other 100 paces apart. You are strong. This disciple of Xuanhuan in red robe looked at Chu Yan. His face was gloomy and solemn, and his aura was still rising. However, you're still going to die. Finished. A red-clothed Xuanhuan disciple danced with his palms like flying, and photographed countless hovering palm prints in front of him, with hundreds of paths. Ah! Wanjiao returns to the sea. At the same time as he shouted violently, his palms quickly moved to the sides of his body, and the violent fiery red true qi wrapped around his palms, shot out suddenly, and slammed into the suspenseful palm prints in front of him. Bump! On the whole side, a huge palm print composed of hundreds of palm prints as high as a city wall slammed towards Chu Yan. The murderous aura was soaring to the sky, like myriad beasts galloping. This palm, even Chu Yan, was slightly moved. Oh my god, that is the Xian level high-grade martial arts of the Fire Profound sect, with 100 armor and 1,000 shadow palms. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, apparently recognizing this martial skill at a glance. This palm is not only powerful, but also extremely domineering in attack power. From a distance of 100 paces, Chu Yan can feel a whistling wind coming towards him. If it is not Chu Yan, but other warriors, even warriors of the same rank, under this palm, they will definitely lose. Whether it's a normal strong resistance or a body evasion, this palm has an absolute advantage. At this moment, on the stand, everyone's eyes widened, wanting to see if Chu Yan could deal with the full force of the Xian-level high-grade martial arts of the Xuanhuan. Boom boom boom. The huge palm prints rushed along the ground of the arena, bringing out gusts of wind whistling and sonic booms, which made people tremble. At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the 3 cyclones in his body slowly revolved. He raised his palm, and in an instant, all the black infuriating energy gathered towards Chu Yan's outstretched palm, and an equally huge black palm print quickly formed. Tai Yuan Qi Palm. With a heavy shout, Chu Yan suddenly slapped out a palm, and the dark palm print slammed into the palm wind whistling from the opposite side. Hum. At the moment when the 2 palm prints came into contact, everyone thought that a violent explosion would happen, but it didn't happen. But when everyone saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned and shocked. It's just that Chu Yan's palm print, at the moment of contacting the opponent's palm print, suddenly flexes his palm and squeezes the palm of the smaller one to gently dissipate it. Moreover, at least half of the opponent's palm prints were wrapped by Tai Yuanqi palm, and rushed towards the disciples of Xuanhuan. Bump. The disciples of Xuanhuan, who were also stunned, were slapped flying by the palm of their hands, and fell straight under the ring, smashing a piece of dust. The Tai Yuanqi palm is rarely used by Chu Yan, but when he was in the Voidling Valley last time, Chu Yan used this palm technique to escape from the monster's mouth twice. As a result, when Chu Yan happened, this set of palm skills could not only temporarily block the opponent's true energy, but also had a lot of power. Therefore, today, after seeing the opponent's powerful palm print, Chu Yan had the idea of trying the palm of his hand. Unexpectedly, the power of a palm shot far exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about it, there was silence in the stands. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing. Countless scorching eyes stared at the black-robed figure standing upright on the ring. Powerful. Too strong. Half-step congenital mirror not only defeated the enemy by leaps and bounds, but also defeated 3 by 1. You must know that the last Xuanhuan disciple even used the famous Xian-level high-grade martial arts of Xuanhuan, but he was still blasted away by Chu Yan. Shindang and Xuanhuan were sitting in the VIP seating area. At this moment, their faces were ashen, black and almost dripping ink. Not only them, including most of the audience, no one would have thought that Chu Yan has such strength. Horrible. So horrible. This strength has reached the level of almost going against the sky. On the ring, Chu Yan, who was wearing a black robe and his face was indifferent, at this time, everyone was watching and shocked the audience. Ding! In the corner of the ring, a soft sound reverberated above the number 1 ring. Above the light curtain, the numbers jumped slightly, and they were fixed on 34. Oh! This light sound suddenly awakened tens of thousands of people at the scene, and the cheers like Xie shook the sky and went straight to Jiuxiao. #C209 Shin Clan War Guard. Oh my god, he actually won. Too strong. It's terrifying, the challenge is so strong from the beginning, maybe it will create a miracle today. It's amazing, so there will be more and more challenges in the future. That's right, if you go up to the challenge, you won't lose if you lose. If you win, it will be like stealing the limelight. Various discussions and speculations have spread, and many warriors in the crowd have red eyes, eager to try. However, in the battle just now, Chu Yan easily won with 1 enemy and 3. This kind of strength still caused some psychological pressure on other warriors who were preparing to take power. For a time, they all looked left and right, timid. However, after thinking for a while, they found that although Chu Yan was extremely strong and lost 4 people in a row, they all beat the ring, but they didn't hurt their lives. Since your life is worry-free, why not try it? A moment later, a young warrior jumped onto the ring, holding a halberd, confronting Chu Yan. In the late Wangchang, the late 3rd stage of the innate realm, ask your excellency for advice. After the young man bowed his hands and saluted, he directly waved the halberd, took a stance, held the halberd and pointed at Chu Yan, his true energy surged. Chu Yan also bowed his hands and nodded slightly. Afterwards, the young warrior waved the halberd, and a ferocious halberd light attacked Chu Yan. Boom! The corners of Chu Yan's mouth were lightly raised, and he played it out, directly knocking the opponent off the ring. The young man fell off the arena, but was not injured at all. He stood under the arena with a stunned expression. Immediately, after reacting to it, his face was overjoyed. He hurriedly hugged Chu Yan on the arena, bowed his hands again, and turned to leave. Seeing the gift of gratitude from the other party, Chu Yan still nodded with a smile and watched the young warrior disappear into the crowd. This person, whose cultivation base and martial skills are average, obviously holds the will to die, lifts up with Chu Yan bow, and wants to use the battle with Chu Yan to find a way to break through the martial arts. For such young warriors, Chu Yan treats each other with courtesy, and of course will not take heavy shots. In the stands, the VIP seating area. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan in the arena, his eyes were cold, and the corner of his mouth evoked a sinister smile. As a direct descendant of the family, he became the pre-selected successor of the family, and he always believed that he was one head above the other pre-selected successors. Although the family chooses successors among the descendants of the whole clan, they only focus on ability and do not pay attention to their background, but as direct descendants, they still have huge advantages in some aspects. 3 days ago, Xuanhuan returned to the family and transferred several warriors from his father. These warriors were one of Xuanhuan's killing moves against Chu Yan today. At this time in the arena, warriors continued to challenge Chu Yan. Some want to rely on their strength to win a battle with Chu Yan, some want to rely on special powerful martial skills or secret skills to win a battle, many others just try to find the gap and just learn from each other. But no matter who they are, as long as they get into the ring, they will all be kicked off the stage by Chu Yan. The current situation was generally the same as when Chu Yan had won consecutive victories 3 days ago. In one corner of the ring, the number representing the winning streak kept beating on the light screen. At this time it was fixed at 43. In the VIP seats in the grandstand area closest to Chu Yan, Shen Xingjia's eyes were burning like fire, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. 43 games in a row. This result can definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the pre-selected successors of the family. 15 pre-selection successors rushed to the top 5. This was something Xinjie never dared to think about before, completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, in Xinjie's mind, he suddenly remembered what his father said to him a month ago. A powerful martial artist can never be linked with primeval stones and power, but only with heart. Now. Xinjie's whole body trembled slightly, and in the blinking eyes, the black-robed boy on the ring was so powerful that he completely exceeded his imagination. I will be your brother for life. Xinjie's lips trembled slightly, his eyes flashed with brilliance, he looked at Chu Yan on the ring, and muttered. On the stage, Chu Yan stood still. The winning streak has continued, and the number on the light curtain stopped at 49. The noisy stands are getting quieter and quieter. Because, at this time, the gate of the number 1 arena suddenly walked out of 6 figures. In the past 5 years, the Qinggu practitioners were all dressed in yellow light armor. No matter their height, appearance, or body shape, they were all exactly the same, just like brothers. Between the 6 people walking, even the steps and arm swings are exactly the same, and even when they walk through the ring, they look at Chu Yan's movements and eyes are exactly the same. The 6 are one. Their appearance attracted everyone's attention, including Chu Yan and Xinjie, of course. In the VIP table, Xinjie stood up suddenly, his eyes stared at the 6 people, his face was full of shock and surprise. Family guard. He suddenly turned his head to look at Xuanhuan, who was not far away, and it happened to meet his proud eyes, which made Xinjie's face immediately rise with strong anger. You actually mobilized the family guards. Shameless. Xinjie gritted his teeth, blushed in anger, and roared at Xuanhuan. No. You're wrong, they are no longer family guards, but ordinary warriors. Arlenzi, as you are, fighting with me, you are far behind. Xuanhuan looked at Xinjie with contempt and disdain on his face, and said with a wicked smile. 50 straight wins? Snort. How is this possible? You. Chu Yan, I will let you end at 49 wins today, and, in order to punish you for your overreaching, I will let you die, here. Xuanhuan glared at Chu Yan, and said arrogantly, and at the end, he almost shouted. The consecutive defeats and Chu Yan's limelight made Xuanhuan fall into a state of madness. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, that is, to kill Chu Yan, to kill the person who made him embarrassed. When the 6 youths in yellow armor stood on the ring, Xinjie frantically ran to the ring. Chu Yan, no, don't fight them, multiple challenges can be rejected. Standing on the edge of the ring, Xinjie looked anxious and said to Chu Yan, who was looking over on the stage. Reject? Chu Yan said. Yes, don't accept their challenge. These 6 people are family guards. Although their strength is only the 3rd level of the innate realm, their martial skills are very terrifying. They can kill powerful warriors by leaps and bounds. Don't fight with them, too dangerous. Facing Xinjie's anxious eyes, Chu Yan smiled. Since I became a martial artist, I have never refused a challenge. On the road of martial arts, only by facing the dangers and fighting with life and death, can you achieve the possibility of supreme martial arts, so. Having said that, Chu Yan slowly turned his head to look at the 6 young men in yellow armor opposite, his eyes rising during the battle. I accept your challenge. A loud slam, resounding over the arena like thunder, banging loudly. 1-6. How can that be? Could it be, because he has won 49 games in a row, is this black-robed boy really a little arrogant? Except for Xuanhuan's face showing a hint of ecstasy, tens of thousands of people in the audience were sweating for Chu Yan. This is crazy too. In fact, they didn't know that it wasn't here when Chu Yan was really crazy, but a long time ago, when the sect was fighting. At this time, the 6 yellow-armored youths in the ring strode forward and stood in a row in front of Chu Yan. Swish! 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 6 golden rays of brilliance rose up at the same time, but they were 6 identical blood-colored swords and spirits. #C210 Martial Soul Blood Festival. These 6 blood sword spirits, regardless of their shape, length, color, and star rating, are all the same, and they are suspended behind 6 people at the same time, which is extremely spectacular. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the other 6, with exactly the same faces, and the blood sword spirit behind them. The fighting spirit continued to rise in his eyes. Call. Among the 6 people, one stepped out, the long saber around his waist was unsheathed, and the blood saber martial spirit behind him shot out a dazzling red light. The saber light waved down, and a blood-black saber light came out in response, slashing straight towards Chu Yan. This knife, blood-soaked to the sky, turned the entire arena into red in an instant, which was extremely eerie. The blade glows like blood, and it has an incomparably sharp edge. It has obviously been boosted by the martial spirit, which makes Chu Yan's eyes brighten, and his face has a look of interest. Boom! Raise the fist and strike. The fist strength collided with the sword light, blasting the weather waves, turning into a turbulent wind blowing through. Tai. Everyone looked at the ring. Chu Yan and the young man in yellow armor stood facing each other. All the time, Chu Yan's strong performance in the arena challenge has made all the audience used to it. After Chu Yan punches, someone must be thrown out of the arena. This time, the other party only made a single shot, fighting against Chu Yan, but did not fall down. Just when everyone was surprised and curious, in the ring, Chu Yan moved. Swish! Flying away, the black figure pulled out an afterimage that was dozens of meters long on the ring, like a black lightning bolt, rushing towards the opponent. Chu Yan's face was full of excitement. In the sea of chi in his body, the cyclone swirled and his true chi rolled around. His eyes looked at the 6 people 1,000 steps away, shining like ons. These 6 are very strong. Chu Yan had already felt the opponent's strength in the confrontation with a young man in yellow armor, just now. Completely different from other warriors who challenged in the ring before, Chu Yan has only used 10% to 20% of his strength to deal with other warriors at most. And just now, a punch with 30% of his strength actually tied the opponent. This discovery made Chu Yan, who was a little boring, suddenly have a high fighting spirit, just like a fierce tiger found a powerful fierce wolf. The killing of blood and fire is the most exciting thing for Chu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan had already rushed to the position of 100 paces in front of the young man just now, and suddenly stepped on the ground and jumped up. In midair, Chu Yan's limbs spread out, and the black Rakshasa infuriated Peng Bai, looking down at his feet, and punched out with a bang. The 3-stage strike collapses. With a loud shout, Chu Yan's eyes burst into light, and the first style of the 3-stage strike suddenly slammed out. The mighty fist strength, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth with a violent wind, howling out, like the thunder god punishing the sky. The fist strength is mighty, like the power of the sky destroying the world. With a punch, the entire arena was filled with thunder, and the sound of punches breaking through the void shook the sky. This time, it was the first time that Chu Yan had taken the initiative since he won 49 games in a row, which was completely different from his previous behavior of waiting for his opponent to make a move. This move, Jiangshanbang, Chu Yan used a full 50% of his strength to blast out, causing everyone on and off the stage to change their faces, and they were stunned and stunned. Powerful. Too strong. No one could have imagined that Chu Yan, who was ready to explode, would make such a terrifying move. The art of combining strikes. Above the arena, 6 young men in yellow armor stared at the fist marks falling in the air, their faces ashen, and shouted at the same time. Immediately, behind them, 6 blood-colored war knives and 6 blood-colored rays of light shot up into the sky, turning the entire sky above the arena into blood-red color, and even the floating clouds in the sky turned into large blood clouds. At first glance, like a sea of blood rolling. Then, with their loud shouts. Clang! The 5 war knives were unsheathed at the same time, making a neat sound of knife whistling, and the 6 figures flashed instantly. Arranged in a line, the swords were held high, and the infuriating spirit was surging. The 6 blood-red sword lights were neatly swung out like a single person, and they were all cut out. As soon as they left the battle sword, they quickly merged into one in the air, forming a huge red sword light, facing Chu Yan's fist strength. This huge sword light almost filled the entire arena, like an ancient beast, opening its bloody mouth and making bursts of roaring roars. Boom! The fist was as strong as thunder, and the sword light shook the sky. The two collided fiercely and exploded, turning the entire sky into a blood-colored night sky composed of black and red air waves. Amidst the waves of air, Chu Yan rolled over to the ground, his face full of excitement, and the true energy on his body was surging like a tidal wave. Come again! With a loud shout, Chu Yan suddenly rushed out, the 3 cyclones in the body spun like flying, and the majestic true Qi rushed out like a tide. 3-stage strike of Jianghe's anger. Under the big shout, both fists came out, and in the void, the violent muffled thunder sounded, like a tianhe breaking out of the world, rolling over the 9 heavens. The strength of the 2 fists, like the roar of a big river, furious and shocking, sometimes meet, and sometimes separate, like a dragon going out of the sea, setting off a huge wave. The entire arena is like a small boat in the sea, shaking like it will be swallowed up at any time. What martial arts is this? Although the 6 young men in yellow armor did not say a word from beginning to end, the shock and horror in their hearts became more and more heavy since they entered the ring. At this time, seeing the 2 punches Chu Yan threw out, his heart suddenly flooded with fear, and his face changed greatly. The 6 of them looked at each other and nodded suddenly, as if making up their minds. Swish! 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 The next moment, the 6 of them drew their knives at the same time and slashed towards them frantically. The light of the knives shone, and they swung the knives to fly. In the light group formed by the 6 groups of knives, a large blood mist swayed out. There are countless wounds on the 6 people, blood is pouring out. Immediately afterwards, the golden infuriating qi on the 6 people soared, wrapping all the blood into a large blood sphere, which was divided into 6 pieces, and headed towards the 6 blood sword spirits in the void. Hum. 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 Martial soul devouring blood. In an instant, the red light made a masterpiece, and the 6 blood swords' martial souls turned into 6 blood-colored light groups, making a humming sound, and constantly twisting and stretching, looking extremely strange. Hoo-hoo. As the martial spirits of the 6 people mutated, a gust of wind was blowing in the arena, causing dust to spread across the sky. At the same time, the 6 blood-colored martial spirit light clusters began to approach slowly and quickly contacted each other. Oh my God, this is the blood sacrifice martial spirit. Does this actually exist? Above the stand, a few figures jumped and stood up, all white-haired old men, looking at the vision of the 6 martial spirits on the arena, their faces turned pale green with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Blood sacrifice martial soul. According to legend, a warrior sacrifices his martial soul with his own blood essence, so that the martial soul and his own blood can be temporarily merged in exchange for the ability to combine the power of the warrior and the martial soul. And his own strength, the overall strength has more than doubled in an instant. However, this kind of blood sacrificial spirit must be the awakened spirit after the warrior's bloodline returned to the ancestors, and sacrificing the spirit with a large amount of one's own essence and blood will also cause a huge burden on one's body and affect the way of future cultivation. Warriors with the ability to sacrificial martial arts with blood will only use this skill at the time of life and death. At this time, with the slow fusion of the 6 regiments of blood and martial spirits, the faces of those old men who knew the legend of the martial soul blood sacrifice changed drastically again. This time, the whole body went weak in direct surprise, and he slumped back to his seat. Martial Soul. Fusion Technique. #C211 challenged the audience. An old man with white hair, in his turbid eyes, all the 6 groups on the ring are gradually merging into one blood-colored light group. His face is full of horror, his lips are constantly trembling, and he muttered. On the ring. The 6 youths in yellow armor, the 6 groups of martial spirits behind them slowly merged, and finally turned into a large group of blood-colored light groups, and, under the rapid distortion, the shape finally slowly revealed. A bloody ghost-headed sword that is hundreds of feet long. As soon as it appeared, a ferocious aura swept out like a tidal wave, and the bloody aura it brought up made everyone chill, and then looked up at the sky, the huge ghost sword martial soul, as if they could see it. Countless souls who died tragically under the sword. The gloomy wind is blowing, and the blood is soaring to the sky. Countless dark red blood circulated on the blade of the martial soul, falling drop by drop, submerged into the void, and disappeared without a shadow. Bloody, brutal, murderous, brutal. All kinds of auras swept across the arena frantically, making everyone's hair stand on end and their scalps numb. Blood Soul Lioha knife. The 6 people raised their knives and shouted at the same time again, as if one person uttered a voice. 6 swords flashed with blood, their true energy entwined, and they swung the knives straight down. Merged into one, and rolled over all the way. 1,000 steps away, Chu Yan, who had already fallen from the sky, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly blood red. Boom! Boom! The ferocity is like a beast breaking the world, with the sound of thunder clouds blasting like a gust of wind, like Chu Yan's fist prints slammed together. The shocking force collided, the sound of explosions continued, and there was a big wave of air. The tornado rose into the sky, and it rose to a height of thousands of feet. At the same time, the countless vigor rushing towards the surroundings, set off a cloud of dust and completely shrouded the entire arena, making it impossible to see the scene after the confrontation. What's the situation? Who wins? What a terrible power, I feel that the ghost head knife is stronger. Fart, of course, Chu Yan's jiang he collapsed badly, just like a big jiang he, he's old and bad. Look, the smoke has cleared. After a while, the dust and mist above the ring quickly swept past, revealing the scene on the ring. Wearing a black robe, the robe is flying. Not far away, 6 youths in yellow armor hid on the ground of the arena, struggling and twisting, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, pale faces, all trembling and horrified in their eyes looking at Chu Yan. Ding! A soft sound. At the corner of the ring, numbers flashed on the huge light curtain. 49. 50. 51. 55. Soft and crisp voice, melodious. Oh. In the next moment, tens of thousands of people in the stands on all sides set off huge waves like a tidal wave, the cheers shook the sky, the clouds moved and the wind shocked. Wu Shuang's eyes stared at Chu Yan on the arena, scorching hot and excited. Too strong. It is too strong. With 1 enemy and 6, even using the legendary blood sacrifice martial spirit and martial spirit fusion technique, he was easily defeated by him. 50 straight wins. 50 people beheaded. This kind of achievement is enough to look down on the entire number 1 arena. The next game, there is no limit to the number of people, you. Chu Yan raised his hand, his eyes were like fire, and he pointed to the stands from all sides. After the audience fell silent in vain, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he spoke slowly. You, let's go together. The sound is like a bell, and it is like a loud voice, and everyone's heart is shaking. What? He is going to challenge everyone in the audience. Is he crazy? Started with 1 against 3, and then defeated the 6 armies, and now it turns out. To challenge everyone? My God. One person declared war on tens of thousands of people in the audience. Grip the grass, it's too arrogant, it's too domineering. Humph. This kid is still too young. After winning 2 games, he will be lawless. As soon as the words landed on the ground, it was like a stone-shattering shock, causing the stands on all sides to burst into flames, and the voices of various discussions were mixed with roars, and the noises were everywhere. Xinjia, whose face was full of ecstasy and his whole body trembled with excitement, suddenly stiffened, and he was blinded at the time. In the VIP seats, Shindang and Xuanhuan, whose faces were livid and sullen, gradually became happy. Originally, I had to think about how to deal with this kid next, but now I don't need it anymore. He was courting death by himself, and he was so arrogant that he declared war on the audience with the power of one person. On the arena, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes were fiery. However, what makes him regret is that with only 2 moves, the opponent has already fought again. With great regret in his heart, he can't help roaring, hoping to really fight with all his strength. Since opponents are hard to find, make up for it with numbers. However, it was precisely because of Chu Yan's words that the pride in the hearts of all warriors was ignited at the same time. Count me in. Humph. I don't believe it anymore, I'll come too. Haha, such a strong opponent is a great blessing in life. Come on, have a good fight. Go, get on together. The next moment, the figures in the stands flickered, and figures from all directions swept up the arena. As more and more people came to power, there were more than 30 people standing 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan. Moreover, there are still figures rushing towards the ring one after another. Chu Yan, you, don't be impulsive, come on. Xinjia also rushed to the edge of the ring, standing near Chu Yan, his eyes swept across the group of people in Halala opposite, the corners of his eyes twitched, and his lips trembled slightly. One by one? Chu Yan sneered, then waved his hand, saying, "That's too slow, it's better to fight all at once." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the crowd on the opposite side. The flames of war in his hands were burning more and more, and the excitement on his face could not be calmed down. Xian level high-grade martial arts, 3-stage strike. The first level realm, the third move in the Jianghe section, Chu Yan had practiced several times before, but his power was always unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Chu Yan is very clear in his heart that this is because his own boxing skills are not enough. Therefore, according to the 3-stage strikes, if you want to achieve the third style of the first layer, you must make your boxing skills reach the state of mastery. Although, when I was practicing alone, I touched the edge of the boxing master several times, but I still couldn't really understand it. Therefore, today, Chu Yan has a feeling that perhaps by taking advantage of this battle, he can break through to the realm of boxing in one fell swoop. Boxing. Domineering and violent skills, with one punch, it has the potential to dominate the world. The improvement of the momentum is the improvement of the realm of boxing, so how can you dominate the unparalleled without going against the world? In this battle, Chu Yan is going to fight against the world. For a long time, the figures on and off the ring flickered, and finally stopped, and no one boarded the ring again. The battle begins. I, Chu Yan, announce that anyone who can defeat me, will be rewarded with 1,000 yuan stone. If everyone beats me at the same time, the 1,000 yuan stone will be divided equally. As soon as Chu Yan's words landed, he lit the pyre like a torch. After only a few breaths of sluggishness, the eyes of a group of warriors turned red. 1,000 stone. Even if everyone divides it equally, one person can at least get more than 10 yuan. Call. 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 In the next moment, dozens of bright lights of various colors rose up, and the sounds of martial spirits such as beast roar, sword cry, knife whistling, gun ling and so on sounded. In the stands, everyone could only feel a flower in front of them, and all kinds of colorful martial spirits had risen into the void, like stars shining brightly and dazzlingly. Let's go together and make moves at the same time, and the pile can pile him to death. That's right, come on. Angry C/. Ben Lei Jiu. Cross shots. Swallowing fire palm. Call. 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 The crowd of warriors erupted in an instant, and dozens of various attacks came frantically like a tide, regardless of whether it was in the sky or underground. Like rain, the continuous cover towards Chu Yan. Thousands of steps away, Chu Yan stood up and swept away, coldly, watching the crowd roaring and attacking. #C2120 kills. The next moment, in Chu Yan's body, the 4 cyclones were running wildly, and the violent momentum went straight to Jiuxiao. The Rakshasa, true chi, flowed like a waterfall, and quickly rushed to Chu Yan's clenched fists. Step on your left foot, raise your fist, and blast. 3-stage strike to slaughter the world. The whole body's true chi is poured into the fist, and a fist is thrown out, and the fist is full of shadows, and the momentum is amazing. One punch after another, the punches were like shooting stars, and the momentum was like lightning. Gradually, Chu Yan's fist took an afterimage, and the entire arena was filled with gusts of wind, fist strength swept across, and dust and mist filled the sky. Boom! 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 Countless fists blasted out and smashed into the crowd of warriors on the opposite side. Under the continuous explosion of gas, some figures flew out from time to time and fell under the ring. But at this time, Chu Yan did not stop at all, and under the flying shape, a punch was faster than a punch. Battle. Fight. Fight. Boom. 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 One punch, killing thousands of miles. Raging waves, fighting alone. Fight to kill. Killing like crazy. If I don't slaughter the whole world, how can I calm the fire of 3,000 karma in my chest? Yes, that's right, that's it. Battle. 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 Chu Yan's eyes are red, blood is like fire, every time he punches, there will be a roar. No. No. Still wrong, not enough, mad. It will make 10,000 people tremble, tyrant. It will make the world surrender. Thousands of mountains and mountains. Countless black figures shuttled through the crowd of warriors like ghosts. One walk and one punch will be thrown. 10 lines of footsteps will make blood splash in front of you. The sword strikes the thunder, the fist strikes the tyrannical. One punch, slaughtering the world. Boom. Finally, the 4 cyclones in Chu Yan's body revolved rapidly, like the stars in the clouds and rivers, and countless Rakshasa true chi rushed out and gathered in front of Chu Yan. The void condensed and gradually formed a group. Chu Yan stood tall, his robe fluttered, his eyes were blood red, and a golden pupil flashed between them. Raise your fist. The black Rakshasa in front of you is infuriating, quickly solidifying. Recycling. The Rakshasa true chi integrates into the outer real state, and the giant fist takes shape. Smashing out, a huge fist composed of infuriating chi, and slammed it out. This punch blasted out in the air, like a beast destroying the world, roaring in the sky, and rushing towards the crowd of warriors. Bump. 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 Fierce beasts pass by, all are invincible. People are flying, blood mist fills the sky. The crowd of warriors of dozens of people was swept by the huge black fist marks, and the people who were banging turned their backs. Immediately afterwards, after the black fist smashed through the entire crowd of warriors, it suddenly folded and shot straight towards the sky. Call. The wind blows, the black clouds roll. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the fist marks that shot up into the sky shot straight into the sky, turned abruptly, and swooped down toward the ground. As the whistling black giant fist fell straight down, everyone's pupils rapidly expanded. Between heaven and earth, everything is still, as if there is only that giant fist that roars and roars. Boom! The giant fist smashed onto the arena, violent explosions, dust and fog flying, and a dozen figures were thrown out from the dust and fog. Then, the rumbling ground shook and the mountains shook violently, causing the entire arena to shake violently. This scene is like destroying the sky and destroying the earth, landslides, and cracks. Tens of thousands of people felt the ground under their feet, trembling slightly, their faces were bloodless with fear, and their faces were as white as paper. Gradually, on the ring, gusts of wind swept through, the dust and mist dispersed, and the scene on the ring gradually revealed. However, when everyone saw the scene on the ring clearly, everyone was stunned and their eyes almost popped out. Let's not talk about the figures of countless people lying on the top of the ring. I saw that on the huge ring about 1,000 steps long and wide, on the ground of the ring in the middle. A huge fist mark pit appeared, and around the fist mark, there were no roads, large and small cracks extending in all directions. Then, the arena floor turned out to be broken. What? The arena floor is broken. How is this possible? You must know that the ground of this Wanbang arena is not only made of the hardest practice stone, but also has a defensive spiritual formation arranged by a spiritual formation master. Even after 1,000 battles, it will not necessarily be damaged. Could it be that Chu Yan's punch just smashed the spirit formation laid out by the spirit formation master? Hiss! 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 Countless puffs sounded from the stands in the arena area. Among the tens of thousands of people, most of them were old people who had been in the Wanbang arena all the year round. There were even many people who made a living by betting in the arena all their lives. However, no matter who it is, they have never seen such a scene. A martial artist, with a punch, actually shattered the arena. This? Chu Yan's strength, what terrifying level has it reached? Ding! A soft sound. In the corner of the ring, the numbers on the light curtain jumped wildly. 55. 61. 73. 101. Finally, tens of thousands of eyes stared at the flashing numbers, and every time a number beat, everyone's hearts would involuntarily follow. The number jumped 46 times, and everyone's heart tightened 46 times. 101 winning streak. When the numbers were frozen, there was silence on all sides of the stands, as if even the sound of breathing had stopped. Everyone is stupid. Their faces are as white as paper, their eyes are dull. Ended. The shocking battle of one person against more than 40 warriors is over. Although the strength of these more than 40 warriors is strong and weak, but within 100 breaths, they were all defeated by the black-robed youth. This highlighted the result, and everyone fell into the rigidity of absent-mindedness. On the ring, Chu Yan at this time also fell into sluggishness, not because of the result of winning a battle. Because, just now, when the three-stage strike slaughtered the world, Chu Yan's fist realm finally broke through in one fell swoop and reached the realm of great achievement. Up to now, Chu Yan's sword intent has reached the half-step great perfection realm, one step away from the great perfection realm, pointing directly into the micro-realm. And today, boxing intent has finally reached the realm of great achievement. You must know that Chu Yan is only 17 years old now, and his cultivation is half-step innate, his sword intent is half-step great perfection, and his fist intent is the realm of great achievement. How many people can reach the realm of xiaoqing in swordsmanship? In other words, how many people can understand the sword intent? And Chu Yan not only comprehended the sword intent to the half-step great perfection realm, but also the boxing technique, also comprehended the Disheng realm. The improvement of cultivation and artistic conception made Chu Yan pleasantly surprised. Whoa! After a long period of silence, the cheers of the mountains and tsunamis finally broke out in the stands. What they saw today will definitely make them remember for a lifetime. Therefore, tens of thousands of people, the cheers and shouts that broke out at this time have used up their entire lives. Force. 101 winning streak. That is, 100 people beheaded. This kind of record, even in the history of the King's List, is rare. Moreover, on the King List of the most prestigious talent rankings in the Luoyang Kingdom, with this record, I am afraid that they can be ranked in the top 100. The next warrior, please come to the stage and fight. Chu Yan is waiting. Chu Yan stood upright on the ring, his eyes were fiery, and he shouted in a deep voice. As Chu Yan's voice spread, the cheers from the stands gradually subsided, and everyone was looking forward to whether this black-robed youth who kept creating surprises could continue to win. On stage, off stage, everyone is waiting. Time goes by slowly. After 100 breaths of time, there is still no one on stage to challenge. In several consecutive battles, Chu Yan's performance was really shocking. Therefore, at this time, no warrior dared to come on stage to fight against him. Since this is the case, we can only look forward to the next time. I hope there will be an enemy in a battle. After a while, Chu Yan's eyes showed disappointment, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Just when Chu Yan was about to fight, suddenly, above the sky, a figure flew over and fell straight down towards the ring. Call. A gust of wind blew, and in the blink of an eye, there was another figure on the ring. Come from the void. True martial realm powerhouse. #C213 Sword Master. Isn't this #1 arena limited to the Xiantian realm and the fifth heaven? True martial realm powerhouse? Wouldn't it be the time when the void stepped down and lowered the ring? With a puzzled look on Chu Yan's face, Yingfeng looked towards the opposite side. This person is holding a jade sword, wearing a silver robe, a jade tree facing the wind, handsome and elegant, with a restrained breath, without showing the slightest true qi, and looking at Chu Yan with a light smile on his face. His expression is incomparably indifferent. Powerful. This man is very powerful. Chu Yan's consciousness swept across the opponent, and was blocked by a strong breath, and it was impossible to detect the opponent's cultivation base. In Xiao Lin Xiao, I have come to experience the second-level cultivation of the Xiantian realm. After sizing up Chu Yan, the silver-robed youth bowed his hands and said softly, Lin Xiao. Just as the young man's voice fell, bursts of exclamations suddenly erupted from the stands. Oh my God! Young Master Lin, the first genius of the Lin family, of the four major families. Can't even he resist? You can't be wrong. Among the four young masters, the one who has a spiritual treasure and can walk in the void of the innate realm is the sword master Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, that sword master Lin Xiao of Luoyang fourth young master? That's a genius among geniuses. That's right, young Master Jian ranks among the top 100 on the king list, and his strength is astonishing. Haha, this battle is wonderful. Chu Yan's consciousness was released, and the voices of discussions in the stands from all sides were heard, and there was a splendid brilliance in the eyes of the other party. Luoyang fourth young master. Sword master. Although Chu Yan had never heard of the names of the fourth young master of Luoyang and young master Jian mentioned in the discussion voice, Chu Yan subconsciously felt that this person was extremely powerful. Immediately, the fire of war intent that had cooled down in his heart rose again. 1,000 paces away, Lin Xiao still smiled lightly, with a calm demeanor. In Xia Chu Yan, half-step innate cultivation base, please enlighten me. Chu Yan returned the salute with his hands, his face was a little dignified, and he said solemnly. Pick me up first. Swish. As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, Lin Xiao shot instantly, and his body flashed, rushing towards Chu Yan. Clang. Jianling whistled softly, the cold light flashed, and Lin Xiao drew his sword and swept towards Chu Yan's chest. Clang. The Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and the sword slashed towards the opponent's jade sword like electricity. Laugh. As soon as Lin Zhao's sword came into contact with Chu Yan's clear sky sword, he suddenly turned around and turned towards Chu Yan's legs in vain. Chu Yan's complexion changed slightly, and he stepped lightly under his feet, and Qianshan treading the snow spread out in an instant, leaving a figure, and the other figure was already 100 steps away. The sword light that was slashing at Chu Yan's legs suddenly stopped. Lin Zhao completely ignored the afterimage of Chu Yan in front of him, but turned to look at Chu Yan's body 100 steps away, and nodded again and again with a chuckle. Qianshan Takshu was seen through at a glance. Chu Yan's face was startled, and then his brows were slightly wrinkled. Qianshan treading snow is a secret movement technique, which is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary movement techniques. Since Chu Yan cultivated, no one has been able to see through it so easily. This shows that the sword master in front of him is really powerful. You are very good, Chu Yan said. You, very good, Lin Zhao said. Suddenly, the two of them spoke at the same time, and they all froze, and then they laughed lightly at the same time. The next moment, the Rakshasa true chi burst out from Chu Yan's body and poured it into the clear sky sword in his hand. In an instant, the clear sky sword's black light flowed, like a magic sword, and the dark ink was dazzling. At the same time, the majestic true chi also rose up from Lin Zhao's body. Wind whirls swept past him. He held the sword and slowly raised it. Under the surging true chi, a blue light flashed above the jade sword. Hui! Drawing sword style. Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the clear sky sword in his hand suddenly waved. The sword glow flashed instantly, breaking the air with electric shots, like a silver snake piercing through the air, slashing straight at Lin Zhao. This sword, with 30% of Chu Yan's power, is as fast as lightning, and the sword momentum is amazing. Crazy Thunder Prison. Seeing Chu Yan's sword slashing towards him, Lin Zhao's complexion sank, the jade sword in his hand, a blue light masterpiece, a few blue electric light swirls on it, he shouted in a deep voice, and also swung out a sword. The blue sword chi, with a faint crackling sound of thunder and lightning, was not fast, but the sword chi was extremely thick, twice as thick as Chu Yan's sword glow. Bump! The two sword beams exploded in the sky, like a sharp arrow, shooting in all directions, making countless sounds of breaking the air. The energy was scattered. Chu Yan and Lin Zhao confronted each other with swords, facing each other at 100 paces. Just one move, it turned out to be a tie. I didn't expect that you were only 17 years old, and you have no family support to achieve such a cultivation base. Not bad. Lin Zhao looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were burning, and the jade sword in his hand trembled slightly. The four major families, the first member of the Lin family, you are also very powerful. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance, looked at Lin Zhao, and said with a light smile. Among the four young masters of Luoyang, I only ranked third. The four of us are in their early 20s, and have been cultivated through family inheritance since childhood. With such an accumulation of resources and conditions, if you compare them, they are much inferior. As Lin Zhao spoke, the aura on his body continued to rise, obviously accumulating energy and preparing to attack. Your sword is a real martial art treasure? After Chu Yan shook his head and smiled, he looked at the jade sword in the opponent's hand and asked softly. Yes, this sword is the treasure of the family, and it is also a true martial arts treasure with my Feitian Lui. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, it was the jade sword with a finger, and his aura suddenly burst out, a light flashed in his eyes, and then he shouted. Chu Yan, since the two of you and I have the same strengths, it's better to decide the outcome with one sword, how about it? When Feng, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and the true chi in his body suddenly surged. Okay, let's decide the outcome with one sword. Slowly raising the clear sky sword, the four cyclones in Chu Yan's body swirled, and the Rakshasa's true energy rose from the sky, filling Chu Yan's body. Clang! Clang! The sharp sword intent swirled around, and around Lin Xiao, the wind whirl formed by the sword intent uttered the sound of jingling, which swept over the arena, and at the same time, the jade sword in his hand trembled slightly. Jiani Wuxuan's Deshang realm. Chu Yan, who was 100 steps away, was all too familiar with this scene, and instantly recognized Lin Zhao's sword intent cultivation. Chu Yan, this sword is my strongest sword, I hope you won't let me down. After he finished speaking, he held his sword and danced lightly, and sword lights pierced the void around him, leaving behind sword shadows. For a time, Lin Xiao danced his sword with every move, the afterimage was picturesque, the sword light flashed all around, and the sword shadow flew up. Fierce sword intent, pure infuriating spirit, and sharp real martial arts, jade sword. Looking at Lin Xiao, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth lifted slightly, and the blood in his chest was boiling. The next moment, on Chu Yan's body, a tornado of sword intent swept out, and in the one-person high wind tornado, the sword light shone like a hidden star, flickering and dark. Clang! Clang! Jianren pierced through the air, like a dragon and a tiger roaring, obviously overpowering Lin Zhao's sword whistling sound. At this time, tens of thousands of spectators in the audience, looking at the two men facing each other with swords in the arena, all of them mentioned noise in their hearts, their eyes widened, and they waited for the strongest sword to be unleashed by the two of them. The collision of genius and genius. On one side are the four major families of Wanqing, the first genius disciple of the Lin family, and the sword master of the four young masters. One side is an extremely tyrannical genius, one person and one sword fights the heroes, winning streak to the hundreds of people. In this battle, who wins and who loses? At this time on the ring, Lin Zhao's aura finally reached its peak. The jade in his hand was thrown into the sky, and the infuriating energy on his body surged wildly, wrapping the jade sword in it. In vain, the jade sword grew rapidly, and in the sky-blue infuriating shroud, it turned into a blue giant sword, and it kept spinning. Draw out the cracks. 100 steps away, Chu Yan stood with his sword in hand, and the light of the sword appeared in his eyes. He whispered softly. Jian rushes, the sky. Break it, eternity. He raised his sword and stood up, the sword energy lingering around him quickly merged behind him into a supreme divine sword, with the immortal aura of the sun and the moon, the wind was blowing, and the sword roared into the sky. Falling sword. The sword energy condensed on the tip of the sword tip, and the eternal ancient divine sword behind him fell over, pointing forward, and a majestic sword force swept past. Boom! The sword energy at the tip of the sword merged with the eternal ancient divine sword behind Chu Yan. At this time, above the stage, a blue jade sword and a white divine sword were facing each other with their tips facing each other. The shocking swords of both sides are on the verge of firing. At this moment, suddenly, between the heavens and the earth, a rainbow light suddenly appeared, like a pillar of optimism. This beam of light, colorful glaze, with stunning colors, dyed the entire sky above the royal city into colorful colors. Boom! Just as everyone was startled, they turned their heads and looked towards the west side of the sky in Wanqing, when a thunderous sound suddenly rang in the sky and earth, which shocked everyone and panicked. Above the arena, Chu Yan and Lin Xiao looked at the colorful beam of light at the edge of the sky at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the arena under his feet began to shake violently, causing the two of them to tremble along with them. Not only that, all the people in the stands are shaking, and everything in front of them is shaking. The entire Luoyang royal city was shaking and shaking. What's the situation? The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and it was almost noon when the sun was shining, but it was pitch black, as if night had fallen. Call. Call. A gust of wind fell from the sky, like a storm that swept across the arena area and swept away towards the entire royal city. And above the sky, a huge black shadow whistled along with the strong wind. That's a giant bird. Although it is above the sky, it is like a cloud, covering most of the sky. Under the black shadow, everyone looked up. I saw this huge bird monster like a cloud, with wings spread out, at least 1,000 feet wide, with golden feathers, facing the high wind, soaring with wings. In just a blink of an eye, it crossed the sky. As it went away, the sun shone again, and the night was over. It turned out that this bird monster caused the shading of the sky just now. How big must this bird monster be? Chu Yan and Lin Xiao drew their swords together at the same time, turned to look up at the western sky, and their faces showed surprise. #C214 Rob Treasure. Immediately, Lin Xiao frowned, his eyes flashed, and he turned around abruptly and bowed to Chu Yan. Brother Chu, today's battle, write it down for now, you will fight again in the future. After speaking, a white brilliance flashed under Lin Xiao's feet. With a snort, he jumped up, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the south of the royal city. Following Lin Xiao's departure, many people in the stands also got up, looked anxious, and ran away from the arena. For a time, the stands of tens of thousands of people, like a river diverting floods, clattered nearly halfway. At this time, Chu Yan had already got off the ring and joined Xinjia, looking at the beam of light above the west sky with a suspicious look on his face. Xinjia, who was beside him, suddenly trembled, and quickly took out the jade talisman from his arms, looked at it twice, frowned, and said to Chu Yan. Brother Chu, the family is summoned, I will go back first, and you should go back first, as I see it, something big has happened in Luoyang King City. After bowing his hands in a salute, Xinjia walked away quickly, heading towards the small attic in the southeast corner of the arena. After Xinjia left, Chu Yan also stepped out of the arena, went to the attic to exchange the rewards, and then walked towards the Chu family. In today's battle, such a strange thing will happen. Chu Yan walked slowly all the way. At this time, the streets of Wangqing were filled with people looking up at the western sky. The streets, which were usually noisy, became even more lively at this time. The violent shaking of the entire royal city just lasted for only 100 breaths of time, and the people who woke up from the panic all turned their curious eyes to the sky. There, a 7-colored beam of light reaching the sky, gorgeous and dazzling. As soon as Chu Yan walked outside the gate of Chu's house, he saw his eldest brother Chu Zhan greet him with an anxious look on his face. Xiaoyan, you are back. An elder of Ling Tianzong came to the house to look for you. Chu Zhan pulled Chu Yan up and walked inside without saying a word. Elder Ling Tianzong. Chu Yan followed behind the eldest brother and entered the living room suspiciously. As soon as he looked up, he saw a ball of meat standing in the middle of the hall, looking at him with a smile on his face. Elder Long. Chu Yan's face was startled, then he stepped forward and bowed his hands. See Elder Long. Hearing this, Elder Long had a fat face, and his 2 narrowed eyes shone brightly. He nodded and said, Chu Yan, you are very good. Whether it's the sect competition or the battle of the king list, you have not let me down. However, today, I was just passing by, and I just happened to pass by, so I wanted to come and explain. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, turned around and ordered the people to serve tea. No need, this time I came for the colorful vision. A powerful monster broke the seal and rushed out of the ruins. I was ordered by the sect to track down the ruins of the monster. Speaking of this, Elder Long narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Chu Yan and smiled. I'm here to inform you, hurry up and prepare, go to the ruins before the 3 major sects. Turn around. Chu Yan was slightly stunned, and when he saw the expression on Elder Long's face, he was suddenly stunned. That's right, while the major sects and the royal family haven't reacted, hurry up, the location is 100 miles west of the Tianfeng Mountains in a place called the Black Valley. You go out quickly, remember, there is danger, just run. After speaking, Elder Long threw his sleeves and walked out of the living room, his legs vertical, and he jumped into the air. Black Valley. Chu Yan's expression was sluggish, and he didn't even notice that Elder Long had left, and the name of the place echoed in his mind. Because Chu Yan clearly remembers that this Black Valley is the place where the little white bear lives. Immediately, Chu Yan looked up at Chu Zhan, frowning slightly. Brother, I have to leave immediately. I'm worried about the little white bear, please tell me. As many as 3 days, as little as 1 day, I will come back. Hearing this, Chu Zhan nodded and said, Okay, be careful, my father will tell him when he returns at night. Afterwards, Chu Yan strode forward, walked out of the house, and headed straight for the Tianfeng Mountains. For Chu Yan didn't care much about the treasures of relics mentioned by Elder Long. On the contrary, Chu Yan was extremely worried about the safety of little white bear. After leaving the city, Chu Yan unfolded his movements, like a black lightning rushing towards the Tianfeng Mountains. In less than half an hour, Chu Yan arrived at the cave where the little white bear lived. Call. Seeing the cute little white bear's face, Chu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and finally let go of his hanging heart. It seemed that the colorful beam of light not far away did not have any effect on the little guy. After communicating with the little white bear, Chu Yan shook his head with a chuckle, looking at the little white bear eager to try, and decided to go to the ruins according to Elder Long's request. Since they have all come, this ruin is just a good time to see it. Bypassing the Black Valley, Chu Yan and little white bear walked through the mountains for another half an hour, and finally reached the sky-piercing 7-colored beam of light. This colorful beam of light turned out to be shot from the mountain, and a large cave was broken under the mountain, with the height of 3 city gates. After a little observation, Chu Yan found that people nearby came out of the forest and behind the mountain one after another, rushing out of the cave. Sure enough, I'm not the only one here to try my luck. Seeing such a scene, Chu Yan shook his head and smiled helplessly. It's better to go in early, there are many people. Chu Yan took the little white bear and entered the big cave. The passage into the cave is very spacious, and it is not a problem to pass a team of cavalry. Above the 4 walls, a little floating soil fell, obviously by some terrifying force, forcibly opened up in a short period of time. After walking a few thousand steps forward, he came to a large hall. At this time, the hall was brightly lit, resplendent, and extremely luxurious. It was the first time that Chu Yan had seen such a gorgeous decoration. However, this hall is not the end, it is like a hall, surrounded by walls, there are more than a dozen passages. Little white bear, which one do you want to take? Looking at the maze-like passage, Chu Yan patted little white bear's furious head and asked, casually. Oh. The little white bear stood up, waved his 2 bare paws, patted his chest, twisted his big butt, and chose the leftmost passage, without hesitation. Chu Yan chuckled lightly and stepped forward. Since it is to try luck, that channel does not matter. Not long after entering the left passage, Chu Yan found that there were many rooms on both sides of the passage. Some of the doors were forcibly broken open, and some swaying figures were vaguely seen in the room. They were fighting. Under the brilliance of the explosion, it can be seen that there are piles of elixir and spirit stones everywhere in the room. Hee, I'll open a room too. Chu Yan spread out his consciousness, and found that in the passage, the iron door of a certain room was relatively strong, and rushed to the door, without saying a word, punched out. The sturdy iron gate shattered in an instant. 1 person and 1 bear, as soon as they rushed into the room, they were startled. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, spirit medicines, and spirit fruits were piled up on several iron racks, and in one room, there were even piles of demon crystals. Ooh! The little white bear howled and jumped onto the pile of demon crystals, grabbed a lot of demon crystals, and stuffed them into his mouth like popcorn. The rich spiritual energy filled the entire room, which made Chu Yan couldn't help but be moved. Sure enough, there is something good. With a happy expression on his face, Chu Yan rushed to the iron frame, waved his hands together, and collected all kinds of elixir and herbs into the Rakshasa space. Want to charge, no matter the grade, as long as you see it, you will accept it. Go away. This room is ours. Just when Chu Yan had just collected a small portion, 5 or 6 figures flashed out of the door of the room, pointing at Chu Yan and shouting. These people looked at the huge amount of resources in the room, their eyes were red, and when they were talking, they had already squeezed into the room, ignoring Chu Yan at all. Little bear, come and collect things, I'll be active. Chu Yan's eyes were like ice as he swept across the group of people crowded at the door of the room, and took out 2 jade talismans, and threw them to the little white bear behind him. Swish! Chu Yan rushed forward, and when he raised his fist, he slammed, hitting several people outside the door. Boom! Among the 6 people, the bodies of 3 people exploded at the same time, blasting the flesh and blood in the sky, and the internal organs, minced meat, and dirty blood instantly dyed the channel red. You are Chu Yan. Among the remaining 2 people, someone recognized Chu Yan. His face was as white as paper with fright, and his whole body trembled. #C215 Bury the body. Roll. Chu Yan stopped drinking and exploded like thunder, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The 2 looked at the red and white minced meat around them, their legs shook violently, their faces turned from white to green, and then they ran away. After killing 3 people with 1 punch, Chu Yan returned to the room and quickly swept away with little white bear. With Chu Yan's strength, it's not bad that he didn't snatch others, but these people still want to snatch Chu Yan. What is the difference between this and hookah robbing food? After that, Chu Yan opened several more rooms one after another, and each room contained more or less various resources, which were fully filled with Chu Yan's 5 storage jade talismans. These resources, for Chu Yan, are all going to sell primordial stone directly, so they are not qualified to enter the Rakshasa space at all. Constantly sweeping and advancing in the passage, Chu Yan slowly discovered that the bloody aura in the air became more and more intense. After passing through the entire passage and reaching a larger hall, Chu Yan frowned at the scene in front of him. On the ground of the spacious hall lay dozens of broken corpses. Judging from the color of the blood on the ground, they should have just died. Around these stones, there are hundreds of demon bear monsters as tall as 2 people. These demon bears have no fur at all, and their bodies are covered in blood holes, dripping black blood constantly, a pair of bear eyes, full of gray mist, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. There was a powerful aura of monsters on their bodies, and Chu Yan's consciousness swept over them and found that their cultivation bases were equivalent to about the 5th level of the innate realm of warriors. These bear demon monsters are eating the corpses on the ground, and there are bursts of low-pitched roars in their throats. The corpse monster. Chu Yan frowned and instantly recognized these monsters. In fact, these monsters that had been dead for an unknown time were controlled by the spirit patterns and continued to move like walking corpses. Relying on the instincts of monsters, they could no longer be regarded as a living creature of life. The problem now is that the entire hall is full of corpse monsters, and if you want to reach the other end of the hall, you must pass through them. There are hundreds of monsters that are equivalent to the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. Even Chu Yan can't do anything. It seems that these monsters controlled by the spirit patterns are the guardian beasts guarding this hall. You have to figure out a way to get through here. Chu Yan glanced around, preparing to find a way to detour, but as soon as he looked up, a monster found Chu Yan and the little white bear. Roar! A roar of the corpse monster immediately caused all the corpse monsters that ate the corpse to look up. 1 person and 1 bear, being watched by hundreds of corpse monsters. Damn, trouble. Run away. Chu Yan frowned. Just as he was about to greet the little white bear to escape, he saw that the little white bear stood up angrily, and the two bears stared at the boss. Oh, ooh. The roar of the little white bear's powerful demonic power was extremely wild and domineering, with a few ferocious beast aura, and suddenly exploded in this hall. Hundreds of corpse bears, who had already started to pounce, were stunned when they heard the roar of the little guy. Then, a scene that Chu Yan couldn't believe happened. In the continuous roar of the little white bear, hundreds of corpse demon bears slowly fell on the ground, all of them trembling slightly and trembling. Racial coercion. Chu Yan, with round eyes, turned to look at the little white bear, with a face full of disbelief. At this time, the little white bear fell back to the ground, twisted the bear's face, slammed the chin on Chu Yan, and his face was full of shyness. Hee, it seems that the Zilluo Tianxiong is really the overlord of the bears. You are so small, you can actually shock them. It seems that even if you become a corpse monster, the animal nature in your bones is still indelible. Chu Yan muttered to himself. The little white bear had already twisted his big butt. Passing through the group of corpse monsters lying on the ground, they rushed to the opposite passage. After that, one person and one bear passed through the hall full of corpse monsters and safely arrived at the other end of the hall, continuing to go deeper. After walking a few thousand more steps, it seemed that they had reached the end of the building. After pushing open a stone gate, there is a huge underground cave in front of you, and countless stalactites are distributed in the cave, which is dazzling. As soon as he stepped into the cave, the little white bear raised his head and sniffed hard in the air. Swish! The next moment, the pair of bear eyes of the little white bear burst into light, and instantly rushed into the cave full of stalactites, disappearing into the darkness like a white lightning. Chu Yan was stunned, guessing that the little white bear must have found something, and hurriedly followed. This underground karst cave is extremely huge, with all kinds of dark roads intertwined, and the little white bear running in front has a very clear goal. After passing through 7 or 8 forked holes and passages, the little white bear brought Chu Yan to a tall tomb. There is a stone tablet at the entrance of this tomb. The surface of the stone tablet is dark red and dark, and the writing on it is faintly visible. Xie La Jiao, I. Kiba, bury my body here with my own hands. Guard the great. Xie La Jiao. Burial the flesh? The handwriting on the stone tablet could not be read clearly from the back, but Chu Yan was taken aback by only the first few words. The epoch is 100,000 years from now, and, according to the meaning on the stone tablet, this person named Kiba actually buried his own body? How can that be? Ooh. Just when Chu Yan was surprised and lost, the little white bear pushed open the stone door of the tomb with one palm, and rushed into the tomb like a whirlwind. Call. Call. Entering the cave, Chu Yan only felt the wind whistling in his ears, and the gust of wind swept in from the door and quickly swept through the cave. In front of Chu Yan and the little white bear, on a jade platform, a mummified corpse, like dry sand turning into dust, instantly turned into dust flying all over the sky, flying and disappearing in the wind. Ding, ping ming. Immediately afterwards, a soft and melodious silver bell sounded in the cave, which immediately attracted the attention of one person and one bear. In the corner of the cave, a vine grows along the cave wall, swaying in the wind, and its leaves tremble. At the top of the vine, a bell-shaped spiritual fruit is growing, with golden red blood flowing on its surface, gathering to the bottom of the fruit, condensing into blood beads, as if it is about to drip down. On the ground of the vines, there was a small pool of golden red water, already the size of a palm. This is the 100,000-year heavenly spirit fruit. The sky-turning fruit, 100 years of buds, 1,000-year-old branches, 10,000 years of fruit, 100,000 years to breathe the first drop of blood. Martial artists swallowing blood can help improve their cultivation, especially monsters, and spirits. A beast is a treasure for improving cultivation. But the biggest role of spiritual soul is to draw spirit patterns. In addition to being shocked, Chu Yan's eyes were as bright as stars. He took out dozens of jade bottles without hesitation, began to collect blood soul, and transplanted the whole heavenly spirit fruit into the Rakshasa space. In less than a moment, Chu Yan collected a total of 13 bottles of blood soul. It's a pity, I guess most of the blood has dissipated, eh? Little white bear, what are you doing? As soon as Chu Yan murmured, he saw the little white bear hugging Chu Yan's thigh with a pitiful look on his face full of cuteness. Okay, I'll give you a bottle. Chu Yan shook his head and chuckled, and handed out a jade bottle to the little white bear, his eyes full of pampering. The little guy let out a cheer and turned around Chu Yan for a few times before taking the jade bottle from Chu Yan's hand with bright eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the whole bottle of blood soul. Immediately afterwards, the little white bear hurriedly fell on the ground, closing his eyes and refining. Seeing the little white bear refining the blood soul, Chu Yan turned around in the cave. After careful search, no other treasures were found. Half an hour later, the aura on the little white bear suddenly exploded, and a majestic momentum swept out from it. Boom! The breath transformed into a shape, condensed the aura, and exploded loudly. The next moment, the little white bear opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground, extremely excited. Huh? Breakthrough? Late stage of Xiantian realm second layer? Little white bear was completely undefended against Chu Yan's consciousness, and let his consciousness penetrate into his body to check. The next moment, Chu Yan exclaimed with joy on his face. Unexpectedly, this little white bear is also a very talented orc genius, and the speed of cultivation is even faster than himself. It seems that I have to speed up my practice. Chu Yan smiled bitterly, looked at the proud little white bear, and shook his head. Afterwards, one person and one bear left the cave tomb and continued to explore the depths of the cave. Not long after walking, Chu Yan finally arrived at an open cave. No, it should be said to be a cave underground palace. An underground palace larger than the main hall of the Luoyang Palace, surrounded by splendid gold and blue, 18 golden dragon pillars, neatly distributed around. #C216 Snatch. Nuoda's golden hall is empty, only one altar is located in the middle of the golden hall, and a colorful beam of light shrouds the altar. Huh? Could it be that the colorful sky pillar above the sky outside came from here? Chu Yan looked at the golden altar with a puzzled face, and approached slowly. This altar is distributed in 3 layers, each layer is smaller than the one below, and there are 4 dragon-shaped steps on all sides for people to go up and down. Standing in front of the stairs, Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring at the altar. The entire altar is empty, only a purple gold crystal nucleus is suspended in the colorful beam of light, floating quietly. This looks like the crystal nucleus of a monster? Chu Yan clearly remembered that the blood and crystal core of Little White Bear were all purple, and not only it, but many of the powerful monsters and spirit beasts had purple blood and crystal cores. Among demon beasts, the color of blood and crystal nucleus is often a manifestation of their bloodline. The purple crystal core, among the demon spirit beasts, is a very noble expression of blood, and this one has a hint of dark gold in the purple, which shows that the owner of this demon crystal has no identity. Simple. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yan finally slowly raised his feet and slowly stepped up to the dragon-shaped staircase. Just as Chu Yan's feet were about to land on the steps of the altar, a terrifyingly huge aura rushed out from the altar. Accompanied by this breath, there was an extremely terrifying coercion, which made Chu Yan's whole body froze instantly, like a petrochemical standing on the spot. Ooh! Being rushed to the ground by the terrifying almost condensed aura of power, the little white bear got up from the ground with a grunt, ran out far away, hid in the corner of the golden temple, stared at the altar with the bear's eyes. The purple gold crystal core on the top trembled slightly. Roar! Just when Chu Yan was sluggish, a white light suddenly rose from his body, and the dazzling cold light instantly illuminated the entire golden hall. A huge tiger-shaped phantom slowly stepped out of the void, revealing its figure. As soon as the white tiger martial spirit appeared, it roared up to the sky, and the sound of a powerful tiger roared the entire golden hall. Immediately, 2 golden rays of light shot out from the eyes of the white tiger martial arts, twisting the tiger's head, staring at the drop of purple, gold crystal nucleus above the altar, covering it. In an instant, the aura of coercion that originally covered Chu Yan instantly withdrew like a tide, and retracted to the altar. Call. Chu Yan's whole body relaxed, stepped back a few steps, took a deep breath, looked up at the altar, and his eyes were full of shock. Heaven-level monster. Just above the altar, the aura of coercion released from the purple gold crystal core was the aura of a heavenly monster. Chu Yan had seen earth-level monsters, so the only ones who could unleash such a terrifying aura were heaven-level monsters. At this moment, the aura of the purple gold demon crystal was suppressed by the white tiger martial spirit. Chu Yan quickly jumped up to the altar, took out a jade bottle of spiritual stones, and put the heaven-level demon crystal into the bottle. On the altar, Chu Yan took back the white tiger martial spirit, holding a jade bottle of spirit stone, his face showing ecstasy. Bold! Put down the jade bottle and get out of here immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded in the golden hall, and the 18 golden pillars suddenly trembled. With that shout, the 2 figures stepped into the golden hall, staring coldly at Chu Yan and the jade bottle in his hand. These 2, wearing a Chinese sword and armed with swords, strode into the golden hall, looking at Chu Yan with scornful faces, and their full aura surging by. Among the 2, the one with a slender body and a willow leaf sword was Chen Lai, one of the 4 sons of Luoyang, who had reached the middle stage of the 4th level of the innate realm. The other, with a strong waist, a tiger-backed waist and a tiger-patterned golden stick, is Yan Tong, one of the 4 young masters. The 2 of them met all the way to explore the way, and they killed all the way here. Seeing that Chu Yan took away the demon crystal on the altar, they couldn't help shouting angrily. Let go? Why? Chu Yan was slightly startled, cold light flashed in his eyes, and asked in a cold voice. Humph. Chu Yan, don't think you're amazing after winning a few games in Wangbang. In my Yan Tong's eyes, your farts don't count. As the tall Yan Tong spoke, he kept approaching Chu Yan, his aura kept rising, and he glanced at Chu Yan with contempt. Seeing that you are Elder Long, you can enter the jade bottle now, and you can spare your life, otherwise, die. Yes, hand over the jade bottle, or die. Chen Lai also stepped forward and stared at Chu Yan, the murderous aura slowly overflowing from his body. Humph. The majestic 4th young master, if you want what I have in Chu Yan's hands, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. After finishing speaking, Chu Yan took the jade bottle into his arms, took out the clear sky sword, and stared at Chen Lai and Yan Tong coldly with the sword in his hands, with murderous intent in his eyes. Chu Yan, you are courting death. Yan Tong looked at Chu Yan's appearance, and was stunned at first, then his face was ashen, he shouted violently, and threw a punch. Drink. Suddenly, a majestic punch, wrapped in monstrous might, instantly attacked Chu Hua. Yan Tong's punch was not only extremely powerful, but also extremely fast. Chu Yan's complexion changed greatly, and he suddenly swung out a sword. Boom! The powerful fist slammed on the sword energy and exploded. Chu Yan's whole body was shaken, and he only felt a huge force hit, and he took 3 steps back. So strong. After Chu Yan stood firm, his brows were furrowed, and he looked up at Yan Tong, who also took 3 steps back. Previously, when he was on the arena, when he was fighting against young Master Jian, among the 4 young masters, Chu Yan found that his strength was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors of the same rank. At this time, he punched Yan Tong, one of the 4 sons, and immediately understood that these 4 sons of Luoyang were the true geniuses in the Luoyang kingdom, all of them with astonishing strength. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. This kid, with a half-step innate cultivation, can actually take my punch, hee, it's interesting. Yan Tong looked at Chu Yan, his face was surprised at first, and after a short while, it turned into a cruel smile and said, Brother Yan, at this time, it's not the time for a fight. Why don't you and I take action together, kill this son first, and then discuss the strategy for the ownership of the treasure. Chen Lai, who had a gloomy face, stared at Chu Yan, but said to Yan Tong, his eyes were full of killing intent, with a hint of bloodthirsty. Okay, that's it, let's do it together. Hearing this, Yan Tong nodded and took off the golden stick behind him. Under the impetus of infuriating energy, he immediately made a golden light, and suddenly slammed the stick towards Chu Yan. The stick came out, the momentum was vigorous, and when the whistling screamed, it brought out the power of 1,000 equals, and suddenly, the stick's shadow was as thick as a mountain. At the same time, Chen Lai drew the knife in his hand, his aura rose wildly, and when he waved his hand, a dazzling sword light swept out, the flames were red like fire, with a violent strength, incomparably fierce. What? I Dao stick shadow and Dao Mong attacked at the same time. Chu Yan gasped and his face changed suddenly. He didn't expect the strength of these two to be so amazing. In the next breath, Chu Yan's clear sky sword in his hand made a masterpiece of black light, and sword intent lingered around him, and he swung the sword out without hesitation. Boom! Boom! The stick shadow was like a mountain, and the sword light was like fire. It collided heavily with the sword light cut out by Chu Yan. After the sword energy smashed the stick shadow, it was smashed by the sword light and exploded. At the same time as the sword chi cracked, Chu Yan only felt that the chi and blood in the body were rushing back, and the true chi was surging. Strong. Very strong. The 2 people in front of them, whether it is Chen Lai or Yan Tong, if any one of them fights against Chu Hu one-on-one, Chu Yan will be able to win with all his strength. But now, with the 2 of them working together, Chu Yan is obviously not his opponent. #C217 Little Master. After all, the cultivation of these 2 is in the middle stage of Xiantian realm 4th layer, and the martial skills and infuriating chi of one body are several times stronger than ordinary warriors of the same rank. The 4th son of Luoyang, his strength is astonishing. Chu Yan stared at the 2 of them, the clear sky sword in his hand trembled slightly, and a wind of sword intent appeared, and the 4 seats in his body spun like a wheel. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and the Rakshasa, true chi, gushed out of his whole body. Chu Yan was ready to fight with all his strength, hoping to kill one person first with the momentum of thunder. In this way, there may be a chance. The next moment, Chu Yan used the Rakshasa true body without hesitation. In an instant, the airwaves rolled, Chu Yan's eyes were blood red, and a golden vertical pupil suddenly looked at Chen Lai and Yan Tong. Sword Intrepid's violent sword style. Chu Yan shouted loudly, and Qianshan stepped on the mountain in an instant, and the figure was divided into 2 parts. The clear sky sword in his hand made a brilliant red light, and cut out towards Chen Lai and Yan Tong, respectively. Chu Yan's sudden runaway made Chen Lai and Yan Tong startled for a moment. Seeing that Chu Yan's aura was astonishing, neither of them dared to neglect. With the golden stick and long sword in their hands, their true chi surged towards Chu Yan's sword glow. Among the 2 avatars of Chu Yan, the one that attacked Yan Tong was the real body. According to Chu Yan's idea, it was to kill Yan Tong and then deal with Chen Lai. For a time, in the main hall, the sword shadow was bright, the sword chi was vertical and horizontal, and the stick shadow roared. Just when the long sword in Chen Lai's hand was about to slash at the oncoming sword light, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he suddenly turned around and slashed at the figure of Chu Yan, who was rushing towards Yan Tong. Thousands of mountains and snow are seen through by Chen Lai. Seeing Chen Lai's sword light slashing straight towards Chu Yan's side, and the sword in Chu Yan's hand has reached its limit, if he withdraws his hand to resist the sword, then he will attack Yan Tong and slash him with one sword. The killing strategy will be dashed. So, Chu Yan frowned, clenched his teeth, ignored the sword light attacking from his side, and tried his best to stimulate his true chi, causing the sword light in his hand to skyrocket by 3 points again, pointing at Yan Tong and slashing down violently. Ooh ooh. In the corner of the Golden Hall, a white shadow suddenly rushed out, at an astonishingly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it blocked Chu Yan's side, waved his palms, and slapped the sword light that was close in front of him. Boom! The sword light was completely shattered, and the white bear flew away. In mid-air, the bear's mouth opened wide, spitting out a few mouthfuls of purple blood, and fell heavily on the ground of the Golden Temple. Immediately, purple blood spurted out from the bear's paw and mouth. Dyed the ground purple. Ah! Die for me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's eyes were about to split, and his blue veins burst out. In his hand, Hao Tian made a great sword roar, and slammed his sword on the golden stick raised by Yan Tong. The sword sticks intersected, and the golden stick broke with a bang, and the sword glowed like thunder, slashing straight to Yan Tong's chest. Just as Jianmong was about to break in, a jade talisman suddenly lit up on Yan Tong's chest, shooting out a golden light, which turned into a light shield on Yan Tong's chest, blocking the sword beam. Bump! When there was a cracking sound, the jade talisman was all shattered, and the sword glow dissipated. Yan Tong's face was pale and his eyes were horrified. He slowly lowered his head to look at the golden stick whose hand was broken in two, and then raised his eyes to Chu Yan, full of shock. What a terrifying sword! It's not that I have a protective spiritual treasure. Humph! This son must not be kept. Yan Tong threw the golden stick in his hand angrily to the ground, reached out and turned it over, and there was a long black stick in his hand. At this moment, Chu Yan had flashed to Little White Bear's side, flipped out his hand and took out a recovery pill and stuffed it into Little White Bear's mouth. After the medicinal pill went down, the blood of the Little White Bear stopped immediately. However, the one shot just now caused the Little White Bear's body to shatter the demon crystal, and it was unlikely that he wanted to recover. Although this rejuvenation pill is good, it is used by human warriors after all, and the effect on monsters and spirit beasts is much worse. The consciousness was withdrawn from the Little White Bear's body, and he felt that the surface of the crystal nucleus at its heart was full of cracks, and Chu Yan's face was ashen. Gently put down the Little White Bear, Chu Yan stood up. Looking at Chen Lai and Yan Tong, who were approaching step by step, his eyes were bright with blood. Chu Yan, although you are powerful, you are only half a step innately cultivated. I will join forces with Yan Tong. You have no chance. Today, you will die tragically on the spot, just to avenge my clan Chen Xiao. Chen Lai stimulated his true energy, poured into the Lingbao machete in his hand, and said with his eyes fixed on Chu Yan. Ignoring Chen Lai, Chu Yan looked coldly at Yan Tong, who also had a grim face, showing a hint of disappointment. I just got a violent lure, but I didn't kill this person. The next battle is dangerous. Next, Chu Yan still has 2 trump cards available. One is to call out the 2 divine beasts Wuhun, and join forces to kill the 2 of them, and the other is White Tiger Martial Soul's Natal Soul Skill White Tiger Black Pattern Technique. Because, last time in the Void Valley, the spirits of the 2 divine beasts came out together to kill the Earth-level monsters. Originally, with Chu Yan's cultivation, it was not enough to support 2 such powerful divine beasts fighting in isolation. Therefore, the soul power of the 2 divine beasts was damaged and is now recovering. Now, in the face of the battle of life and death, Chu Yan intends to use the White Tiger and Black Pattern technique first. 3,000 mad waves. Snatch the heaven stick. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about it, Yan Tong and Chen Lai looked at each other and shouted at the same time. The black stick and machete in their hands burst out. In front of the two of them, they did their best, and they all did their best, and they didn't hold back at all. At this moment, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth curved slightly, and just as he was about to perform the white tiger black pattern technique, his eyes suddenly tightened, and a bolt of lightning rushed towards him. Bump! Bump! Under the two loud noises, Chen Lai and Yan Tong flew upside down with blood spurting at the same time. They were instantly blown away by the lightning-like figure, pulling out two blood-colored trails in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Who is it? The two struggled to stand up from the ground and looked at the figure in front of Chu Yan with horror on their faces. After a little stunned, their eyes almost popped out. Little child. Even Chu Yan was shocked, staring at the person standing in front of him, suddenly a little confused. Isn't this the kid in the alley that day? How would it appear here? Why are you helping me? For a time, Chu Yan's mind was a mess, looking at this child who was still dressed in tattered clothes and had a childish face. His eyes were full of doubts. Immediately afterwards, in the sluggishness of the three, the child slowly turned around, looking at Chu Yan with a pair of big eyes. His eyes were like water, full of tenderness and kindness. Yes, it is kindness. The corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched, and a 7- or 8-year-old child looked at him with kind eyes, and was suddenly speechless. However, from the child's eyes, Chu Yan inexplicably felt a touch of kindness. At least, Chu Yan was sure that this child would never hurt himself. Judging from his speed and strength just now, this child definitely has the strength beyond the real martial realm, and it is very likely that he is a powerhouse above the heavenly transformation realm. Little master, lord, mistress, she is, No. 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 The child looked at Chu Yan, his eyes trembled, and just said a few words. Suddenly, the 9-colored flame spirit pattern on his brow suddenly glowed. Immediately afterwards, a ray of red light quickly rose in the child's originally clear eyes, and he clasped his head in his hands, and roared in pain. Boom! The next moment, the child whose face became more and more distorted, suddenly stepped on the ground with both legs, and his body rose into the sky, directly hitting the ceiling of the golden temple and disappearing into the darkness above his head. Hiss! Chu Yan looked at the big hole on the top of the flower. His face was stunned, and he gasped. Although Chu Yan's physical strength is not weak, it is absolutely impossible to break through a mountain with physical strength. Wait. He just called me little master, and then said mistress? After Chu Yan was slightly startled, his brows were furrowed, and his mind was in chaos again. Mother? Does this powerful child know my mother? #C218 Xiaotian Shenwuzong. With countless questions in his heart, Chu Yan couldn't find any clue at all. Immediately, he shook his head, put down his thoughts temporarily, glanced at Chen Lai and Yan Tong who were lying in a pool of blood. Chu Yan carried the little white bear on his back, turned around and walked out of the golden hall, all the way out. After leaving the underground palace, the sun was full of the sky outside, and it was almost evening. Chu Yan walked on the mountain road for a long time, when he saw the army of the brigade advancing towards the mountain. On the mountain road, there are also 3 steps and 1 post, and 5 steps and 1 post. It is obvious that the kingdom's army has begun to seal the mountain. When it was dark, Chu Yan returned home. After settling down the comatose little white bear, Chu Yan went straight to his father's study with a heavy expression on his face. In the study, Chu Jiang was sorting out the account books, and when he saw Chu Yan coming in, he immediately stood up with a smile on his face. Father, tell me, is my mother still alive? As soon as the words landed, Chu Jiang, who had a smile on his face, was shocked. His face instantly stiffened, and his eyes were dark. Immediately afterwards, his body softened and he sat back on the chair, his brows furrowed. Father, today in the Tianfeng Mountains, I met a child with great strength. He called me the little master. As soon as he talked about where his mother was, he suddenly went crazy and ran into the mountain. This? Does he know about his mother, there? Chu Yan's eyes trembled, and his expression was excited. As he spoke, his fists were clenched, and his face flushed. From a young age, my father said that my mother had passed away, and I was not allowed to ask my eldest brother anything about my mother. Chu Yan's predecessor misses his mother very deeply. Although he has never been able to awaken his martial arts, he has never given up and has always insisted on practicing. Even if he is constantly ridiculed as a waste in his family and in Ling Tianzong, he is afraid that he will be ridiculed. The moment before the thunder struck to death, he was still trying hard to awaken his martial soul. All of this is because of my obsession with my mother. In 10 years, the more people mocked and humiliated, the deeper this obsession would become. Even after Chu Yan merged with his predecessor's Sea of Consciousness, up to now, there is still a restricted area in the Sea of Consciousness, which continues to affect the present. Chu Yan. After a while, Chu Jiang raised his head, glanced at Chu Yan, his eyes flickered, and then he let out a long sigh. It's been 10 years, since he hasn't left yet. After saying this, Chu Jiang slowly got up and turned to face out the window, his eyes caught in infinite memories. When I was young, although I wasn't as good as you, I was also a rare genius in the family. In addition, your grandfather and your uncle ranked in the top 3 in the family. Therefore, although our family is not a direct line, it is the most powerful. Your uncle is 5 years older than me, and you can be said to be meticulous in taking care of me. From childhood to adulthood, my father was extremely strict with our cultivation. Therefore, before the age of 20, your uncle and I have already cultivated. Become the strongest among your peers. That year, the choice of the family's heir was a competition between me and your uncle. My father asked us to go out to experience and find the highest quality spirit grass. I went with your uncle. In the 2nd year of my training abroad, I met your mother, her name is Shui. Speaking of this, Chu Zhang's face reappeared softly, as if it played the scene when he saw her for the first time. Ugh. A long sigh brought Chu Zhang's thoughts back to his eyes, he blinked a few times, and continued. After that, your mother and I lived for 10 years. During this period, with your eldest brother and your birth, those 10 years were the happiest days in my life, and it was also the happiest time for our family. However, when your eldest brother was 10 years old and you were 7 years old, your mother decided to go back to her family and ask for an elixir for you because of your delay in awakening your martial souls. Who knows, then? It's heaven and man are forever separated. Speaking of this, Chu Zhang's body trembled involuntarily, with deep pain and remorse in his eyes. Chu Yan was listening, and in the sea of knowledge, there was a sudden shock, shaking like a surging river. The members of your mother's family, when your mother first came to the Red Leaf Empire, were caught by the clansmen who had been looking for your mother. After they learned that your mother and I got married, they took your mother directly. I was imprisoned. Later, I learned about this and told your grandfather and uncle. Then, the 3 of us set off together to go to the Red Leaf Empire, and wanted to have a good talk with your mother's family, hoping to get a perfect result. Hey, things are impermanent. What we didn't expect is that your mother's family is an extremely powerful sect. They originally arranged a marriage for your mother, but your mother didn't want to, so they left home. I just met me. Your grandfather told them. After only a few words, they were directly killed by them, and your uncle also died in their hands. If it wasn't for your mother's life, maybe even me. Speaking of this, Chu Zhang's eyes were red, and his hands were clenched. In the end, your mother was taken away by them. For more than 10 years, I have wanted to find your mother all the time, but, in order to take care of you and your elder brother, I can't. A deep sadness filled the room in an instant. Chu Yan's body was trembling violently. He could only think about how much his father's heart hurt at that time, and how he spent every day of the past 10 years. Seeing my beloved being taken away, leaving me. Since then, we are separated by thousands of miles and will never be able to see each other again. And I can't find it myself. With trembling hands, Chu Jiang slowly reached into his arms, took out a pair of jade bracelets, and gently stroked them. This is what your mother left for you and your elder brother, Xie said, when you and your elder brother get married. When Chu Jiang said this, he finally couldn't continue. He couldn't speak. He stretched out his hand to support the edge of the table, his eyes were red with tears. Father. Tell me. Chu Jiang's eyes were like fire, he clenched his teeth tightly, and continued to ask word by word. Tell me the name of that family. Hearing this, Chu Jiang suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, his face changed greatly, and he said eagerly. No. You don't go, you are not their opponent. Roar. Chu Yan couldn't bear it any longer, a violent aura rushed out from his body, and the White Tiger martial spirit and Suzaku martial spirit rushed out together. For a while, in the room, the sound of tiger roaring and phoenix roaring shot straight into the sky. This is 10-star martial spirit and 9-star martial spirit. Chu Jiang looked at the two divine beasts and martial spirits behind Chu Yan, his face changed greatly, and he was stunned. Father, I'm your and mother's child. Anyway, I'm going to. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he withdrew the White Tiger and Suzaku martial spirits, took a deep breath, his face returned to normal, but a pair of icy eyes caused the temperature in the room to drop suddenly. Your mother's family is located in Zhongtian continent, called Shen. Wu. Zong. As Chu Jiang spoke, his eyes were red as blood, his fists were clenched, and he couldn't stop shaking. Shen Wuzong. Zhongtian continent. Okay, I wrote it down. Chu Yan nodded, his chest heaving violently, these words kept echoing in his sea of consciousness. Father, the little white bear is injured, I understand, and return to the sect. After speaking, Chu Yan took a deep breath, turned and walked out of the study. When he was about to leave the room, Chu Yan stopped and turned his back to his father Chu Jiang in the room. After a long silence, he finally spoke up. 2 years. Within 2 years, I will go to Zhongtian continent, father, you wait for me. The words fell, Chu Jiang was shocked, a pair of dim eyes suddenly lit up, looked up, but saw that the black figure had disappeared outside the door. 2 years. Could it be? Really, Xue, have you seen it? The children have really grown up. #C219 Soaring 1 Anger. The next day, the sky was twilight, and the sky was overcast. Standing in the courtyard, Chu Yan carried the comatose little white bear on his back, glanced at his father's study where the candles were still lit, turned around abruptly, and walked out towards the door. All the way to Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan's sea of knowledge is full of the sad expression of his father last night, and the gentle and loving shadow of his childhood. Zhongtian continent. 9 spirits Shantian sect. Shenwu sect. Just wait. After walking in a hurry, after walking for about an hour, Chu Yan returned to Ling Tianzong's small courtyard in Vientiane Valley. Putting the little white bear on the wooden bed, Chu Yan reached out his consciousness again and carefully checked the situation in its body. After a while, Chu Yan, who had withdrawn his consciousness, frowned and his face was gloomy. The little white bear's body is now under the medicinal power of restoration pill, and both internal and external injuries have been healed, but the cracks on the demon crystal still exist, and there is a faint sign of aggravation. The little guy is only at the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm, and he has just broken through. The crystal core is not stable enough, and he was hit by Chen Lai, who was at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm, and the powerful force shook the little white bear's body, causing direct trauma. Its original nucleus. Frowning tightly, Chu Yan thought for a moment, then got up and went out, heading towards Elder Mu's residence. In Ling Tianzong, only Elder Mu and Elder Yun were familiar with him. As the elders of the inner sect, they must know more than themselves, and maybe there is a way to save the little white bear. Half an hour later, Chu Yan left Vientiane Valley, rushed to the elder's residence, and found Elder Mu who was cultivating. After explaining the little white bear's situation to Elder Mu anxiously, Elder Mu's face sank, and his face showed a gloomy look. Elder Mu's reaction made Chu Yan's heart suddenly tense, and his mood became more and more anxious. Afterwards, after Elder Mu asked some details about the little white bear, he shook his head and said, "Chu Yan, whether it is a monster or a spirit beast, it is very different from our human warriors. Even if a warrior is injured by the Sea of Qi, there is a way to cure it, but the crystal core of this monster and spirit beast is." Before Elder Mu could finish speaking, Chu Yan's eyes were red, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Elder Mu, is there no other way? Whether it's any medicinal pills, treasures from heaven or earth, or primeval stones, as long as you say it, I will go and find it." Hearing this, Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed, he pondered for a long time, and finally spoke slowly. "It's not that there is no way. According to the historical records of my Lingtian sect, there are some cases, but this is difficult. What can I do? Please tell Elder Mu, no matter how difficult it is, I will spare no effort." According to the local historical data, it requires a demon crystal of a heaven-level monster, supplemented with a third-grade spirit pattern, and using the power of the spirit pattern to transform the crystal nucleus of the spirit beast, it can not only heal the wound of this crystal nucleus, but also it can greatly improve the cultivation of spirit beasts, but these two things are extremely difficult to find, and the price is too high. Heaven-rank demon core? Third-grade spirit pattern? Chu Yan was shocked, and immediately remembered the heaven-ranked demon crystal obtained in the cave's golden hall, but these 3-grade spirit patterns. Chu Yan, my Lingtian sect, has one of these third-grade spiritual patterns, but this day's crystal core. Maybe the entire Luoyang kingdom doesn't have one, so. What? Ling Tianzong has a third-grade spirit pattern? Chu Yan's eyes widened, and he suddenly glared at Elder Mu, almost roaring and asking. "Yes, although the third-grade spiritual patterns are precious, my Lingtian sect has just 2. As far as I know, 10 days later, the inner sect trial of Lingtian sect will begin. Choose one item, and the third-grade spirit pattern is stored in Lingshou Hall. Inner door trial. First place." At this moment, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and uncontrollable murderous aura surged out. "Many thanks to Elder Mu for teaching me, I will take the first place in this inner sect trial." Finished. Chu Yan bowed his hands in salute, and strode away under the stunned eyes of Elder Mu. Along the way, Chu Yan was extremely excited. Although the third-grade spirit pattern had not yet been obtained, now that he knew how to obtain it, Chu Yan believed that no matter what method, no matter how much he killed, he would definitely get the third-grade spirit pattern. The next step is that as long as he participates in the assessment of the outer sect disciple to ascend to the inner sect, after being promoted to the inner sect, he can participate in the inner sect trial. Excited, Chu Yan rushed all the way towards Lingwu Hall. If the outer disciple of Lingtian sect wants to be promoted to the inner disciple, he must go to Lingwu Hall to participate in the assessment. Therefore, Chu Yan left Elder Mu's residence and walked all the way to Lingwu Hall. After walking for half an hour, the magnificent and majestic Lingwu Hall appeared in his eyes. Chu Yan's face was overjoyed, and his feet were even faster by 3 points. "Chu Yan." But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, causing Chu Yan to stagnate and turn his head to look. Outside Lingwu Hall, a figure was rushing towards him. It was Su Xing. His face was anxious, and his speed was extremely fast. When Su Xing walked in front of Chu Yan, his forehead was sweaty and his face was solemn. Chu Yan, something happened, There are many people here, you come with me. After finishing speaking, Su Xing took Chu Yan to the small courtyard where Chu Yan was located. Along the way, Chu Yan asked several times, but Su Xing saw that there were disciples passing by constantly on the road, so he just shook his head without saying a word, just kept on speed up your way. The original half-hour journey took only half an hour for the two of them to return to the small courtyard where Chu Yan was. After the two entered Chu Yan's room, after Su Xing closed the door, he finally said with a livid face. Chu Yan, your house, something happened. When Chu Yan's body suddenly shook, his heart suddenly tightened, the light in his eyes kept flashing, and he said solemnly. What's up? This morning, after you left home, the Chen family and the Yan family of the four major families suddenly broke into your house and fought violently. According to what my spies saw, your elder brother seems to. Like what? Chu Yan's body trembled slightly, his voice was cold without a trace of temperature, and the infuriating energy in his body surged out, lingering constantly around him. Hey, Chu Yan, don't get excited, the strength of the four major families is very terrifying, even our royal family is afraid of them, you must not be impulsive. Say. A blood mist rose in Chu Yan's eyes, and there were faint golden threads flickering. Your eldest brother's limbs were broken and his anger was broken. Your father, Chu Jiang, was taken away by, they. As soon as Su Xing finished speaking, Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, and a fierce aura surged up. With Chu Yan as the center, countless air currents scattered and flashed past, and the tables, chairs, and furniture in the room turned into countless pieces at the same time. Fragments fall to the ground. Chen Lai. Yan Tong. You are courting death. Chu Yan's eyes were red, and he roared up to the sky. #C220 Kill the door. After sending Su Xing away, Chu Yan suppressed the anger in his heart and gasped heavily. After half a year of martial arts cultivation, Chu Yan's cultivation base has grown rapidly, and at the same time, his Xinqing has also continued to grow. At this time, although Chu Yan was furious, he did not lose his calm. As Su Xing said, the four major families are not ordinary small families. In Luoyang Kingdom, they are like giants. Moreover, after fighting against Chen Lai and Yan Tong in the Golden Palace of Karst Cave, Chu Yan knew clearly that they were very strong, so. Your own strength is not enough. Immediately, a light flashed in Chu Yan's eyes, he suddenly reached out and flipped, a Ling Tiangua, and 3 bottles of blood appeared. With a big mouth, Chu Yan swallowed it all down, turned over and landed on the bed, closing his eyes, and the Rakshasa infuriating energy in his body quickly revolved. Immediately afterwards, Ling Tiangua and blood quickly melted away in Chu Yan's body, merging into Chu Yan's limbs. In addition, most of the true qi transformed by the medicinal power rushed all the way to the Sea of Qi at the Dantian location. The 4 cyclones were flying around, frantically swallowing up the infuriating qi that was surging like a tide. Chu Yan controlled his consciousness, covered his air, and stared at the 4 cyclones. He is waiting. Waiting for the moment when the 4 cyclones absorb enough true qi, at that time, he will break through the cultivation base in one fell swoop and step into the innate realm. The true energy surged, the cyclone swallowed the sea. Gradually, behind Chu Yan, the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit slowly appeared, shooting a white light and a golden flame, respectively, covering Chu Yan. After 100 breaths, the 4 cyclones finally stopped growing, and the speed of rotation slowly decreased. It's now. A flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and above his head, the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit simultaneously emitted the sound of roaring tigers and phoenixes. Suddenly, the Vientiane Valley aura of clouds, which had long been pulled over by the 2 divine beasts, suddenly poured down. Above Chu Yan's courtyard, a waterfall of spiritual energy was formed, which was poured into the body of the two divine beasts. Then flocked to Chu Yan's body. For a while, the crazy infusion of a large amount of spiritual power caused Chu Yan's body to suddenly grow up rapidly. The speed at which the two divine beasts devoured the spiritual power of heaven and earth to transform infuriating energy greatly exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. Moreover, the 4 cyclones in the Sea of Qi were already saturated, and the speed of operation was significantly slowed down. Therefore, the infuriating energy like a surging river poured into Chu Yan's body, even if the 4 cyclones in the Sea of Qi were still swallowing a small amount, but in terms of time, it was simply too late. In just 5 breaths, Chu Yan felt pain all over his body, the Sea of Qi swelled violently, and there was the possibility of violent body at any time. Chu Yan's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his face was distorted, all of which were caused by his eagerness to break through his cultivation. In an instant, Chu Yan fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Rakshasa true body. At the critical moment, Chu Yan shouted loudly, and the Wu Ji Rakshasa judgment unfolded in an instant. A black airflow emerged on Chu Yan's skin, his eyes were blood red, and golden pupils flashed. This is exactly the imprint of Chu Yan's true Rakshasa. Immediately, more than twice the strength of the came out, and the Rakshasa true body quickly consumed the excess true Qi in Chu Yan's body, just creating a balance, which made Chu Yan breathe a sigh of relief. With a restrained consciousness, Chu Yan stared at the 4 cyclones that were slowly expanding in the Sea of Qi, surrounded by countless black Rakshasa infuriating Qi. Gradually, these Rakshasa true Qi began to boil slowly, like a collective riot, shaking violently with the 4 cyclones. Boom! The sound like the sky and the earth cracking exploded in Chu Yan's body, and the half-step Xiantian realm's cultivation base bottle gene, driven by such a violent infuriating Qi, finally loosened up. Boom! The 4 cyclones that swelled to the extreme suddenly collided, making a roar, and swelled rapidly again, doubling their size in an instant. Breakthrough. Innate realm first layer early stage. At this moment, Chu Yan finally broke through the supreme bottleneck of the Qi refining realm, breaking through to the innate realm in one fell swoop. Rakshasa real body, accept it. After the breakthrough, without any hesitation, Chu Yan put away the real body of the Rakshasa in an instant, and began to quickly refine the source of true Qi that the 2 divine beasts continued to pour into, and constantly devoured it into the true Qi of the Rakshasa. After a while, when the cultivation base approached the middle stage of the first level of the innate realm, Chu Yan slowly stopped cultivating. Tai Chi decides. Chu Yan gave a light drink, and the Rakshasa Wu Ji Ju was withdrawn in an instant, and the secret skill Tai Ju quickly ran out. It is said that before the heaven and the earth were divided, the vitality was mixed into one, that is, the One. Tai divides the sun and the moon, and the sun and the moon give birth to the stars. With the secret method of true Qi, the world is divided into all phenomena. Those who have reached the 5th level of the Qi refining realm can practice this decision and divide the source of their true Qi into 1 part 2, 2 parts 4, 4 parts 8, 8th 10,000. That's right, Chu Yan is trying to break through the 4.8-point realm of Tai Ju at the same time by taking advantage of the remaining strength of breaking through the Xiantian realm. Close your mind, sink your mind, turn your mind around. Boom. 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 After the 100 breaths, Chu Yan's body heard a full 8 bangs again. The next moment, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised a cruel arc. In the twinkling eyes, blood shone. Yan family, Highgate Courtyard, Zhumen Golden Wall. The Yan family, which occupies the entire southwest corner of the Luoyang King city, has existed since before the Luoyang Kingdom. After thousands of years of accumulation, it has now developed into a powerful force integrating politics, business, martial arts, and ancestry. Together with the Lin family, the Chen family, and the Wang family, they are also known as the four major families in Luoyang, which have been inherited for thousands of years. At this time, in the Yan family's reception hall, the high shed was full. The owner of the house, Yan Cheng, was sitting first, but his left hand was the first, but an old man with blue eyes and blue eyes. That's right. This person is the head of the Chen family, who are also the four major families, Chen Hui. Behind him sat a young man in his 30s, with slender limbs and a gloomy face. It was the son of Lai, known as one of the four sons of Luoyang, Chen Lai. Opposite him, a young man with a gigantic back, sitting on a horse with a golden sword, his face full of arrogance, but it is young master Hu, Yan Tong. At this time, the Chen family members and the Yan family members sat in line. All eyes were on a thin-faced middle-aged man standing in the middle of the living room. His face was full of indignation. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. Chu Jiang, you'd better tell the source of your Chu family's high-quality medicinal pills. Maybe, we can also consider whether to spare your life. Above the high position, Yan Qing said solemnly, looking at the middle-aged man with contempt and arrogance in his eyes. Why should I tell you the source of my Chu family's elixir? On the contrary, I would like to ask, you broke into my Chu family, beat and arrested people, and robbed my Chu family's elixir shop. You are bandits. Chu Zhang's face was indifferent, his figure was high, and he was completely unafraid of Yan Cheng's threat. Bold. A small family like ants dares to blaspheme my four major families, courting death. Chen Hui, who was sitting in the guest host seat, his face sank, and he glared at Chu Jiang and shouted loudly. As soon as the head of the Chen family said this, the Chen Yan family, dozens of clansmen, all nodded in agreement, looking at Chu Jiang with abusive and disdainful expressions. Hearing this, Chu Jiang sneered, and said, "What a great family of four, what a great prestige, and the shameless actions that he has done." He is not allowed to speak, but, you can control me, but can you control the world? Could it be, you want to rebel and become king? The atmosphere in the audience suddenly tightened. #C221 shocked appearance. Everyone in the Chen Yan family was stunned and looked at Chu Jiang with trembling eyes. No matter how powerful the four major families are, even if they have the courage, they will never dare to rebel. Chu Jiang said this, and they suddenly felt a shudder in their hearts, and their whole body was full of excitement. Chu Jiang, don't be stubborn. You must know that it was your son, Chu Yan, who wounded the children of my Chen family and Yan family first. So, of course, your Chu family has to give an explanation. What does this have to do with the rebellion? Yan Cheng's face was as black as ink, his hands trembled slightly, and he was obviously very angry. Explain? You asked Chu Yan to bring treasures to replace the hostages, and at the same time you are here to ask me the source of the Chu family's medicinal pills. I don't think what you want is an explanation. What you want is to show the world a black blood wolf. Heart. Bold. Court death. Kill him. As soon as Chu Jiang said these words, he was shocked and instantly set the entire living room on fire. In the living room, many people stood up and stared at Chu Jiang with flushed faces, as if they were about to bite him. Facing dozens of bloodthirsty gazes in the hall as large as the hall, Chu Jiang stood proudly, lightly flinging his long sleeves, unmoved. The strong wind knows the bamboo, the blizzard is proud of the spring plum. At the gate of the Yan family, the sword-carrying young man stopped at the gate. This person, dressed in a black robe, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, exuded a sharp and bloody aura. Standing in front of the red copper gate on the red wall of the Zhumen gate, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, rushing straight to Yun Xiao. From a distance, it looks like a world-defying sword, standing in front of a huge and ferocious beast. Small, but tough and fierce. Bold, this is the Yan family of the four major families, leave quickly. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. In front of the gate, the Yan family guard, pressing his waist with his knife, stared at the young man with a very domineering tone. The Yan family of the four great families. Humph. It's you who I'm looking for. Next moment. On the black-robed youth, the breath slowly rises. Infuriating, clenched fist, slowly raised. The Yan family will be in the living room. At this point, a dead silence was restored. Enough. Chen Hui, the head of the Chen family, stood up to stop everyone from angering, and looked at Chu Jiang with gloomy eyes. Today, what you say is useless. Chu Yan injured my Chen Yan family's children, and he has repeatedly said and done things that despised the prestige of my four great families, so today, your father and son must. Boom. Chen Hui's last word, before he could say it, suddenly exploded with a bang. Along with the bang, the entire Yan mansion trembled, and everyone only felt the ground under their feet, the tables and chairs beside them, all shaking violently. At the same time, at the entrance of Yan's house, the red copper gate burst open in an instant, blown into pieces all over the sky. In the flying sawdust, broken copper and dust mist, a figure gradually appeared. There was endless anger on his face. This person is Chu Yan. The sudden explosion made everyone in the Yan family's living room sluggish. In an instant, dozens of divine senses swept towards the Yan family gate like a tidal wave. Sweeping towards the figure standing proudly in the gust of wind. Chu Yan. Yan Cheng and Chen Hui looked at each other and were stunned. Not only the two of them, but in the hall, the Chen Yan family, all the clansmen, were all stunned. They couldn't believe it when they were beaten to death. The one who opened the door of Yan's house turned out to be that humble and ant-like Chu Yan. The next moment, above the Yanfu sky, which covers an area of 10,000 mu, a bronze-colored brilliance rose into the sky. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, at a height of thousands of meters, it suddenly spread out, turned into a huge spiritual shield, and quickly fell. The family defense formation is activated. Damn, go. Go and see. In the living room, dozens of people rushed towards the gate, and several guards escorted Chu Jiang to the end, rushing all the way. Outside the gate, through a light curtain, Chu Yan swept coldly, looking at the crowd in front of him. You want this? Slowly reaching into his arms, he took out a spiritual stone jade bottle and slowly opened it, the mouth of the bottle facing the crowd. An extremely powerful breath surged out, sweeping towards the nearly 100 people in the door. The terrifying aura of the heavenly rank monster beast slammed into the crowd. Except for a few dozen people, the rest of the crowd suddenly turned their backs. Including Chen Lai and Yan Tong, all their bodies were shocked, and their faces were instantly pale. Hand over it. Let you die. Yan Qing stared at the jade bottle in Chu Yan's hand, his eyes were full of greed, and his face was blue as he shouted. Pay? Why? Chu Yan sneered and took the jade bottle into his arms, his face cold. Xiaoyan, you, go, take your brother and escape from the Luoyang royal city, ignore me. Chu Jiang was escorted by guards. When he first arrived in front of the door, he saw Chu Yan for the first time, but shouted loudly. Before Chu Yan could answer, a cold voice rang out. Chu Yan, you are so courageous. Not only did you steal the treasures that Chen Lai and I obtained, but now, you dare to destroy the gate of my Yan family, you are courting death. Yan Tong was like a dog whose butt was kicked, and his twisted face was full of madness and hideousness. Originally injured and returned to the family, the prestige of the first genius of his family was seriously damaged. Now, he has been beaten by his opponent. As one of the 4 sons who are famous in the king's city, his face has been ruined by Chu Yan, kicked the smash. Over the years, I have only hit other people's houses and kicked other people's doors, and I have been counterattacked by others. Chu Yan didn't even look at Yan Tong, who was plummeting like thunder. Instead, he glanced at Chen Hui and Yan Qing, and asked every last word. Do you want this heavenly rank demon crystal? While speaking, a fierce aura rushed out of Chu Yan's body, making everyone stunned. Yes, as long as you hand over this demon crystal, everything is negotiable. Yan Qing, the head of the Yan family, nodded casually, his expression changed slightly. Chu Yan, if you don't hand over the demon crystal, you will die. If you hand in the demon crystal, you will be left with a corpse. Yan Tong stepped forward, walked to the patriarch, and shouted at Chu Yan, but suddenly found that Chu Yan turned to look at Chen Hui, the patriarch of the Chen family, and asked. You are the head of the Chen family, do you want this demon crystal too? You. After being ignored by Chu Yan again, Yan Tong raised his finger and pointed at Chu Yan's finger. Into ashes. Humph. Chu Yan, don't try to provoke the relationship between my Chen Yan family. After killing you, my family will negotiate the ownership of this demon crystal. Chen Hui snorted coldly, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Chu Yan with disdain. Provocation? No, I'm not as insidious as you, I just want to tell you a better way. Chu Yan sneered, glanced at Yan Qing, and said lightly. Any solution? Any solution? The two words, almost in unison, blurted out from the mouths of the two patriarchs, Chen Hui and Yan Qing. At the same time, their faces immediately became tense, and their eyes flashed. I bet with this demon crystal, I, Chu Yan, challenge Yan Tong and Chen Lai. Chu Yan pointed his finger at the two first geniuses of the four major families in Luoyang Wanqing, Chen Lai and Yan Tong, who were named Young Master Lai and Young Master Hu. Everyone froze. Almost at the same time, a thought arises in their minds. Could this Chu Yan really come to die? Knowing that you have offended the four major families, why don't you just be arrogant before you die? There was silence. After that, a loud laugh full of ridicule sounded, and the source of the sound was Yan Tong, the son of Hu Gongzi. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, you are really courting death, have you forgotten about being beaten in the cave underground palace? Yan Tong not only showed ecstasy on his face, but even in his heart, he was ecstatic. #C222 One Punch Defeat Shuangjia. In front of many elders and deacons of the Chen Yan family, as long as he kills Chu Yan faster than Chen Lai, it will be a big show, and it is a perfect opportunity to overpower Chen Lai in terms of reputation. Different from Yan Tong's arrogance, Chen Lai sneered, looking at Chu Yan with disdain and contempt in his eyes. In his opinion, in the underground palace of the cave, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the child, Chu Yan would have long since become a corpse. Chu Yan, it seems that you still don't understand, you are just a stronger ant, and you are so arrogant in front of me. Chen Lai's words made everyone sneer at the same time, looking at Chu Yan with a playful expression on their faces. Don't talk nonsense, I'll ask you, dare. Chu Yan shook his head, sneered, and asked directly. Joke. Why don't you dare to kill you, Chu Yan, who is as small as an ant? Chu Yan, you can take your life without 3 moves. Yan Tong and Chen Lai rushed towards the door after being signaled by their respective owners. After the two passed through the light curtain of the family defense formation, the momentum on their bodies was instantly released, and they suddenly attacked Chu Yan with one punch and one palm. Chen Lai and Yan Tong naturally understood the meaning of the patriarch. Whoever could kill Chu Yan first would naturally take advantage of the family they belonged to when they distributed the heavenly demon crystals afterwards. Therefore, the fists and palms of the two are naturally unreserved, and they have done their best. Chu Yan stood up and saw Chen Lai and Yan Tong's fists and palms roaring towards him, like a galloping river, with a great momentum. Chen Lai's palm print, as cold as ice, was shot with one palm, and the temperature around him plummeted. Yan Tong's fist strength is as violent as fire, and the fist wind is scorching hot, burning the sky and the earth like a heat wave. Hundreds of people from the Chen family saw this. They all looked bright, smiled, and nodded, showing awe and arrogance to the talented children who represented the two families. The next moment, Chu Yan moved, raised both fists lightly, and after a little bit of energy, they suddenly blasted out in unison to meet the fists attacking at the same time. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions exploded. Chen Lai and Yan Tong's bodies turned back at the same time, fell back to their original place, and immediately looked at Chu Yan, who was sneering with his fists closed. In the four eyes, all were shocked. This is impossible. The two looked at each other, frowning slightly, and at the same time showing doubts. Chu Yan, have you broken through? Chen Lai glanced at Chu Yan, looked up and down, and asked with a cold face. That's right, the innate realm is the first layer of heaven. Chu Yan said. Sure enough. Humph. It seems that we have to be more serious. Chen Lai looked at Yan Tong, slowly drew the knife in his hand, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Joke, Xiantian Realm 1 is a piece of shit, take my shot. After Yan Tong finished speaking, a thick silver-long spear flashed out of his hand. Above the spear body, two golden streamers continued to flow, and the gun gas was pressing. This long spear was the treasure that Yan Tong asked for from the family by taking advantage of the chance that the Ling Bao was cut off by Chu Yan. True martial spirit treasure, Shuanglong Suatian spear. At this moment, the long spear in Yan Tong's hand turned into a silvery meteor and streaked across the sky, leaping dozens of steps in an instant, and stabbing Chu Yan. A little silver snow-cold light bloomed in front of the eyes, quickly enlarged, dazzling like a flying star breaking through the moon, throwing sharp edges, unparalleled domineering. In the air, a silver trail crossed, shocking all four. At that point, the cold light broke through the air, and at the moment when it was less than 10 steps away from Chu Yan, there was a sudden shock, and a spear turned into 110. Nearly 100 silver streamers were like 100 silver meteors, which converged into a silver meteor shower, covering Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and 10 steps away, he could feel the amazing power contained in the spear's light. Die! 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 This shot has exhausted 90% of Yan Tong's strength, and his whole body is full of infuriating energy. Bright sword. Chu Yan stepped out with his right foot, and his sword was rushing like a torrent, like 1,000 rivers returning to the sea. The sword light was dazzling, and the sword whistled through the ears. In an instant, a sword beam slashed through the void, flickering between light and dark, invincible, all the way through the gun shadow meteor shower, and hit Yan Tong's chest. Yan Tong's complexion suddenly changed. Chu Yan's sword was completely beyond his expectations. In a flash, he drew his spear with both hands, turning over like a dragon. His body suddenly spun in the air, and with a single blow, the big spear swept through the thousands of troops, bringing out a terrifying wind of spear. Silver Dragon explodes in all directions. With a low shout, the big spear in Yan Tong's hand suddenly burst into a splendid brilliance. The brilliance rushed to the tip of the spear, exhaled a terrifying sharp breath, and exploded in an instant, like a half-toothed crescent moon, swept towards Chu Yan. At the same time, when Yan Tong swept out a shocking shot, Chen Lai, who had been waiting for an opportunity beside him, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and suddenly drew his knife and shot. 3,000 mad waves. Chen Lai's aura of the 4th level of the innate realm exploded as if it were about to boil, and the machete in his hand turned into a red light to tear through the void, and slashed towards Chu Yan from the side. The tyrannical saber chi was like a mad beast, with a trace of crimson true chi, stirring in all directions. This knife, the man and the knife are one. The knife is vertical and horizontal. Just when everyone couldn't help but exclaimed for this shocking knife, a vision suddenly appeared. A sword light appeared, breaking the sky. 2 sword lights appeared. Thunder. The sword is like a giant sword. It is almost reaching its limit, as if it has just been lit. It has already disappeared. Chu Yan was surrounded by countless tornadoes of sword intent, whistling and whistling. On the clear sky, sword in his hand, one white and one dark, two auras suddenly lit up. The body of the sword trembled slightly, and the sound of the sword was like a dragon, traveling for 9 days, and the sky in the sky. Bump. Bump. The sword glow hits the sword glow, shattered. Chen-Lai flew out, and was blasted 100 paces like a piece of rags, fell to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jianmeng cut through the spear, shattered. Yan Tong flew out upside down, hitting a stone on the courtyard wall, bounced off the ground, and even sprayed blood. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yan's sword had already retracted its scabbard, and looked at Chen-Lai and Yan Tong with disdain. The faces of the two were as pale as paper, and their eyes were full of horror. Horrible. Terrible. The last time they fought against Chu Yan, either of the two could still be on an equal footing with Chu Yan, but now, in less than 2 days, the sword in Chu Yan's hand has completely changed. The two sword beams just now, fast, incomparably fast. The two of them didn't even see clearly, but they were bombarded, and up to now, they don't know how they lost. A feeling of powerlessness arose in their hearts, making them very clear that if that sword flashed in front of them again, the result would still be the same. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Chen-Lai, who was the first to react, struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes trembled, his whole body trembled, and he asked in horror. You don't deserve to know. Chu Yan swept towards Chen-Lai, his eyes full of contempt, and said coldly. No. How could I lose? He is just an ordinary person like an ant, and I, a genius, one of the 4 sons of the famous king city. How could I lose? Kill you. Yan Tong got up from the ground, his eyes were bloodshot, his face was purplish red, his blue veins burst out, and he stared at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of madness and violence. Ah! Duotian stick. Puff. In the next breath, Yan Tong used his injured body to fortify his infuriating energy. As a result, he swung a stick in half, opened his mouth, and spewed a large mouth of blood mist, and fainted directly. Ah! Come on, hurry up, save him. Seeing the scene of Yan Tong's fall, the owner of the house, Yan Cheng's face changed greatly. He turned around and shouted to the people behind him. At the same time, Chen Hui, who was beside Yan Cheng, also waved his hand with a livid face. Then, several people rushed out and brought the fainted Yan Tong and the injured Chen-Lai back to the hospital. Chu Yan quietly watched these people rescue the two of them, clenching his teeth, his sword-wielding hands trembling, his eyes filled with murderous aura. However, even if he wanted to kill these two people again, he couldn't do it at all. Because their father, Chu Jiang, is still in their hands. #C223 Boy Blood. Slowly turning around, looking behind the courtyard gate, hundreds of black-bottomed faces gently opened their mouths. Since you are defeated, let my father out. When the voice fell, Chu Yan waved a sword. Boom! The fierce sword light slammed on the defensive formation of the Yan family, and the light curtain flashed, bursting with a burst of fire, but it could not penetrate at all. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, who told you that if you lose, you will hand over Chu Jiang, Your father is in our hands, and you should be handed over. Yan Qing had a gloomy smile on his face, looked at Chu Yan outside the light curtain with a playful expression, and said with a proud face. Hand over your heavenly rank demon core, as well as the source of your Chu family's medicinal pills, and then abandon your cultivation base. I can consider letting go of your father, otherwise. Clang! A sharp long knife was held in Yan Cheng's hand, and the blade pointed directly at Chu Jiang's chest. Yan Cheng! You dare! If my father dies, you must be buried with the entire family. A violent black airflow rushed out from Chu Yan's body. In an instant, Chu Yan's body rapidly expanded, his skin color changed from white to black, his eyes were blood red, and his golden pupils flickered, shooting out two blood-red lights, staring straight at Yanqing. What is this? Seeing Chu Yan's real body of Rakshasa at a glance, Yanqing only felt a shudder in his heart, a coldness emerged from his back, his whole body was icy cold, and the sweat all over his body exploded instantly. The next moment, a strong breath rose from Yanqing's body, and his expression instantly returned to normal, but when he looked at Chu Yan again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Again, Chu Yan, immediately hand over the source of the demon crystal and the medicinal pill, and destroy your cultivation, otherwise. I will do it. Yanqing's whole body was full of true energy, staring at Chu Yan, his face gradually turned hideous. At this moment, Chu Jiang, who was under the sword of Yanqing, smiled lightly, looked at Chu Yan with affection in his eyes, smiled lightly, and murmured. Xiaoyan, I didn't expect, you were already so strong. Xiaoyan, I believe it now. I believe what you said to me. You can definitely do it, remember, when the time comes, tell your mother for me. Just say. I'm sorry. Xiaoyan, silly child, I really want to see you take her back, I really want to see you and your elder brother get married, I really want to. Chu Zhong's words were very soft. At this moment, everything in his world seemed to have disappeared. Only Chu Yan. Only those pictures in my head. In the next breath, Chu Jiang slowly raised his hand, and a faint infuriating qi poured out of him. He raised one palm high, and suddenly fell towards his heavenly spirit cover. This palm. Fast, soon, slow, and very slow. Everyone was stunned, completely frozen for a while. No. I killed you guys. Boom. A roar roared out from Chu Yan's mouth, like thunder rolling in the sky, and then, in the sky in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the golden spiritual pattern instantly lit up, and the tower that originally shrouded it emitted thousands of black lights. Dye the entire sea of consciousness into a dark black. Immediately afterwards, on the plaque on the first floor of the pagoda, 6 blood-red characters Wuji Rakshasa Refinement Domain emitted bursts of blood light. The red light hit the tower door, without the slightest obstruction, the door slammed open. Behind the gate, a mass of blood mist surged out like a flood, and in an instant, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, black clouds churned, gloomy wind bursts, and in the endless black mist, all kinds of een and ghost whistles, rolling like a tide. Kill. 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 Hum. Buzz. A tall and terrifying black shadow stepped out from the pagoda. With every step, it shouted loudly, causing Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world to shake suddenly. After the third step, the entire shadow turned into a mass of black light, which broke through the world of consciousness, emerged through the body, and slowly appeared behind Chu Yan. This is a phantom of a Rakshasa holding a golden fork, exuding a monstrous aura. Yin and Yang Jiuhai, Rakshasa promise heaven. In the next breath, Rakshasa phantom waved its 4 arms in unison, and countless black clouds rolled out, filling Chu Yan's body within 10 steps. In the endless illusory black cloud, the phantom of Rakshasa looked at Chu Yan and grinned several times, and 2 blood lights shot out from his eyes, covering Chu Yan. In an instant, these 2 blood lights firmly connected the void Rakshasa with Chu Yan. At this moment, the expression on Chu Yan's face changed drastically, and it turned out to be exactly the same as void Rakshasa, like a weak 4-armed Rakshasa. Break. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan raised one hand vacantly, and at the same time, behind him, the phantom of the mountain-like Rakshasa raised the golden fork in his hand. The promised Rakshasa domain. Broken. With Chu Yan and Rakshasa phantom drinking lightly at the same time, the golden fork in the sky released thousands of golden lights, and instantly, pierced through the layers of black clouds, and moved towards 100 steps away, the Yan family's family defense formation shoot away. Mutation and sudden change, ever-changing. All the people were blinded when the Rakshasa phantom rushed out of Chu Yan's body. Even Chu Jiang, who was waving his palms, was suddenly stunned, staring at all this. At this time, in the inner courtyard of the Yan family, in the pupils of everyone, everything was still, only the golden fork above the sky and the mighty golden light it shot out, like a demon slaughtering the world. The golden streamer is fleeting. Like lightning, it was born from one point, and it continued to expand and grow. Finally, when it landed on the light curtain of the defense formation, the entire golden electricity was half the size of the light curtain of tens of thousands of acres. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt breaking a mountain, and it was like a god slaughtering a city, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The golden flames and the light of the colorful array turned into two beams of light, rising into the sky, and colliding over the entire Luoyang royal city. The entire Yanfu is shaking. The entire Luoyang royal city is shaking. Even the Tianfeng mountains trembled slightly. Thousands of miles of clouds, thousands of miles of roaring. For a time, in various places in Luoyang King City, countless Taoist figures rose into the sky, floating in the void, all of them staring in the same direction with solemn expressions. At this moment, the gate of the palace of Luoyang royal city suddenly opened, and a group of golden armored cavalry roared out, galloping in that direction, passing along the road, bringing the sky full of dust. On a street near the Yan mansion, a group of figures in gray robes, also led by a young man, rushed in that direction, and the leading young man's face was full of anxiety. Yan mansion, in ruins. In the dust that covers the sky, it is still visible. At this time, the tall courtyard wall on the front had been smashed into a large section of a full 100 zhang, and more than a dozen small buildings next to the courtyard wall collapsed. In the huge front yard, hundreds of people are like petrification, and their bodies are stiff. Everyone's faces are paler than each other. Some family guards and children even have green faces, and their whole bodies are shaking like chaff. These black-robed youths stared blankly in the distance, their eyes trembling, full of horror, as if they were looking at a demon. Chu Yan was surrounded by black clouds, and he was indifferent. At this time, a tall figure stood beside him. Although this person is also full of shock, but his face is floating and his face is happy. Standing beside Chu Yan, it is Chu Jiang. At the moment when the defense formation of the Yan family was destroyed, Chu Yan turned into a lightning bolt through the Wuji Rakshasa domain, and robbed Chu Jiang back from the dumbfounded Yan Qing. Time passed slowly, and the gray fog in the sky slowly dissipated. Yan Qing and Chen Hui finally recovered from their sluggishness, their faces and eyes quickly turned red. Red and purple, it seems that the next breath, there will be blood dripping. Bastard. I want you, die. #C224 Sensational King City. The next moment, Yan family's patriarch, Yan Qing, was furious, turned into a red light, and rushed towards Chu Yan. Immediately, a wave of Peng Bai's palm power, wrapped in monstrous power, approached Chu Yan in an instant. Die. Yan Qing's palm was extremely fast, and Chu Yan didn't have time to react. With the sudden change in his face, he could only push Chu Jiang aside and raise his sword to block. Boom! The surging palm bombarded the clear sky sword, and was blocked by a flash of black light on the sword body. After that, it slammed heavily on Chu Yan's chest. Chu Yan's whole body shook violently, and he only felt an unstoppable force from the heavens, as if he had been collided by mountains. Puff! A mouthful of blood mist spewed out, and Chu Yan's body was instantly knocked into the air, flying 100 paces away, hitting a wall, and then smashing to the ground. True martial realm. Chu Yan's face was full of shock. If the clear sky sword in his hand hadn't blocked it, this blow would have been enough to damage him on the spot. Hao Tianguo is extraordinary. Huh? Not dead? Humph. Get another slap from me. Yan Qing let out a light snort, and immediately, his eyes were full of killing intent, and he slapped his palm again. A huge palm print, mighty, crushed the void, and pressed down from the sky toward Chu Yan. It's over. Seeing the palm print coming, Chu Yan's heart tightened, looking at the terrifying palm force falling from the sky, which was obviously 3 points more terrifying than the palm just now, and he couldn't compete at all. Swish! At this moment, a thin gray figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan. Drink! The gray-robed old man, without speaking, his face was sinking like water, he snorted coldly, and threw a punch. The fist is like a mountain, smashing the sky, and the void is completely destroyed. Suddenly, Yan Cheng's palm prints are completely shattered. Dishuan Pavilion. Yan Cheng's face was startled. Looking at the gray-robed old man, his face was full of doubts. At the same time, not far away, a group of gray-robed figures approached quickly, and the young man at the head was Xinjie. Patriarch Yan, you can't kill this person. Xinjie glanced at Chu Yan, who was not far away, and when he saw that Chu Yan was fine, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he turned to look at Yanqing again, his brows were lightly wrinkled, and he said solemnly, Master Shen? This son hurts my clan, destroys my clan's house, and doesn't kill him. What does my Yan family look like, known as the 4 major families? No, I will kill this person. Yanqing looked at Xinjie, his face changed slightly, and said, Humph. I, Xinjie, representing Dishuan Pavilion, announced that this person is protected by my Dishuan Pavilion, and anyone who dares to touch him is an enemy of my Dishuan Pavilion. As soon as the words landed, Yan Cheng's face changed greatly, he glared at Xinjie, his face full of disbelief. At the same time, more than a dozen people in gray robes jumped and landed around Chu Yan and his son, firmly protecting them in the middle. At this time, Chen Hui was also shocked, and walked to Yan Cheng's side, a pair of cold and surprised eyes, staring back and forth between Xinjie and Chu Yan. Yanqing looked at Xinjie's solemn expression, his heart tightened, and his eyes flickered. Dishuan Pavilion. It is said that even the Red Leaf Empire's daily military spending comes from this Chamber of Commerce. Its branches are spread across hundreds of kingdoms under the Red Leaf Empire, and it almost monopolizes the high-end commercial market of all the kingdoms. Not only that, according to rumors, above the Dishuan Pavilion, there is a larger and more powerful organization, even 10 million times stronger than the Dishuan Pavilion. The owner of this organization is the surname Shen. Just as Yanqing and Chen Hui were hesitating, in the distance, there was a sudden roar of horses and people, and a team of gold-armored and silver generals, holding the banner of the royal family, rushed over like a gust of wind. The first one, with golden armor all over, holding a golden spear, jumped 1,000 paces away, turned into a golden light, and landed in front of Yanqing and Chen Hui. Xian. Luoyang Wangling. Today, no matter who, no matter what the reason, Baron Chu Yan must not be harmed. Those who violate the order, exterminate the family. After General Jinjia finished speaking, he waved his hand, and behind him, thousands of silver-armored soldiers quickly lined up in 2 rows, with the golden spear in front, and a battle formation. Thousands of guns, cold light shining. Swimming the Dragon King flag, hunting in the wind. At this moment, the Yanqing family members are all stupid. A Dishuan Pavilion is terrifying enough, and now even the king of Luoyang has issued Wang Ling. How? Yanqing and Chen Hui, their faces ashen, their 2 old faces turned into pig livers, looked at Xinjie and Yulong Wenqi in front of them. Their hearts were beating wildly, and the corners of their eyes twitched violently. Even if they were given 100,000 courage, they would not dare to do anything to Chu Yan again. The 2 forces in front of them, whether it is the Dishuan Pavilion or the king, can easily crush the 2 of them into powder, just like an ant with a single finger. Yes, 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 please report back to the king. The Yan family and the Chen family will obey the king's order and will never hurt Chu Yan again. The next moment, Yanqing and Chen Hui, the two patriarchs of the four major families, moved the corners of their mouths, finally grinned, and cupped their hands again and again. Master Shen, since the Dixuan pavilion has spoken, I am strict with the Chen family, so naturally I have nothing to say, but it is up to Master Shen. The two turned to Shen Xingjia with smiles all over their faces, and nodded again and again. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Chu Yan walked towards this side from a distance, and stood in front of Yanqing and Chen Hui with a pair of cold eyes, bright and bright. Chu Yan, it's up to the king and young Master Shen to settle the grievances between the two of us. What do you think? After Yanqing finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Hui, and when he saw the other side nod, he looked at Chu Yan proudly, waiting for his reply. In his opinion, Chu Yan was lucky and accidentally disturbed the strengths of the two sides, so he was able to save his life. Therefore, now that he took the initiative to propose a settlement, of course, Chu Yan would be grateful and agree. Looking at Yanqing and Chen Hui's expressions like a gift, Chu Yan's mouth was slightly hooked, and he nodded, saying, "If that's the case, then." Everyone's expressions gradually relaxed, waiting for the two sides to reconcile, completely dissipating this situation. All of a sudden, a mutation is born. Snapped. Snapped. Chu Yan didn't say half of what he said, and when no one could react, he suddenly waved his hands and slapped Yanqing and Chen Hui in the face. Immediately, two blood-red palm prints suddenly appeared on their wrinkled faces, bright red like blood. Hiss. 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 In the next breath, Yanqing and Chen Hui's faces quickly swelled up, like two huge steamed buns. These two slaps, Chu Yan did not use a trace of true qi, but completely used the power of, so the slap slapped the two of them in the face, and it was particularly loud. Yanqing and Chen Hui, the two patriarchs, raised their hands to block and hung in the air, not falling. Just a smidge. Although they raised their hands to block the first time they reacted, the distance between the three was only half a step away, which was too close. The most important thing is that the two of them were satisfied that Chu Yan had already agreed, and their minds were completely relaxed. They did not expect Chu Yan to suddenly make this move when they killed him. The flames in Yan's eyes could almost burn Chu Yan to ashes. You are courting death. Yanqing and Chen Hui, momentarily angry, with their beards flying, suddenly slapped Chu Yan with their palms. Between the light and flint, Chu Yan's mouth slightly raised, completely unavoidable, with an indifferent smile on his face, motionless. #C225 Step into the inner door. Yanqing saw Chu Yan's expression in his eyes, and his heart suddenly tightened. In an instant, the palm of his hand suddenly stopped, just in Chu Yan's chest. Facing Chu Yan's eyes full of abuse and disappointment, Yanqing was in a cold sweat, and slowly retracted his palm, fearful in his heart. You know, Wang Lingshang said it clearly, today, anyone who hurts Chu Yan will exterminate their clan. Harm. When this palm fell, it was Chu Yan who was injured, and the entire Yan family was wiped out. Ruthless, too ruthless. This black-robed youth is not only amazing in talent and strength, but also has a heart and courage that is 100 times more than his peers. Horrible. Terrible. Yanqing and Chen Hui were both awake at this time, and the two of them looked at Chu Yan with trembling eyes. There was even a feeling in their hearts for no reason, especially when they saw the disappointment flashing in Chu Yan's eyes. Both of them were shocked. Shouldn't he be the enemy of this son? Chu Yan, this palm, I wrote it down, let's go. Yanqing was unwilling to face Chu Yan and the scene in front of him no matter in face or in his heart. After saying angrily, he waved his hand and took the clan back to the Yan mansion. After he left, Chen Hui looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flashed with coldness, and finally took the Chen family, turned away, and disappeared at the end of the street. At this point, a great battle that shook the entire royal city has come to an end. Chu Jiang took Chu Yan and politely thanked General Jin Jia and Shen Xingjia, and the two returned to the Chu family. Chu Zhan's injury was not serious. For Chu Yan, an alchemist, after a few recovery pills went down, whether it was trauma or Chu Zhan's wounded qi, they all began to recover slowly. On the contrary, Chu Peng, the king of power, suffered much more serious injuries than Chu Zhan. In 3 days, Chu Zhan and King Li's injuries were completely healed by consuming dozens of restoration pills from Chu Yan. Fuyuan pill is worthy of being a 7th grade pill. It did not disappoint Chu Yan, even the Sea of Qi was damaged. Can be treated. Looking at the elder brother and King Li, who were gradually able to get out of bed, Chu Yan couldn't help thinking of the little white bear who was still in a daze. On the 4th day, after Chu Yan had a long talk with his father, he left enough medicinal pills and rushed to Ling Tianzong. The original 10-day inner sect trial had only 6 days left, and Chu Yan was so anxious. Back at Ling Tianzong, it was already afternoon. Walking into the small courtyard, stepping into the room, and seeing Su Xing guarding the little white bear, seeing Chu Yan coming back, Su Xing's face was happy, and he quickly got up and asked, "How is it? Are you all right?" Chu Yan chuckled lightly, nodded, and said, "I would like to thank Brother Su. If you hadn't informed the king in your heart, the king would not have issued the Wang Ling so quickly." Su Xingsan laughed twice and shook his head. "No, Chu Yan, in fact, although I am a prince, I have no ability to ask my father to do anything for me. This time, my father is willing to come forward, firstly because of your relationship with Zongtian, and secondly, because you are in Ling Tian sect. You also know that Ling Tianzong and my royal family share the same spirit, so I'm just reporting a letter." "So that's the case, but without Brother Su's timely notification, what's the point of other reasons?" After Chu Yan finished speaking, he chuckled and approached the bed to check the little white bear's injury. No improvement. He took out 2 recovery pills and stuffed them into the little white bear's mouth, shook his head gently, and Chu Yan slowly got up. "Chu Yan, Xiao Xiong's injury seems to be serious. What are your plans?" Su Xing has been with Chu Yan for a long time, and naturally knows Chu Yan's feelings for little white bear. "I plan to participate in the inner door trial," Chu Yan said firmly. "What?" Hearing this, Su Xing was shocked, his face froze for a moment, and after a while, he said, "Chu Yan, I know you have made up your mind, I just want to remind you 2 things. First, the heavenly power of Ling Tian sect is focused on Dragon Gate and Dragon Gate. In these 2 places, almost 90% of the disciples are members of heaven. Secondly, compared with the outer disciples, the inner disciples are the real elite disciples of Ling Tianzong. Everyone has extraordinary talent and amazing strength. Therefore, you must not underestimate them." Looking at Su Xing's solemn expression, Chu Yan felt warm in his heart, nodded heavily, and said, "I hope Su Xing can stay with me for a few days." After practicing for a few days, the little white bear has taken the medicine pill. There should be no problem in the short term, just in case. In the entire Ling Tian sect, I, Chu Yan, can only trust Su. Brother Yu. Hearing this, Su Xing smiled and nodded. Immediately, after Chu Yan bowed his hands, he strode out and walked towards Lingwu Hall. The interior of Ling Tian sect is located in an area closer to Vientiane Valley, far from the outer gate area where the spiritual energy is thin, and it is also the core area of Ling Tian sect. After walking for half an hour, Chu Yan arrived at Lingwu Hall. Among the 5 main halls of Ling Tian sect, Lingwu Hall is a gathering place for many elders and deacons, and is only responsible for some important matters within the sect. Therefore, there are not many disciples who usually come here. It is said that there are only more than 2,000 inner disciples of Ling Tianzong, which is very few compared to the tens of thousands of outer disciples. Therefore, except for occasional disciples like Chu Yan, They come to participate in the assessment for promotion to the inner sect. Besides, it is sparsely populated. Stepping into Lingwu Hall, Chu Yan glanced over, and his face immediately froze. Coincidentally, there was someone in the Lingwu Hall today, like Chu Yan, who came to participate in the assessment of the disciples who were promoted to the inner sect. At this time, it was in progress. And one of them is an acquaintance of Chu Yan, Ho Yingfeng. Nodding towards Ho Yingfeng, Chu Yan walked straight to a deacon elder who was in charge of the promotion assessment and bowed his hands. See the elder, Chu Yan, the outer disciple, come to participate in the internal evaluation of promotion. Behind the jade table, the elder who closed his eyes and meditated slowly opened his eyes and swept towards Chu Yan. This person, skinny, seemed to have no flesh or two on his face, and a pair of gloomy eyes kept flashing. Are you Chu Yan? The elder deacon looked at Chu Yan with a normal expression. The disciple is Chu Yan. The voice fell, and a strange color flashed in the eyes of the elder deacon, which was fleeting, and then nodded and said, Okay, come with them. See for yourself. After finishing speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to a huge spar next to it, and said casually. On top of this huge spar, it was engraved with dense text, explaining in detail all the rules of promotion assessment. In short, it's 1, strength. Ling Tianzong, anyone whose cultivation base reaches the 8th level of Qi refining realm can participate in the promotion assessment. Those who test their strength and meet the requirements can be directly promoted to inner disciples. Beside the spar, stood a black stone that was 2 people tall and twice the size of the door. This black stone is neither gold nor jade, its material can't be seen at all, and it is like a door panel. It is big enough, but it is flat, and its shape is somewhat similar to a shield. Below it, there is a length of engraved line, 1 step at a time, a total of 30 squares. Participate in the assessment, attack Mo's shield with all your strength, and those who can repel him with 15 squares, pass the assessment and be promoted directly to the inner disciple. After carefully reading all the words, Chu Yan nodded. He didn't expect that the promotion assessment would be so simple. Junior brother Chu, did you break through again? Just as Chu Yan was thinking about it, a fragrant wind hit his face. Chu Yan was stunned, turned his head to look, but it was Ho Yingfeng who approached Chu Yan and asked softly with a look of astonishment. #C226, want to pay? Yes, I just broke through not long ago. Hearing this, Ho Yingfeng's phoenix eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Ho Yingfeng remembered that the last time she asked Chu Yan the same question, it seemed that it had been less than 3 months at this time, but she did not expect to get the same answer again. Originally stimulated by Chu Yan, Ho Yingfeng asked her master to beg after her defeat in the last outer sect competition. She finally got some training resources and made a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Faster than yourself. What a monster. She shook her head and smiled bitterly. Ho Yingfeng laughed and cursed, her face full of helplessness. Hearing Ho Yingfeng's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly, shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing. Okay, let's start. Number 1, Li Xiong. It didn't take long for the elder deacon to speak softly. At the same time, among the 3 of Chu Yan, a short young man walked slowly to the front of Mo Dun. Chu Yan had seen this person before, but he just couldn't remember the name. In the last outer sect competition, this person seemed to be knocked off the ring by his own punch, and later ranked among the top 100 outer sections. Strong and not weak. Li Xiong stood in front of Mo Dun, his true energy surged, and he kept gaining momentum. Then, he suddenly threw a punch and slammed into Mo Dun. Bump. After Li Xiong's bombardment, the tall ink shield suddenly stepped back, and in the blink of an eye, he withdrew a full 17 blocks and stayed for a while. Then, a spiritual pattern lit up on the ink shield, and the ink shield was slowly flowed back to the original point and returned to normal. Yes, 17, pass. The deacon elder, who was as thin as a skeleton, announced in a deep voice. Hearing the elder's words, Li Xiong looked happy, and after hurriedly bowing his hands, he took a jade talisman from the elder deacon and turned back to his original position. During the walk, his body trembled slightly, obviously because he was excited because he passed the promotion assessment and would become an inner disciple. Next, Ho Yingfeng. The voice of the deacon elder sounded. Ho Yingfeng took a deep breath, moved the lotus step lightly, and walked slowly to stand in front of Mo Dun. Drink. Run really Qi, make a soft drink. The pink fist smashed out, but the momentum was extremely astonishing. 3 bursts of gas burst out in a row, and the fist force slammed on the ink shield. Boom. After a loud noise, the ink shield suddenly shook, and suddenly retreated backwards. The speed was extremely fast, and it stopped steadily at the 21 grid position. Then, the spirit pattern flashed, and the ink shield returned to the origin again. Okay, as expected of Elder Yun's direct disciple, 21, passed. The lean elder deacon nodded with a smile, looked at Ho Yingfeng, and handed out a jade talisman. After waiting for Yingfeng's happy return, she smiled proudly towards Chu Yan. Seeing this, Chu Yan also smiled lightly, strode out, and stood in front of Mo Dun, his expression as usual. According to Chu Yan's estimation, he only needs 20% of his strength to stop the ink shield at the position of 30 squares. However, Chu Yan has already made up his mind and only prepares to use a small amount of strength to pass the assessment. Just when Chu Yan was about to take action, the lean elder suddenly said, Chu Yan, has your cultivation reached the innate realm? Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly stunned, then nodded and replied. The disciple's cultivation base is the first level of the innate realm. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, the lean elder, with a flash of light in his eyes, opened the mouth with a smile. According to the rules, the disciples of the innate realm must reach at least 25 squares in order to pass. Hearing the words of the elder deacon, Chu Yan's face immediately sank, with a look of resentment on his face. Just now, Chu Yan read all the spark characters that were engraved with the rules, and there was no such thing at all. Moreover, even if this one is not recorded, according to this logic, if Chu Yan only pushes Mo Jing back 24 spaces, he cannot be promoted to the inner disciple. Then, Chu Yan, whose cultivation base and strength are both higher than the other two, cannot enter the inner door, but those with lower cultivation and strength can enter the inner door. Could it be that this sect is a disciple who specializes in receiving errands? Therefore, based on this assumption, it goes without saying that this so-called rule should not exist at all, but it was temporarily added by this deacon elder for Chu Yan. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes were filled with coldness, looking at the elder deacon, and said solemnly, Elder, there seems to be no such thing on the rule spar, right? Even if the elder adds this or not, it is a one-shot thing for Chu Yan, but Chu Yan's intention for this elder is a little unclear, so he opened his mouth to test it. Bold. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the elder deacon's face immediately sank, and he snorted coldly, saying, A disciple from the outer sect dares to question the elder, Chu Yan. As expected, he is arrogant, and domineering. Hearing this, Chu Yan, of course, already understood that this elder's move was completely deliberately making things difficult. Humph. Chu Yan, whether you are in the outer sect or the inner sect, you should learn more from the disciples in heaven. Well, either you take the test, or leave now. There was a hint of pride on the deacon elder's face, apparently thinking that Chu Yan had finally been pushed to a dead end, and he was secretly overjoyed. Elder, if the ink shield used for this test is accidentally broken by me, do I have to pay? After waiting for a long time, before Chu Yan turned to leave, he heard such a sentence coming out of Chu Yan's mouth. The deacon elder, who was still secretly complacent, was suddenly startled and shouted in a deep voice. During the test, no weapons are allowed. Chu Yan smiled lightly, nodded and said, "Of course I don't use weapons. I just use punches? I'll just ask, if it breaks, do I have to pay?" Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, this elder has been in charge of the internal sect assessment and promotion for 30 years, and no one has ever asked this question. However, since you are still young, let this elder tell you. The elder deacon suddenly laughed and looked at Chu Yan with a playful look on his face. This ink shield is the blank of the real martial art treasure. Although it is not as good as the real martial art spirit treasure, it is much stronger than the congenital spirit treasure. In addition, there is a first-grade spirit pattern on the shield surface, not to mention you, even an inner disciple, trying to leave a slight imprint on it is as difficult as going to the sky, and you still want to damage it, After the elder deacon finished speaking, Chu Yan still smiled faintly, saying, "Elder, you still haven't answered me, do you want to pay?" "Of course not, Chu Yan, you are too young." Boom. Before the deacon elder could finish speaking, Chu Yan lingered with black energy, and a violent fist slammed out. This punch used 70% of Chu Yan's power, and the punch slammed out, the void shattered, the thunder was rolling, the momentum was amazing, and the heavy bang above the ink shield, there was a loud noise. With the sound of the violent sound, the ink shield flashed back to the last frame, the gravel splashed, and a large circular hole appeared on the ink shield, and the spiritual patterns were completely broken, penetrating the shield body. Several people were present, their eyes were round, and their eyeballs were about to fall out, especially the elder deacon, whose eyes were twitching, his face was blue, and he was dumbfounded. An indifferent Chu Yan walked up to the petrochemical elder deacon, reached out and took the last jade talisman from his hand, glanced at it, and put it in his arms, ignoring the few people who were still sluggish, and raised his foot. He walked out of the gate of Lingwu Hall. As soon as he left Lingwu Hall, he heard a miserable roar behind him. 3,000 yuan stone. 3,000 yuan stone. If I can afford to pay. Chu Yan. I won't let you go. #C227, Songyu Secret Realm. Hearing the roar of the elder deacon, Chu Yan sneered, without stopping at all, and headed straight towards the elder's residence. Chu Yan plans to go to Elder Mu again to inquire about the spirit pattern, and by the way, to ask about the inner door trial in a few days. Half an hour later, Chu Yan and Elder Mu sat opposite each other and listened carefully. Chu Yan, this inner sect trial is not as good as the outer sect. In fact, it is a trial rather than a chance. Chance? Yes, although the competition in the inner sect trial is fierce, relatively speaking, all disciples who work hard can gain a lot from this trial. I think, with your strength, participating in this trial, not to mention the reward, even what you get in the trial is worth 10 years in the outer door. Elder Mu said with a smile. Then what exactly is this trial? Chu Yan is more concerned about whether he can get the first place, so he directly asked about the content of the trial, hoping to be well prepared. This can't be said. The inner sect trial is not only attended by my Ling Tianzong family. Each session is held by the 3 major sections. Therefore, the content and method of the trial are mostly announced on the day of the trial to show fairness. However, I heard that you offended a lot of people from the Huashuanzong in the Wangbang arena. Plus you belong to the paradise you offended in the Ling Tianzong. This trip, it is not easy for you to get the first place. After Elder Mu finished speaking, he looked at Chu Yan, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Humph. During the trial, can killing be banned? Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and the cold light made a big show. In my Ling Tian sect, there are still 3 major sects, but I can't help but kill them, but they are all inner sect disciples, all of them are geniuses like heaven's favored sons. Chu Yan, don't underestimate these people, even if it is that Du Wansong, among the inner disciples of Ling Tian sect, is only low middle strength. Elder Mu knew Chu Yan's temperament and did not persuade him, but only reminded him to be careful. Thank you, Elder Mu, I will be careful. After the last breakthrough, Chu Yan's strength is not what it used to be. Afterwards, the two chatted about the spirit pattern, and Chu Yan got up and said goodbye. After leaving the residence of Elder Mu, Chu Yan went straight to Lingshou Hall. During this trip, Chu Yan wanted to exchange some spiritual grass resources needed for alchemy, and also wanted to check the relevant information about the Wuji Rakshasa domain. The entire Luoyang Kingdom, Ling Tianzong's Lingshou Hall, is the most complete place to record all kinds of materials and information in the Wuhun world. Therefore, Chu Yan knows that if he can't find it in Lingxiatang, if he wants to find out about the Wuji Rakshasa domain, it will be a long time. Come to Lingshou Hall and go straight to the classics area. In front of Chu Yan's eyes is a vast sea of books. On the thousands of wooden shelves are stacked all the information and materials about the Wuhun world collected by Ling Tianzong for thousands of years. The classics area is divided into 3 parts, the outer area, the inner area, and the forbidden area. There are no restrictions in the outer area. Any Ling Tian sect disciple can enter and view the books. The inner area needs to pay contribution points, while the core area requires authorization. Chu Yan first looked around in the outer area, but after nothing was gained, he paid 50 contribution points and entered the inner area. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to find a simple book, and in it, he found an introduction about domain. Area. The world of martial arts, the way to the sky. The strength of a martial artist is rooted in martial arts, supplemented by martial arts and martial arts. In addition, there are knives, spears, swords, fists, palms, and other martial arts artistic concepts, but they are like stars in the sky, which can be met but not sought after. Anyone who comprehends the artistic conception of martial arts is a genius martial artist who is invincible at the same level, whose strength is doubled, and who will become a long-term martial artist in the future. The artistic conception of martial arts is divided into 4 states: small success, great success, perfection, and subtlety. Each level is as difficult as ascending to the sky. Except for the martial soul or spiritual treasure to improve the cultivation understanding, there is no external force to rely on. Martial arts practice is vast and boundless. Above the realm of martial arts, there is a more powerful realm, and that is the domain. In the practice of martial arts, based on the artistic conception of martial arts, when the hearts of warriors such as killing, righteousness, swords, and true flames are achieved, they will integrate the heavenly way and achieve the domain of heaven and earth power. This domain is extremely rare. Anyone who achieves the domain of the power of heaven and earth, after the operation of the domain power is added, the Taoism will be self-contained, and it will become a unique world. Integrating the power of heaven and earth, all battles will be victorious. The emergence of the domain, except for the inheritance of blood and the natural nature of the heart, is all due to a thought of heaven, which cannot be speculated, and there is no way to cultivate. There is no way to cultivate. Seeing the end, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and slowly closed the book, his eyes showing disappointment. After a while, he woke up from his contemplation, and Chu Yan left Lingshou Palace and returned to his small courtyard. After seeing the little white bear and chatting with Su Xing for a while, Chu Yan started alchemy and cultivation. Time is slow, the white horse passes the gap. 3 days later, Chu Yan woke up from the practice. Today is the day when the inner door trial begins. After a few simple preparations, and after a few words with Su Xing, Chu Yan left the courtyard, followed the guidance of the sect's jade talisman, and headed all the way to the trial assembly site. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that when he reached the assembly point, his eyes swept across the thousands of disciples in front of him, and fell on the elder of the inner sect, but it was an acquaintance of Chu Yan. Elder Mu. It turned out to be the elder deacon of this inner door trial. As soon as Chu Yan appeared, he was discovered by Elder Mu, and after waving his hand, he took Chu Yan to the side. Chu Yan, good luck, this inner sect trial, set in a newly discovered secret realm. Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan and chuckled lightly. Secret realm? Chu Yan said, stunned. Yes, it is the Xuanhuan secret realm, a secret realm that has never been opened. Elder Mu nodded and said softly. Haotian continent is vast and boundless, which contains endless mysteries, and there are mysterious small worlds attached to the existence of Haotian world. Secret realm is one of them. The secret realm is born with natural growth, and it is also developed by manpower. It is usually hidden in nothingness. Only under some specific circumstances, the secret realm will be revealed to the world. In the secret realm, most of the hidden treasures or treasures of heaven and earth, but there are also many, just empty. The secret realm of Xuanyu, located in a desert, was discovered and opened up by a strong man of Lingtian's sect, as a trial place for the inner disciples of the three major sects. This mysterious place that has been discovered but has not been opened may be extremely dangerous, and it may also have infinite opportunities. According to Ling Tianzong's investigation of the entrance to the Xuanyu secret realm, this secret realm is not high level, and it is suitable for the trials of disciples above the innate realm. Therefore, this time the inner door trial is based on a voluntary principle. Elder Mu said, looking at Chu Yan with a hint of intrigue. In Elder Mu's view, unlike other disciples, Chu Yan not only had to face the unknown secret world, but also had to face the revenge of the forces of heaven and Wuxuanzong. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan hesitates a little, it is possible to withdraw from this trial and escape this catastrophe. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Elder Mu's meaningful gaze, he understood what Elder Mu meant. Seeing Chu Yan's expression a little stunned, Elder Mu said softly again. This Xuanhuan mystery realm is both a danger and an opportunity for you. It is up to you to decide. The secret realm of Xuanyu. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself. In a flash, a light smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, looking at Elder Mu and said. How can I take advantage of this good opportunity? I decided to participate. Okay, I knew it. Elder Mu smiled even more, nodded again, and there was a hint of approval in his eyes. #C228 Inner Door First Person. It didn't take long for nearly 1,000 people to gather in the small square. The white robes and the golden-edged ancestral robes are uniform, and only a few people are in ordinary clothes, and they are mixed. These disciples, most of them in their 30s and 40s, have strong breaths and sharp eyes. Chu Yan's eyes were constantly scanning among nearly 1,000 people. Under the sweep of divine consciousness, he found a lot of powerful people, whose cultivation was like the top of the sky, the abyss of the deep sea, and the top and bottom could not be seen at all. Among the nearly 1,000 people, except Ho Yingfeng, Chu Yan only knew a few of the disciples in heaven who had fierce eyes and stared at him. Raising his brows, Chu Yan walked towards Ho Yingfeng. At this time, Ho Yingfeng also discovered Chu Yan, saw him approaching, smiled sweetly, lightly opened her lips, and said. Chu Yan, Master said, this trial is voluntary, you decided? Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded with a chuckle, saying. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Giggle. As expected by the Master, you, Chu Yan, will definitely participate, but you are a senior brother now, you can take care of my little junior sister. Ho Yingfeng's big watery eyes flickered at Chu Yan, as if she could speak. How to take care of it? Chu Yan asked with a smile when Ho Yingfeng saw that his face was hot. Of course, after entering the Xuanhuan mystery realm, we explored together. You are so strong that even if you encounter danger, you are not afraid. Ho Yingfeng smiled. But I offended a lot of people. In this trial, if you are with me, it will be even more dangerous. After Chu Yan pondered, he took out a communication jade talisman from his arms, handed it to Ho Yingfeng, and said. This is for you, if there is a situation, you crush it, and I will join you as soon as possible. Communication jade talisman. Different from the complex function of the identity jade, it can only play a one-way communication location function. Moreover, sometimes encountering some unexpected dangers, it may have been damaged without even having a chance to obtain the communication jade talisman. Ho Yingfeng took the jade talisman from Chu Yan's hand. Yan Ran smiled, no longer reluctantly. The two chatted. Ho Yingfeng kept telling Chu Yan some details of the secret realm trial. Not long after, on the small square, a dozen people surrounded a golden-robed youth, coming majestic. As soon as these dozen people appeared, most of the nearly 1,000 people were boiling. Hula around the dozen or so people, saluting, shouting at the senior brothers, followed by, standing on the left side of the small square. For a time, the right side of the small square was immediately empty, with only less than 200 people, which seemed extremely unbalanced. Heaven's here. Ho Yingfeng frowned lightly and said lightly to Chu Yan. The one in the golden robe is one of the 3 principles of heaven's inner sect. His name is Mori, and he is very powerful. Mori. Chu Yan also frowned slightly. The power of heaven in this inner sect is really strong. In this secret realm, it seems that other non-heaven disciples will hardly gain anything. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Ho Yingfeng just smiled and said, "Not necessarily. This secret realm trial was attended by the 3 major sects together, and it was actually a contest between the 3 major sections. Therefore, according to the practice of previous trials, the main opponents of heaven are the other 2 major sections. Kung Fu deal with us. In addition, in front of the outer sect, heaven rarely strikes against the disciples of this sect. It should be to show their identity as the boss of Ling Tian sect." Chu Yan's eyes swept across his body, but he saw nearly 200 non-heaven disciples nearby, looking at the opposite side with envy in their eyes. In Ling Tian sect, most of the disciples want to join heaven. However, they cannot enter heaven because of their cultivation and strength. Therefore, inner sect and dragon sect, where elites and geniuses gather, the proportion of heavenly disciples should be larger. More than 700 heavenly disciples stood together, all with proud faces. Their strength was basically above the Xiantian realm, and there were more than 100 people whose strength surpassed the Xiantian realm 5th layer, and the overall strength was extremely terrifying. The golden-robed disciple had a handsome figure, dark complexion, sharp eyes, and a terrifying aura. When Chu Yan's consciousness touched his body, it was like hitting an iron mountain, and it bounced back instantly. Strong. Very powerful. Mori. One of the top 3 in the inner sect. Behind Jinpao Mori stood 3 young men with slightly weaker aura. Those 3, together with Mori, are called the 4 heroes of the inner sect. They are called Linghua, Gao Feng, and Zhang Yun respectively. Together, they are thunder, fire, wind, and cloud. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, Ho Yingfeng whispered into his ear and explained softly. Following Ho Yingfeng's introduction, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and his consciousness swept over one by one, and found that the 4 of them were all extremely powerful. Linghua had an incomparably sharp and stern aura, like a peerless divine weapon. On Gaofeng's body, the breath is elegant, invisible, and mysterious. It must be extremely powerful in martial arts, or with a mutant spirit of wind. The tall Zhang Yun has a violent aura, as fierce as a monster, and his yellow eyes reveal a trace of incongruous coldness. The moment Chu Yan retracted his gaze, he collided with a gloomy gaze. Looking back, he found that it was the He Qiao he met at the auction last time. At this time, He Qiaoxing looked at Chu Yan with a sneer, his eyes filled with murderous aura. Chu Yan's face was indifferent, completely ignoring the other party. At this moment, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Chu Yan looked up and saw that it was Elder Mu who floated up in the air, floating in the void right in front of the crowd, pressing his hands to signal. All inner disciples, listen, this Songyu secret realm trial is an unopened secret realm, so this trial is on a voluntary basis. Those who do not want to participate can withdraw without any punishment. Disciples who decide to participate must understand that the secret realm trial is extremely dangerous. Every trial of our sect, there are many disciples' casualties, and there are 2 other sects competing. Everyone thinks carefully before entering the teleportation spirit formation. As soon as Elder Mu's voice fell, several people chose to leave the small square without waiting for the teleportation formation to open. The minimum cultivation of inner disciples is the 8th level of Qi refining realm. Therefore, when dozens of disciples with cultivation below the Xiantian realm heard that they volunteered to participate, they breathed a sigh of relief and immediately quit. With their cultivation base, they went to the secret realm, not to mention whether they could survive in danger. They might be used as cannon fodder by other powerful disciples to try out some organs, so that 80% of their lives would not be guaranteed. Therefore, the withdrawal of these people is definitely a wise move. After all, if their lives are lost, any treasures are meaningless. After waiting for a while, after seeing the first batch of disciples who quit on their own leave one after another, Elder Mu's eyes swept over with majesty. This trial is ranked by points. After entering the Xuanhuan mystery realm, there are 2 ways to get points by killing monsters and disciples of other sections. There are also 2 ways to get points. One is to win the disciples of the same sect, the jade symbol of identity, and the second is to contribute to the treasures of heaven and earth. This time, the Xuanhuan secret realm will only take the top 3. The rewards are naturally rich. The 3rd place will be rewarded with 2 innate spiritual treasures, 50,000 contribution points. The 2nd place reward, 3 innate spiritual treasures, 100,000 contribution points. 1st place. When Elder Mu said this, his eyes swept over again, and when he saw all the disciples blushing, they stared at him with wide eyes, chuckled lightly, and then said, "First place, reward, 200,000 contribution points and the chance to enter the Lingshou Hall Lingguan Pavilion." As soon as Elder Mu's voice fell, the crowd immediately boiled. In the previous inner sect trials, in addition to rewarding contribution points, they all rewarded innate spiritual treasures, but this time, the 1st place was rewarded with spiritual patterns. What is the spirit pattern? That's what everyone dreams of. #C229 The reward for killing Chu Yan. The known types of spirit patterns are divided into attack spirit marks, defense spirit marks, speed spirit marks, life spirit marks, auxiliary spirit marks, and so on. No matter what kind of spirit pattern it is a treasure that is hard to find for 1,000 yuan. Taking the attacking spirit pattern as an example, if an attacking spirit pattern is attached to the blade of a congenital spirit treasure, it can be said that it is also an innate spirit treasure and can be cut off as much as possible. And the defensive spirit pattern is also extremely precious. Even if a spirit pattern is attached to a jade talisman at will, it can resist an all-out attack from a 3rd-order warrior. However, according to different grades, spirit patterns are divided into consumable and permanent spirit patterns, and their preciousness is very different. Hearing the noisy discussion of Zhou Chuan, Chu Yan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and his eyes showed a sudden color. The last time he was in the underground palace of the cave, the sword that he slashed towards Yan Tong was blocked at the last moment by a light shield provoked by a jade talisman on his chest. Presumably, that light shield was very likely to be a spirit treasure with a spirit pattern attached. From this point of view, if the attacking spirit pattern can be obtained, the combat power will definitely increase greatly, and the defensive spirit pattern is even equivalent to an extra life. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. Spirit patterns. A treasure that only the strong in the real martial realm are qualified to use. Even the worst first-grade spirit pattern is equivalent to several thousand yuan stones. All Lingtian sect disciples, don't take chances after entering the secret realm. Any monsters or people may kill people and steal treasures. If you meet a disciple who is not our sect, you should be more careful. especially the disciples of Xuanhuan. Always be on guard. When Elder Mu said this, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he said solemnly, "Martial Dao cultivation cannot help but kill. This is the general principle that all sects follow. I hope that the Lingtian sect disciples who participate in this trial will grow rapidly and understand the realm in the battle of life and death. Okay, now open the teleportation spirit formation." After Elder Mu finished speaking, he fell from the air and left the small square to prepare to activate the teleportation formation. Chu Yan frowned slightly, constantly thinking about the rules of the trial. After all, his goal this time was to get the first place, and then enter the Lingxiu Hall Spirit Pattern Pavilion to exchange a third-grade spirit pattern for the little white bear. Killing monsters, hunting for treasure, and killing people. Chu Yan, who was in deep thought of this, and a murderous aura surged out in an instant, sweeping across the small square in an instant, causing the people around him to suddenly change color and turn their heads in astonishment. Chu Yan. Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. First, Chu Yan's murderous aura was surging, and then a cold drink sounded. The disciples who had been waiting quietly for the teleportation formation to open were also attracted and turned to look. The person who spoke was the boss of the 4 heroes of the inner sect, and the first person in the inner sect, Mo Yun. Mo Yun looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of cold light, and his face was gloomy. "You are Chu Yan, who killed Du Wansong." Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and he looked at the other party with an indifferent expression, and did not answer. What should come will always come. For this trial, Chu Yan is mentally prepared for heaven's revenge. Looking at Chu Yan's indifferent expression, Mo Yun, who was wearing a golden robe, had a sneer on his originally gloomy face, and suddenly shouted loudly. "I, Mo Yun, announced on behalf of heaven, all disciples who killed Chu Yan in this trial will be rewarded with 3 innate spiritual treasures for the second place in this trial. In addition, if they are non-heaven disciples, you can join the heaven directly." The words were amazing, and the audience was instantly silent. Nearly 1,000 disciples stared at Mo Yun in a stunned state. The next moment, in the entire small square, thousands of murderous auras shot up into the sky and gathered in the middle of the sky. At the same time, Chu Yan was suddenly stunned, and hundreds of divine consciousness rushed in, locking himself in, or trying to leave a mark of divine consciousness. Every sense of consciousness is cold to the bone, and the murderous intention is infinite. Chu Yan was instantly furious, and the 8 cyclones in his body began to run wildly. The Rakshasa true chi rose up, and a dozen sword intent wind scrolls appeared in an instant, killing all the consciousness. Hundreds of people were startled at the same time, their faces slightly startled, but they still stared at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. For a time, the small square was extremely cold, murderous intent surged, and the cold wind whistled. Just because of Mo Yun's words, thousands of people at the scene were moved to kill Chu Yan. Who is Mo Yun, the first person in the inner door? Heaven's inner door steward. It can be said that Mo Yun's strength, winning the first place in this trial, was originally what it should be. In addition to the other 3 of the 4 heroes of the inner sect, their strength is terrifying, and no one doubts that these 4 have included all the rewards of the top 3. Therefore, the reward of the 3 innate spiritual treasures is reasonable, and to obtain this reward, you only need to kill Chu Yan. Originally, there were nearly 1,000 disciples who never planned to get the top 3 rewards. They just hoped to gain something in the secret realm, but now, completely different. As long as you kill Chu Yan, you will get the second place in the trial. 3 innate spirit treasures. That's a reward that will drive everyone crazy. You must know that among the nearly 1,000 disciples in the inner sect, half of them are still using the acquired spiritual treasures. This shows the huge temptation of the 3 innate spiritual treasures. Chu Yan. One has just joined the inner sect, and his cultivation is only at the first level of the innate realm. Even if the strength is stronger than the same rank, can it be so strong? Even if it is true, as rumors say, it can kill people by leaps and bounds. However, with the reward of 3 innate spirit treasures, it is extremely cost-effective to ask 2 friends to kill them together, and then part of the reward. Senior Brother Mo, in the secret realm of Psangyu, I will do my best to hunt down this person. Haha, 3 innate spiritual treasures, now I'm going to develop. Since it was ordered by heaven, when I meet this person, I will be marked as a disability, abolish my cultivation base, and hand it over to Senior Brother Mo for disposal. The first level of the Xiantian realm, With my cultivation level of the 7th level of the Xiantian realm, killing them is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. On the small square, bursts of laughter gradually sounded, they stared at Chu Yan, all kinds of excitement, and even a few people had begun to discuss the distribution of the 3 spiritual treasures after killing Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes were like swords, and he swept across the audience. What he didn't expect was that, in order to kill himself, since heaven has offered a reward to everyone. That is to say, from the moment you step into the secret realm, you will face the pursuit of all the inner disciples by yourself. One person. Against the entire inner door. Humph. Chu Yan, this is the fate of you offending heaven. Mo Yan looked at Chu Yan with a gloomy smile on his face, and snorted coldly. Just when Chu Yan was about to speak out to fight back, in the distance, Elder Mu had already returned to the void, and when he passed the small square, he suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, a majestic breath rose into the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light. Teleportation array, open. All the disciples who decide to participate in the secret realm trial, after entering the teleportation spirit formation, wait for the leader of the leader. Start now. Immediately afterwards, in the small square, people moved, and all the inner sect disciples headed towards the teleportation spirit formation. As each inner disciple entered the teleportation formation, the golden pillar of light would shake and its color would dim. In a short while, a full 800 inner disciples of Ling Tianzong entered the teleportation formation, and the dozens of disciples who did not enter the teleportation formation also shook their heads and gradually dispersed. After Chu Yan walked out of the teleportation array, there was a golden wave of yellow sand in front of him, the desolate Gobi. Dozens of Huangshe mountains in the Gobi, which are hundreds of feet apart, are scattered with similar heights. The wind is constantly blowing in the ears, and the desert atmosphere is blowing, which makes people feel hot and dry. Looking around, at this time, in front of a relatively taller sandstone cliff, a large red figure has been waiting for a long time. These people, dressed in fiery red robes and wearing red soft armor, all have strong breaths, and their faces are full of excitement. This fiery red figure is one of the 3 major sects of Luoyang Kingdom, Huashuanzong. #C230, Snow Moon Pavilion Mulanyan. On the side, there is a group of uniform light yellow clothes, about 500 people, but they are Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples. The appearance of the 800 inner disciples of Ling Tian sect made everyone in Huashuanzong and Xuanhuan Pavilion look at them. Haha, Elder Mu, it's a pleasure to meet you. A hearty laughter sounded, and then, in the direction of Huashuanzong, an elder bowed his hand away. It's a pleasure to meet. Elder Mu smiled lightly and returned the salute. The Huashuanzong elder swept his gaze across the 800 Ling Tianzong disciples, and then his face became even stronger, and said, "The cultivation of your disciples is really good, it's almost the same as in previous years." As soon as these words were said, Elder Mu and all the disciples of Ling Tianzong were stunned, and then their faces sank. In the words of this Huashuanzong elder, there is obviously a sense of ridicule. It is better to directly say that the cultivation of Ling Tianzong disciples has not improved directly. There, I just hope that, like the previous session, I will be content with barely taking the first place. Elder Mu is not a good stubborn either. He directly tried to hold back the matter of the Xuanzong of regulating fire in the previous trial. He hid in his words and fought back. When these words landed, Elder Hu Xuanzong's smile faded, his brows slightly wrinkled, and he stopped answering. Just as the two elders were talking, Chu Yan's eyes were watching all the disciples of Hu Xuanzong and Xueyue Pavilion. Chu Yan, look, that is the first person in the inner sect of Xueyue Pavilion, Mu Lan Yan. Ho Yingfeng pointed to 100 paces away, and a female disciple in the front of the pale yellow figure introduced. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Ho Yingfeng, nodded, raised his feet and walked more than 10 steps to the side before raising his eyes to the direction of Xueyue Pavilion. Now that he has become the target of the entire inner sect, he doesn't want to implicate anyone, so he distances himself from Ho Yingfeng. Chu Yan's behavior fell on Ho Yingfeng's eyes in the morning, and her delicate and beautiful face first frowned slightly, and then her eyes flashed. Looking at Chu Yan's big eyes again, they are all moved. At this time, Chu Yan was looking at Mu Lan Yan of Xueyue Pavilion. The eyes are full of women in yellow clothes fluttering and full of long hair. This woman, with her skin as white as jade, with an excellent appearance and figure, is definitely a stunning beauty that surpasses ordinary women. This made Chu Yan a little surprised. I remember that the Xueyue Pavilion woman I met when I hosted the sect mission last time was also a beautiful woman. Unexpectedly, the female disciples of Xueyue Pavilion were all beautiful women. Chu Yan's gaze, looking from a distance, caught the attention of the other party. Immediately, a pair of beautiful eyes with Xinghao looked back. With just one glance, his eyes showed coldness, and he turned his head and no longer paid attention to Chu Yan. Mu Lan Yan, as the first person in the Xueyue Pavilion, and her outstanding appearance, went there under the admiring gazes of countless men, so she didn't care about Chu Yan's gaze at all, but instead there is a hint of disgust. Seeing this, Chu Yan smiled awkwardly, withdrew his gaze, and swept to other places at will. As far as he could see, he just saw Mori staring at a disciple of the Huixian position. His eyes were sharp, and his fighting spirit was surging. In the direction of Hu Xuanzong, who looked at Mori, was a young man with unusually long arms, a face full of beards, tall and strong. Hum. At this moment, in the center of the area surrounded by the three sects, a sand and stone cliff more than 10 feet high suddenly hummed and trembled. Immediately afterwards, on the top of the sandstone cliff, the light shines brightly. Several illusory white lights flickered and loomed, constantly brightening, and finally turned into pale white dragons flying into the sky. Countless rays of light rose from the top of the sandstone cliff, and the white mist visible to the naked eye gathered crazily as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, pouring into the illusory rays of light. In the sky, a dozen paler and brighter dragons are flying in the sky. On the ground, on the sand and stone cliffs, a large group of rays of light are dazzling. This incomparably gorgeous scene immediately shocked everyone. Only the leader of the three major sects, his face gradually became solemn. Song Yu's secret realm is about to open. An invisible and intangible coercion of heaven and earth, magnificent and mighty, swept the heaven and earth. Above the sky, more than a dozen long white dragons turned into streams of light, swooped down, and instantly rushed into the phantom of the sandy cliff. Now that a long passage is constructed, the dragon's head penetrates into the shadow, and the dragon's tail connects to the outside. At the same time, at the top of the dragon's tail, a light curtain with the height of the city gate flashed, slowly solidifying, and finally turned into a light gate. Ling Tianzong disciple, immediately enter the Xuanyue secret realm. Elder Mu was the first to react. His face eagerly turned his head and shouted, and the sound formed a fan, which woke all Ling Tianzong disciples behind him. Disciple of Hu Xuanzong, hurry up, go in. Xueyue Pavilion, all enter the secret realm. Following Elder Mu, Hu Xuanzong and Xueyue Pavilion elders also shouted loudly to their disciples. Immediately, the disciples of the three major sects swarmed towards the entrance of the Gate of Light, rushing in. The Xiongnu Mystery Realm is a secret realm that has not been opened before. Compared with the ruins that have been searched countless times, there is definitely a possibility that there will be treasures everywhere. Therefore, the sooner you enter the secret realm, the more likely you are to gain. Everyone remember, in the secret realm, the main thing is to save your life. I hope everyone can come back alive. Seeing that the disciples of Ling Tianzong rushed into the Gate of Light with excitement, Elder Mu shouted loudly. Following behind the disciples, Chu Yan slowly stepped into the Gate of Light, and suddenly felt his feet soften, but he did not sink. The illusory light in front of you, like the stars flowing, makes your eyes hazy. Moreover, the figures of the other disciples who had just stepped into the Gate of Light before Chu Yan had completely disappeared without a trace. In the Gate of Light, only Chu Yan was alone. Spreading his body, he swept away, and within a moment, Chu Yan felt that the surrounding spiritual power, like water ripples scattered in all directions, gathered towards Chu Yan. Suddenly, Chu Yan felt as if his body was wrapped in water, pulling towards the surrounding Xuanhuan. The sky is spinning, the vision is blurred. After an unknown amount of time, when Chu Yan could see things clearly again, he found that he was on a green grass, and the air was filled with fresh air, which was refreshing. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan's consciousness gradually recovered. There is a lush forest in front of you, the giant forest is towering, and the depths of the dark forest seem to contain endless mystery. The eye swept to the other side, it was a swamp, vast and boundless. This is the inside of the Xiongnu secret realm? While Chu Yan muttered to himself, his consciousness immediately unfolded and swept across 100 miles, but found no trace of anyone. Before entering the Xiongnu secret realm, Chu Yan had heard that the Gate of Light in the secret realm was sent randomly. Although the divine sense did not find any human remains, Chu Yan remained vigilant and his sharp eyes swept all over the place. Huh? A lot of spirit grass. At the edge of the forest in the distance, as far as Chu Yan's eyes could see, a few spirit grasses lingered with spiritual energy, making Chu Yan's eyes suddenly bright. Although these spirit grasses are not of high rank, they are very old, and they still have a good effect on improving the cultivation of chi-refining warriors. Flying away, put a few spirit grasses into the Rakshasa space. Even if Chu Yan doesn't use it, he can exchange some contribution points or points, and naturally he will not let it go. It is said that in the secret realm, whether it is heaven and earth treasures, spiritual tools, martial arts, or even the inheritance of martial arts, it is possible to obtain them. Chu Yan looked around, thinking secretly in the sea of knowledge. No matter what kind it is what the martial artist expects. Therefore, Chu Yan immediately used his body technique, swept towards a pile of rocks at the edge of the forest, and immediately started searching. The pile of rubble is about 10 people tall. All kinds of large and small rubble are piled up in a mess. In a stone crevice, a bright light flashes in Chu Yan's eyes. The 5 fingers were grasped, and the void grasped, the light shot suddenly, and was held in Chu Yan's hand. #C231, the center of the earth. A large colorful bow with only the bow body, but no bowstring. With a little infuriating urge, the large bow immediately flows with colorful light and condenses into a brilliant bowstring, which is extremely gorgeous. Xiantian Lingbao. Holding the big bow overflowing with light in his hand, Chu Yan showed a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the secret realm, he harvested an innate spiritual treasure, which was far beyond Chu Yan's expectations. You must know that even in the Lingbao Hall of Ling Tianzong, there are less than 500 innate spiritual treasures, and 90% of the disciples use acquired spiritual treasures. This harvest made Chu Yan more and more looking forward to the secret realm in front of him. Immediately, the innate big bow was put into the Rakshasa space. Chu Yan flew towards the forest in the distance, and his consciousness swept in all directions, searching for treasures. Along the way, Chu Yan found more than 10 spirit grasses, but found no traces of spirit treasures. An hour later, just as Chu Yan was about to leave the forest, a mutation suddenly occurred. A thick black light emanated from not far away, blasting several towering trees into the sky full of sawdust, and blasting towards Chu Yan with a terrifying momentum. Quick, and fiercely. Seeing Wu Guang's surprise attack, Chu Yan's complexion changed drastically, Qianshan treading snow unfolded in an instant, dodging with a quick dodge. As the black light passed, the towering giant trees were smashed into pieces, and the sawdust was flying, and then was crushed by the terrifying residual energy scattered, twisted into powder, and flying all over the sky. Chu Yan didn't look in the direction of the black light, his pupils shrunk into needles, and he could see that the black light was like a black giant python, passing along the way. A twig was broken. Chu Yan's consciousness is still in a state of release at all times. Although it consumes true qi, compared to the 8 cyclones in the Chu Yan Qi Sea, this consumption is still bearable. Just after Chu Yan escaped the attack, a figure flashed out of the shadows in the forest not far away. This person, in a white robe embroidered with gold borders, is an inner disciple of Ling Tianzong. His whole body is full of true energy, and his cultivation has reached the 7th level of the innate realm. The other party's shield reached Chu Yan, the corner of his mouth twisted slightly, and a cruel smile appeared. Chu Yan, you are unlucky when you meet me. Hey smile. Immediately, he raised his hand and punched him, but he did not give Chu Yan a chance to speak. The black fist mark broke through the air, with astonishing power. At the same time, an extremely icy chill was scattered, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. In the air where the fist mark passed, countless ice crystals were born, which looked like a large starlight, prosperous. Flashing. The power of this punch is amazing, and it is definitely a killer move. It is obvious that he wants to kill Chu Yan with one blow. In the face of the punching force, Chu Yan's face sank, and he did not dare to be careless. The Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and the silver sword light shone. The 8 cyclones turned in unison, the infuriating energy reached its peak in an instant, and the sword-intent cyclone beside him emitted bursts of jingling sounds. Kill. If you want to kill me, then, just die. The sword glow broke through the air, like a silver meteor streaking across. This sword just appeared, and the face of the inner disciple of Ling Tian's sect on the opposite side suddenly changed, because he couldn't catch this sword at all, he couldn't even dodge it. A creepy feeling rose from the heart, and the pupils of both eyes instantly enlarged. Puff. The sword light passed through the place, and his body turned into 2 halves, which flew left and right in an instant, blood scattered in the air, and internal organs flowed. This sword, under Chu Yan's full strength, the opponent could not resist at all. Divide the corpse with a sword. The sword light dissipated, and Chu Yan's figure slowly emerged. He took out a Tianyuan pill and swallowed it down. Even if there was only the slightest trace of true qi, Chu Yan would recover in time to keep himself in the best condition. After beheading the opponent, Chu Yan stretched out and waved, and the 2 golden flames covered the corpses on the left and right, and instantly ignited. As the corpse slowly turned into white ashes, the pure true qi rushed to Chu Yan and was absorbed and refined by him. However, the whole body blood energy of a 7th-level disciple of the innate realm did not shake the 8 cyclones in the slightest, and the improvement in cultivation was almost equal to 0. Chu Yan shook his head, smiled helplessly, and walked towards the slowly extinguished flame. After Chu Yan broke through to the Xiantian realm, he continued to cultivate Taiju to 4 points and 8. As a result, the difficulty of his own cultivation was 10 times stronger than that of the same level of warriors. However, if you pay, you will gain. At present, Chu Yan's strength has increased several times compared to before the breakthrough. In the face of the 8th level powerhouse of the innate realm, he has the power to fight. Under the 7th layer, if the opponent has no whole cards or secret skills, they can be killed easily. This is the benefit brought by the 2 divine beasts and the 8 cyclones. For the current Chu Yan, the key is to improve the speed of cultivation. Therefore, in the case of no one, Chu Yan will not let go of any corpse. Chu Yan walked slowly to Bai Hui, stretched out his hand and picked up a jade talisman, and when he was really angry, the number 33 appeared on it. This shows that this person has already obtained 33 points before being beheaded by Chu Yan. Boom! He stretched out his hand, crushed the jade talisman, and dropped out a few bottles of medicinal herbs, a few primeval stones, and nothing else. So poor. Chu Yan frowned and muttered. Immediately, he put away a few things on the ground, flashed his figure, and disappeared into the depths of the forest in an instant, like a beast hidden in the shadows, looking for the next target. Kill one person with one sword, and then leave without leaving behind for 1,000 miles. Roar. Vigorous, violent, earth-shattering. The giant black palm waved, the fur on the palm swayed in the wind, the howling wind made a deafening roar, and the sound of explosions continued. The palm is like a grinding disc, covering one side of the sky. Boom! The giant palm slammed on the ground, and the earth trembled. With the black palm as the center, the ground collapsed, and cracks with the thickness of the arm snaked away like lightning, and the sound of clicking was incessant. This is a 5-meter-tall black bear, as tall as a mountain, with a body like steel and iron waves. It contains terrifying power, as if it can move mountains and move mountains. A pair of blood-red eyes, all wild and bloodthirsty, roared again and again. The monster with the 8th level cultivation of the innate realm, the blood-toothed bear. Behind it, in a group of huge ancient trees that burst open, a tender green colloid constantly exudes a strong spiritual energy. Eternal Earth. The earth core of 10,000 years, which contains the majestic vitality, cannot improve the cultivation base, and cannot increase any strength, but it has the same ability to make all warriors, even ordinary people, crazy. 10,000 years of the earth's core can nourish all things, improve lifespan. The refinement of life in the heart of a 10,000 years can at least increase the lifespan of a warrior by 20 years. If it is an ordinary person, it will definitely live to 100 years old. You must know that in Haotian continent, the life expectancy of ordinary people is only about 60 years old, and such a 10,000-year earth core can make people live twice as long, or even more. Roar! 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 The violent gang earth bear was slashed by several sword lights from Chu Yan, and cut through the thick bear skin in an instant. The blood-stained face made the blood-toothed earth bear completely go berserk. The hair on his body stood upright like steel needles, exuding a black light. Swish! 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 3 sword beams slashed on these erected steel needle bear hairs and pulled out bursts of sparks, but they were unable to break through its defenses and hurt it again. #C232 Murder. The monsters of the Haotian continent are physically several times stronger than warriors, and relying on the fighting instinct of beasts, they are often much stronger than warriors of the same rank. Only 1 or 2 monsters in the realm can guarantee that they will not be injured. Like Chu Yan, who directly jumped the 7 realms and hunted monsters, if they were seen by other warriors, they would be stunned. However, Chu Yan has been fighting with the little white bear for a long time, and he knows the attack methods of bear monsters very well. Therefore, often when the gangland bear's attack was just launched, Chu Yan had already dodged. 10 hits and 9 empty, coupled with the constant scratching of the fur, made Gong Tuxiong more and more furious. Compared to the ferocity of the blood-toothed earth bear, Chu Yan at this time was also extremely depressed. He found that this monster in the Tsangyu mystery realm was much stronger than the monsters in the outside world, and the defensive power of this blood-toothed earth gang bear was extremely terrifying. It can leave a small wound on its body. Taking advantage of a flash, Chu Yan retracted the clear sky sword and smashed it out with a fist. Bump. The fist mark formed by the three-stage strike, with 90% of Chu Yan's strength, slammed into Gang Earth Bear's head with a ruthless punch. Suddenly, under the swaying, the black bear 5 or 6 meters high, swayed a few times, and almost fell. Bump. 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 Seeing that God Dingdanfang was standing unsteadily, his body like a mountain of flesh kept shaking, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised lightly, punch after punch, and blasted out, attacking the bear's head, bear's heart and bear. Loud sound. Although Gang Earth Bear's head was extremely hard, it was still knocked unconscious under the fist marks under Chu Yan's 90% power. Although this punch couldn't cause too much damage to the gangland bear, it could instantly soften the steel needle fur on its body, greatly reducing its defense. The next moment, the clear sky sword in Chu Yan's hand reappeared, and a dazzling light flashed past, directly shooting at the two blood-red bear eyes. Puff. Puff. The sword light pierced into the flesh, and Gang Earth Bear's whole body shook suddenly, and then fell to the ground like a hill collapsed. The whole body twitched a few times, and there was no breath. Cut the bear corpse, take the demon crystal, collect the treasure, burn the corpse, let's go. Song Yu secret realm is full of treasures. For a whole day, Chu Yan has gained a lot. In addition to the spirit grass and demon crystals, the beheaded monsters, etc., have brought his points to 130 points, and he has also harvested a big bow that is an innate spirit treasure. However, this kind of gain made Chu Yan a little anxious. He knew very well that at such a speed, compared with Mori in heaven, it was impossible to take the first place. So, there is only one way. Kill. In a chaotic stone forest. In the silent void, it was shattered by a forest blue knife light that appeared, the boulders exploded, and the small stones splashed all over the sky. Swish. A pale yellow figure, like an arrow off the string, swept past at high speed, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. Immediately afterwards, a fiery red figure followed closely behind, chasing and killing frantically. Zhong Yan, you can't escape. Ha ha ha. Crazy laughter sounded from the red figures behind him, and it was from the leader who was chasing at the front. While he was laughing and drinking wildly, he waved the blue sword in his hand again and again, and the sword chi burst out of the air. The blade gash shattered the rocks, and the rolling air waves caused the speed of the yellow figure in front to drop abruptly. If this goes on, it will be caught up by the disciples of the Xuanhuan behind without 100 breaths. Looking at the beautiful figure of the Xuanhuan pavilion disciple in front, Wang Lang's eyes shot a fire of desire, and the speed became faster and faster as he flew by. Wang Lang, one of the top 100 inner sects of the Huxian sect, has reached the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. Behind him, there are nearly 10 disciples of the Xuanhuan who are not weak, and they are all around the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. Boom! The red sword light slashed the rocks in the high places, and countless large stones fell to the ground, making the narrow stone forest in front of them blocked in an instant. Zhong Yan's jade face changed, and she turned abruptly to avoid the falling gravel. In the rush, Zhong Yan suddenly turned around and raised the plum blossom thorn in his hand to block. Clang! Swords and soldiers intersect, and the flames appear at once. One of the shocking sounds of a burst of shock, countless sparks exploded, the plum blossom thorns in Zhong Yan's hand instantly burst, and the tyrannical blade chi rushed towards her, causing her body to fly upside down. Puff! Blood was scattered, and after Zhong Yan landed, there was blood on the corner of her mouth, but she was already injured. He, I was finally caught by me. Several red figures flew over and quickly surrounded the injured Zhong Yan, all with abusive smiles on their faces. You, what are you going to do? Zhong Yan's face was instantly miserable, and there was almost no blood on the pale jade face. What? In the wilderness, what can a man do when he meets a woman? Ha ha ha. Wang Lang's eyes were full of lewdness and evil, and he raised his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The 10 surrounding Xuanhuan disciples laughed, and the sound shook inside and outside the stone forest. Junior brothers, you wait, let me first taste the taste of this fragrant sword beauty, and then, you guys, hee hee. While speaking, Wang Lang had already stepped out and walked towards Zhong Yan, his eyes were full of heat. When Zhong Yan saw this scene, there was a trace of death in the original dark eyes. I will die, and I won't. Zhong Yan's words were only halfway through. Her charming face, which was full of anger, quickly became shocked. In her pair of spiritual eyes, a dazzling sword light, like thunder and lightning from a distance, shot directly toward her. Come. Puff. A disciple of Xuanzong standing on the outermost edge, his eyes are red, and he is waiting to watch the show with a wicked smile on his face. Behind him, the bright light is like a shooting star, and it instantly crosses his body, bringing out a touch of red light, slanted into the ground in front of him. Tom. The corpse fell to the ground instantly, and its vitality was cut off. Who? Who dares to attack me, Wang Lang? Wang Lang had already woken up when the sword chi made a sound of breaking through the air. However, when he turned around with the knife, he saw the sword chi sink into the heart of the Xuanzong disciple, and it was too late to rescue him. Under the shock, a trace of anger surged up, making his face flush red. The remaining 9 disciples of Xuanzong separated in an instant, holding lingbao swords and looking around. There. On top. In an instant, a disciple of Xuanzong changed his face, suddenly raised his hand and pointed to 100 paces away. On a stalagmite erected 100 meters high, a figure stood against the wind. The black robe, hunting sound. Black sword, trembling lightly. A pair of extremely cold eyes, as bright as stars. The billowing black infuriating chi lingers, and the young man standing with a sword looks like a demon god descended into the world, and like an invincible killing god, his killing intent is sky high. I declare. You're all going to die. In the next breath, the black-robed youth jumped up and rode over the disciples of Yan Xuanzong. The black sword in his hand emitted a dazzling black light. Sword raising. The black air set off a violent wave, surging like a thundercloud rolling, and the bright sword light suddenly appeared, turning into countless silver bright lines, overwhelming the sky. The sword chi surging, the wind blowing, the sword roaring through the air, the sky changes color. Thousands of sword lights descended rapidly, quickly forming a sword wave, with a tinnitus whistling sound, slashing towards the crowd like a group of thunders falling from the sky. #C233 Burning corpses. You wanna die. The moment the sword light fell, Wang Lang had already reacted, and at the same time he shouted violently. The sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. It's you who are looking for death. Chu Yan's killing intent was like a tide, bursting out from his eyes, and the 8 cyclones in the sea of chi shook violently. The true energy was surging, and the strength of the whole body gathered, like raging waves, like the sky, the mountains, and the mountains. The terrifying and powerful breath swept through like a storm, blowing the surrounding gravel and dust into the sky, and then twisted into powder by the sword's shadow in the wind. When Chu Yan's last word fell, the last sword light in his hand also burst out. For a time, in the entire space, the sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and the void is completely shattered. Countless stunning and peerless sword chi brilliance, as if running through the sky, continuous, collided with the sword swung by Wang Lang, instantly smashing the sword chi into powder. At the same time, Chu Yan's body, which was originally falling slowly from the air, suddenly stagnated, and a golden fire wave spewed out of him. Chu Yan turned over with a single palm, and a golden flame appeared. Suzaku martial spirit. Chu Yan shouted loudly. Boom. In the next breath, the Suzaku martial spirit shone with a golden light, opened the void, fluttered its wings and rushed out, covered in golden flames, as if it could burn the sky and sea. These 12 people, Chu Yan had already decided to kill and kill quickly, so when he took the shot, he showed the Suzaku martial spirit directly, and he was not worried that they would find out his secret. Because, dead people, don't reveal secrets. What? 9. 9-star martial spirit. Oh my god, that's really the 9-star martial spirit. What martial spirit is this? Firebird? When everyone saw Chu Yan's martial spirit, their eyes widened and their faces were full of horror. In the entire Luoyang kingdom, thousands of sects, hundreds of thousands of years, I have never heard of anyone who once possessed a 9-star martial arts, but the black-robed boy in front of him turned out to be a 9-star martial arts. Is this really possible? Die. Chu Yan snorted softly. Motivating the Suzaku martial spirit, he opened his mouth to spurt out the golden flames all over the sky, followed closely behind countless sword beams, and poured downwards like a sea of fire, venting down. Puff. 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 Ah. Ah. First, countless sword shadows fell, and the 3 disciples of Xuanhuan, who were startled by the appearance of the Suzaku martial spirit, were instantly beheaded. Several other people either raised their weapons to greet them, or held up their body-protecting infuriating chi, moved and dodged, looking for a trace of vitality in the countless sword shadows. Chu Yan's sword-raising move is an area-based attack. In addition, Chu Yan only used 50% of his strength, and he didn't even activate his sword intent. Therefore, the remaining 7 disciples of Xuanhuan barely escaped. But it is a pity that the joy on their faces has not yet risen, and the endless golden sea of fire falls from the sky, and in an instant, they are completely enveloped. Ah! Ah! There is no suspense. The 7 disciples of Xuanhuan, whose cultivation base is around the 5th level of the Xiantian realm, were touched by the golden flames. It turned into countless human-shaped ashes, and then slowly swayed down to the ground. No. Don't kill me, please, please. Wang Lang's body-protecting infuriating chi was extremely strong, and it was firmly supported in the golden flame. Moreover, in the rush, the medicinal pill in his hand kept flashing, and he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Slowly falling from the sky, Chu Yan held the clear sky sword and approached Wang Lang step by step, with a cold expression on his face. He couldn't hear his beggar, but he was only approaching step by step. Ah! After Chu Yan had walked 10 steps and stood in front of Wang Lang. Finally, a smear of white ashes fell. Wang Lang died. Putting the sword into the sheath, Chu Yan glanced around. Except for him, there was no one alive. In this battle, Chu Yan's strength was full of violence, and he did not hold back at all. First, he crushed everyone in a sword-raising style, and then cooperated with the Suzaku martial spirit that suddenly rushed out, and burned it with golden flames, not to mention more than a dozen of them. Even with hundreds of people, the result is the same. At this time, the Suzaku martial spirit hovered above Chu Yan's head, slowly and continuously pouring the chi and blood of more than 10 people who had just been incinerated into Chu Yan. A large amount of pure and pure true energy rolled in Chu Yan's body like a tide, causing the 8 cyclones in the sea of chi to start to tremble slightly. 12 masters from the 5th level of the Xiantian realm were burned at one time, including Wang Lang, who was at the 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and several other disciples that Chu Yan had killed in one day. Accumulated, the massive amount of true chi continued to shake the 8 cyclones in Shang Chu Yan's body, and finally there was a hint of a breakthrough. Going to break through? Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to slowly run the exercises and infuriating chi. The 8 cyclones must have huge and pure infuriating energy for them to break through at the same time, and at this time it is just enough. Close your eyes and concentrate, your consciousness is introverted. After 100 breaths of time, the 8 cyclones in Chu Yan's body suddenly shook, and they began to skyrocket wildly. With Chu Yan's body as the center, a violent aura rose into the sky, sweeping the surrounding area of 100 paces. This momentum suddenly erupted, but it was also very short-lived, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, the black-robed boy on the ground slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up, and a ray of light flashed across his bright eyes. Innate Realm Second Layer. Chu Yan, who stepped into the second layer of the Xiantian realm, once again skyrocketed several times in strength. Although the breakthrough in cultivation this time, because Chu Yan had just swallowed 10 5th-grade Xiantian Dan, a large amount of medicinal power was already accumulated in his body, and he encountered more than a dozen Xiantian realm 5th layer who came to die. An enemy with a cultivation base above the sky just succeeded in one fell swoop. The current Chu Yan, and then against the genius elites like the 4 young masters of the King City, within the 5th level of the innate realm, one sword can kill. After the breakthrough, and facing the reward order issued by heaven, Chu Yan's confidence was full of 3 points. A reward? Humph. Don't let me meet, kill one when you see one. Chu Wei stood up, clenched his fists, and his heart was full of anger. Afterwards, Chu Yan put away the more than 10 jade talismans on the ground and crushed them one by one. Dao Xuanhuan rushed out and quickly merged into Chu Yan's identity jade talisman. The number of points on it kept moving. 130. 170. 450. 890. As the brilliance on the jade talisman disappeared, the number on it stopped at 890 points, only 10 points away from 900 points. Sure enough, the killing speed is fast. Chu Yan chuckled lightly, and the light of slaughter in his eyes flashed past. After entering the Tsangyu secret realm for a whole day, Chu Yan had only collected enough 130 points, but just after killing more than 10 people in a row, the points skyrocketed to 890 points in an instant, which was doubled several times. At this speed, we can only compete for the speed of the first place in the trial. Then, Chu Yan swept his gaze to the ground and looked at the objects that fell out of the more than 10 jade talismans that were crushed. Most of them are ordinary medicinal herbs and spiritual herbs, plus some spiritual treasures that Chu Yan can't look down on at all. Just when Chu Yan was slightly disappointed, a faint brilliance emanated from the small pile of items, exactly from a piece of jade talisman. Communication jade talisman. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, a lot of items were collected into the Rakshasa space, and the jade talisman exuding a faint brilliance was held in his hand. Raising his brows, Chu Yan's infuriating energy was injected, and suddenly, a spot of consciousness appeared in front of Chu Yan's eyes. There is a big chance, come quickly. With just a few words, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. This communication jade talisman is of high rank. It is a kind of avatar communication jade talisman. It can send messages to multiple people at the same time with one jade talisman. Compared with the identity jade talisman of the sect, it is only 1 or 2 ranks lower. It is very useful for communication between small teams. Unlike the sect jade talisman, a message is sent out, and the whole sect knows it. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan turned over and swallowed a Tianyuan pill. Qianshan stepped on the snow, and his body turned into a black lightning bolt, flying towards the spot marked by the communication jade talisman. #C234 Netherwee Valley. Speeding with lightning speed, like a ghost. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to arrive near a small valley. This small valley is pitifully small, only a few thousand steps in diameter, surrounded by small hills, with a green grassy clearing in the middle. Even the plaza of Ling Tianzong is several times bigger than this small valley. However, Chu Yan, who was hiding on the top of a hill, looked at the grass in the valley with a frown. A tall altar is surrounded by aura, which makes the altar seem to be standing in the smoke, giving me an ethereal feeling like a fairyland. Above the top of the altar, in the air as high as one person, a spiritual pattern shone with faint golden brilliance, resembling a ring, floating in the void, swaying up and down. This is a spirit pattern. Chu Yan's face changed, and in shock, his divine sense was released instantly and shrouded toward the altar. Hum. 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 The consciousness left the body, and just rushed down the hillside and rushed onto the grass in the middle of the valley, and then bumped into countless other outsourced consciousnesses. It felt like walking on a crowded street with a sea of people, wanting to move forward. One step, you can only squeeze the line. There are so many people. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and then, his brows were slightly wrinkled, and the sea of consciousness was suddenly shocked, instantly increasing the strength of the consciousness. At this moment, Chu Yan's consciousness grew on the grass, as if a child turned into a 3-meter-strong man, ramming all the way, turning over all the people who were blocked by the consciousness in front of him, and headed straight towards the altar. Rush away. Chu Yan's sudden action caused dozens of muffled groans from the hidden corners of the small valley. These warriors, who hid in the dark like Chu Yan and used their spiritual sense to probe the altar, were suddenly knocked back by Chu Yan. Suddenly, the sea of consciousness trembled, only to feel black in front of him. His body trembled, and he let out a groan. His face, a look of shock appeared on the top. Is this too scary? What kind of person's consciousness is so powerful? It even knocked the consciousness of dozens of people into the air in one breath. Joke. Compared with Chu Yan's strength of consciousness, these people are courting death. After the enhancement of the blood god pill and the increase of the huge golden spirit pattern in the sky of Chu Yan's consciousness, Chu Yan's consciousness is not only invincible in the innate territory, it's that simple. Rather, crush. Within the innate realm, no matter how peerless a genius is, as long as there is no strange treasure to protect him, he will be crushed. Unless it is a strong person who has broken through the real martial realm, and his spiritual consciousness has grown tenfold, otherwise, in front of Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, they are all like the baby of the fierce and strong man on the opposite side. Ignoring those stunned people in the dark corners, at this time, Chu Yan's consciousness had already touched the altar, and he was cautiously trying to penetrate into the thick smoke of spiritual energy. Hum. In an instant, a terrifying force suddenly rushed out from the smoke of the altar and slammed into Chu Yan's consciousness. Suddenly, Chu Yan trembled as if struck by lightning, and his consciousness flew back. Retract the sea of consciousness. Terrible. What a terrible power. Chu Yan's heart palpitated, and there was a faint cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, the power within the altar was only passive defense, so it was just a sudden block on the consciousness that Chu Yan was trying to penetrate. At this time, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world trembled and shook gently, causing Chu Yan to be in a trance. At this moment, above the sky of Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, the huge golden inscriptions on the pagoda hall, brilliance, radiated golden ripples, and these golden ripples gradually spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness world. The next moment, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness gradually stabilized, and Chu Yan's consciousness began to recover quickly. Call. Chu Yan, who was completely awake, let out a long sigh of relief, and when he looked at the spirit pattern altar in the small valley, his eyes trembled. At the same time, hundreds of figures suddenly rushed out from all over the surrounding hills. All of them were disciples of the 3 major sects. So many people? Chu Yan frowned slightly and muttered a little speechlessly. Hundreds of disciples from Lingtianzong, Huashuanzong, and Shuiyue Pavilion rushed into the small valley, turned around the altar, and formed more than 10 teams, facing each other, looking at each other's eyes, all of vigilance and vigilance. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became tense. But at this time, more than a dozen teams were just hostile to each other, but did not do anything. Chu Yan's eyes swept across the crowd, observing everyone's cultivation and strength. Zhang Yun. Among the white-robed figures, Chu Yan found a familiar figure. It was the four heroes of the inner sect of Ling Tianzong, one of the four masters of heaven, Zhang Yun. Moreover, among the more than 20 people who were reunited with him, all belonged to heaven. Chu Yan's eyes stopped on Zhang Yun for a while, and then continued to sweep towards the other crowd. Whether it is Xuanhuan or Xueyue Pavilion, these people have a deep breath, and their cultivation is not weak. Chu Yan hid behind a tree on the top of the hill, his breath restrained, and he was not in a hurry to go out. The strength of these 100 people is not weak, but there is no danger to Chu Yan, who is just broken through the cultivation base, but it is somewhat difficult to kill them all. Therefore, Chu Yan decided to wait and watch the change. At this time, in the Xueyue Pavilion, a female disciple turned her head to look at the location of Chu Yan. "Who is hiding over there? Please show up." As soon as one sentence landed, hundreds of people near the altar were stunned at the same time, and then turned to look in the direction of Chu Yan at the same time. "What? Is there anyone over there? There's no breath." "There must be." Jiuxiao of Xueyue Pavilion is the top 3 masters in the inner sect, and it is said that the martial spirit is a mutated soul-type martial spirit, with a strong spiritual sense. Damn, there are still people who can't hide, and they have been discovered. This Jiuxiao has a strong sense of consciousness, and her cultivation must be extremely strong. Among the nearly 100 people, a small number of people were talking in a low voice, but their eyes were looking at the beautiful woman in a yellow long gown with a pointed chin, and their eyes were amazing. This brother, since he was discovered, why did he show up? Zhang Yun, one of the 4 heroes of the inner sect in Ling Tian sect, also had a gloomy face and shouted loudly at this time. The sound waves are rolling, resounding through the valley like thunder, which shows its strength. At this moment, Chu Yan was speechless, depressed in his heart, and shook his head with a wry smile. "It's good to hide here, since it was discovered by Jiuxiao of Xueyue Pavilion." At the same time, Chu Yan also looked at Jiuxiao slightly, from where he was to the altar, at least 5,000 steps away. The other party found him so easily. From this point of view, this woman must have something special and unique, otherwise, Chu Yan believes, it will never be discovered. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan flew out. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the grass in the valley, thousands of steps away from everyone, standing with his head held high and his face indifferent. "Hey! It's Chu Yan. Damn, since this kid dares to come out. Haha, kill him, kill him." The appearance of Chu Yan immediately made the disciples of Ling Tian sect who appeared on the scene became excited and exclaimed. In an instant, dozens of fierce murderous auras shot up into the sky, and a pair of eyes full of murderous intent stared at Chu Yan. "Heaven disciples, meet Chu Yan." The already tense atmosphere at the scene became even more dignified. "Haha, Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to come to the door by yourself." At the moment when Chu Yan appeared, Zhang Yan's face was startled for a while, and then he showed ecstasy. #C235 The boxing potential is shocking. Immediately. Self-destruction, kneel down and be bound. I can let you live a little longer, otherwise, when I do it, I will make you regret your life. While speaking, a powerful breath rose violently from Zhang Yan's body and swept out. The originally strong and tall body, at this time, gave people a more and more powerful sense of oppression, which was daunting. As soon as the word fell, the scene was silent. Everyone looked at Chu Yan in unison, various complex expressions flashed in their eyes, most of which were drama and bloodshed. Ling Tianzong seems to be fighting within. Although the Xuanhuan and Xueyue Pavilion disciples who were present were very happy to see Ling Tianzong fighting, whether it was fighting for treasures or fighting between the 3 major sects, it was undoubtedly a good thing. However, when they saw that Chu Yan was alone, with a single sword, it seemed that he was ready to fight against the other 20 or so fellow students by himself. With this kind of power comparison, there is no need to guess that the fall of Chu Yan is only a matter of time, and it cannot cause too much damage to the Ling Tianzong team led by Zhang Yun. This is a pity. So, in the end, this Ling Tianzong infighting, in the eyes of the remaining Xuanzong and Xueyue Pavilion disciples, should be just an episode before the start of the war, nothing more. At this time, the focus of everyone's attention, the black-robed boy, moved. After hearing Zhang Yun's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly, raised his feet, and walked towards Zhang Yun slowly. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yun, who was burly and rough like a monster, grinned. In his opinion, as long as Chu Yan does not escape, the rest will be easy to handle. Not to mention that there are more than 20 elite disciples in heaven on his side, he will kill him for a few days with his cultivation at the 8th level of the innate realm. Chu Yan, who was a former disciple of the outer sect, would it be much more difficult than killing a chicken? What he couldn't understand was why his eldest brother Mori, for this son, even offered a reward for 3 innate spiritual treasures. Is this necessary? As his thoughts surged, Zhang Yun's face became more and more arrogant, and he looked at Chu Yan, who was walking step by step with contempt and disdain. Although his cultivation was at the bottom of the 4 heroes of the inner sect, within the entire Ling Tian sect, under the 9 heavens of the innate realm, he had never encountered an opponent, and he was known as invincible at the same level. Ordinary opponents of the same level with the 8th level cultivation of the innate realm. He can almost be crushed. Soon, Chu Yan walked in front of Zhang Yun, with a sneer, eyes like ice, a contemptuous smile, and said slowly, "Idiot." Chu Yan's 2 words landed, and everyone was stunned at the same time. The nearly 100 abusive expressions that were originally staring at Chu Yan, at this time, after a sudden start, they all changed rapidly. When they looked at Chu Yan again, their eyes were full of the same meaning, like, looking at a fool. If this black-robed young man, when facing more than 20 Ling Tianzong inner disciples, not only did not fear or escape, but instead made provocative actions, it was not because he was a fool, then there might be another reason. This man is a lunatic. After everyone heard Chu Yan's provocative words, Qi Shu turned their eyes to Zhang Yun. And in their eyes, at this time, Zhang Yun's face was flushed, his eyebrows were shaking, the horizontal flesh on his face was constantly shaking, and his strong chest muscles were undulating violently, indicating that the current Zhang Yun was on the verge of rage and explosion. In Zhang Yun's heart, a flame had burst open just in time, like a volcano erupting madly, and the raging anger had already made him furious. "Chu Yan, you, court death." With a roar, Zhang Yun raised his huge fist and slammed it out. This punch, when Zhang Yun raised his fist, with his body as the center, within 10 steps in a radius, a gust of wind suddenly rose, and all the air rushed towards his fist at the same time, as if being sucked by a huge gravitational force. Zhang Yun's fist became the eye of the storm, swallowing and condensing all the wind. Boom! When Zhang Yun's fist shrunk to the extreme and slammed out, a fist that was compressed to the limit turned into a huge black fist mark, bursting out towards Chu Yan with a tumultuous momentum. Gather! Among the more than 100 people present, several of them suddenly changed their expressions, and they were extremely shocked. Zhang Yan's punch, which seems to be thrown at random, is actually no trivial matter. It turned out to be the use of the potential in the artistic conception of boxing, and the punch was blown out, with a trace of the power of heaven and earth. The natural force seems to be able to destroy everything. Moreover, Zhang Yan's use of boxing stance has obviously reached a state of perfection, and he can do it at will without any preparation. The realm of boxing mastery. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly when the punch came in front of him, and he was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Yun has actually cultivated his boxing skills to the realm of mastery, and he has also realized the potential of boxing. His strength is much stronger than that of a martial artist of the same level. But, so what? Clang. 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 The next moment, around Chu Yan, countless wind rolls of sword energy surged out, instantly forming a dozen tornadoes that were sharp to the extreme, and countless bright lights of sword energy. Shine. The clear sky sword in his hand trembled lightly, making the sound of a sword piercing through the sky. At the same time, among the 100 people on the scene, all the sword-wielding swordsmen in their hands trembled slightly, and bursts of loud sword whistling sounded at the same time. At this moment, the sharp aura of the black-robed youth in everyone's eyes continued to rise, and to everyone's astonishment, his sharp aura seemed to be endless and madly improved, as if there was no end. With a sharp aura, he rose into the sky and shot directly at the 9 heavens, and Chu Yan's posture of standing up seemed to slowly transform into a peerless sword, standing proudly between the heavens and the earth. Man and sword unite. Sword intent of great perfection is the realm of sword unity. At this moment, facing the sword intent in the sky, Chu Yan closed his eyes slowly. The moment he closed his eyes, there were several long swords in front of him, behind him, to the left, right, and above his head. Breaking into the air appeared and began to dance slowly. Draw sword. Jianling whistled softly, and under the thought, the speed of the sword reached its limit, and it was drawn forward, as if the waning moon was breaking through the sky. Bright sword. A sword flashed like a rushing current, and it was like a river returning to the sea. Sword ascension. The long sword shone dazzlingly, swirling in the air, with the sword in hand, stirring up the sky, taking all the wind and clouds. Chopping sword. A sword fell, without the slightest block, the body was shuttled, the long sword was like a dragon and a cloud, the sword energy was chaotic, it was like the water of the 9 heavens pouring down, and the tyrannical power was like a huge wave. Explosive sword style. The sword is like a tidal wave, the sword light flows back, the sword gas turns into a red light, the sword whistle is earth-shattering, a sword pierces out, the spark bursts into the air, and a trace of anxiety permeates the air. Several long swords surrounded Chu Yan, constantly waving the 13th sword of thunder. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes slowly widened, and shock and horror continued to surface on their faces, becoming more and more intense. This is the great perfection realm of sword intent. Such a sentence flashed in everyone's mind, but they couldn't believe it. Suddenly, all kinds of complex expressions turned into shock, and they stared at the black-robed boy not far away. That figure is like a world-destroying divine sword under the sky. #C236 Haotian Sword Realm. The next moment, all the shadows of the long swords around Chu Yan suddenly rushed forward, forming a ball in front of Chu Yan, turning into a white lightsaber body, and the white sword lights kept coming from the lightsaber body. The top flashed out, smashing the void around the sword body. Slowly, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 star-like sword lights shot out from his eyes, covering the clear sky sword in his hand. Raise your sword. Slash. Like a beginner in kendo, wielding the most common basic swordsmanship. However, at the moment when the clear sky sword fell, a black light flashed and shot into the body of the lightsaber condensed in front of Chu Yan. Immediately afterwards, the lightsaber suddenly rushed out. Boom, rumble. The sword light slashed on the oncoming fist, and the entire valley vibrated at the same time. At the same time, there was a sound that shook the world. Crushed into countless broken energy, the sky dissipated. What? Zhang Yan's face turned pale with shock, staring into his extreme eyes, and he didn't believe the scene in front of him at all. This, black-robed youth, actually smashed his fist potential. How can that be? Ah! Angry King Kong Wuhun, come out! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan, with a loud shout, suddenly raised a huge black shadow behind him, and it was he who directly summoned his martial spirit. A 7-star mutant beast martial spirit, glaring at the Vajra. This angry King Kong ape is 10 feet tall and extremely tall. It is not much different from the ape monsters in appearance, except that it is taller and stronger, but it has a huge difference. At this time, in its pair of ape eyes, 2 rays of thunder and lightning flowed, like 2 violent and angry thunders, filled with a daunting huge pressure. As soon as it appeared, it jumped up and jumped from the air, behind Zhang Yun. In the middle, it landed heavily on the ground, making a loud noise, which shocked everyone and was terrified. Golden Steel Fury. Following Zhang Yun's violent roar, his whole body's infuriating energy instantly boiled, like a flood bursting a bank, rushing out towards the angry-eyed Vajra ape martial soul like a hill in front of him. Roar. The furious infuriating chi was like a body, and the angry-eyed golden steel ape let out a roar in the sky. Then, 2 fists the size of a small house smashed out at the same time, and slammed into the body of the lightsaber that came from. Boom! The body of the lightsaber slashed above the fists of angry King Kong, only stagnant for less than 2 breaths, but directly broke the fist wind, entered the whole body, and suddenly accelerated, piercing the entire soul of angry King Kong Wuhun like lightning. The body continued to slash towards Zhang Yun's body. Swish! In Zhang Yun's blood-red, trembling eyes, the angry King Kong Wuhun turned into a black streamer and returned to his body, obviously already injured and unable to use it in the short term. No. I don't believe it. Break it for me. At this moment, Zhang Yun's face was full of madness and ferociousness, his eyes were red, his hands were waving again, and violent fist marks rushed out, constantly hitting the body of the lightsaber. Bump. 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 Boom. 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 The fist strength was like a violent storm, surging out, and in just half a breath, Zhang Yun threw at least 100 punches. Every punch, with all his strength, contains the potential of the boxing, and the power is amazing. Under the bombardment of countless fist marks, the body of the lightsaber became smaller and smaller, and the speed became slower and slower. Ha ha ha, give me, break it. As Zhang Yun continued to punch out, the true chi in his body surged out like a tide, and the consumption was huge. Just like the body of the lightsaber, the further back he went, the weaker his fist strength became. But seeing that the body of the sword light was about to collapse, Zhang Yun was full of excitement, and in addition to laughing wildly, he desperately urged the infuriating energy in his body, and threw his fist marks frantically, wanting to completely destroy the body of the sword light. Blast away. Boom. Finally, when the body of the sword light was only half a step away from Zhang Yun, it finally burst open, turning into countless star points of sword light and dissipating in the air. Ha ha ha, what about the great perfection of sword intent? Not yet, Swish. Seeing the whole of the sword light collapsed, Zhang Yun laughed wildly. It can be seen that halfway through, a strong wind suddenly hit in front of him, and a black strong wind suddenly flashed in front of him. In the wind, a sharp sword light flashed by. The strong wind blew over the place where Zhang Yun was standing and dissipated in an instant. Clang! Chu Yan drew his sword into the sheath, his face was indifferent, his eyes were cold, and he slowly looked back at Zhang Yun. That's right, that black gust of wind was exactly Chu Yan, who used Qianshan to tread the snow. Before the body of the sword light dissipated, it flew towards Zhang Yun like a black light. The next moment, Zhang Yun's eyes widened, his pupils trembled constantly, and a blood red slowly appeared on his neck, making his whole body chill. Puff. After the 5 breaths, the bloodline bloomed, and a row of blood mist sprayed out from the bloodline, dyeing the space in front of Zhang Yun red, and then, his corpse fell slowly, and his life was cut off. Zhang Yun, the 4 heroes of the inner sect in heaven, die. Quiet. Silence. Among the hundreds of people at the scene, no one made a sound. It seemed that even the sound of breathing stopped, but they just stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded, with hundreds of pairs of pupils trembling. Die, dead. One of the top 4 of Ling Tian sect's inner sect, Zhang Yun. Just die? That Chu Yan killed Zhang Yun with just 2 swords. Everyone was shocked, and even some people were trembling, and in the sea of knowledge, it was like turning the sky overturned, setting off a terrifying wave. At this time, when everyone looked at Chu Yan again, the eyes that looked at fools and lunatics in their eyes disappeared completely, and they all turned into fear. Sword intent is great. Terrible, terrifying. Chu Yan walked slowly, facing everyone's eyes, raised his hand and waved, but put Zhang Yun's body away. This move suddenly woke up many disciples of Ling Tianzong not far away. All of them looked at Chu Yan with different expressions, and seemed to be on the verge of moving. Chu Yan slowly turned his head, his eyes like lightning swept across, and his voice was cold without a trace of warmth when he opened his mouth. Do you want to die too? As soon as these words came out, all the disciples of Ling Tianzong only felt a murderous aura swept over them instantly. Under the fear, they couldn't help shivering, and fear arose in their hearts. They remembered the tragic death of Zhang Yun just now, and then thought that Chu Yan only used 2 swords, such terrifying strength, can they really be matched? However, as a member of heaven, if he doesn't do anything now to help Zhang Yun take revenge, even if he escapes and returns to the sect, he will be sentenced to a serious crime by heaven, and he will not be able to live either. Come on, let's go together. Go, let's go together, kill him, and avenge senior brother Zhang Yun. That is, he alone can't beat more than 20 of us. The next moment, all the Ling Tianzong disciples present at the same time burst into shape. All kinds of spirit treasure weapons, emitting countless cold lights, rushed towards Chu Yan. At the time of the charge, all kinds of beasts, weapons, fires, and other colorful light groups rose into the air, but everyone summoned their martial spirits in unison, ready to attack with all their strength, with all their killer moves, just to be able to strike Chu with one blow. Fire kill. Clang. The Haotian sword was unsheathed again, Chu Yan's body swayed, Qianshan stepped on the snow, unfolded in an instant, and pulled out a black afterimage and rushed towards the crowd. #C237 The spirit pattern is in hand. At the time of flying, countless black clouds swept out of Chu Yan's body, condensed but not scattered, and gathered more and more. The eyes are full of afterimages, and the body is full of diffuse black clouds. Swish. 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 With the afterimage of Chu Yan's figure, it kept moving in the crowd, and for a while, the rolling black cloud shrouded the more than 20 Ling Tian sect disciples within 100 steps. In the dark clouds, there was no light, everyone seemed to have entered a dark abyss, and they couldn't even see the hand they put in front of them. At the same time, all the heavenly disciples caught in the black cloud found that their spiritual consciousness could not leave the body at all, or in other words, after leaving the body, just like their current vision, they could not detect anything and completely lost their effect. There were only a few disciples with cultivation bases around the 7th level of the Xiantian realm. Under the shock, they frantically destroyed their true qi and dispelled the black clouds around them. However, while their true qi gushed out and dashed away the black clouds, a large number of black clouds rolled and rushed in, quickly filling the blank space. For a time, these heavenly disciples with powerful cultivation bases fell into an infinite loop, and only the true qi in their bodies was rapidly consumed. Call out! Call out! Call out! Just when the disciples in heaven were panicking because of the sudden vision, bright sword lights lit up in the dark clouds. The sword light is like electricity, flashing between the light and dark in the dark clouds, like lightning bolts, streaking across the dark night sky. However, at the same time as the first white lightning flashed, there was blood and life collapsed. Among the 20 or so people, except for a few who were at the 7th level of the Xiantian realm, they slightly resisted the 2 moves. And none of the dozen or so people had any enemies with a single sword. Chu Yan's black figure, hidden in the thick black clouds, is like a devil and ghost, wanton harvesting people's heads. In less than 100 breaths, when Chu Yan slowly put away the black cloud, on the ground where he saw the light again, except for the blood on the ground, there was not a single figure, not even a corpse. Only Chu Yan stood with a sword, his eyes were like ice, and his killing intent rushed into the clouds. Dozens of people from Huashuanzong and Xuanhuan Pavilion stared blankly at this scene, their hearts beating violently, and the corners of everyone's eyes are widening. In less than half an hour, not only did he kill the powerful Zhang Yun, but he also killed a full 20 innate powerhouses in one go. He is like a killing god. Or, it's more like an evil spirit, with blood all over his body, holding a slaughtering sword, harvesting people's lives like chopping melons and vegetables. They, who were originally waiting to see the play, never imagined that the outcome of the matter would turn out like this. Let's go. Among the Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples, Jiuxiao, who first discovered Chu Yan's position, wrinkled her eyebrows slightly, her jade face was deep, and with a coquettish shout, she turned around and left. Behind her, more than 30 Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples turned around in unison, and brought up a dazzling piece of colorful robes. Let's go too. Seeing the departure of Xuanhuan Pavilion, the leader of Huashuanzong sighed, his eyes turned slightly, he also waved and shouted, and walked out of the valley with everyone behind him. Originally, they discovered that the valley had been confronting each other for a whole day, constantly summoning the same sect. Moreover, before they hid, they tried the altar several times, and they couldn't start at all. Therefore, after seeing Chu Yan's shocking strength, although they were reluctant to give up, they decisively gave up this opportunity. If you have time to waste here, you might as well go to other places to search. Seeing that everyone was leaving one after another, Chu Yan put his sword into the sheath, took out 2 Tianyuan pills and swallowed them down. Just now, forcibly using some of the Rakshasa refinement domain for a moment, it consumed a full 50% of true qi. It seems that with Chu Yan's current cultivation, it is somewhat impossible to fully grasp the Rakshasa refinement domain. Feeling the medicinal power in the body slowly dissipating, and in the cyclone, the Rakshasa true qi quickly recovered, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to look at the altar shrouded in the mist of spiritual energy. A spirit pattern. A spirit pattern that is more precious than an innate spirit treasure. Looking at the top of the altar, the ring-shaped spiritual pattern suspended in the void exudes a faint golden brilliance, and Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. But, how did this altar break? Obviously, the altar has been shrouded in a powerful spiritual formation, which constantly gathers the nearby heaven and earth spiritual power to nourish the spiritual pattern, and also has a strong defensive ability. Bump. Suddenly, he slammed a fist out, smashed between the altars, and made an earth-shattering explosion. However, it didn't have any effect at all. After the altar shook violently, it returned to normal. What a powerful spirit formation. Chu Yan frowned, looking at the altar in front of him, suddenly feeling a little depressed. Just after this punch was tested, Chu Yan determined that the spiritual formation above the altar was at least rank 3, otherwise, with the cultivation base that Chu Yan had just broken through, it would be impossible to move. When he was in the Wangzhan arena, Chu Yan was only half a step into the Xiantian realm, and he was able to smash the defensive spirit formation of the arena. Now, Chu Yan's strength has reached the second level of the Xiantian realm, but he cannot shake the spiritual formation in front of him. Therefore, in the face of these 3-rank spirit formations, Chu Yan was at a loss for a while. No wonder the people of Huashuanzong and Xuanhuan Pavilion walked so swiftly, it seems that they can't do anything about it. While Chu Yan muttered to himself, he walked around the altar, constantly looking at it, thinking about the way to solve it. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan stood still in front of the altar. A group of golden flames slowly rose behind him, the Suzaku martial spirit broke through the void, and above Chu Yan's head, hovering constantly, spreading his wings. The sky was filled with golden flames. Call. A huge golden fireball blasted towards the altar, slammed into the spiritual formation, and burst into the sky with golden fire. Hum. With a slight tremor, the altar was restored to its original state. Roar. Chu Yan's eyes showed disappointment. He withdrew the Suzaku martial spirit and released the white tiger martial spirit. The huge tiger palm patted it, and the shaking altar trembled again. Still, it didn't work. Withdrawing the white tiger martial spirit, pulling out the clear sky sword, the dazzling sword beams shone, and a dozen sword beams slashed out. Triple hit. Tai Yuan Chi Palm. Rakshasa Refinement Domain. Half an hour later, Chu Yan took out 2 Tianyuan pills and swallowed them again. His face was ashen, his face sinking like water. At this point, Chu Yan had all his cards and tried various attack methods, but he couldn't break it at all, and even weakened the defensive spirit formation of the altar. Depressed. Extremely depressed. Sitting cross-legged, his spiritual consciousness was restrained, his inner chi was surging, quickly catalyzing the medicinal power of Tianyuan Dan, and at the same time, in the sea of consciousness, Chu Yan kept thinking about ways. Gradually, Chu Yan set his sights on the huge golden spiritual pattern on the towering pagoda in the sea of consciousness world. The golden spirit pattern is huge as a small piece of sky looks much more advanced than the spirit pattern on the altar outside. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan finished his work, and in the sea of knowledge, the spiritual consciousness quickly gathered, and slowly probed towards the golden spiritual pattern above the sky. Hum. As soon as Chu Yan's consciousness came into contact with the golden spiritual pattern on the top of the pagoda, the entire sea of consciousness world suddenly trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, a vicissitudes of life voice suddenly appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. You, finally, come again. I have been waiting for you. This voice was exactly the same voice that Chu Yan made when he opened the Wu Ji Rakshasa refinement realm for Chu Yan. Who are you? Chu Yan's consciousness trembled slightly and asked. #C238 Wuhun Awakening? The voice did not answer, and at the same time, above the pagoda, the huge golden spiritual pattern suddenly glowed, shooting out 10,000 golden rays, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness world into a golden ocean. Immediately afterwards, the golden spirit pattern turned into a golden light, rushed out of the sea of consciousness world, and flashed above Chu Yan's head. Swish! The golden light was like electricity, and it shot towards Chu Yan's eyebrows, and instantly disappeared into it. At this time, there was a spiritual pattern shining with a faint golden brilliance on Chu Yan's eyebrows. The pattern was extremely complex, 1,000 times more complicated than the circular spiritual pattern on the altar. The sudden vision caused Chu Yan to be stunned for a moment, then slowly raised his hand and touched his forehead. After the divine consciousness disappeared into the golden spiritual mark between the eyebrows, a golden light shot out and shot towards the altar in front of Chu Yan. Hum. The golden aura emitted a scorching hot sun that shone on the mist of the spiritual formation on the altar, and suddenly made a humming sound. Okay, it's done. Chu Yan's face flashed with joy, his figure flashed, he jumped up on the altar, took out a blank jade talisman, and was about to put away the ring-shaped spiritual pattern. Suddenly, at the position between the eyebrows, the golden spirit pattern shot out a golden light again, covering the ring-shaped spirit pattern in front of him. Swish! The spiritual pattern turned into a stream of light, rushing out directly from Chu Yan's eyebrows, and instantly appeared in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. After the ring spirit pattern entered Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, it turned into a stream of light the size of a palm, hovering in the sky. The next moment, in the mountain peak where the 5 divine beasts were entrenched, a golden yellow light group slowly rose into the sky, and the faint rays of light circulated, emitting circles of golden ripples. Hum. The spiritual pattern streamer touched by the golden ripples trembled slightly, like a meteor streaking across the sky, and instantly rushed into the golden light cluster above the Wuhun mountain peak, disappearing without a trace. The yellow light ball that engulfed the spirit pattern of the ring suddenly lit up, suddenly widened a bit, and then swayed gently in the air before falling back into the Wuhun mountain. Everything calmed down again. What? Swallow. Swallow. Chu Yan stood on the altar. Feeling the scene in the sea of consciousness world, his face was filled with astonishment, and he was sluggish on the spot. It was another killing and another breaking formation. A spiritual pattern that Chu Yan finally obtained, without even touching it, was swallowed by the yellow light ball of martial spirit. Well, it's okay to swallow it, at least, you are like the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit, just like back then, wake me up, right? However, after the yellow light group swallowed the spiritual pattern, it was as if nothing had happened. It only grew 2 circles, and it continued to go back to sleep as if nothing had happened. Chu Yan's face was ashen, and the roots of his teeth were itchy. That is a spirit pattern, a real spirit pattern. If you sell it on the market, you can exchange it for at least 3 or 5,000 yuan stones, and you can buy piles of spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs, such a huge amount of cultivation resources. Just so gone? Chu Yan only felt dizzy for a while, and his eyes darkened. Call. Well, since you devoured the spirit pattern, at least let me know the conditions for your awakening. After a while, Chu Yan took a deep breath, calmed down his depressed mood, and muttered to himself. Spiritual pattern. You actually awakened by swallowing the spiritual pattern, you martial souls. The conditions for awakening are getting more and more expensive. From the beginning of the evolution of the white tiger spirit swallowing the elixir, to the later evolution of the Suzaku spirit swallowing the demon fire, now it's good, this yellow light group of spirit actually needs to devour the spirit pattern to awaken. That's a spirit pattern. A priceless treasure. Moreover, judging from the growth efficiency of the yellow light group swallowing the ring-shaped spirit pattern, it is obvious that a few spirit patterns are definitely not enough. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan gave a wry smile and shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave the altar, a mutation suddenly occurred. Chu Yan. Sure enough, it's here. Immediately afterwards, a white figure flashed from the mouth of the valley, and in an instant, stood in front of Chu Yan. His aura was sharp, like an unsheathed sword, extremely sharp. At this moment, he was staring angrily at Chu Yan above the altar, his eyes were full of killing intent. This person is one of the 4 heroes in the inner gate of heaven, Ling Hua. Ling Hua's eyes swept across, and he found that 100 steps away, the ground was covered in blood, and his breath soared again. Boom! After a soft sound, Ling Hua looked at Chu Yan again, full of cruelty, and at the same time a sneer appeared on his face. Chu Yan, you really killed more than 20 members of my heaven. Today, you will be surrounded and killed here. I've sent a message to Senior Brother Mori, you can't run away. Hand over the spirit patterns, and leave you with a corpse. Ling Hua looked at Chu Yan, with an angry face, under the distortion, he said coldly. Hearing this, Chu Yan's brows furrowed immediately, and his face became solemn. Although his cultivation has just improved and his strength has advanced greatly, if he is facing the siege of hundreds of people in heaven at the same time, and there are masters like the 4 heroes of the inner door, there is probably a danger in trying to escape completely. Even if it was Ling Hua in front of him, Chu Yan's consciousness swept over and found that his strength was obviously stronger than Zhang Yun. Just now, after beheading Zhang Yun and 20 heavenly disciples, Chu Yan consumed most of his true energy. If he was surrounded by hundreds of people, even if it was consumed, they would be consumed to death. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Yan's infuriating rage surged, and Qianshan stepping on the snow instantly unfolded. It was only a blink of an eye, but it disappeared 1,000 steps away, and then, the figure flashed like electricity, flying over the nearby hills and flying away into the distance. Want to run away? When Linghua saw Chu Yan's figure disappearing in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, and then he started to chase after Chu Yan. However, it seems that his movement skills are slightly poor, and within 100 breaths, he completely lost Chu Yan's figure. Immediately, Linghua looked at the large forest in front of him and was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. The night light is like water, and the silver moon is everywhere. The dark forest, even in the daytime, looks extremely gloomy, and at night, it becomes even darker. In a cave in the forest, it is dry and refreshing, and the temperature is suitable. At this moment, Chu Yan was sitting cross-legged in the cave. Pieces of jade talismans were continuously thrown from the Rakshasa space, and a faint smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. In the Battle of Xiaoyao, he beheaded more than 20 people, and after dividing all the jade talisman points he had harvested into his own jade talisman, he got nearly 3,000 points. Pulling out the 10,000-year-old earth core, in the cave, the spiritual energy was immediately rich and the aroma was overflowing. This green colloid is like a gum mass, like a solid lake, green, crystal clear, and mouth-watering. However, Chu Yan has made a plan to leave this 10,000 years of the earth to his father, Chu Jiang, so that his father can live at least 50 years longer. Moreover, with the nourishment of this 10,000 years of the earth's core, within 100 years, my father will no longer suffer from any disease. Put it away first, and talk about it when we return to Luoyang King City. After that, Chu Yan put away the earth's core for 10,000 years, and continued to crush the jade talismans in front of him, checking the items in each jade talisman. Hey! This is Xuanhuan. An apple-sized fruit with green skin and gold pattern rolled out, causing Chu Yan's eyes to light up suddenly. #C239 Breakthrough Fury. Xuanhuan. Also known as the essence of essence fruit, although the rank is not high, but it is rare, swallowing this fruit can further condense the origin of the martial artist, the Sea of Qi. The Sea of Qi that has been condensed by Xuanhuan will be stronger and can withstand more infuriating pressure, that is to say, increase the explosive power. Before the warrior fights, the warrior runs the cyclone, releasing a large amount of infuriating energy, which is stored in the air-sea space, but when it reaches the limit that the air-sea can hold, it is instantly released to attack the opponent. Therefore, after curing, the Sea of Qi can at least increase the martial arts power of a martial artist by 20%. This is an absolute good thing. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and without hesitation, he pressed the Xuanhuan into powder, opened his mouth, and sucked it all down. Slowly close your eyes, and slowly refine the medicinal power of Xuanhuan. 2 hours later, outside the cave, the sky was getting brighter. Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed. In one night, Chu Yan not only refined the medicinal power, but also practiced the Rakshasa promise to adjust his state to the best. Today is the second day of the Tsangyu secret realm. Go ahead and hope to have more harvests today. Slowly getting up, Chu Yan raised his hand and touched the center of his eyebrows. The touch of his hand was warm, which was the reason for the golden spirit pattern. Ever since the golden spirit pattern rushed out of the Sea of Consciousness world yesterday, it has been staying on Chu Yan's brow position. Most of the time, it is invisible, but sometimes, it will appear suddenly, flashing hot and hot. Up to now, Chu Yan has not figured out what the golden spirit pattern is for. Chu Yan sighed, with a helpless look on his face, and was about to walk out of the cave. Suddenly, Chu Yan's face was startled, and then, a sneer slowly appeared on his face. The consciousness that he has been exposing all the time senses. Someone is coming. The consciousness moved, and in an instant, Chu Yan increased the intensity of the consciousness. For a moment, the situation with the cave as the center and a radius of hundreds of miles was clearly presented in front of Chu Yan. 3 teams. From 3 directions. Moving towards Chu Yan, he quickly surrounded him. In each direction, there were about 40 people, led by Ling Hua, Gao Feng, and Mori. All of them were Ling Tian sect inner disciples from Phnom Penh in white robes. Of course, these 100 people belonged to heaven. In order to kill himself, Tian really made a big deal. There are more than 100 people here, accounting for almost 1/5 of the disciples of Ling Tianzong who came to participate in the trial. Want to besiege me? Humph. You are not qualified enough. Chu Yan sneered, raised his feet and walked out of the cave, brows slightly wrinkled, Shenring for a moment, and then he chose a direction and flew away. Among the 3 parties, Chu Yan chose the direction of the team led by Ling Hua. After 10 breaths, figures flickered in the field of vision, and dozens of figures in white robes met Chu Yan head-on. Chu Yan. This time, you can't escape. Ling Hua said goodbye to Chu Yan, and the murderous intent in his eyes was swallowing like a fiery snake. In order to besiege Chu Yan this time, heaven issued a gathering order last night, and every heavenly disciple in the Tsangyu mystery realm was gathering here. Although some people were too scattered and did not arrive in time, it is enough to surround and kill Chu Yan with more than 100 people. At this time, since Chu Yan chose to use his side to break through, as long as he surrounded him, senior brother Mori and Gao Feng would be able to lead the team over in at most half an hour. Ling Hua, do you want to die? Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and 1,000 paces away, the black air flowed around his body, like a cold wind, swept away towards Ling Hua. Ling Hua was attacked by Chu Yan's murderous aura, his face suddenly froze, his eyes trembled, not only him, but also the more than 40 disciples in heaven behind him, all of them were shocked, and their eyes became dazed. Looking at Chu Yan, Ling Hua sneered, saying, Chu Yan, don't think that if you can kill Zhang Yun, you will be invincible in the world. Today, facing me Ling Yan, and all the brothers in heaven, you can't escape, you must die. Chu Yan looked at Ling Hua indifferently, his eyes swept over the more than 40 people behind him, shook his head, and sighed softly. Since you want to die, you just need less materials for burning corpses, to refine qi. Huh? What is burning corpses, to refine qi? Ling Hua and all the disciples were dumbfounded at the same time, their eyes showing doubts. Could it be Chu Yan's secret skill that can quickly improve his cultivation and rely on killing people by leaps and bounds? After thinking for a while, Ling Hua's eyes showed a hint of greed, and shouted. Chu Yan, hand over the secret technique of burning corpses and refining qi. I can make you live a little longer. Pay? Ha ha ha, Ling Hua, do you think you are qualified? When Feng, Chu Yan immediately greeted the dozens of people who came up, and laughed wildly, obviously ignoring everyone. You, court death. Ling Hua shouted angrily. Humph. It's you who are courting death. Chu Yan snorted coldly, his face suddenly changed, his eyes turned blood, his golden pupils were like needles, and in an instant, countless black airflow rushed out of him, shrouded in all directions. It was Chu Yan who cast the Rakshasa domain, the primary realm. Clang. At the same time, the sword roared softly, the Haoyan sword was unsheathed, and cyclones of sword intent quickly appeared around Chu Yan. Among the dozen cyclones, all sword shadows flashed. Behind Chu Yan, an extremely terrifying coercion swept out, and a group of golden light suddenly burst out of the sky, heading straight for Yuanshao. Chirp. The phoenix roared loudly, and the golden flames filled the sky. It was the Suzaku martial spirit that appeared. In less than a breath of time, Chu Yan played all his cards and reached the most powerful state. Chu Yan knew very well that Ling Hua and the other 40 people in front of him were just besieging him. If he couldn't kill them at the fastest speed, it would be a little troublesome when the other 2 teams of heaven disciples surrounded him. Therefore, at this time, Chu Yan planned to kill everyone in front of him in one fell swoop. Swish. With the Haotian sword in hand, the infuriating qi lingered, the black light circulated, Chu Yan's figure was like the wind, and he rushed towards Ling Hua, and suddenly slashed out with a sword. What? The light of the sword was like thunder, the sword intent was surging, Ling Hua's face was shocked, and he waved the long sword of Ling Bao in his hand and raised his sword to greet him. Clang! Kacha! The two swords intersected, making a heart-pounding sound of metal collision, and then, the sound of the sword body shattering, but the innate spiritual treasure in Ling Hua's hand was instantly shattered by the clear sky sword. What? What's in your hand? Could it be? With one blow, Ling Yan retreated 100 steps, looking at the long sword in his hand, full of cracks, and when he raised his eyes to look at Chu Yan, his eyes almost popped out, and even his voice trembled. Stand up. This one in my hand is a congenital spiritual treasure. It was slashed by Chu Yan's sword, and it was shattered? Are you afraid? Chu Yan sneered and looked at Ling Hua with contempt. Bump. Throwing away the broken sword in his hand, turning his palm over, a purple innate spiritual treasure level long sword flashed in Ling Hua's hand, standing with the sword, looking at him. Xiang Chu Yan, Ling Hua's face was flushed, faintly purple, and the anger in his heart rose to the sky. Songhai sword art. Ling Hua raised the long sword in his hand, shouted angrily, and violently slashed towards Chu Yan. The red true qi surged out, lingering on the sword body. Sword cutting style. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and he swung the clear sky sword out of his hand, and the whole body's strength condensed and broke out, slashing towards Ling Hua. Clang! Click! The clear sky sword slashed on the purple long sword in Ling Hua's hand. After the collision, the sound of the sword body bursting sounded again. However, this time, Ling Hua had no chance to retreat. At this time, after slicing the purple long sword into pieces without smashing, the clear sky sword was not hindered in the slightest, and continued to charge forward, slashing straight down. Heads were thrown, blood splashed 3 feet. The 4 heroes of the inner sect of Ling Tian sect, the heavens are flaming, and they are dead. #C240 break again. Swish. After killing Ling Hua with one sword, Chu Yan didn't hesitate, turned around and flashed out of the thick black cloud, rushing towards the other heavenly disciples who were shrouded in the black cloud and looked like blind men. The sword light shines, and the netherworld is vertical and horizontal. In the dark cloud, screams continued, blood spurted, stumps, heads were thrown, and blood flowed into rivers. In Chu Yan's Rakshasa refinement domain, there is no one who can compete with Chu Yan, unable to see, unable to expand his consciousness, but Chu Yan is not subject to any restrictions, and the sword light accurately slashes at one figure after another. Massacre, another massacre. In less than 50 breaths, the black cloud gradually poured back into Chu Yan's body. Chu Yan slowly drew his sword into the sheath, and in front of him. The corpses are everywhere, the blood is 1,000 paces. More than 40 corpses, their expressions are permanently frozen, full of horror and panic. Receive. Chu Yan waved his palm and kept putting corpses into the Rakshasa space. In the blink of an eye, the scene was empty except for blood. In addition to these more than 40 corpses, there are almost 60 corpses in the Rakshasa space at this time with cultivation levels above the innate realm. According to Chu Yanfu, if he can gather another 40 or so, he should be able to help himself. Cultivation is a breakthrough. Huh? It's so fast. The next moment, Chu Yan's expression was startled, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. 10 miles away, nearly 100 people brought by Mori and Gao Feng had already gathered around. According to Divine Consciousness Investigation, half of the more than 50 people in the team led by Mori were more than 7th heavenly realm. With Chu Yan's current primary Rakshasa refinement domain, he can't deal with so many masters for the time being. Swish. Thousands of mountains and snow unfolded in an instant. Chu Yan's figure pulled out a black shadow, and flew away towards the distance. After 100 breaths, a large number of people came here, and these people were all powerful and amazing. The leader is a golden robe, his eyes are deep, and the breath on his body is incomparably thick, and he actually suppresses the sum of the breaths of more than 30 people behind him, which shows that his strength is terrifying. This person. It is the first person in the inner sect of Lingtian sect, the way of the 4 heroes in heaven, Mori. Mori's eyes swept across the scene, looking at the traces of blood on the ground, and a broken innate long sword, which is the Linghua used by Linghua. Linghua is dead. Chu Yan should have just left. Notify Gaofeng to come and join me, and then call the other brothers, come and join as soon as possible, don't stop this son alone. Mori pondered for a moment and ordered the people around him. Yes, senior brother Mo. Immediately, everyone stopped chasing Chu Yan, and began to send out summons to summon more people. Songyu Secret Realm, in the southern swamp. A black shadow quickly swept across the swamp surface, very fast, but did not leave a trace of footprints, and kept going towards the depths of the swamp. The deeper you go, the more intense the miasma that pervades the swamp. These miasmas have a light green color and are obviously poisonous, and the black shadow seems to be completely unaffected. Strange, why does the spirit pattern between the eyebrows jump more and more the further forward? Chu Yan was immersed in the poisonous miasma, with a puzzled look on his face. The spiritual pattern between his eyebrows exuded a faint golden light and kept flashing. After the murderer escaped, when Chu Yan passed through this swamp by chance, he discovered that the spirit pattern on the center of his forehead was beating violently. Under the agitation, I tried several times and found that walking in the opposite direction of the swamp, the spirit pattern will be silent, but if you walk into the swamp, the spirit pattern will flicker nonstop, and the deeper you go, the stronger it will become. There must be a reason for the movement of the spiritual pattern. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan swallowed an earth dragon pill and rushed into the swamp without hesitation. After running for an hour, finally, a vague shadow in the distance appeared in Chu Yan's field of vision. Altar. It is almost identical to the altar found in the valley before, and it is also a circular ring of spiritual patterns suspended. Haha, I really found something. Chu Yan flew to the front of the altar with a happy expression on his face. Who would have thought that in the depths of this poisonous miasma swamp, there would be a flat ground where the altar would be placed? If Chu Yan did not have the guidance of the spirit pattern, he would not have penetrated into this swamp at all. The previous altar seemed to be on the east side, this one is on the south side, so it looks like the west side and the north side. Looking at the floating spirit pattern in front of him, Chu Yan's eyes gradually lit up while thinking. Afterwards, as before, under the movement of the divine consciousness, a golden light was emitted from the imprint of the spirit pattern between the eyebrows, which broke the spirit formation on the altar, and brought the circular spirit pattern into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world. As soon as the streamer formed by the circular spirit pattern entered the world of the Sea of Knowledge, in the Wuhun mountain, the yellow light group quickly rose up, emitting rippling rays of light, attracting the circular spirit pattern, and swallowed it instantly. In vivo. As the second circular spirit pattern entered the body, the yellow martial spirit suddenly shook, and after the figure increased by 3 points again, it slowly fell back to Wuhun mountain. Is it still not enough? Good. Keep looking. Chu Yan sensed the scene in the Sea of Consciousness world, frowned slightly, and then spread out, turned into a black lightning, and quickly disappeared into the swamp fog. 3 days later, in the northern part of Songyu Secret Realm, in the Gobi Grottos, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on an altar, his eyes suddenly brightened, he waved his hands suddenly, and more than 100 corpses piled up. At the same time, the golden light behind him, Suzaku martial spirit appeared, opened his mouth and spewed out a large group of golden flames, setting the pile of corpses on fire. Boom! In Chu Yan's body, endless pure chi and blood surged, the 8 cyclones revolved like flying, and the violent true qi rolled like a giant wave. After the bodies of more than 100 inner disciples were refined by the golden flame, the pure true energy formed was unimaginable. The corpses preserved by the Rakshasa space all retained the state they were in before they died. Very little qi and blood dissipated in the corpses. 8 cyclones, breaking through the cultivation base, requires 8 times the real qi cultivation base of ordinary warriors, but under the huge and vigorous real qi transformed into burning corpses and refining qi, Chu Yan's cultivation base skyrocketed again. A few days ago, the bottleneck of the initial stage of Xiantian realm second-level cultivation that had just broken through collapsed like a flood. Innate realm second stage middle stage. The second peak of the congenital realm. Innate realm triple midterm. In just a moment of effort, Chu Yan's cultivation level directly broke through to the middle stage of the third level of the innate realm. At this time all the corpses in front of him disappeared, leaving only the white ashes on the ground. Dissipated in the strong wind. Immediately, Chu Yan opened his eyes, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. It's still the fastest to burn corpses, to refine qi. Chu Yan smiled. Murder or burn corpses. It doesn't have any effect on Chu Yan's mood. For those who want to die, Chu Yan will never show any mercy. Martial soul world, Haotian continent, there is no right or wrong, only alive or dead. Every powerful person who has achieved the path of martial arts has stepped on the bones and climbed to the peak of martial arts. After adjusting his breath for a moment, Chu Yan slowly got up, walked out of the grotto, and walked out. Up to now, 4 days have passed in the Tsangyu mystery realm. Although the harvest is not small, Chu Yan is still not satisfied. Therefore, after Chu Yan broke through to the third level of the Xiantian realm, he wanted to change his plan from passive to active. In the entire Tsangyu secret realm, there are not nearly 2,000 disciples of the 3 major sects above the innate realm. Each of these warriors is Chu Yan's goal, not only to improve their cultivation, but also for the points in their hands. Swish! On a sandstone peak as high as 1,000 meters, the black shadow jumped down, streaked across the sky like a rock with wings, and landed steadily 1,000 paces away, swept away toward the distance. Chu Tian's hunting road has officially begun. #C241 One-Way Snatch. The Tsangyu secret realm covers more than 100,000 miles. Chu Yan avoided the dangerous and remote places, and walked exclusively on roads and open areas. His consciousness was fully open, and his breath was released, for fear that others would not find him. The wide road is flanked by dense woods on both sides. A middle-aged fat man, like Chu Yan, did not wear a clan robe, just a black leather armor, holding an axe. His face was fierce, and there was a trace of evil spirits. He had been following Chu Yan for almost half an hour, and in the woods beside the road, a pair of wolf-like eyes never left Chu Yan. According to his judgment, this black-robed youth has at most the 4th level of Xiantian realm cultivation, which is similar to those of the people he robbed and killed before, so he is the easiest target to loot. His cultivation is the late stage of the 5th stage of the innate realm, and he has absolute confidence in dealing with opponents who are a whole realm away. Swish! There was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, and suddenly, he rushed out of the woods, and in an instant, he was in front of Chu Yan, blocking his way. Boy, hand over everything, ah! The middle-aged fat man said half of his words, and his arrogant face changed instantly, and he punched him in the face. So fast, so strong. Boom! The last thought just flashed through his sea of consciousness, and the next breath, his head was blasted, and he fell head-on. It's this kind of line again, isn't there anything new? It's just nonsense when you come up, and you can't stop talking. The black-robed boy put down his fist, sneered, and muttered to himself, strode forward, waved his hand, put away the corpse, looked up left and right, and continued to walk forward. Behind him, except for a pool of blood, everything was calm. It was the 17th person that Chu Yan killed all the way. However, by now, Chu Yan's heart has become more and more anxious. It has been almost half a day. Although people keep coming out to rob him, there are still too few robberies, especially the very few team robberies, which makes Chu Yan feel that the efficiency is too low. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan's expression was overjoyed, and a group of 8 people appeared in front of him. These 8 people are all disciples of Xuanhuan. Among them, there are 4 people who are at the 7th level of the Xiantian realm, and the remaining 4 are also at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. Senior brother it's all up to you, otherwise, we'll all have to die under that monster's mouth. That's right, so, after the setting sun fruit is exchanged for resources in the trading place, senior brother will take 50%, and we will divide the rest. Haha, that's not necessary, it's all brothers, I'll do it with 3 achievements. Several disciples of Xuanhuan chatted and laughed along the road. Trading place? Chu Yan was slightly startled, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In less than 100 breaths, these 8 Xuanhuan disciples met Chu Yan on the road. Hey! You can hit a fat sheep like this, ha ha ha. Seeing Chu Yan appear, the thin man in red robe headed by him, after a little stunned, looked at Chu Yan and laughed wildly. Boy, if you want to survive, hand over everything. We brother, he has a good heart, and we can consider letting you live. Among the 8 people, a short young man stepped forward, pointed at Chu Yan, and smiled abusively. Where is the transaction place? Chu Yan's eyes were slightly cold, and he asked in a deep voice. Huh? Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Want to die? The lean Xuanhuan disciples suddenly turned gloomy when they saw Chu Yan ignoring their words. Including He Kuei, who was at the peak of the 7th level Xiantian realm, his face also sank. It seems that we still have to rely on fists to speak. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure suddenly became violent, and he immediately threw 3 punches in a row. 3 thunder-like fist marks, as fast as running beasts, slammed into several Xuanhuan disciples in an instant. Boom! 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 As the fist marks passed, flesh and blood flew, and the 7 disciples of Xuanhuan were smashed to pieces before they could even scream. The white brains, the black-red minced meat, and the bright red blood soaked the road red, and it was extremely bloody. Swish! Chu Yan's figure flashed, and instantly rushed to the stunned, frightened face as white as paper, and the whole body trembled in front of the lean Xuanhuan disciple. Black energy surged, palm prints came out and grabbed his neck. Forgive me. I'll give you everything. Let me go. The lean disciple of Xuanhuan was horrified, his face turned green, and he kept begging for mercy. I ask again, where is the transaction place? Chu Yan's icy voice sounded. In Songyu Valley, 300 miles to the south, there is a big river, and on the edge is Songyu Valley. Many people go there to trade resources. After speaking, the lean man hurriedly stretched out his trembling hand and pointed to the south. Click! With a crisp sound from his neck, his hand in the air slumped weakly, and his life was cut off instantly. 300 miles to the south, at full speed, it will take an hour. Chu Yan glanced south and muttered to himself. Then, after putting away the 8 corpses on the ground, Chu Yan unfolded his movements and swept away toward the south. Songyu Valley, close to the center of Songyu's secret realm. According to the practice of participating in the trials of the major sects, after the trial begins, a trading area will be established in the secret realm to exchange resources with each other. This trading area is not only difficult to exchange the treasures and resources obtained in the trial, but also the disciples of several major sects, taking advantage of this opportunity without the supervision of the elders of the sects, to exchange some of the advantages and shortage of resources of the sects. Therefore, disciples who have participated in other secret realm trials know that this trading place will exist when the secret realm is opened, and even some disciples deliberately give up searching for treasures to a much-needed treasure or resource. An hour later, Chu Yan's figure appeared at Song Yu Taniguchi. Looking at Taniguchi, he didn't know who had erected the big wooden sign with the words "Forbidden War in Trading Places." His face was stunned. Stepping into the valley, Chu Yan swept it out at a glance. Under the grass and trees in the valley, 10 stalls were spread out. There were at least 200 disciples of various sects surrounding these stalls. His eyes swept across the trading market in the valley. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and he turned to leave the valley. Chu Yan came here, of course, not to trade resources, but to kill people. After leaving Taniguchi and looking at the surrounding environment, Chu Yan fixed his gaze on a forest a few miles away from Taniguchi. This wood is next to the road leading into the valley, and opposite is a wide river. The road in front of the wood is the only way to enter and leave the valley, and it is an excellent hiding place for robbery and murder. The figure unfolded, and it didn't take a moment for Chu Yan to hide in the woods, waiting for the prey to come to the door. At the same time, on the grassland 50 miles south of Songyue Valley, a group of more than a dozen people flew like arrows. These people are extremely powerful. Each of them has a cultivation base above the 7th level of Qi refining realm, and the leader is Lu Buxiong, the strongest in the Huaxian sect's inner sect. Beside this person, there is a 27 or 8-year-old Baijun young man, with a sneer on his face, giving a sense of gloom. His strength is only slightly inferior to Lu Buxiong. His name is Tong Jin. Senior brother Lu, this time we have killed a lot of Lingtian sect disciples. If you add them to the sect, there will be extra rewards. Tong Jinwang chuckled lightly and said to Lu Buxiong, who was half a step in front of him. Hearing this, Lu Buxiong nodded and raised his brows lightly. It's not enough. In this year's 3 joint trials, my Xuanhuan must take the first place. When we reach the trading place, we will stay at Taniguchi. As long as it is Ling Tianzong and Xueyue Pavilion, we will kill them all. As Lu Buxiong spoke, killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his face was ruthless. #C242 Robbed Beauties. However, the disciples of Xueyue Pavilion, since they entered the secret realm, have been divided into several teams to act together. There are very few orders, and it is not easy to start. After Tong Jin finished speaking, he chuckled again and said, the people in Xueyue Pavilion are all beautiful women, all of them are beautiful. If you can catch a few, TSK, TSK, TSK. Huh. When we finish cleaning up the Lingtian sect, and then gather the brothers in the sect, even if dozens of people from Xueyue Pavilion gather together, it will not be the same for us. Then. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Lu Buxiong burst into laughter, and in his words, he did not take Ling Tianzong and Xueyue Pavilion into his eyes at all. Haha, that is, senior brother Lu has just stepped into the Xiantian realm ninefold heaven, and looking at the entire Zhongyu secret realm, I am afraid that even Moriai of Lingtian sect is not an opponent of senior brother Lu. My Huaxian sect is proud of this 3 trials. Ha ha ha. On the top of a low hill, a group of silhouettes in white robes and silver borders flew down from the top of the hill, all the way towards the trading valley. The first person is the first person in the inner sect of Lingtian sect, the head of the inner sect of heaven, Mori. Gao Feng, one of the 4 heroes, was beside him. At this time, he was gently opening his mouth and said, Senior brother Mo, I don't know if this news is accurate or not. Then Chu Yan wouldn't really be able to hide from the rules of the trading place's ban on war, right? Gao Feng frowned slightly and said worriedly. Battle? Rules? Humph. In front of me, morally, these rules are worthless. Chu Yan killed Zhang Yun and Ling Hua. This Zhongyu trial will end in 2 days, and kill him at all costs. This son. Mori snorted softly, his speed suddenly increased by 3 points, and he galloped towards Songyu Valley, 100 miles away. At this time on the road outside Songyu Valley, Chu Yan stood up, eyes closed slightly, and waited while adjusting his breath. Swish! 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 More than a dozen colorful shirts flashed from the distance from the road, and suddenly saw Chu Yan standing in the middle of the road, and immediately stopped, stared slightly, and looked at it with some doubts. Chu Yan. What are you doing here? The dozen or so Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples were the same group of female disciples who first met Chu Yan in the Altar Valley. As soon as they met, they recognized Chu Yan. Exclaimed softly. Hand over all the jade talismans. A thunderous sound exploded, instantly shocking more than a dozen slender Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples at the same time. Are you robbing here? Hearing this, the female disciple standing at the front with a long whip turned pale with fright, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her chest was undulating. Her cultivation level is only the 4th level of the innate realm, which is a big difference compared to the more than 20 Lingtian sect disciples who were killed by Chu Yan at the altar in the valley. Therefore, when I heard Chu Yan's words, I couldn't help but feel fear. One last time, hand over all the jade talismans immediately, otherwise, die. Chu Yan's eyes slowly opened, and at the same time as the bright light shot, a murderous intent with a strong bloody aura swept through in an instant. Okay, let's pay. The 12 female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion were attacked by Chu Yan's murderous aura, and their faces, which were as white as tofu, suddenly became even paler. Looking up at the 12 or 8 jade talismans thrown, Chu Yan raised his mouth slightly, waved his hand, and put all the jade talismans in the air into the Rakshasa space. Immediately, he raised his head and swept towards the 12 beautiful disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion on the opposite side. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly. And also. As soon as the words landed, more than a dozen female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion simultaneously took a few steps back and stared at Chu Yan, with a hint of panic in their eyes. Our eldest sister, just behind, don't go too far. The female disciple in the lead swung the long whip in his hand, and exclaimed with courage. I gave you the jade talisman, what else do you want? Is it possible, do you want to? Having said this, she looked at Chu Yan with anger on her face, and her eyebrows were furrowed. She had made up her mind. If this Chu Yan really wanted to go the way of the beast, even if she couldn't beat it, she would fight to the death with it. I mean, there's still one person who hasn't handed in. She has 2 jade talismans. Seeing the other party's reaction, Chu Yan was slightly startled, then raised his hand and pointed, and said softly. Following Chu Yan's words, more than a dozen female disciples looked at the female disciple standing at the back in the crowd at the same time, with a look of astonishment. I forgot. The female disciple, who was only 23 or 4-year-old, was stared at by everyone, and immediately took out a jade talisman and threw it at Chu Yan in a panic. Okay, you can go. Chu Yan put away the last piece of jade talisman, took 2 steps sideways, got out of the way, and said softly. Call. All the female disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They looked at Chu Yan and seemed to be in disbelief, but they still walked forward tentatively. Just as they were on full alert and walked past Chu Yan with a heartbeat like a locust, just as they were about to spread out their movements and rush towards the valley, a cold and severe voice suddenly sounded. Humph. Shameless, bold. Before she finished speaking, a pale yellow shadow rushed over from the road in the distance. Behind her, more than 20 Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples passed by, and there was a fragrant wind. This woman is the first person in the Xuanhuan Pavilion, Mu Lanyan. I saw the stunning jade face, and at this time they were all furious, staring at Chu Yan, and the aura on his body continued to rise. This son, actually blocking the road, so unscrupulously robbing everyone is simply arrogant to the extreme. Beside Chu Yan, more than a dozen Xuanhuan pavilion disciples saw Mulan Yan. Their faces were overjoyed, they flashed to her side in an instant, turned their faces and pointed at Chu Yan, and shouted tenderly. "Elder sister, it's him. He robbed a dozen of of jade talismans, by himself. I beg master sister, to be the master." At this time, the number of Xuanhuan pavilion disciples surrounding Mulan Yan had reached nearly 50. Although only a few were stronger than the 7th-level Xiantian realm, their momentum rose instantly, and they all looked at Chu Yan with anger. Indignant. Whoosh! Mulan Yan's figure flashed, and her exquisite figure brought a ray of light to Chu Yan in an instant. "Hand over it and apologize, I'll spare you once." Mulan Yan stood in front of Chu Yan, her face full of frost, her spiritual eyes widened, and she said coldly. When Fong, Chu Yan glanced at Mulan Yan from the bottom to the top, and finally fixed his gaze on her, the face of peerless beauty, the corner of his mouth was lightly raised, and he said lightly. "Beauty, you too, hand over the jade talisman." "What?" Chu Yan's words landed, and dozens of Xuanhuan disciples were stunned at the same time. Mulan Yan opened her lips slightly, her face full of surprise. The eyes of everyone looking at Chu Yan suddenly turned into a monster-like expression. This person, if there is a problem with his brain, or he doesn't want to live, he actually asked Mulan Yan to hand over the jade talisman. Robber Mulan Yan. In the entire Luoyang kingdom, he is definitely the first person. Who is Mulan Yan? Xuanhuan Pavilion, one of the 3 major sects of Luoyang kingdom, the elder sister of the inner sect, is highly valued by the sections. Her cultivation base has reached the peak of the 8th level of the innate realm. The existence of the 9-level heavenly warriors can be rivaled. What is the difference between robbing Mulan Yan and sending her to death? Court death. Mulan Yan, who had reacted from her astonishment, spit fire in her spiritual eyes, reached out and turned over, a long silver sword appeared in her hand, and waving her hand, it slashed towards Chu Yan. This sword was incomparably fierce, and the silver light was dazzling, like a silver python coming out of water. With a flash of shock, it came to Chu Yan's eyes. #C243 about to fry. The next moment, one after the other, 2 palms slammed out, facing Mulan Yan's long sword. Chu Yan's first palm, slapped on the sword body, directly shook the long sword away, and the second palm that followed, slapped on Mulan Yan's chest, a black air flow suddenly dispersed. In an instant, Mulan Yan's face changed greatly, pale as paper, because she felt that the true energy in her body had stagnated. In an instant, the true qi circulating in the meridians of the whole body suddenly blocked, making her delicate body seem to be frozen. Swish! Immediately afterwards, the black shadow 10 steps away came with an electric shot, rushed in front of him, raised his hand to grab the silver sword in his hand, and pressed his backhand on his neck. Was held hostage. Have you been kidnapped? Just one trick? How can that be? Mulan Yan, staring at the terrified spiritual eyes, stared at the man with a chuckle in front of him, his eyes were black, and he felt that the sky was spinning for a while, and he almost fainted. However, just when her body became weak, she was supported by a strong arm. The owner of that arm was the black-robed man with a light face. Beauty, you don't have to promise yourself, I just want your jade talisman. Silence. The quiet Mulan Yan thought the whole world had stopped. You, who are you? Mulan Yan was completely stunned. The first time. This is the first time that she has encountered such a strong opponent among her peers, so strong that she didn't even have time to react, and she was defeated. Ling Tianzong, Chu Yan. Chu Yan chuckled lightly. Chu Yan? Mulan Yan murmured, her spiritual eyes flashed with splendor, but she was a little absent-minded. In a blink of an eye, she suddenly smelled a strong masculine scent, rushed towards her face, and suddenly woke her up, only to realize that her always cold and arrogant self, at this time, was so close to a man, just a little bit, and she would skin to skin. You let me go, I don't accept it. A peach and apricot red blossomed on Mu Lanyan's face in an instant, and she was furious. She struggled suddenly, only to realize that the true qi in her body had long since returned to normal. Swish! Huang Ying's lightning flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Lanyan grabbed the long sword from Chu Yan's hand, and flashed a dozen steps away. A pair of spiritual eyes stared at Chu Yan, trembling slightly. Dissatisfied. Well, I'll take you one more move. If you lose, you must hand over the jade talisman. Chu Yan said softly. Then, what if you lose? Mu Lanyan ran, her expression was extremely complicated, her words were out of the way, and she had no imposing manner. She replied completely subconsciously. I lose? Haha, what do you think? Chu Yan laughed. For these Xuanhuan Pavilion female disciples, he has no hatred like heaven. Therefore, Chu Yan did not have murderous intentions from the very beginning, and even robbery is also based on the principle of robbing if he can, and forgetting if he can't. Mentality. If you lose, I want you to teach me the palm technique you just used. Mu Lanyan frowned and thought for a moment, looked at Chu Yan, and said slowly. Okay, come on. Chu Yan replied casually. Lose? Chu Yan doesn't think that he will lose to this Mu Lanyan, at least not currently. Autumn shadow makes the moon. In an instant, a gleam of light flashed in Mu Lanyan's moon-like spiritual eyes, the silver sword in her hand was waving again, and countless sword shadows were connected, like a water moon in the sky, and like a silver moon splashing on the ground, drawing a silver light in the void. The sword shadow slashed towards Chu Yan. 3 hits. Seeing the crescent moon-like sword light rushing towards him, Chu Yan shouted loudly, his fists were like a raging sea and a giant wave, wrapped in continuous power, surging towards the sword light like a tidal wave. Boom! The fist slammed into the crescent moon's sword light, instantly blasting the waning moon into a sky full of stars, and continued to charge forward unabated. One step in front of Mu Lanyan, it exploded, and the violent air wave blew her away. After flying for 7 or 8 steps, he barely stopped. Slowly raising her head, Mu Lanyan, her lips were slightly open, her eyes were extremely surprised. Lost. She lost again. The same neat, one move, defeat without resistance. Although she did not use her full strength, she could also see that this Chu Yan did not use her full strength. Therefore, compared to his strength, his own strength is a lot worse. Compared to Mu Lanyan's shock, not far away, more than 50 Xuanhuan Pavilion female disciples were even more shocked. In their eyes, senior sister Mu Lanyan has always been a myth of invincibility. In the past, only the elder sister has defeated others with one sword. When have I seen her before? She has been defeated by others with one sword. You lose, hand over the jade talisman. Chu Yan still looked indifferent, looked at Mu Yanran and said softly. And you, everyone, hand over all. His eyes swept across, Chu Yan's eyes shot through a group of beauties like electricity, his face was not red or his heart was beating, and his voice was like thunder. Chu Yan's shouts fell to the ground, and more than 50 beautiful women all looked at Mu Lanyan, who was struggling. Okay, let's pay. Mu Lanyan bit her silver teeth, Yurong Shahong, stomped her feet, took out her jade talisman, threw it at Chu Yan, and then swept away, towards the trading valley, and flew away. Seeing this, the other Xuanhuan Pavilion disciples were all helpless and their bodies softened. They slowly took out their jade talismans, raised their hands, and threw them at Chu Yan. They followed behind Mu Lanyan and swept towards the trading valley. Regardless of the beauties who left, Chu Yan put all the jade talismans in the air into the Rakshasa space, with a bright spring on his face. He got more than 50 jade talismans at once, and he didn't even have to think about it. The points and wealth in these jade talismans were definitely stronger than what he had spent in the Xiangyu mystery realm alone for a month. Next, Chu Yan flashed into the woods with a smile on his face, and continued to wait for the next prey. In the next hour, Chu Yan robbed nearly 50 people one after another, and as time passed, more and more people passed by the woods and went to the trading valley, which made Chu Yan stunned. Later, after inquiring, I found out. I don't know the reason. Ling Tianzong sent all the disciples of the same sect to gather in the trading valley. After receiving the news, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Pavilion thought that there was a big chance and came to join in the fun. Therefore, under this circumstance, nearly 80% of the disciples of the three major sects are all rushing to the trading valley. Assembly Trading Valley? 80% of the time it's for me. Chu Yan raised his eyes and stared in the direction of the trading valley, muttering to himself. With Chu Yan's shrewdness, of course he would not have imagined that this is Mori from heaven, who may have found out his whereabouts, summoned heaven's affiliation, and came here to surround and kill him. It seems that in the future, you should not use your real name for robbery. Chu Yan can let out a laugh, and the divine consciousness spread out to 400 kilometers away, swept away quickly, and suddenly, countless people's light spots appeared in his sea of consciousness. Taking the outside world to the extreme, although the detection range will increase a lot, it is extremely vague. Therefore, Chu Yan only posted the northwest and southwest, each with a group of dozens of people rushing towards the trading valley. Looking at the speed, the cultivation base is above the seventh heaven of the innate realm. It should be Ling Tianzong Mo Lei and the main force of Xuanzong. After all, the main team of Xuanhuan Pavilion had just been looted by himself. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan got up and walked out of the woods, walking slowly towards the trading valley. According to his spiritual investigation, the two waves of people should arrive at about the same time, and with the relationship between Ling Tianzong and Xuanzong, there is only one possibility for the two waves to meet. Therefore, Chu Yan chose the role of watching the tiger fight on the mountain, or what the Oriole is called. #C244 Plunder the world. Entering the trading valley, Chu Yan faced countless angry gazes, went straight to a corner, closed his eyes, and slowly adjusted his breath and waited. Sure enough, not long after, trading Taniguchi, a group of fiery red figures appeared first. There were nearly 100 people in the group. The first person, with a strong body, a pair of electric eyes, swept the audience, and was extremely domineering. This person is the first person in the Xuanhuan sect's inner sect, Lu Buxiong. They had just crossed the valley, there were still 100 breaths left, and they had not even reached the trading area in the middle of the valley. At the entrance of Xiangyu Valley, a large group of men and horses swept in, a golden shadow of a snowy moon, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Mo Lei, who had recently rushed into the valley, caught the nearly 100 disciples of the Huxian sect at first glance. Immediately, the infuriating energy surged out of his entire body, and his pupils shrank sharply. At the same time, Xuanzong Lu Buxiong also found Mori and turned to face him. For a time, the atmosphere in the valley suddenly tightened, and everyone was quietly scanning back and forth between Ling Tianzong and Xuanzong. After a brief silence, Mori stepped out and said in a deep voice, "Lu Buxiong, dare to fight." Hearing this, Lu Buxiong laughed and said, "Today, I'll let you, Mori, die on the spot." When Mori heard this, he laughed instead of anger, and said with contempt, "Lu Buxiong, have you forgotten who lost to me in the last test?" Lu Buxiong sneered, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and his face instantly turned cold. In the past, compared with Mori, I might be a bit inferior, but just 2 days ago, in the Xiangyu secret realm, I found an earth-level treasure of heaven and earth. After swallowing it, my cultivation broke through to the Xiantian realm. Jiuxiao, the strength is advancing, by leaps and bounds. Therefore, as soon as he broke through, Lu Buxiong, the first thing that came to his mind was Mori, the shame of the first battle. At this time, the two sides, in the confrontation between Mori and Lu Buxiong, were full of gunpowder and were completely on the verge of eruption. Originally, there was an agreement between the three major sects, and the trading place for trials was listed as a forbidden war zone. However, this rule was originally made by the strong, and the strong can establish rules and naturally destroy them. No one suspected that the two sides would fight at any time in the next breath. Chu Yan stayed in a dark corner, staring at the situation in the valley, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Come on, Mori, don't talk nonsense, you have a good fight." Lu Buxiong let out a loud shout, his anger surged, and rushed towards Mori. "Mori, take it." When Lu Buxiong rushed, a cold light flashed in his hand, and a large sword with a dragon head flashed in an instant. It turned out to be a long-handled sword. As soon as it appeared, there was a sound of dragons and tigers, obviously not ordinary. Fighting swordsmanship. Lu Buxiong held the knife in his hand and swung it out. The golden light of the knife rushed out more than 10 feet away. The light of the knife passed, the void trembled, and the air exploded. This knife was extremely violent and domineering. Humph. But so. When the sword light came in front of him, Mori snorted coldly, raised his hand and punched out, a huge fist mark, overturning the river and the sea, billowing red light, like a sea of fire, and like a burning cloud, burning half of the sky, and the violent sword light fiercely collided. Boom! The sword light disintegrated, the fist marks shot in all directions, and the violent wind burst out, swept out 1,000 paces in an instant. Thousands of people in the valley, their faces changed greatly, and they scattered wildly. The few people who retreated slowly were directly overturned to the ground by the strong wind, rolling and crawling, and they were extremely embarrassed. Okay, so scary. The battle between the first people of the two inner sects is too scary. Otherwise, let's take a few hundred steps back. If there is another move, I'm afraid I won't be in a hurry. Come on, it makes sense, back down a bit. Everyone was full of black faces, and while there were many discussions, they continued to spread out to the outside. Chu Yan saw the scene just now, his eyes trembled slightly, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Not urgent. Let them fight, best dog, bite. Continue. At the same time, in Chu Yan's heart, he was constantly thinking about his plan to rob this profession, but he still hasn't given up. In the center of the valley, Lu Buxiong held a long knife and kept attacking Mori. Fighting the wind and clouds. Lu Buxiong, after slashing 8 knives in a row, the aura on his body skyrocketed again. He threw the golden long knife into the air, jumped up, swept up in the air, grabbed the tail of the long knife with one hand, and his body suddenly swelled up. Roundabout. Immediately, the golden sword glow drew a circular arc, bringing out a golden streamer, like a golden dragon, making bursts of dragon roars that shook the world, rushing towards Mori on the ground. The sword light transformed by the golden flood dragon, wherever it passed, the void was shattered inch by inch, the golden light was brilliant, and the power was soaring to the sky. Boom! Mori saw the violent sword light rushing towards him, but he was not panicked. His face sank a little, and he suddenly took a step. In an instant, countless red fist marks rose into the sky, like 10,000 red thunders, all the way to meet the dragon. Boom! 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 Hundreds of red thunder fist marks continuously slammed into the golden sword light, blasting the golden sword energy and countless punches in the sky. The battle between the two was indistinguishable for a while, and they had fought for nearly 100 rounds, but no one had won by half a stroke. The two men in the battle found opportunities from time to time to swallow a lot of the medicinal pills that restored their infuriating energy, so that their infuriating energy would not be exhausted enough to be replenished. This battle was fought from noon until nightfall. During this period, people from Sangyu Taniguchi kept appearing and entering the valley. Seeing such an astonishing battle, they all stopped to watch the battle. In the middle of the night, nearly 1,000 people gathered in the valley, more than half of the trial disciples in the Sangyu secret realm. Moreover, even if the night is getting darker, there are still figures rushing out of the valley, causing the number of people in the valley to continue to increase. Finally, the battle between Mori and Lu Buxiong gradually subsided. Although it was only one-on-one, their infuriating energy and physical strength were almost at their limit. Therefore, the two had to stop, return to their respective sides, and start to adjust their breaths. Lu Buxiong was extremely surprised that he did not keep his hands in the following battles. All the cultivation bases of the Xiantian realm 9th layer broke out. Although it caused some trouble to Mori within a few moves, it did not reach the goal at all. Unexpected results. It can be seen that this Mori must have encountered adventures like himself in the Sangyu mystery realm these few days, which led to a great increase in strength. With the truce between the two, calm was finally restored in the trading valley. Although Ling Tianzong and Hu Xuanzong were still nervous and on guard, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than during the battle just now. At this moment, in a corner that everyone was not paying attention to, a ghostly black figure slowly stepped out. Every time he took a step, the aura of his body rose a little, and the black true energy lingered out, bringing out bursts of black mist, making his entire figure look very strange. When this person walked into the middle of the valley and was watched by everyone, the black-robed figure smiled, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sinister grin. Immediately, a shocking word exploded over the entire valley like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. Everyone, hand over the jade talisman. Otherwise, die. Hashtag C245 lightweight. Everyone, hand over the jade talisman. Otherwise, die. Chu Yan's shout fell to the ground, and nearly 1,000 people were suddenly stunned, and Qi Shushu looked over. Just like the brief tranquility before the storm, everyone froze and burst into laughter at the same time. Ha ha ha. This is a mentally retarded person from there, laughing at me to death. Damn it, that sex idiot also took it into the sect and robbed everyone? Isn't this guy here to be funny? Is it between wars, to adjust the atmosphere? One person robs 1,000 people, he's not sick. Ha ha ha. In the whole valley, a wave of laughter erupted, carrying all kinds of ridicule, and it boiled instantly. At the same time, on the ground in the valley, eyes and chins dropped to the ground, and many people who were slow to respond were still in surprise, staring at Chu Yan with a ghost-like expression. Nearly 1,000 people, with one exception. Mulanyan. After the stunned expression was slightly startled, he looked at Chu Yan, who was standing tall in front of thousands of people. In an instant, his delicate body trembled, and he burst out laughing. At this moment, the figure of the black-robed youth was instantly fixed in her eyes and heart. Equally shocked, there were also two people who had just entered into the practice of breathing adjustment after the war, Lu Buxiong and Mori. Chu Yan. In Mori's eyes looking at Chu Yan, a killing intent flashed in an instant, and a ferocious color appeared, which made his face quickly flushed red. At present, in the Sangyu secret realm trial, the number one task in his heart is to kill Chu Yan. It was even more important than winning the first place in the 3 trials and having a showdown with Lu Buxiong. On the other side, Lu Buxiong looked at Chu Yan's figure, but his face was solemn, because his eyes swept over Mori, just to see the extreme killing intent and hatred on his face. As Mori, to have such a powerful killing intent towards such a person whom he has never seen before, that can only explain one thing. This person has the qualifications and strength to make Mori hate. Swish. Just when everyone was thinking, doubting, or laughing, a white figure rushed out from the Ling Tianzong side, and at the same time, a green sword light slashed towards the black-robed figure that thousands of people were watching. Out. The vision suddenly appeared, and in an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the white figure with shock. When they saw the person who drew the sword, the shock on their faces turned into fear. Because, the person who attacked with his sword was one of the 4 heroes of Lingtian sect, Gao Feng. In terms of strength, Gao Feng ranks second in the inner sect of Lingtian sect, and is only slightly inferior to Mori. He is famous throughout Luoyang City for his strange and unpredictable movement. The 3 major sects are known to everyone. The speed of this sword is extremely fast, even more than double the speed of a martial artist of the same rank. In addition to the extreme speed of the movement, the sword's momentum is 1 point faster. All were terrified. You must know that this sword, among the thousands of people present, absolutely no more than 10 warriors can survive under this sword. The sword's shadow was like lightning, and it arrived in an instant. When everyone turned their eyes to Chu Yan, their faces were full of abuse, waiting for his head to be different. This sword's shadow had already cut to within 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. Clang! The next moment, a dazzling ray of light rose from the body of the black-robed youth. In the dark night sky, this extremely bright light was like a white sun, shining, brilliant, magnificent, and even made people have a trace of amazement, a trace of yearning, can't bear to look away. It's a pity that this bright light came and went faster. In half a blink of an eye, the bright light disappeared from all eyes. Puff! The sword glow was dazzling, and between the bright and the dark, the green sword glow was cut off like cutting grass, and it flashed past Gao Feng in midair. Whoa! Water like blood splattered and fell to the ground of the trading valley, like a rain of blood, with a tingling sound of water running through the scalp. 1 sword and 2 paragraphs. Gao Feng, one of the 4 heroes of Lingtian sect, died. Walking along, Chu Yan walked into the pool of blood, and with a wave of his hand, a jade talisman rose from the dirty blood and fell into Chu Yan's hands. Immediately, Chu Yan swept across with his sword, his eyes glowed like electricity, and his cold voice sounded again. Everyone, hand over the jade talisman, or die. The live sound fell to the ground, echoing endlessly. In the same words, this time no one laughed, only thousands of pairs of trembling and shocked eyes. A powerful warrior in the 8th level heaven of the innate realm gave his life for despising this sentence. Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Among the white figures, Ling Tianzong Mo Lei slowly got up, his eyes were red, and he walked towards Chu Yan. However, today, you must die. While speaking, Mori had already walked 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, and a pair of icy eyes were filled with blood-colored flames. This Chu Yan actually beheaded Gao Feng in front of him, plus Zhang Yun and Ling Hua before, the former 4 heroes of the inner sect of heaven. He was the only one left. If you can't kill this person today, it means that the power of the inner door of heaven will be abolished from now on. Although I was a little surprised by Chu Yan's ability to kill Gao Feng with 1 sword, at this time, Mori could only do his best. Mori! Kill me? Chu Yan looked at Mori, who was wearing a white robe with a gold border, shook his head, and sneered. A few days ago, I may not have been sure, but now, to kill you, I only need 1 move, it's enough. This sentence, Chu Yan was telling the truth, but it still caused everyone on the scene to tremble and the corners of their eyes twitched. What? 1 trick? Mori was also stunned, looking at Chu Yan. The next breath, the blood-colored flames in his eyes were about to splash out, turning Chu Yan into ashes. Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, and the momentum on his body skyrocketed wildly. Sword intent and true chi rushed out of 2 huge columns of air, 1 black and 1 white, like 2 tyrannosaurs rising up, straight to Jiuxiao. Die. The next moment, Chu Yan leaped, the clear sky sword in his hand was dazzling, black flames lingered, and the sword fell, the earth and the sky trembled at the same time, as if the heaven and the earth were roaring. Within Chu Yan's body, the 8 cyclones revolved like flying, and the speed rose to the top. True chi like the ocean poured frantically toward the clear sky sword. With this sword, Chu Yan gave up the sword meaning of fast, but simply and directly injected all his strength into the clear sky sword, and slashed it out with his strongest strength. Under the infusion of majestic infuriating energy, the Haoyan sword actually swelled by 3 points. The weight of the sword, which was originally as light as a feather, was now as heavy as a mountain. Take it lightly. Chu Yan's sword was very powerful, and the audience was horrified. Everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. Good, so strong. Seeing Chu Yan slashing with a sword, Mori's eye sockets cracked, his sea of consciousness trembled wildly, he raised his head, his whole body was trembling, and for a while, there was a feeling in his heart that he was as small as an ant and was looking up at a big mountain. Ah! A crazy, violent roar emanated from Mori's mouth, and the infuriating energy in his whole body instantly boiled, and his fists slammed out towards Chu Yan in midair. Boom! Pong! The mountain-like clear sky sword fell straight down, instantly smashing the fist mark, making a thunderous explosion, and then, the sword's momentum continued to slash to the end. When the clear sky sword passed, Mori's body exploded. Turned into countless flesh and blood, sprayed in all directions. Under the tremendous force, the clear sky sword had just touched Mori's body, and the extremely violent power was released in an instant, breaking through Mori's protective body infuriating, and bursting directly in his body. Immediately, his body shattered, and his flesh and blood flew. #C246, Burning Songyue Valley. Clang. Once the sword was successful, Chu Yan lightly fell to the ground, looked at the Haoyan sword in his hand thoughtfully, and after a little thought, he put the sword into the sheath. In front of him, there was a pool of smashed flesh and blood that couldn't be seen at all, red and dazzling. In the entire Songyue Valley, there was silence. In the deadly silence, more than 1,000 people were dumbfounded like wooden chickens, sluggish on the spot like stone carvings. Mu Lanyan's spiritual eyes widened, her delicate body trembled slightly. The trace of anger she had felt for being robbed of the jade talisman by Chu Yan had all disappeared at this time. Instead, she felt a trace of joy in her heart. That's right, just happy. I am glad that I didn't fight the robber to death, and I am also glad that I didn't have revenge with the robber, otherwise. On the other side, Lu Buxiong of Huishuanzong, at this time, his face was full of fear, causing his whole body to tremble slightly, and his eyes as big as copper bells twitched violently. The black-robed boy in front of him actually killed Mori, who had fought with him for hundreds of rounds, with one sword. He originally thought that after he obtained a spirit grasp by chance and raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the innate realm, there would be no more rivals in the entire Songyue mysterious realm. Who knows, if you don't defeat Mori, this Chu Yan came out from there, and between swinging his sword, he has the strength to completely defeat him. How is this possible? In the valley, Chu Yan completely ignored the dull gazes of 1,000 pairs of eyes, frowned, looked at the pool of flesh and blood for a moment, waved his hand suddenly, and a lavender jade talisman fell into his palm. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, he nodded slightly. Chu Yan put away the jade talisman, and slowly raised his head and swept the audience. As far as the eye can see, a figure trembled slightly, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, as if being hit by Chu Yan's gaze, it was shaken back by force. The eye swept across, trembling and retreating figures, connected together, such as the ebb and flow. One last time, everyone, hand over the jade talisman. A thunderous shout woke everyone up, and the faces that were as pale as paper changed suddenly, and all of them turned sharply toward the green complexion. A word exploded. Among the crowd, there was an uproar immediately, as if a pot had exploded. Run! Run quickly! He's not a human being, he's a demon, run away! Escape, escape, he's going to kill. Help me. All kinds of feelings sounded everywhere, and countless figures hurrahed and spread out in all directions. However, no matter which direction these figures fled in fact, there is only one target, and that is Taniguchi. Swish. Thousands of mountains and snow unfolded. Chu Yan's figure pulled out a black afterimage, and instantly reached the mouth of the valley. One person and one sword, the black robe flying, the indifferent and icy face, the corner of the mouth slowly hooked. Want to escape? Die for me. Turning over with one hand, a purple golden pill fire appeared, and with a sudden wave, a large wave of fire gushed out, covering the silhouettes rushing towards them. Mom, fire! Fire, rewind! Oh my God, what a strong flame, run back! Yes, Chu Yan's martial spirit is a flame martial spirit, don't go there. Ah! As soon as the purple gold sea of fire came out, the crowd was like a flock of frightened birds. In horror, they scattered and fled again. 2 or 3 people who responded slowly had already died in the sea of fire and turned into a wisp of black ashes. However, without the Suzaku martial spirit being summoned, all the blood that was burned was wasted. Although Chu Yan felt that it was a pity, before he was not strong enough, Suzaku martial spirit should be exposed as little as possible, or he could kill all the more than 1,000 people here. Of course, it is impossible to kill all these people. In that case, among the 3 major sects, even Ling Tianzong will not let him go. At this time, after Chu Yan sealed the mouth of the valley with a purple golden pill fire, the figure burst out again and rushed into the valley. The black lightning-like afterimage continued to fly along the inner and outer periphery of the valley, and a purple gold fire line ignited wherever it passed. In the end, this ever-extending line of fire returned to the mouth of the valley. So far, the valley, covering an area of 10,000 mu, was completely surrounded by flames, and everyone was enclosed in this circular line of fire. Standing firm, Chu Yan released his consciousness, and his true qi slowly poured out. A circle of fire lines instantly weakened. He only kept the height of the flame to keep the minimum true qi consumption. However, if someone wants to cross the line of fire, I believe that the flames in that position will instantly rise into the sky. Chu Yan walked into the valley and slowly approached the large crowd. Thousands of people, seeing Chu Yan approaching, suddenly scrambled and retreated. In the end, they were forced to a corner of the valley by Chu Yan. Thousands of fearful eyes stared at Chu Yan, as if seeing evil like. Chu Yan, the jade talismans of our Xuanhuan pavilion are all here, can you let us go? Immediately afterwards, a pleasant silver bell sounded suddenly, and everyone followed the sound, but found that it was Mulan Yan of Xuanhuan pavilion. Hearing this, Chu Yan slowly turned around, looked at the pale yellow shadow, took the nearly 100 jade talismans in her hand, nodded with satisfaction, and chuckled lightly. Yes, you guys from Xuanhuan pavilion can leave. Chu Yan's voice fell, and Mulan smiled, like 1,000 flowers and 100 buds blooming together, making Chu Yan's eyes tremble and slightly startled. Chu Yan, we will meet again. After lowering her voice and speaking softly, Mulan Yan raised her hand and waved in the direction of the Xuanhuan pavilion disciple, flying towards Taniguchi. Nearly 200 Xuanhuan pavilion female disciples jumped to keep up, bringing a burst of fragrant wind. When they were close to Taniguchi, Chu Yan's consciousness stopped, suppressed Taniguchi's line of fire, and watched them quickly rush out of Taniguchi and disappear into the black night. Then, letting go of the flame, Chu Yan turned around and stared coldly at the rest of the crowd, the murderous aura on his body constantly rising. Wait, senior brother Chu, we are from the same sect of Ling Tianzong, can you let me go? A young man with a golden thread and a white robe, seeing that the Xuanhuan pavilion disciples had left safely, dared to walk towards Chu Yan and asked. Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at the Ling Tianzong disciple, his eyes landed on the word heaven on his chest, his eyes suddenly flickered, and he raised his hand to be a sword. Call out. The sword light passed by, the young Ling Tianzong, who was in a different place, died on the spot. Where heaven belongs, hand over the jade talisman, and then, still die. As soon as he said that, nearly 300 people in the crowd were suddenly shocked, and their faces were all pale. No. I don't want to die, I quit heaven, I will give you the jade talisman, let me go, please. Another young man stepped out of the crowd, his face full of fear. He raised his hand, scattered the heaven mark on his chest, took out a jade talisman and threw it at Chu Yan, knelt down and begged. Seeing this, Chu Yan sneered, put away the jade talisman, and said a voice that made the disciple of Ling Tianzong feel like the sound of heaven. Those who quit heaven, hand over the jade talisman, and you can leave. Hearing this, the kneeling young man, with a look of ecstasy on his face, flew towards Taniguchi. Sure enough, under everyone's attention, he rushed out of Taniguchi safely, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Ah. I also quit heaven. Yes, even the heavenly ones can't die, and I won't do it anymore, I'll quit. Jade talisman for you, from today onwards, I will withdraw from heaven. The next moment, more than 300 people rushed out of the crowd, scattered the heaven mark on their chests, threw the jade talisman, and rushed to Taniguchi. In less than half a mile, there were nearly 300 less people in the crowd, and there were a lot of jade talismans in Chu Yan's Rakshasa space. At this time, in the valley, there were only nearly 300 disciples of Xuanhuan led by Lu Buxiong, and some people who were unwilling to hand over the jade talisman. However, not long after, under Chu Yan's gaze, a sigh rang out among the large fiery red figures, and a tall figure slowly walked out. In his hand, there are nearly 300 jade talismans. #C247 Who robbed it? Outside the Zhongyu secret realm, in front of the sand cliff. Several old men were standing lightly and talking. Among them, there is the elder Ling Tianzong Mu in purple robe, the elder Xuanzong in dark red robe and leather armor, and the elder Xuanhuan Pavilion, who is nearly 40 years old and still has a charm. Elder Mu, in one day, the Zhongyu mystery realm will be over. You see, who is the first among the three sects? The red-armored old man glanced at Elder Mu with contempt, and said with a playful smile on his face. Hearing this, Elder Mu frowned slightly, and said, It seems that Elder Yin is quite confident. Hearing this, looking at Elder Mu with a gloomy face, Elder Yin of the Fire Profound sect, he felt relieved and smiled. Of course, before my sect's Lu Buxiong entered the Zhongyu secret realm, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly heaven realm, and even breaking through the bottleneck had been loosened for several months. The 9th level of the congenital realm is as easy as turning a palm, hee. After speaking, he glanced at Elder Mu and the elders of Xuanhuan Pavilion with a proud look on his face, his expression proud and his chin slightly raised. Huh? Innate realm 9th layer. Elder Mu's expression froze for a moment, and he looked not far away at the gate of light leading to the Zhongyu mystery realm. There was a hint of worry on his face, and it became even more intense. Originally, he was worried about Chu Yan. He was alone, facing the pursuit of nearly 700 people in heaven. He didn't know if he could save his life. But now, listening to what Elder Yin of Xuanzong said, in this 3 trials, Ling Tianzong's first place seems to be a little dangerous. The first ranking of the sect of the Luoyang Kingdom of Ling Tian sect was originally based on the accumulation of the rankings of these various trial tasks. If the Zhongyu secret realm was defeated this time, after returning to the sect, he would inevitably lose face. Thinking of this, Elder Mu looked at Elder Yin's proud face, his face sank, and he stopped talking. The atmosphere in the triple room suddenly became awkward. Except for the proud-looking Xuanzong Elder Yin, who from time to time casts his expectant eyes on the light gate, the other 2 sect elders all had deep expressions on their faces. Before you know it, time flies. A day has flown away, and today is the time when the Tsongyu's secret realm reopens. In front of the light gate of Tsongyu's secret realm, the three elders waited nervously. In the sky, the blazing sun rose and gradually climbed to the middle of the sky. The scorching real sun just projected onto the gate of light next to the sandstone cliff. As soon as the true sunlight touched the door of light, the entire sandstone cliff shook violently, and the huge phantom on the cliff began to gradually solidify. The next moment, the door of light suddenly enlarged, shining brightly, and the passage to and from the secret realm was opened. At this time, in the Tsongyu's secret realm, in the vast Tsongyu's secret realm small world, everywhere, beams of light rose up, turning into streamers of various colors, rising towards the sky. Just like when they entered the Tsongyu's secret realm, all the trial warriors, as streamers, hid in the void, and left the small world of this secret realm one after another. Outside the gate of light in the Tsongyu's secret realm, in the gate of light in front of the sandy cliff, streamers of various colors rushed out quickly, turning into a human figure and falling on the open space. With the change of time, the speed of the streamers rushing out is getting faster and faster. In less than 100 breaths, it is like a spring, and more than 1,000 light clusters are scattered. Boom! In the sky, there were bursts of thunderous sounds, like thunderclouds thousands of miles away. The sky and the earth roared. The next moment, on the entire sand and stone cliff, the door of light, the dragon road, and the phantom all turned into dissipated with the wind, turned into countless brilliance and stars, and disappeared without a shadow. This is the annihilation of the secret realm. In front of the sandstone cliff, watching the disappearance of the Tsongyu mystery realm, Elder Mu's expression changed greatly, and he muttered in surprise. Isn't this Tsongyu a secret realm opened for the first time? Why is the source of the small world exhausted so quickly? Strange. The elderine of Xuanhuan also looked surprised, but he didn't care too much while speaking, turned his head and swept to the open space. One by one the figures gradually sobered up. Lu Buxiong, come here, tell me how many points? After Elder Yin's eyes swept across. At a glance, I saw Lu Buxiong, the tallest person in the Fire Xuanzong's inner sect, dressed in a fiery red robe. But then, Elder Yin's smiling face solidified little by little. Because, at this time, Lu Buxiong didn't seem to hear what he said. Instead, he stared at a black-robed figure in the distance, with a dull expression, his eyes trembling and his face ashen. Senior brother Lu, Chong. The elder calls you. Immediately, a disciple of the same sect next to him gently pushed Lu Buxiong, who was a little absent-minded, pointed in the direction of Elder Yin of Xuanzong, and reminded gently. Good. Lu Buxiong, who woke up, looked back at Elder Yin. When he saw the other party with a look of anticipation on his face, his heart sank, and his face struggled for a while before he raised his feet and walked towards Elder Yin. I have seen Elder Yin. Lu Buxiong, after bowing his head and bowing his hands, lowered his head and just looked at the ground. Hey! That's right, it really broke through to the 9 heavens of the innate realm. Tell me, how many points did you get this time? He reached out and patted Lu Buxiong on the shoulder, and after checking his cultivation base, casually, Elder Yin's face returned to a smile, and for a while, the wrinkles on his face, like flowers blooming, stretched out one after another. Report to the elder, the points of the disciple. Lu Buxiong lowered his head even lower and stammered. Points are 0. As soon as the words fell, Elder Yin of Xuanzong, who had a face like a flower blooming, froze suddenly, a pair of yellow eyes that stood out from Lao Gao. What did you say? Say it again. His body trembled lightly, and blue veins burst out on his face, almost spitting out a sentence through gritted teeth. Return to the elder. This disciple missed the Tsongyu mystery realm and did not get points. Feeling the thick anger coming towards his face, Lu Buxiong's throat rolled, his face flushed purple, and he replied like a mosquito. Who Who stole your points? Say. The next moment, Eldarine, a majestic aura soared into the sky. At the time of the sound, as the last word was uttered, within 1,000 steps of the entire sandstone cliff, the ground suddenly shook, and several small sandstone mounds that were close to it collapsed directly. For a time, in front of the entire sand and stone cliff, the Yellowstone splashed, the wind was blowing, and the sand was flying. After a while, the news broke, and Elder Yin's face was flaming, like a volcano about to erupt. A pair of blood-red eyes swept across every white-robed and gold-rimmed figure on the scene. Chilling. The scene was silent, and everyone was stunned by his aura, and they didn't even dare to breathe. However, after a while, the angry expression on Elder Yin's face gradually turned into doubt. Huh? Where's Mori? Why not here? Could it be? As Eldarine raised his doubts, Elder Mu also frowned deeply. From the beginning, he had been looking for Mori in the crowd. However, nearly 100 breaths have passed, not to mention Mori, including the other 3 of the 4 heroes of the inner sect, have not seen all of them. However, at an angle close to the sandstone cliff, he found Chu Yan with his head lowered, which relieved his dignified expression a lot. However, after several rounds of searching, Mo Xiong was not found, which made Elder Mu's face even more solemn. Elder Mu, as usual, is it still limited to 5,000 Jade Talisman points for ranking? The 3 of us will shoot together. #C248 Blood Spurting. Eldarine took out a dark red Jade Talisman, his face was ashen, and looked at the elders of Ling Tianzong and Shuiyue Pavilion successively. Okay, let's go together. It is good. Elder Mu and the female elder of Shuiyue Pavilion nodded at the same time, and took out their own sect Jade Talisman respectively. With a wave of their hands, the Jade Talisman emitted thousands of light points, rose into the air, and covered every disciple present. After these brilliance enters the Jade Talisman of all the disciples, as long as they exceed 5,000 points, they will react. The 3 elders stared at the audience, with extremely nervous expressions. The results of the points investigation were directly related to the ranking of the 3 trials. The next moment, all the starlight disappeared, and on the periphery, near the angle of the sandstone cliff, a pillar of light with a golden edge on a white background rose into the sky. Chu Yan. With the rise of the beam of light, Elder Mu's face was stunned for a while, and then his eyes suddenly swept away, and his face showed ecstasy. Chu Yan, come up. After a soft cry, Elder Mu swept the audience again and confirmed that there was no next beam of light rising. This means that in this trial, there is only one disciple who has reached more than 5,000 points, and this disciple belongs to Ling Tianzong. At this time, Chu Yan, who was in the corner, had a dull face, looked up at the beam of light rising from his body, and shook his head involuntarily, revealing a wry smile. Originally, according to his thoughts, he didn't intend to expose it in front of so many people, but he didn't expect that the results of this trial would be compared in this way. Afterwards, Chu Yan took a deep breath, met Elder Mu's scorching gaze, and walked away. Chu Yan's body just moved, and he took a few steps. His face was startled, and he turned to look around. This look shocked him. Nearly 1,000 pairs of black faces on the bottom of the pot, red eyes staring at Chu Yan. In an instant, monstrous anger, resentment, and murderous aura surged out from everyone and gathered together, making the sandstone cliffs in mid-air, whistling wind, and dark clouds. What's going on here? The 3 elders looked stunned. Looking at the sudden vision, completely stupid. How could this Chu Yan arouse the hatred of thousands of people, as if Chu Yan had dug up the ancestral graves of thousands of people at the same time? Even if it is possible to offend people again, a trial only lasts a few days, so it is impossible to offend so many people at the same time. As Mo Yan walked slowly to the sandstone platform, standing beside Elder Mu, Elder Yin's face darkened and he snorted softly. Humph. How could a disciple of the Xiantian realm, third-level cultivation level, win the first place? Elder Mu, your Lingtian sect will not cheat, right? According to the thoughts of Elder Yin of Huishuanzong, Ling Tianzong, in order to keep the first ranking, and possibly, used a secret method to suppress a dragon sect disciple of the true martial realm to the Xiantian realm and send him into the Tsangyu secret realm. Otherwise, with the strength and cultivation of Huishuanzong Lu Buxiong, how could he lose to a disciple whose cultivation only seems to be in the innate realm triple heaven? In Elder Yin's heart, his anger was rolling. The more he thought about it, the more angry he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt possible. The chest heaved violently, as if the next breath would cause a complete outbreak. Cheating? Elder Mu, looking at Elder Yin, sneered. Didn't you see that all 4 of my Lingtian sect's inner sect were lost? I think you are cheating, Huishuanzong, otherwise, how could it be possible for the 4 strongest inner sect of my Lingtian sect to be lost in the secret realm at the same time? The next moment, Elder Mu's breath gradually rose, and Elder Yin, who was about to explode in anger, went head-to-head and did not give in. For a time, the atmosphere of the sand cliffs instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the entire sky. Mu. Elder Mu, Mo and Gao Feng of your sect were both killed by him, and it has nothing to do with my Huixian sect. You can ask your disciples of Ling Tian sect on this matter. Standing next to Elder Yin, Lu Buxiong looked up at Chu Yan and said loudly. What? As soon as Lu Buxiong's words came out, the 3 elders of the 3 sects froze at the same time and looked at Chu Yan with shock on their faces. Chu Yan. Kill Mori and Gao Feng. How can that be? He not only killed Mori, but also robbed us, all of our jade talismans. Lu Buxiong, if the kid who lost the fight, he would shake out all the bad things that Chu Yan did. However, his words did not cause the elders of the 3 sects to be even more shocked. Instead, the 3 of them frowned at the same time and looked at him. Lu Buxiong, were you fooled by monsters in the secret realm? Elder Yin looked at Lu Buxiong with a slight anger on his face, and then said. He's a kid in the 3rd level of the congenital realm, how could it be possible? Don't say it, stand aside and I'll ask the others. After Elder Yin finished speaking, he waved his hand with disgust, motioning Lu Buxiong to move away, and at the same time, he looked at the hundreds of disciples of Huishuanzong. Don't say that Elder Yin doesn't believe it, even Elder Mu of Ling Tianzong can't believe it. Reporting to the elders, what Brother Lu said is true. He robbed all of our jade talismans. Another disciple of Huishuanzong, after offering his hand to salute, raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yan, and said with a flushed face. What? You. Could it be that he really robbed you, you thousands of jade talismans? His eyes widened, Huang Ye's mouth was wide open, his trembling fingers pointed at Chu Yan, and Elder Yin's eyes swept to the other disciples beside him, his eyes were full of surprise. However, at the next moment, not only the disciples of Huishuanzong, but also most of the disciples of Xuanhuan Pavilion and Ling Tianzong nodded at the same time. Boom! Elder Yin's body trembled, his eyes suddenly darkened, he swayed, took 2 steps back, and then stood firm, his face turned into a pig's liver color, and it was still developing towards purple-black. The finger that pointed to Chu Yan trembled more and more. Elder Yin only felt a mass of air blasted in the Dantian position, straight to the throat. Puff. With a big mouth, Elder Yin directly spit out a mouthful of old blood, spreading a blood mist all over the sky, and rushing out more than 10 feet away. Ha ha ha, good, 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 my Ling Tianzong has another peerless genius, so good. Elder Mu laughed, took a step forward inadvertently, and kept Chu Yan behind him. Elder Yin, according to the secret realm trial rules jointly formulated by the 3 major sects, among the disciples, whether it is robbing, fighting, using any means such as tricks. In the end, the result is only based on points, right? After Elder Mu finished speaking, he looked at Elder Yin of Huishuanzong with a smile on his face, his eyes crooked into slits with laughter. Humph. Ling Tianzong, let's go. Let's go. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and he glanced at Chu Yan behind Elder Mu, while Elder Yin of Fire Profound Sect waved his hand. 10 steps behind him, a red teleportation spirit formation rose up, and with a flash, he disappeared into the teleportation formation. Middle. Hundreds of Huishuanzong disciples at the scene, like their Elder Yin, all flickered, glared at Chu Yan fiercely, then swept into the teleportation formation and returned to Huishuanzong. With the departure of Huishuanzong, Xuanhuan Pavilion also left. However, before entering the teleportation formation, hundreds of beautiful disciples also had their eyes flashing and looked at Chu Yan with a touch of color. Mu Lan Yen, who finally left, even smiled at Chu Yan, which was meaningful. Okay, that's the case, let's go back too. Elder Mu, with red light on his face, looked at Chu Yan and nodded. The next moment, in the wave of the hand, the teleportation spirit formation rose, and all the disciples of Ling Tian's sect also returned to the sect. C249, sentenced to death. Ling Tianzong, Lingwu Hall. The Lingwu Hall, which is located in the center of the entire Ling Tian sect, is the core of the Ling Tian sect. For thousands of years, the major events of Ling Tianzong have basically been dealt with here. It represents the supreme right and status of Ling Tianzong in Luoyang Wangqing. Today, in the Lingwu Hall, where there are usually very few people, there are dozens of purple-robed figures sitting in the council hall, all with solemn expressions and solemn expressions. Below, stood an old man and a young man, 2 figures. The old man was also wearing a purple robe, with black hair and white beard, and his eyes were deep. And the young man beside him, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, stood with his head held high, his face was indifferent, and he was not at all moved by the complex gazes cast around him. However, what puzzled Chu Yan was that after entering Lingwu Hall, none of the dozens of elders who were sitting in high positions spoke, which made the atmosphere in the hall rather strange. Chu Yan had already thought to himself that this time in the Xiongyu mystery realm, his actions did not violate the rules and sect rules. Therefore, standing in the hall, facing the gazes of dozens of elders, was not afraid. Whether it is robbery, murder, stealing treasures, or even beheading the 4 heroes of the inner sect of heaven, these are the most common things in the previous 3 trials. This time in the Xiongyu mysterious realm, what I did was just to be more thorough. Moreover, Chu Yan had originally intended to exchange the 3rd-grade spirit patterns for Little White Bear for participating in the trial of the Xiongyu mysterious realm, so he was naturally unwilling to do so. Anyone who takes the first place he must take. Therefore, Chu Yan thought that he was right, and if he did it again, he would still do it. In the main hall, everyone was silent, and when they were thinking to themselves, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor at the back of the main hall. Soon, a figure with a purple robe and a golden edge walked into the hall and entered everyone's field of vision. This person's face is yellow and white, his eyes are full of light, and his aura is extremely incomparable. As he walks, a pair of triangular eyes glances at Chu Yan, who is standing in the middle of the hall from time to time, and his eyes are full of hostility. Elder Chen. The elder stood up and saluted at the same time. This person walked slowly, with great momentum, walked up to the main stage with 3 seats, smiled and nodded. Elders, please take a seat. This time everyone is called to come here to judge this son. The voice suddenly turned, and the smile disappeared. Chen Ran's face turned from cloudy to cloudy, and from cloudy to thunderstorm, and instantly turned murderous as he looked at the young man in the middle of the hall. What? Judge a disciple? All the elders were stunned, and followed the gaze of the elder Chen Ran, but saw that Chu Yan's face was already slightly wrinkled, and his eyes were cold and angry. As soon as this elder Chen appeared, Chu Yan's face was startled, and he secretly said that it was not good, because this elder Chen looked almost exactly the same as a person. Chen Xiao. The Chen Xiao who died in his own hands is 90% similar in appearance to the elder Chen in front of him, and the other 10% is just because of the age difference. Unexpectedly, this Xuanhuan turned out to be the great elder of the inner door. That was the position of the third person in the entire sect in Ling Tian sect, second only to the sect master and the supreme elder. Of course, Chu Yan didn't have a fluke mentality at all, thinking that he killed Chen Xiao, the elder Xuanhuan would not know. Moreover, at this time, as soon as the elder Xuanhuan came up, he turned his face and shouted that he wanted to judge himself. Besides killing Chen Xiao, because of himself, could there be other reasons? Reporting to the elders, since you said you want to judge me, what crime did the disciple commit? Chu Yan cupped his hand slightly, looked at Xuanhuan with cold eyes, and said softly. Presumptuous. What's your identity? In Lingwu Hall, how can you speak? As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, Xuanhuan stopped drinking, and the empty hall shook with a hum. The sound of shouting was like a wave, and it actually implied a bit of true qi power, which shocked Chu Yan with a groan, and the aura in his body rolled for a while. If it wasn't for the 8 cyclones in Chu Yan's body, and the sea of air being rebuilt by Jin Yuanhua, this shout would have caused Chu Yan to enter the sea of air, leaving permanent damage. Chu Yan's eyes trembled, and Chu Yan was shocked. He didn't expect Xuanhuan's strength to be so powerful. With just a shout, he would have such power. If he really did his best, he would be wiped out without half a move. Xuanhuan saw that Chu Yan's face was pale, and there was a hint of contempt and abuse in his eyes. He slowly turned his head, looked at Elder Mu beside Chu Yan, and said softly. Elder Mu, tell me about the trial of the Tsangyu secret realm in detail. Elder Mu nodded, opened his mouth slowly, and explained everything he knew in detail. In the words, he leaned towards Chu Yan. What? Such a thing? Then Mori and the 4 heroes of the inner door were killed? How is this possible? This child has only just entered the inner door, and has only cultivated the 3rd level Xiantian realm. So, the power of heaven's inner sect is not completely destroyed? As soon as Elder Mu finished speaking, dozens of elders in purple clothes spoke out one after another, and their faces were full of shock. Call. Among the elders, several figures suddenly stood up and looked at Chu Yan, full of anger. Beasts. To help people from other sects without thinking of the same sect, beheading the brothers of the same sect, it is simply a wolf-hearted and dog-lung, and the crime should be punished. A lean and skinny elder in purple robe stared at Chu Yan and shouted loudly, this person is the elder who is in charge of the disciple promotion assessment in Lingwu Hall, one of the many elders belonging to heaven. Yes, in Ling Tianzong, enjoying the resources of my sect, but colluding with Xuanzong, is there a trial for this kind of crime? Direct execution. Another elder shouted. Yes, it should be executed. Condemning the sect, there is no need to judge, this is the iron law of the sect. Let's hand it over to the law enforcement elders for execution. For a time, all the figures in the hall stood up in succession, and all of them spoke in agreement. Xuanhuan was aloof, looking down at Chu Yan, hearing the sound of cohesion beside him, a pair of triangular eyes flashed a few traces of pride, sneered, and said. Okay, if that's the case, according to the guilt of the sect, this son will be put to death. Xuanhuan's words were light and casual, and echoed melodiously in the hall. Chu Yan's whole body was shaken, and he turned the river and the sea in the sea of knowledge, looking at Xuanhuan above the high position, his eyes flashed repeatedly. Wait a minute, Elder Chen, this son. This son is a talented disciple with the Tingyun Lingwen. Is this judgment inappropriate? As Elder Mu spoke, he stretched out his hand and waved, and immediately, a white golden-edged cloud spirit pattern appeared on Chu Yan's chest, exuding a faint brilliance. Humph. No matter how talented this child is, as long as it is a crime against the sect, he will be executed. Just when the elders saw the spirit pattern on Chu Yan's chest flashing, all of them were startled and shocked, but Chen-ran, unmoved, snorted coldly. Obviously, Chen-ran had been prepared for a long time, and once he checked the details of Chu Yan, the crime he was convicted did not give him a trace of life at all. Where is the executive elder? Execute now. Kill. Chen-ran gave an order, and a purple-robed elder walked out slowly, with a faint murderous aura, and walked towards Chu Yan. Seeing the executive elder walking towards Chu Yan, a smile finally appeared on Chen-ran's face. I can finally avenge Xiao Heir. Waiting for this day, but after waiting for a long time, what if the talent is good? How about the first trial? This elder wants you to die, but you can't live. Seeing the executive elder walking slowly, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and all of a sudden, his whole body was full of infuriating qi. Humph. Suddenly, a breath rushed in, and in an instant, he locked himself to death. Under the powerful pressure, his whole body was stiff, all his true qi was stagnant, even the sea of knowledge was frozen, and even the martial soul was completely sensed. Cut off. It's over. Chu Yan swept towards Chen-ran with a grin on his face, a coldness suddenly rose in his heart, and a trace of death flashed in his eyes. Call. The executive elder, his true energy gushed out, raised one palm high, and suddenly slapped it on top of Chu Yan's head. #C250 Supreme Elder. However, at this moment, an incomparably huge roar sounded from outside the temple, like a 9-day divine thunder, banging. Who dares to execute my disciple? This roar contained tremendous power, like a storm, sweeping the audience in an instant. In the Lingwu Hall, all the elders were shocked by this violent shout, and their expressions changed greatly. The executive elder even took 3 steps back. You must know that this law enforcement elder is the cultivation base of the true martial realm first layer, and he was shocked by this shout. This can only mean that the owner of this voice is at least one heaven and earth realm away from him, and it is a powerhouse in the realm of heaven and earth. Chen-ran, who was originally full of abusive smiles, froze all over his body, and then he felt an earth-shattering force coming from the hall, causing his complexion to change suddenly. Like all the elders, he took 3 steps back in a row. Then, at the main entrance of the main hall, a figure wearing a red robe and stepping on the cloud stepped into the hall. This person, no matter how tall and how big is his waist, at first glance, like a mountain of meat, rolling into the temple. When Chen-ran saw this mountain of meat, he immediately jumped up in fright, his voice trembling like a snake, and said, Too long, elder, why are you here? At the same time, of course, Chen-ran's high aura was gone, and his face was pale. Because of the people here, it is Ling Tianzong, the Supreme Elder, Long Xingyun. The first sect of Luoyang Kingdom, Ling Tian sect is like the Supreme Emperor, the real sect is the leader of the sect, and the first person in the sect. Although Chen-ran ranks among the great elders of the inner sect, he is like the gap between the emperor and the chief eunuch when compared with the elders. When Elder Long stepped into the hall, the expressions of all the elders changed at the same time, and none of them expected that the elder, who was not in his place after seeing the dragon, would suddenly come. As for Chu Yan, his face was even more sluggish, and he never thought that this famous master turned out to be the boss of the sect. Long Xingyun entered the hall, his eyes were like thunder, and he slowly swept over all the elders in the audience before he retracted his gaze and said in a cold voice, Tell me. What's going on here, such a big battle? Hearing this, Chen-ran suddenly shuddered, and it was obvious that the elder Taisheng came for this Chu Yan. This made Chen-ran's collection, faintly raised an ominous premonition. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Although he is also the third person in the sect, his strength is comparable to that of the elders. It is like the difference between heaven and earth. He is very clear in his heart that in the eyes of Long Xingyun, he is as hard as an ant in the eyes of the congenital realm. Physical martial artist. That power. In the face of absolute strength, it is as worthless as bullshit. Just like this elder Long Xingyun, he is the only heaven transformation realm powerhouse in the entire Luoyang kingdom. Just a word can even make the Luoyang king step down from the throne, not to mention his own little inner door elder. Return to the elders, today, here, mainly, is. The fear in Chen Ran's heart continued to rise, and he couldn't even speak clearly, stammering. Okay, get out of the way. What nonsense. Elder Mu, tell me. Long Xingyun waved impatiently, looked at Elder Mu beside Chu Yan, and said lightly. Reporting to Elder Taisheng, in the 3 trials this time, Chu Yan won the first place, but the 4 heroes of our sect were killed by him. Therefore, Elder Qin guessed that it was Chu Yan who colluded with Wuxuanzong. He has committed the crime of convicted ancestry and has been sentenced to death. Elder Mu's words were very factual, but there were obviously several problems. After saying a sentence, Chen Ran's face was full and sweat was pouring down. At the beginning, Long Xingyun accepted Chu Yan as a named disciple, and it was Elder Mu who conveyed it from him. How could he not know how much Elder Long Xingyun valued Chu Yan, and the Elder Taisheng who rarely appeared in the sect? At this time, the arrival of strength will not just scare people, it is as simple as begging Chu Yan. Guess. Is there evidence? Long Xingyun frowned and asked. Reporting to Elder Taisheng, Elder Chen, he did not show any evidence, nor did he make any investigation. The corner of Elder Mu's mouth raised slightly, and he said a big truth, but when the words landed, Chen Ran's legs trembled instantly. With Chen Ran's strength, coupled with the strength of his consciousness, of course he clearly heard what Long Xing said when he arrived. Who dares to execute my disciple? Chu Yan is Long Xingyun's disciple. Under this relationship, there is only one reason why Long Xinglai is still willing to ask Lai Qiu about what happened, not because he really wants to know what happened, but as a supreme elder, before killing himself, he found a reason to convince all the elders present. That's it, okay, I got it. Long Xingyun nodded at Elder Mu, then turned to look at Chu Yan, he said with a smile. Boy, don't salutation when you see me, I still want to save you because of me. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and then he quickly raised his hand and saluted. See Master. As soon as one sentence landed, all the elders in the audience turned green, especially the elders who had just slapped the table and lifted the chairs, shouting and killing, and had various unclear relationships with heaven. In addition, Elder Chen Ran, only feeling the darkness in front of him, suddenly reached out and grabbed the table beside him, barely standing still. Unexpectedly, Chu Yan's words are more powerful than any martial arts, and almost brought down more than a dozen real martial arts experts. Huh. Guess? According to your guess, I am wearing a red robe. Did I also collude with Wuxuanzong and commit the crime of judgment? Long Xingyun first smiled and nodded to Chu Yan, and then raised his head, his face changed greatly, and as he spoke, a cold air swept the audience. I announce that Chu Yan is the number 1 in this intersect trial, and the rewards will be distributed truthfully. Also, Chen Ran, this intersect great elder, don't do it, go to the back mountain for the year of seclusion, and practice hard. Long Xingyun said that the cloud is light and the wind is light, and then looked at Elder Mu and said. In these 3 trials, Elder Mu led the team to win the first place in the sect and defeated the Huaxian sect. He has contributed a lot. Therefore, before the sect master returns, let Elder Mu temporarily take the position of the elder of the inner sect. Temporary generation. All the elders looked stunned at the same time, and quietly raised their heads to look at Elder Mu, thinking in their hearts. Sect master is back? I'm afraid it's a direct appointment. When Elder Mu heard the words, his face was also startled, and he quickly cupped his hands. As ordered. Long Xingyun chuckled lightly, waved his hand and said, "That's it, it's such a big deal, it's so bad that I haven't slept well. Let's talk, I'll go back and get some sleep." While speaking, Long Xingyun's figure slowly blurred, and finally seemed to melt into the air and disappeared without a trace. See Elder Mu. Haha, I'll just say it, Elder Mu's great contribution really deserves its name. Congratulations to the Elder Mu. In the future, I will wait for the Elder Mu to do things according to my orders. Chu Yan, I said just now that this charge was made out of nothing, they just didn't listen. Come on, I have a few Xiantian pills here. Fuck Xiantian pill, I have Zhenwu pill here. For a while, except for Long Xingyun's departure, the entire Lingwu hall was extremely lively, everyone flocked to Elder Mu and Chu Yan, and all kinds of flattery came like a tide. When Chu Yan left Lingwu Hall with Elder Mu, he went straight to Lingshou Hall. What he is most anxious about now is to quickly exchange the third-grade spirit pattern to save the little white bear. #C251 Rescue Little White Bear. From Lingwu Hall to Lingshou Hall, there was nearly half an hour on the way. Chu Yan was in a hurry, and he showed his body skills. It took only half of the time to arrive. Holding the purple jade talisman that he received from Elder Mu, Chu Yan smoothly entered the Lingwen Pavilion located in the basement of Lingshou Hall. Entering the Lingwen Pavilion, the scene in front of him shocked Chu Yan. Among the hundreds of jade pagodas, pieces of jade talismans of different colors are placed on them, all exuding a faint brilliance, which is dazzling. You know, these are all spirit patterns. Chu Yan never imagined that there were hundreds of spiritual patterns that everyone regarded as treasures in this room of Ling Tianzong. Although the more than 100 pieces of spirit patterns are mostly black, white, and gray, only the lowest level first to third rank spirit patterns. However, even the lowest level first grade spirit patterns are worth several thousand yuan stones in the market outside. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan calmed down his excitement a little, and began to check one by one. The purple jade talisman in his hand can only be exchanged for a third-grade spirit pattern at most, so Chu Yan must check it carefully, otherwise the little white bear will really be helpless. Chu Yan clearly saw that the entire spirit pattern pavilion was divided into several areas according to attack, defense, speed, life, auxiliary, and so on. Although Chu Yan was very curious about the effects of various spirit patterns, he was still thinking about the little white bear, so he gritted his teeth and walked straight towards the auxiliary spirit pattern area. In front of each spiritual pattern tower, there is a very detailed introduction booklet, and there is a detailed description on the cover. Spirit beasts are an important auxiliary combat power for warriors. Among millions of monsters, there may not be one spirit beast. Most of them are inherited from blood, and the possibility of ordinary monsters evolving into spirit beasts is very small. The biggest difference between spirit beasts and monster beasts is that spirit beasts can cultivate and evolve on their own just like martial artists. Those with strong talents can even go through tens of thousands of years to become a martial artist. Moreover, the spirit beast has the powerful body of a monster, coupled with the ability to cultivate. Once cultivated to the heaven transformation realm, it will be much stronger than the same level martial artist. Especially some spirit beasts with bloodline memory inheritance. Even more powerful to the level of terror. And the foundation of all this is relying on the source crystals in the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts crystals are similar to ordinary monsters, but not the same. In particular, some bloodline inheritance spirit beasts, all of which are preserved in the demon crystal, are of great importance. And now in the case of little white bear, what it needs is a spirit pattern of a demon crystal. This kind of spirit pattern is an important way for many warriors to obtain spirit beasts. This spirit transformation pattern can exchange the monster crystal of a spirit beast with the monster crystal in any living monster, so that the ordinary monster can be transformed into a spirit beast. In the Wuhun world, living spirit beasts are extremely rare, but the demon crystals left behind by spirit beasts have been relatively easy to find for thousands of years. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to stop in front of a white jade talisman. Looking at the 3 words spiritual transformation on the jade talisman manual, his eyes trembled. That's it, spirit transformation pattern. With this white 3rd grade spirit pattern, the little white bear can be saved. With a happy face, Chu Yan picked up the introduction booklet in front of the spirit pattern, and began to carefully study the detailed introduction and usage above. Heaven and earth have spirits, derived from condensed qi, fused with the essence of spirit qi, supplemented by heaven and earth treasures, Fengqing spirit pattern. Transforming the spirit pattern. Use the core of the high-level beast to seize the core of the low-level beast, open the spiritual wisdom, and achieve the avenue of beast cultivation. For half an hour, Chu Yan read it several times, and after making sure to remember every word clearly, he slowly put down the book and stretched out his hand towards the jade pagoda in front of him. Picking up the white jade talisman gently, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth, turned and walked out of the Lingguan pavilion. The Lingguan pavilion is heavily guarded, and there are only 2 deacon elders responsible for registration. Chu Yan resorted to the purple jade talisman and the spiritual pattern, and handed it over to the deacon elder of the Lingguan pavilion for registration. But without stopping, he hurried towards the small courtyard in Vientiane Valley. In the room, Su Xing saw Chu Yan coming back, got up and exchanged a few words with Chu Yan, and then left. Looking at Su Xing's leaving figure, Chu Yan's heart warmed, and he secretly wrote down Su Xing's favor. During the time when Chu Yan was away, Su Xing really took care of the little white bear, day and night here. Of course, this affection made Chu Yan a little moved. Afterwards, Chu Yan sat on the bed and carefully checked the little white bear's body. Everything is normal. Except for the demon crystal at the heart, the number of cracks has doubled, and there is even a faint sign of collapse. Moreover, the little white bear has been in a daze for many days. If it is not treated in time, it is really dangerous. Call. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan flipped the palm of his hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand, which was the jade bottle that stored the crystal nucleus of the heaven-level monster. In the other hand, he held the 3rd grade spiritual transformation pattern. At this point, the conditions for treating the little white bear were all complete. The next moment, Chu Yan's body was surging with true qi, his consciousness moved, and he probed towards the spiritual jade talisman in his hand. As soon as the divine sense came into contact with the spirit pattern, it resonated with the spirit pattern, and then, Chu Yan's true energy urged, the jade talisman instantly turned into powder. A red spirit pattern floated out of the jade talisman powder. This is a spiritual pattern that is shaped like a curved water droplet. Its shape is similar to the fangs of a monster. The pointed end flashes a faint red light, as if it will choose someone to bite at any time. Ling, open. Seeing the appearance of the spiritual pattern, Chu Yan quickly flipped through the handprint without hesitation, and shot out one after another infuriating towards the spiritual pattern. At the same time, Chu Yan quickly unscrewed the jade bottle containing the heavenly rank demon crystal. Immediately, an extremely violent, bloody terrifying aura gushed out of the bottle and went straight to the roof. Seeing this scene, the speed of the fingerprints on Chu Yan's hand became faster and faster. A shallow bloodstain appeared in the little white bear's heart. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his hand and waved. A drop of purple blood essence rose up from the little white bear's wound, and slowly flew towards the spirit pattern in the air. Noisy. The purple blood merged into the spirit pattern, and in an instant, a red light appeared on the spirit pattern body, reflecting the entire room into a blood-red color. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he released 2 infuriating qi again, forming a complex handprint with his right hand, and pressing it gently on the spiritual body in midair. Under the dual action of Chu Yan's infuriating energy and handprints, the spiritual pattern began to slowly travel in the void, falling into the jade bottle containing the heaven-rank demon crystal. Bump! Suddenly, the jade bottle exploded, turning into countless fragments and scattering in all directions, and a purple-golden demon crystal appeared in the place of the book. On top of the demon crystal, the spirit pattern has been attached to it, emitting a faint red light, suppressing the breath of the sky-level demon crystal, making this sky-level demon crystal look very ordinary, completely without the kind of prehistoric before. The terrifying aura of beasts. Call. Chu Yan did not dare to be careless, and took a deep breath. Under the surge of true qi, it turned into a palm print. With a grasp of the void, he lifted the heaven-ranked demon crystal and placed it on the little white bear's chest gently and carefully. On the bloodstain. Puff. The sky-level demon crystal with the spirit transformation pattern, as soon as it touched the scar, immediately plunged into the water like a stone, made a muffled sound, and sank toward the bloodstain. In less than 3 breaths, the demon crystal completely submerged into little white bear's wound and disappeared without a trace. Wrinkling his brows slightly, Chu Yan quickly released his divine sense and protruded it toward the little white bear. Boom! Only when Chu Yan's consciousness entered the little white bear's body, he felt a terrifying aura rolling over it, hitting Chu Yan's consciousness heavily, directly knocking Chu Yan's consciousness out of the little white bear's body. #C2521 Palm 1. Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled, his body trembled slightly, his consciousness was suddenly in a trance, and when he looked at the little white bear again, he made a sound of suspicion. Obviously, the celestial demon crystal has entered the little white bear's body, and it has begun to use the bear's body as its foundation to defend against any foreign power. Chu Yan did not expect this situation, and suddenly felt a little helpless. He could only stare at the little white bear closely and observe its changes. After waiting for a while, I saw that the little white bear did not change in the slightest, and was still lying there quietly, breathing weakly. Did it fail? Chu Yan stood up, hesitating again and again, but decided to try to detect the spirit again. The spirit was released and slowly came out. At this moment, an extremely dangerous feeling suddenly flashed across Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Chu Yan's back became cold, and the hairs on his whole body exploded instantly. Swish! Chu Yan didn't even think about it, his body shot up, knocked open the door, and rushed out. In the next moment, a terrifying power exploded in Chu Yan's room, blasting the top of the entire small attic, straight into the sky. Boom! The sky-shattering explosion sounded, the entire Vientiane mountain hummed and trembled, and the sea of Ling clouds above the peak was surging and rolling, and it was boiling. In the small courtyard, the sky is full of dust and fog, and the energy is chaotic. Chu Yan stood in the courtyard, looking at the scene in front of him, his face was dull and stunned. Hum. 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 Immediately afterwards, over the small courtyard, a light curtain appeared from the void, and under the overflowing stream of light, it turned into a starlight that slowly disappeared. At the same time, 1,000 steps away from Chu Yan's courtyard, 3 figures suddenly rushed towards Chu Yan's courtyard. 1,000 steps away, flashed in the blink of an eye, and appeared in Chu Yan's small courtyard. Haha, even the gods help me in heaven, the spirit formation in your courtyard has been destroyed. Today is your day of death. The 3 people in front of Chu Yan had shocking auras, and they were all strong in the real martial realm. The first person was holding a Lingbao long sword. True martial realm, second layer powerhouse. Chu Yan's face sank. In the secret realm of Tsangyu, you beheaded hundreds of my heavenly disciples, and also killed 4 others, including Mori. Today I, Xiao Guangyi, will definitely kill you. The headed young man said with killing intent on his face. Chu Yan's eyes were filled with coldness. Looking at the three people in front of him, he didn't expect that heaven would actually dispatch a real martial artist to kill him. This is the Wanxiang Mountain in the hinterland of the sect. Do you dare to ignore the 3 iron laws of the sect and start here? Chu Yan said coldly. Humph. What is the iron law of the sect, in my eyes, as nothing? If I don't smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces, how can I save face in heaven? Hearing this, Chu Yan sneered, if you want to kill me, it's up to you? With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, it is of course impossible to deal with the 3 true martial arts powerhouses. However, Chu Yan believes that with his white soul and black pattern technique, it is absolutely impossible for them to kill himself easily. The periphery of Wanxiang Mountain is the place where the elders live. When the time comes, when the elders of the sect arrive, they will be able to escape. When the voice fell, Xiao Guangyi's face turned slightly blue, and he shouted loudly. Don't talk nonsense with you, 1 move to kill you is enough, now, let's die. After Xiao Guangyi finished speaking, he jumped up abruptly, and the long Lingbao sword in his hand was full of white light and slashed towards Chu Yan. Among the 3, only Xiao Guangyi shot, and the 2 behind him were separated from left and right to prevent Chu Yan from escaping. At the same time, in their opinion, if Xiao Guangyi shot, this Chu Yan would definitely die. This knife was extremely sharp, and in an instant, it brought a terrifying sense of danger to Chu Yan, and in an instant, it came to him. Chu Yan is dead. There were 2 people on the left and right, and a cruel smile appeared in this scene. Is there any other possibility for a real martial artist to deal with a disciple of the 3rd level of Xiantian realm? Just at the moment when the 8 cyclones in Chu Yan's body were spinning like flying, and the white tiger black pattern technique was about to be performed, a mutation suddenly occurred. Call. The next moment, a purple gold palm print, wrapped in earth-shattering power, rushed from not far away and shot straight at Xiao Guangyi in midair. Boom! The sword light was completely shattered, and the huge purple gold palm print slapped on Xiao Guangyi without any hindrance. Suddenly, a violent explosion exploded in the midair of the small courtyard. For a time, the airwaves rolled in the small courtyard, the weather was full of energy, and countless pieces of flesh and blood were scattered in the air. Under this palm, the powerhouse of the 2nd level of the real martial realm was actually smashed to pieces, leaving no bones. Ah! Who is it? The other 2 heavenly true martial realm powerhouses turned pale in shock, and suddenly turned to look at the place where the purple palm print came from. Even Chu Yan was startled, turned around slowly, and looked towards the ruins of the attic full of ruins. A figure slowly walked out from the dust and fog in the sky, a pair of purple eyes, sizzling electric light lingered, and a powerful breath swept the entire small courtyard. Violet Sky Bear. Walking out of the dust and fog, the little white bear's tall bare body was surrounded by layers of purple aura, and the originally white hair had all turned into purple gold at this time. Pressure enveloped the 2 heavenly true martial realm powerhouses. What? This is an earth-level spirit beast. No way, Chu Yan. How could he have a spirit beast equivalent to the real martial realm? This, impossible. The little white bear walked out of the ruins, stepped out of the hospital, and just stood still. He suddenly slapped it with a palm, a huge purple palm print, rising into the sky, rapidly expanding, becoming huge, the size of a house, and photographing the 2 of them towards heaven. This palm, rolled down, passed all the way, made a rumbling sound, the void was shattered, the thunder and lightning were entangled, and the power was shocking. Boom! Pong! Pong! The purple bear's paw fell to the ground, and 2 blood mists exploded. The 2 heavenly warriors who belonged to the true martial realm 1st layer were simply unable to resist this palm, and were directly smashed into scum. Strong, so strong. Chu Yan looked at the little white bear in front of him, his eyes trembled constantly, and his face showed ecstasy. The appearance of the little white bear shows that the spirit transformation has been successful. At this time, the little white bear's injury has completely recovered, and his strength has greatly increased. The little white bear slowly turned around and looked at Chu Yan. In the bear's eyes, aura overflowed, flickering non-stop, and the breath on his body slowly subsided. "Boss?" Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded in Chu Yan's mind, making Chu Yan's face startled. "Huh? Who is talking, could it be?" Chu Yan asked suspiciously. The little white bear also looked ecstatic, jumped up, and ran towards Chu Yan happily, extremely excited. "Haha, boss, I can talk, I'm a little white bear." Seeing the excited little white bear around him, dancing with his paws, Chu Yan finally understood. The voice in the sea of consciousness was the little white bear who spoke to him through the sound transmission of his consciousness. Divided by the cultivation base of the martial soul continent, whether it is a warrior or a monster, after reaching the true martial realm, they can all perform divine consciousness transmission. When I remember Zongbi, the elder Wu Fa, who was in the second level of the true martial realm, once used his spiritual sense to speak to him through voice transmission. It felt right. "Great, little white bear, are you okay?" Chu Yan also asked happily. "It's all good, thank you boss, and my current cultivation base has reached 3-star level, which is equivalent to the 6th level of true martial arts. Haha, in the future, whoever dares to bully the boss again, I will kill him with one palm." The little white bear stood up, a pair of capable palms slapped his chest loudly, holding the bear's head high, with a smug look on his face. 6th heaven of true martial realm. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face froze, and he was immediately sluggish. #C253 Sovereign Heir? That's right, boss. The power of the celestial rank demon crystal is so powerful that it has been fused for a long time, and now, not only can I speak, but I can also use animal skills. Those 2 palms just now appeared in my mind, I learned right away. The little white bear waved its bare paw, and the wind passed by, bringing out bursts of whistling, and said with great excitement. "Haha, that's great." Chu Yan laughed. Swish. Swish. The next moment, several figures flashed into the courtyard like lightning and stopped beside Chu Yan. Hearing the sound of battle, the inner sect elders of Ling Tian sect headed by Elder Mu rushed over. "Elder Mu." "Elders." Seeing it, Chu Yan raised his hand and cupped his hand. What happened here?" "Huh? Earth level, spirit beasts." Elder Mu's face was puzzled, his eyes swept across the courtyard, and he saw the ruins of bricks and corpses full of flesh and blood. He couldn't help frowning. He was about to ask Chu Yan, but his eyes stopped on the little white bear. "Ha!" out loud. Reporting to Elder Mu, 3 heavenly disciples of the true martial realm have just rushed into my residence and want to kill me. Fortunately, my spirit beast has just broken through the cultivation base and shot 3 people. Chu Yan glanced at the little white bear with a light smile and explained to Elder Mu. "Heaven. Humph. They are getting more and more arrogant, and they dare to kill the same disciples in the sect." Elder Mu said, his face sank, and even the dozen or so elders who came behind him changed their expression slightly. Although heaven has gathered many talented disciples and has great power, in the final analysis, it is only an organization of disciples within the sect, and it even provokes the rules of the sect. In the past, within the Ling Tian sect, there is still the majesty of the sect. No matter what, it is a simple truth. In front of him, the Elder Mu had just taken over as the great elder of the inner sect, and heaven had come up with this kind of thing that directly challenged the 3 major iron laws of the sect. It's light, it's not to give Elder Mu face, and to put it in a big way, it's not an exaggeration for them to make trouble. Chu Yan. Don't worry, the sect will not easily expose this matter, and will definitely give you an explanation. Elder Mu's voice increased by 3 points. Although he looked at Chu Yan and said, the first person present knew that Elder Mu, this was for all the elders. By the way, Chu Yan, you come with me. If you have this matter, let me tell you. Besides, you don't need to live here. I will ask them to change you a courtyard. Elder Mu smiled at Chu Yan. Yes, Elder Mu. Chu Yan replied. Afterwards, the little white bear greeted Chu Yan and rushed towards the Tianfeng mountains impatiently, while Chu Yan followed Elder Mu towards his residence. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to follow Elder Mu to the elder's residence. After Elder Mu was promoted to the inner sect Great Elder, he changed to a larger courtyard. The pavilion alone was 3 stories high. Standing on the top of the pavilion, he could overlook the entire Lingtian sect. At this time, in a study in the attic, Chu Yan and Elder Mu sat opposite each other. Chu Yan, I'm looking for you, there are 3 main things to tell you. Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan, the smile on his face gradually subsided, revealing a serious color. The first thing I want to ask you is why the Xangyu secret realm is only opened once, and then the source is completely lost. This situation is very rare. Did you find anything special in the secret realm? Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and there was a look of thought in his eyes. To talk about this Xangyu secret realm, Chu Yan only took a few days to enter the secret realm, and he may not even complete a tenth of the secret realm, and he also spent half of his time robbing, so, let's talk about the special. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he said thoughtfully. If I want to talk about something special, there is one thing. On the second day I entered the secret realm, I went to a small valley. There is an altar in the valley. There is a spiritual pattern on the top of the altar, and this altar has a strong spiritual array defense. At that time, the disciples of the 3 major sects gathered more than 100 people, but they all had no way to start. Altar spirit pattern. What shape is the spirit pattern? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Elder Mu's expression changed greatly, and he asked anxiously. I remember it was round. Pale golden. Chu Yan replied. Hiss. As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, Elder Mu suddenly gasped, his eyes widened, and he was extremely surprised. Time and space spirit pattern. Seeing Elder Mu's surprised expression, Chu Yan was startled and asked. Is time-space spirit pattern rare? Rare. Elder Mu exclaimed, glared at Chu Yan, and shook his head with a wry smile. It's more than rare. But it's basically unique. If you've been to the Lingguan Pavilion, you should know that ordinary spirit patterns are divided into attack, defense, speed, life, etc., but does not belong to any category, but is a category of its own. It's a class of its own? Then what's the use of this time-space spirit pattern? Chu Yan asked. You asked me this question. At this time, the space spirit pattern is just a name that everyone arbitrarily named. You may not know that the spirit pattern can be refined by all warriors and powerful people, and its functions are also available. It is clear, but only this time-space spirit pattern is a natural derivative of heaven and earth, not artificially refined. And about his role. So far, I know that it can stabilize a space-time or a small world, but if there is a space-time spiritual pattern in a small world, then this small world can exist for endless years. It even slowly evolved into a big world. Is a spirit pattern so powerful? I think that spirit pattern is just an ordinary circle, it doesn't seem to be very complicated. Chu Yan sank a little, with a dull look on his face, but his heart was already overturned, like a stormy sea. You must know that in the Xangyu mystery realm, he has harvested 4 such circular spirit patterns. Chu Yan, since ancient times, there has been a saying that the sky is round and the place is round, so don't look at it as simple in appearance, but it alludes to the way of heaven. Could an extremely powerful spirit pattern be the simplest in shape? Speaking of this, Elder Mu's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of comprehension, but this aura was fleeting. Okay, since the Tsangyu secret realm is controlled by the space-time spirit pattern, it doesn't matter, I'll tell you the second thing. This time, in Lingwu Hall, Elder Long personally rescued you, and declared to the whole sect that you are his disciple. Do you know what this means? Elder Mu's face was solemn, looking at Chu Yan with a very solemn expression. Disciple doesn't know. Chu Yan was stunned. Seeing Elder Mu's expression, all kinds of thoughts flashed in his heart, but he didn't understand what Elder Mu meant. Chu Yan, in Ling Tianzong, there is a secret that very few people know, and I am only qualified to know this after I was promoted to the inner door elder. Speaking of this, Elder Mu stopped and looked at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering. Ling Tianzong, the disciple of the Supreme Elder. That is. Ling Tianzong, the next sect master. Next sect master. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard Feng, and then said, Elder Mu, are you kidding me? I'm only in the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm, so let me be the next sect master? How is this possible? No, Ling Tianzong is not looking at the strength of the cultivation base, but the innate personality and special features. Elder Mu shook his head and smiled. Beyond special. Yes, Ling Tianzong has been established for thousands of years. What kind of peerless warriors and what kind of genius disciples have never met, but in these thousands of years, Ling Tianzong did not rely on these external strengths at all, but by chance. Chance? Chu Yan said stunned. #C254 Feishing Tower, de he who wants to comfort the heart has been hurt Jean. Yes, it's a chance. Let's put it this way, it's like a peerless spiritual weapon. In the hands of ordinary warriors, its strength can be greatly increased, and it can be proud of the enemy below the same rank, or even a few ranks higher. Achieve the peerless domination of one side. Powerhouse. But, I ask you, what if you take this peerless spiritual treasure from this warrior? Is there anything special about this warrior? Elder Mu stared at Chu Yan and asked. Well, I think, under normal circumstances, this warrior may return to mediocrity. When Chu Yan answered, his eyes were shining, and he seemed to understand something. Yes, first of all, the strength of a warrior cannot only rely on the outside, the most important thing is a warrior's heart. You can rely on the strength of the external force to continue to challenge and become stronger, create more miracles and opportunities, and continue to climb to the top of the martial arts. Highest pinnacle. And you, Chu Yan. You have created one shocking miracle after another in Lingtian sect. Although we all believe that you have your own trump card and support, but that's not important, there are thousands of relics and opportunities in the spirit world. Tens of thousands, anyone may encounter some opportunities, but there are very few who can achieve your level. Thousands of opportunities. Chu Yan exclaimed in shock. Yes, Chu Yan, let me ask you, do you still remember that Duan song? Elder Mu said with a smile. Remember, the first person in the outer sect of Lingtian sect is also the first person in the outer sect of heaven. Chu Yan nodded. On that day, when the sect was competing, the last trick he used was the inheritance of the domain he obtained in a kind of inheritance relic. So it is. That move is very strong. I remember it. Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect that Du Wansong would have such a chance to get the inheritance of the domain. According to Chu Yan's understanding, a martial artist, having a domain is equivalent to truly opening the way to the highest peak of martial arts. However, after Du Wansong obtained the inheritance that all the warriors in the world envied, he was fascinated by power every day. Not only did he not concentrate on his cultivation and realize the higher realm of the domain, but instead, he joined the heaven and his cultivation stagnated. Even though he had such an opportunity, what's the use? Elder Mu said at the end, his voice raised a bit, every word was like a bell. So, the third thing I want to tell you is about a chance. A chance. Chu Yan said, stunned. That's right, about the opportunity of the Flying Star Tower. It is a chance, but it is actually a test, and it is extremely difficult. The first of the 3 trials you won is the qualification to participate in this Flying Star Tower test. Test. Flying Star Tower. Yes, this Flying Star Tower is set up by the Red Leaf sect of the Red Leaf Empire. It opens every 3 years. The 3 major sects of Wuhun Kingdom, the most talented disciples can enter it. Chance. Chu Yan, my Lingtian sect has 2 places every 3 years, so this time, the Supreme Elder has decided to let you in. I? Yes, the other one is Meng Hao. Elder Mu said. Meng Hao, doesn't he only have purifying cultivation? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. It doesn't matter, the test of the Flying Star Tower is not about the strength of the test, but the talent and understanding. Moreover, some ancient families in the Luoyang Kingdom will also send their children to participate. In short, the Flying Star Tower will be assembled once every 3 years. The most talented young man in the entire Luoyang Kingdom, the purpose is to pass the test of the Flying Star Tower. What test? Chu Yan asked with a frown. The tests on the first 3 floors are all related to talent. The latter. Because no one has passed it for hundreds of years, so no one knows. Having said that, Elder Mu heaved a sigh of relief, picked up the teacup in front of him, looked at Chu Yan, and waited for his result. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, recalled the words of Elder Mu, and after a while, looked up at Elder Mu and said, I would like to try it. When the words fell, Chu Yan and Elder Mu looked at each other and chuckled at the same time. Leaving Elder Mu's residence, he took a small courtyard jade talisman he had given him. Chu Yan walked all the way towards Wanxiang Mountain. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to easily find a new courtyard, which was basically the same as the original one. After walking into the small courtyard and using the jade talisman to open the spiritual formation, Chu Yan returned to the room. After closing the door, Chu Yan began to check the loot he obtained in the Tsangyu secret realm last time. Whoa! Chu Yan waved his hand, and a lot of jade talismans appeared in front of him, forming a hill on the ground, almost reaching Chu Yan's waist. Moreover, many warriors have the habit of storing jade talismans in jade talismans. If they are all taken out, the height of the hill will have to increase. Next, Chu Yan began to count them one by one. Nearly 1,000 pieces of jade talismans, it would take a lot of time to crush them one by one. Moreover, Chu Yan had to identify and classify everything, so it took longer. A whole night passed. Chu Yan's room felt like Ling Shoutong's warehouse, all kinds of resources were piled up like a mountain. Even though Chu Yan was already prepared, he was still shocked by the result. This time, in the trial of the Tsangyu secret realm, he grabbed 891 jade talismans, the resources of which were classified according to spirit stones, primeval stones, spirit treasures, exercises, martial arts, spirit medicines, demon crystals, and spirit medicines, Lingqiao, Tiankadibo, dazzling. From the Lingbao weapons alone, Chu Yan harvested more than 300 pieces, of which nearly 50 were innate spiritual treasures. There are more than 400 books of martial arts, and 5 books of secret skills, but unfortunately they are not suitable for cultivation. In addition, what surprised Chu Yan was the primeval stone, which was more than 20,000 yuan. This was a large amount of wealth. The number of demon crystals is the largest. Some disciples have accumulated nearly 10,000 demon crystals that are ready to return to the sect in exchange for contribution points. These Chu Yan are planned to be reserved for the little white bear. After all the counting was over, Chu Yan sluggishly looked at the room full of piles, and was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Shit, if this can be robbed every day, that would be great. After classifying everything into the Rakshasa space, Chu Yan planned to throw it all back to Xie and exchange it for contribution points. At that time, he would be able to purchase in the basement of Xie again. After finishing, Chu Yan sat cross-legged and began to practice. This time, in the Zhongyu mystery realm, although Chu Yan slaughtered the quartet, he also exposed some problems, such as the low movement skills and the slow cultivation speed. Now that Chu Yan has decided to participate in the Flying Star Tower test, it is natural to prepare well. At present, my cultivation base has reached the 3rd level of the innate realm. With the improvement of cultivation base, cultivation techniques, secret skills, pill fire, etc. must be cultivated and broken through as soon as possible, especially spirit injection. You can try the 3rd order spirit injection again. He summoned the coffin pill furnace from the Sea of Knowledge, and took out the clear sky sword. Chu Yan took out 5 bottles of Tianyuan pill, and was ready to try the 3rd order spirit infusion. The Haoyan sword is a true martial art treasure, and it has already been infused twice, by Chu Yan. If this time the spirit is successful again, the 3rd order true martial arts sword can absolutely sweep all the spiritual treasures in the Luoyang kingdom. #C255 Advanced Haoyan Sword. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan stretched out his hand and waved, and the Dan fire entered the furnace. The 3rd order infusion begins. Immediately afterwards, the infuriating energy was activated, Chu Yan's spiritual sense came out, and he quickly controlled the temperature in the furnace. As the furnace temperature gradually stabilized, time passed slowly. After 3 hours, Chu Yan, who originally closed his eyes and concentrated, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, the furnace cover flipped over, and a silver light shot up into the sky. After circling in the air for a week, it came towards Chu Yan. Clang! The silver light was extremely fast, and with a swish, it was inserted on the ground in front of Chu Yan, and the entire sword body vibrated violently. With the vibration of the sword body, circles of sharp energy visible to the naked eye rippling like ripples, hitting the surrounding tables and chairs, and the sawdust flew and turned into powder. Haha, success! Tier 3, True Martial Spirit Treasure, Haoyan Sword. As soon as Chu Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the clear sky sword, he suddenly felt a sense of loss of strength when he was about to mention it lightly. Hey! Why is it so light? At the 2nd rank, the clear sky sword was terrifyingly heavy, definitely weighing 10,000 kilograms. After Chu Yan used it for a long time, he was already used to its weight. After this 3rd order infusion, it suddenly became as light as a feather, which made Chu Yan suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. The change is too great. Holding the clear sky sword in his hand, Chu Yan felt it a little, and said in surprise. At this time, the sword body of the clear sky sword seemed to have turned silver, which was completely opposite to the original black color. At this time, a multicolored brilliance flowed on the sword body. The whole body was like a silver light, very like a bright moon. After a little pondering, Chu Yan summoned a long sword of innate spiritual treasure from the Rakshasa space, held it in his left hand, and slashed it fiercely with the clear sky sword. Clang! Bump! The sharp innate spirit treasure long sword was just touched by the clear sky sword, and it shattered into countless pieces. Hiss! Chu Yan gasped involuntarily, his heart beating wildly. With this sword, Chu Yan could not use even 1% of his true energy. Basically, it could be said that it was entirely by the sharpness of the clear sky sword that cut off the big sword of the acquired spirit treasure. The clear sky sword after the 3rd order spirit infusion has increased its power more than 10 times, and it can even cut innate spiritual treasures in the air. Ha ha ha, with a sword in hand, God blocks and kills God, and magic blocks and kills demons. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and he was excited. It seems that I can already see the pictures of countless innate spiritual treasures being shattered under the sword of Haoyan. Next, it is to practice the secret skills of the body, and step on the snow in 1,000 mountains. Thousands of mountains and snow. It is a secret technique that superimposes the basic movement technique, and it is divided into 4 levels: double mountains, 10 mountains, 100 mountains, and 1,000 mountains. It has been a long time since the last time I practiced Qianshan treading snow to the 10 mountain realm. This time, Chu Yan's goal is the 100 mountains realm. Going into the mountains alone, looking for the snow in the wind, looking at the mountains outside the mountains, and disappearing in the snow. After leaving the room and entering the courtyard, Chu Yan stood quietly in the wind. Raising his hand gently, he felt a wisp of gentleness in the wind, and then, the infuriating energy around him changed and became violent in an instant. The wind that I felt in my hand also became fierce, with a trace of formlessness. There are green mountains outside the mountains, hundreds of shadows. Call. Suddenly, Chu Yan's body turned into an afterimage and flew across the courtyard. Call. 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 I saw that in the entire small courtyard, the speed of the afterimage was getting faster and faster, and as the speed increased, the afterimage became longer and longer, like a big virtual snake, tumbling around in the small courtyard. After a long time, the afterimage reached its limit and evolved into a continuous flickering figure. The previous figure was still standing still, and the next figure appeared 100 paces away. For a time, in the small courtyard, silhouettes flickered, and at first glance, it seemed like hundreds of people appeared in the small courtyard. With the development of the 3rd layer of Chu Yan's Rakshasa infuriating chi, the secret technique of stepping on the snow in the mountains has reached its peak. A gust of wind suddenly blew through the courtyard. Hundreds of figures stood smiling and nodded to each other. At first glance, it seemed that there were really 100 people chatting and saying hello in the courtyard. Mountains outside the mountains, hundreds of layers, continuous peaks, 1 is 100, 100 is 1. Good, 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 not bad. Putting hands behind each other, Chu Yan looked sideways and glanced at hundreds of figures that were exactly the same as him. It was like looking at the mountains from a distance, similar but different, and couldn't help but smile. Thousands of mountains and snows are the 3rd layer realm, and the 100 mountain realm has become. As for the martial arts, the Thunder Sword technique has already practiced 6 moves, and the 7th move, Ferocious Sword Style, has been practiced almost as well, and it only needs to be tested in battle. The 3-stage strike and Tai Yuanqi palm are not used much at present, so Chu Yan is still used to using the sword. Back in the room, after Chu Yan swallowed a few Xiantian Dan, he began to practice Rakshasa Promise. This exercise, Chu Yan has practiced until now, has practiced to the 4th level, and has penetrated the Rakshasa true body, the 5th level realm. Chu Yan has tried it, at least until he reaches the 5th level of the innate realm. Possible. Therefore, the most important thing at present is to raise the Suzaka martial spirit to 10 stars as soon as possible, and activate the natal soul skill of the Suzaka martial spirit. Thinking of this, Chu Yan made up his mind and began to sink into the practice. In the room, the white tiger martial spirit and the vermilion bird martial spirit came out together, suspended behind Chu Yan, exuding a soft light. Silent night. Early the next morning, just as Chu Yan was about to leave for Lingxiu Palace, he saw a purple lightning flash across and landed in front of him. Looking at it, it was the little white bear walking from the sky, which startled Chu Yan. "Boss, that Tianfeng mountain is boring, I'll follow you." The little white bear looked at Chu Yan with an aggrieved expression, but leaning on Chu Yan's side, his divine sense transmitted a voice. "Your current cultivation base, in the Tianfeng mountains, I am afraid that there are not many opponents." Chu Yan chuckled lightly. There are, but they are all low-quality bloodlines, so I don't bother to fight with them, The little white bear raised its bare head, looking proud. "Okay, then follow me, I happen to be going to Lingxiu Palace, just take a look, do you need anything?" After speaking, Chu Yan lifted his feet and walked out of the courtyard, chatting with the little white bear while strolling. Haha, is that the Lingxiu temple with a lot of treasures? Okay, I want 10 heavenly rank demon crystals. Pfft. Your rank demon crystal was Chinese cabbage that day, no. Chu Yan's feet softened, staring at the little white bear, slapped it on the bear's head, and said with air. Then $3 is fine. The little white bear scratched his head, grinned, and laughed. 3 pieces. Not even 1 piece. Don't dream about it, heavenly rank demon crystal, the entire Luoyang royal city is estimated to be only 1 piece, and it was merged by you. Chu Yan was completely speechless, so he just quickened his pace and walked towards Kuai. Then there are some ground-level demon crystals, there must be some. The little white bear grinned and saw that Chu Yan was far away. He quickly turned around and chased after him, jumping in a hurry. No, when I didn't ask. No, I want the ground-level demon crystal, 1,000 pieces is enough. Pfft. You go back to the Tianfeng mountains for me. No, boss, I'm going to follow you, or 500 yuan. 1 person and 1 bear, fighting each other, all the way towards Lingxiu Hall. #C256 Bear Paw Face. In the last trial of the Tsangyu secret realm, Chu Yan received a reward of 100,000 contribution points, which was stored in the Jade Talisman. And how many contribution points can be exchanged for what he has gained in the Tsangyu mystery realm? It didn't take long for Chu Yan and Little White Bear to arrive at Lingwu Hall, and went straight to the exchange window. Chu Yan glanced at the elders inside and said lightly. Elder, disciple Chu Yan exchanged resources for contribution points. The purple-robed elder looked up at Chu Yan, nodded and said. Okay, if you have any resources, take it out. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned, then, with a chuckle, he said. Elder, this table is a little smaller, is there a bigger one? As soon as Chu Yan's words came out, the deacon elder immediately looked stunned and looked at Chu Yan. Humph. You're young and your tone is not too small. You can take it, but if you can't put it down, I'll take it for you with my hands. How about it? The elder deacon glanced at Chu Yan, his face sank, and he said with disdain. Well then, it's all up to you. The corners of Chu Yan's mouth rose slightly, looking at each other indifferently, and then he raised his hand and waved. Call. Whoa. The next moment, countless black shadows appeared from the void and fell overwhelmingly. All kinds of spiritual treasures, medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, secret books, and spiritual stones poured out like rain. With the continuous emergence of various resources, the entire Elder Exchange desk was completely submerged by a resource hill. Swish! The deacon elder in charge of the exchange, when the resources such as the spiritual treasures and medicinal pills in the sky fell, his whole body was shocked, his face changed greatly, his figure flashed, and he dodged a dozen steps away, and was lucky not to be given by those resources. Buried alive. How is this possible? After escaping the burial in Resource Mountain, the deacon elder stood far away. He stared dumbfoundedly at the hill that was close to 2 people in front of him, his face turned from red to white, from white to black, a livid color. You didn't rob a certain chamber of commerce, did you? Looking at Chu Yan, the deacon elder's eyes almost popped out, and the sweat on his forehead asked, in shock. Take a look at Elder Trouble Ching, how many contribution points can these be exchanged for? Ignoring the elder's question, Chu Yan said calmly. Well. Hearing this, the elder deacon raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, turned his head to look at the hill in front of him, and suddenly the corners of his eyes twitched a few times, and the expression on his face was almost crying. Such a big pile. When will this be cleared up? The mouth agreed, but the deacon elder stared, dumbfounded. I also asked the elders to hurry up, I'm still waiting to exchange for other needs. Chu Yan chuckled lightly. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the elder deacon gave a wry smile and began to clean up quickly. In the end, even if he called in 3 deacon elders to work together, it took a full hour to clean up. This is still the efficiency of the 4 elders using the movement technique to pull out countless afterimages in front of the hill. Otherwise, it is estimated that the time is still there. Longer. A total of, yes, 3.9 million contribution points. The deacon elder, who was sweating profusely, looked at the jade talisman in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched and reported a series of numbers. Ignoring the dull gazes of several elders, Chu Yan took the contribution points and walked directly towards the basement of Lingshou Hall. Behind him, 4 elders with green faces, stiff as petrified, stood still. An hour later, when Chu Yan left Lingshou Palace, there were 3 5-star karmic fires and a few Earth-level 3-star demon crystals in his Rakshasa space. After taking the little white bear for a short distance, he just walked near the Zongman martial arts arena, but was stopped by a purple figure. This man was dressed in a purple robe, with a square face and thin eyebrows, a pointed chin, and a few strands of beard that looked sparse. However, he looked at Chu Yan's eyes, but there was a trace of fierce light, and it was obvious that the visitor was not good. "You are Chu Yan? Why don't you show respect when you see this elder?" Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and Chu Yan saluted. "See the elder, I don't know if the elder stopped the disciple, what's the matter?" The constant memories in his mind finally reminded Chu Yan who this elder was. Chen Li, an inner sect deacon elder, and also the Chen family of the 4 major families, and Chen Ran, who was about to execute Chu Yan a few days ago, are members of the same family. "It's nothing, I saw your breath is scattered and your foundation is unstable. I'm worried that you will go into trouble, so I came here to give you some tips." As soon as the words fell, Chen Li took a big step and pointed a finger directly at Chu Yan, pointing out that the qi whistling was monstrous. This time, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly became cold. He never imagined that the Chen family would dare to take revenge on him, and in the sect, he dispatched an elder to attack him. You must know that the last time in Lingwu Hall, when the Supreme Elder Long Xingyun announced himself as his disciple, many elders were present, and Chen Li, as an elder, could not have known about this. Moreover, this finger, wrapped in the true qi of the true martial realm, went straight to his dantian, and the power was amazing. It was obvious that he wanted to directly smash his own qi and abolish his own cultivation on the spot. However, just when Chu Yan's face changed greatly, a voice suddenly flashed in his mind. "Boss, this guy is courting death, I'll beat him." The next moment, a majestic momentum suddenly surged out, as if an ancient beast descended. "Little white bear, let's go." Chen Li's figure froze. As a true martial artist, he sensed the great danger almost at the moment when the little white bear burst into flames. Immediately, without any hesitation, Chen Li shook his body, abruptly stopped his attack on Chu Yan, and moved, trying to hide from the purple figure rushing from his side. It is a pity that he only turned half of his body, and then he felt that a violent and extreme aura had already enveloped his body, and the terrifying aura was like a lofty mountain, suppressing it. Chen Li's face was instantly pale, and a look of horror and fear flashed in his eyes, which made his body tremble violently. What kind of spirit beast is this? How can there be the coercion of a powerhouse above the 5th level of the true martial realm within the body of a bear that is half the height of a person? You. Chen Li's face was full of panic, and he pointed at the little white bear. The arrogance just now disappeared completely. At this time, his whole body was trembling, and he couldn't even say a word. When the little white bear rushed halfway, the speed was greatly reduced, the bear's mouth grinned, and there was a hint of abuse in the bear's eyes, and he raised the bear's paw with a wave. Snapped. Chen Li screamed, only to feel the sea of consciousness trembling, and there were golden stars in front of him, buzzing and exploding, as if it was about to crack. You dare to beat the elder, Chu Yan, and tell your spirit beast to stop. Otherwise. Soon, Qinli recovered, thinking about his identity as the elder of Ling Tianzong, the powerhouse of the first realm of real martial arts, when was someone or a monster slapped in the face on the spot. At this moment, his eyes were immediately congested, and he stared at Chu Yan and the little white bear full of red. #C257 Go to the Flying Star Tower. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Snapped. Another bear's paw dance came and slapped him in the face. Qinli let out a shrill scream again. At the same time, the little white bear turned to look at Chu Yan, and with just one eye contact, he turned his head to look at Qinli again with a grin. This time, there was a trace of excitement in the bear's eyes. Snapped. Clap clap. Clap clap clap. On the Zoman martial arts field, the bear's paws flew over, bringing out countless afterimages, which hit Qinli's face like a storm. Hundreds of sect disciples who were cultivating in the martial arts field all gathered around and watched this scene from afar. However, in front of a black-robed disciple, a monster was frantically slapping a Ling Tianzong elder's face. Suddenly, the corners of the eyes of several hundred disciples twitched wildly at the same time, and their faces were horrified. Among the disciples of Ling Tianzong, the disciples of noble families, the disciples born and the dignitaries, there are as many as cattle, rich, and powerful monsters bought and brought by their side, not only a symbol of status, but also a great help. Moreover, monsters are naturally strong and stronger than warriors of the same rank. Therefore, many disciples are willing to invest a lot of money and resources in their monsters to help them improve their cultivation. However, no matter how much you improve, it is impossible to draw the face of a real martial artist like the monster in front of you. Moreover, this real martial artist is also a sect elder. What is even more shocking is that there is no fighting back. Among the hundreds of people at the scene, only Chu Yan looked at this scene coldly, his face slightly gloomy. Finally, after the little white bear fanned for a full breath and nearly 100 paws, he stopped his hand, turned around and returned to Chu Yan. His chin was high, and the bear face was full of pride. However, the next moment, the little white bear suddenly rushed back, one bear's paw raised high, and the other bear's paw stretched directly in front of the pig-headed Qinli. Xiongmu and Qinli were facing each other, and they were clearly speaking through divine sense. Immediately after, everyone only saw Elder Qinli, nodded again and quickly reached out and turned over, and a dozen demon crystals appeared in his hand. Chu Yan stayed for a while. All the disciples in the audience stayed for a while. Is it a robbery? A monster robbed an elder in Ling Tian sect. Hundreds of Ling Tianzong disciples in the audience only felt the blackness in front of their eyes, their bodies trembled, and they almost fainted collectively. The next moment, the little white bear let out a happy cry, copied all the crystal nuclei with one palm, and ran back to Chu Yan excitedly. "Boss, help me keep it." After he finished speaking, he lifted the bear's paw and handed over a dozen demon crystals to Chu Yan. At this time, this scene fell in the eyes of everyone, but it became another meaning. This Ling Tian sect disciple actually instructed a monster to rob an elder in the sect. Chu Yan stared at the little white bear, his face full of depression, then shook his head, smiled bitterly, quickly took away the demon crystal, and led the little white bear to fly away from the martial arts field, towards the small courtyard. However, this matter quickly spread within the Ling Tian sect, and in less than a day, it spread throughout the entire sect. Everyone knows that a black-robed disciple of Ling Tianzong brought a monster to rob the sect. What is even more terrifying is that some disciples reported it to Elder Mu, but nothing happened. Starting from this day, all the disciples and elders of the sect went out and looked around like a thief, for fear of being robbed. But those inner disciples who participated in the trial of the Tsangyu secret realm, commented, "What kind of master is there? What kind of monster?" Chu Yan is a robber, and even the monsters he collects are robbers. When this matter spread throughout the Lingtian sect, Chu Yan did not pay attention to it, just stayed in his small courtyard and concentrated on his cultivation. After 3 5-star karmic fires were swallowed by the vermilion bird martial spirit, they still did not break through to 10-star. Chu Yan even threw out all the corpses stored in the Rakshasa space and devoured them all to Suzaku, and there was still no sign of going up to the star. Chu Yan, who was greatly disappointed, could only put aside this matter temporarily and concentrate on practicing. Within half a month, except for the one time when Chu Yan returned to the Chu family in Luoyang Wanqing, the rest of the time was basically in the process of cultivation. The little white bear had a simpler life, sleeping on top of a pile of demon crystals. In addition to sleeping, he just ate jelly beans, nibbling away at these demon crystals, and occasionally went to the yard to practice his unique technique. Half a month passed quickly. On this day, Chu Yan had just woken up from the practice, and the sect jade talisman in his arms would send a message. It was Elder Mu who informed Chu Yan that he was going to set off for the Flying Star Tower. On the Zongmen Square, Chu Yan, Meng Hao, and Elder Wu Fa. Because the scope of the Flying Star Tower is under the jurisdiction of the Red Leaf Empire, there is no direct teleportation array. After Elder Mu was promoted to the Great Elder of the Inner Sect, he made great adjustments to the seats of the core elders of the Inner Sect and the Outer Sect. Therefore, elders like Elder Wu Fa, who are not close to the forces of heaven, were directly transferred to be the core elders of the Inner Sect, and were responsible for the Flying Star Tower mission this time. Elder Wu Fa is also one of the elders of Ling Tianzong who are close to Chu Yan. It didn't take long for Elder Wu Fa to make a whistle, and in a flash, a gust of wind whistled in the sky, and a huge ominous bird appeared. This earth-level monster is equivalent to the 3rd-level cultivation of the true martial arts, and it is a monster raised by the Lingtian sect. This giant bird is extremely huge, with its wings spread out to a length of several meters, its steel-like claws and sharp beak, gleaming with cold light, and its wings move with a whirring gust of wind, faintly falling in front of Elder Wu Fa. Chu Yan, Meng Hao, get on the monster. Elder Wu greeted him and jumped on the back of the bird first. Chu Yan and Meng Hao also jumped on the back of the monster. Whoosh! Waiting for Chu Yan and Meng Hao to find a good position, the giant bird spread its wings and rushed up. The beasts of the true martial realm can fly at an astonishingly fast speed. The strong wind at a height of 10,000 zhan blew on several people, and all 3 of them were infuriated and separated from their bodies, forming an infuriating cover to resist the strong wind in the sky. Standing on the back of the giant bird, Chu Yan looked down at the slowly moving mountains and rivers below, and his mood was ups and downs. True martial realm. As long as you reach the true martial realm, you can fly in the sky. Although the true martial realm can only be 100 meters off the ground, gliding in a short time is not as good as the real soaring in the sky like the heaven transformation realm. Chu Yan was excited. The last time he saw the little white bear flying from the sky, he was already envious. Now, after taking the giant bird to soar in the sky, Chu Yan yearns for flying even more. Now my cultivation is only in the middle stage of the innate realm. As long as I work hard to improve my cultivation, it will not take long for me to reach the true martial realm. When you reach the real martial state, you will have the qualifications and strength to walk the world. At that time, you will leave the Luoyang kingdom and go out to explore and practice, and step by step, you will continue to approach the Zhongtian continent. However, there is a huge difference between the innate realm and the true martial realm. The martial artist has gradually broken away from the ranks of mortals after cultivating to the real martial state, and taking one step is like stepping on the real road to heaven. Body-quenching and chi-refining warriors are called acquired warriors, while innate warriors and real warriors are known as innate warriors. Entering the realm of real martial arts, in the Luoyang kingdom, they can truly be regarded as tyrannical. Hashtag C258 Xinghai Forest. Flying Star Tower. Located in the extreme north of Luoyang Kingdom, it stands on the top of Luoyang Kingdom's highest Luotian Mountain. Luotian Mountain, thousands of feet high, on the top of the mountain, is covered by the sea of clouds all the year round, and its shape is invisible. Legend has it that when the sky collapsed, this mountain peak was the pillar supporting the sky, hence the name. At the foot of this first peak, there is a special forest called Xinghai Forest. In this forest, no matter whether it is trees, monsters, etc., any creatures are taller or stronger than those in other places. Therefore, the treasures of heaven and earth contained here are also stronger than those of the outside world, thus attracting countless loose cultivators. Martial artist, come to this Xinghai Forest, go on an adventure, think of obtaining all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, and soar into the sky. In Luoyang Kingdom, once every 3 years, the warriors who participated in the Flying Star Tower test would rest in this Xinghai Forest for a few days before climbing the mountain. After all, taking an expedition along the way can also increase some opportunities and strength. The giant beasts of Ling Tianzong landed on the edge of the Xinghai Forest. When the 3 got off the birds, they were shocked by the Xinghai Forest in front of them. Within their eyes, the trees in this forest were thousands of feet tall, and the trees were as thick as a pavilion, which made people speechless. After a while, Elder Wu Fa took out 2 jade talismans and said, "The Flying Star Tower is fully opened, and there are still about 5 days left. When you are exploring opportunities in this Xinghai Forest, you must pay attention to those loose cultivators. They have been here all year round. They are not only powerful, but also very familiar with this place. For you, they are even more dangerous than the beasts. You are carrying this communication jade talisman, and I will come as soon as possible in case of danger." Chu Yan and Meng Hao took the jade talisman and nodded. After Elder Wu Fa left with the giant bird, Chu Yan and Meng Hao rushed towards the Xinghai Forest impatiently. Xinghai Forest covers an area of 1 million mu, occupying the entire south of Luotian Mountain, and is distributed in a crescent shape. Therefore, this forest is different from the Tianfeng Mountains, regardless of the outer, inner, and core areas. As long as you enter the forest, you will encounter all kinds of monsters at any time. Of course, opportunities and treasures from heaven and earth will be discovered anytime, anywhere. Chu Yan flew all the way, looking for a direction, unfolded his body technique, and walked through the dark forest like a ghost. Before long, Chu Yan's consciousness revealed a cave, and the wind blew at the entrance of the cave, making a whimpering sound. Chu Yan did not enter in a hurry, released his consciousness, and carefully looked at the cave. There is a monster in this cave. The 9th level of the innate realm. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, his body's true qi circulated, his body turned into a shadow, and he swept toward the cave. The monsters in the 9 heavens of the innate realm have physical strength comparable to those of the true martial realm warriors, and they can still pose some threats to Chu Yan. Roar. Sure enough, Chu Yan entered the stone cave for 1,000 steps, and a violent beast roar exploded. Along with the roar, a pair of dark red eyes rose in the depths of the stone cave, staring at Chu Yan's figure. From the thick nostrils, 2 scorching white vapors spewed out, and the sand and stones in the cave were flying. It seems that the whining wind at the entrance of the cave was actually caused by the exhalation of this monster. Chu Yan's eyes froze, and he drew his sword out in an instant, and when he waved his hand, a sword was cut out. The sword spirit volume emerged, and the silver light of the Haotian sword made a masterpiece. In the blood-red eyes of the demon beast, seeing that this tiny human dared to do it directly, he was instantly furious, and he raised his palm and waved it out. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous explosions continued to explode in the cave. Chu Yan held the clear sky sword, and the 1,000 mountains and the snow unfolded. As the battle progressed, Chu Yan's expression gradually became solemn. Not only was this monster huge in size, its cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the innate realm, and its thick scales were several times harder than those of the innate spirit treasure. Even if Chu Yan activated his sword intent, he could only pierce a trace of blood. If it weren't for Hao Yan's incomparably sharp sword, Chu Yan would not be its opponent at all. The advantages of monsters that rely on their bodies to fight in this respect are completely beyond Chu Yan's imagination. No, if we keep fighting like this, it will be dawn. We have to think of a way. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking in the sea of knowledge. Of course, if Chu Yan used his trump card, whether it was the divine beast martial spirit or the Rakshasa refining domain, it would be effortless to kill this monster with a body comparable to the real martial state. However, Chu Yan didn't want to use this until it was a last resort. After all, constantly tempering and improving himself was the correct way of martial arts. As the figure kept moving, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly noticed that there was a scale area with a large gap between the neck of the monster. The gap between the scales and armor that is half a finger wide is exactly the same width as the blade of the Hao Yan sword. Bright sword style. Chu Yan's eyes were bright, and he stepped out with his right foot, and his sword was rushing like a torrent, and it was like a river like the sea. With a loud shout, the sword glow was like a line, and it shot towards the neck of the monster. The cyclone of sword intent rose, and the sound of sword ringing resounded throughout the cave space. Boom! A sword flashed, and a tiny blood flower spurted out, and a finger-deep scar was cut open between the neck of the monster. Roar! The next moment, in the darkness, those blood-colored eyes suddenly lit up, and they were injured by Chu Yan's sword, making the monster go mad. In an instant, the huge monster rolled wildly, bursting out with terrifying power, colliding everywhere, sending the stones that hit the entire cave flying, and the cave swaying. The outburst of power after the monster went mad exceeded Chu Yan's expectations, and the second sword that was cut out immediately did not slash at the wound, but staggered a little, but just broke down a few pieces of scale armor. Roar! The scales on the chin flew up, the monster roared, and the speed skyrocketed instantly, knocking off several stone pillars, and rushing towards the outside of the cave. Seeing the back of the monster fleeing, Chu Yan did not pursue the victory, turned around and walked towards the cave. Walking to the bottom of the cave, Chu Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. In a water pool, the spiritual energy is refining the mist, scattered and elegant, and the spiritual mist above the water surface is looming, and 8 cloud flower fruits grow in the middle, exuding a strong spiritual energy, making people feel refreshed. Cloud flower fruit. The treasure of heaven and earth that refines the meridians of martial artists. Chu Yan's face showed joy, and he was ready to reach out to pick. Suddenly, a mutation suddenly occurred, and there was a chaotic noise from the meal in the stone cave. Chu Yan frowned. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone would come over, quickly light the 8 cloud flower fruit trees, and turn around and head out of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, there was a woman. This woman, wearing a long green dress, has a beautiful appearance, a beautiful figure, and holds an ancient sword. When Chu Yan walked to the entrance of the cave, the woman frowned and said directly, "Are you from that sect or family?" #C259 Flying Star Tower Powerhouse. Glancing at the woman, Chu Yan frowned slightly. "I'm from that sect, why should I tell you?" The woman was stunned. She probably didn't expect Chu Yan to answer her like this. Then, she glared at Chu Yan and said coldly, "I discovered this cave first, and the cloud flower fruit in it is also mine. If you pick it, hand it over to me immediately." Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned, then laughed dumbly, not even interested in answering her, so he raised his feet and prepared to leave. In the world of martial arts, martial artists are trained outside, no matter what kind of treasures from heaven and earth, or the inheritance of secret realms, they are all based on their own hands. When the woman saw that Chu Yan was about to leave, a trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes, her figure swept away, blocking Chu Yan's way, and said, "You'd better get acquainted with each other and hand over all the Yunhua fruits. I will let you live, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Ha ha ha. Chu Yan suddenly burst out laughing, and in his laughter, there was an obvious playful abuse, and he said, "Okay. Since that's the case, today, I'll see how you make me regret it for the rest of my life." After finishing speaking, Chu Yan's expression instantly turned into a touch of ice, and the light burst out in his eyes. The next moment, Chu Yan stepped out one step, the whole body's infuriating energy condensed, and the turbulent breath shrouded the woman. The impact of Chu Yan's breath made the woman's body tremble, her complexion changed greatly, she let out a light whimper, and her eyes quickly turned. "Humph. Let me tell you, I am the direct disciple of the great elder of Xuanhuan Pavilion. If you offend me today, Xuanhuan Pavilion will not let you go. Therefore, if you hand over the cloud flower fruit now, I can still let it go. You are a horse." After receiving Chu Yan's warning, the woman's face flushed, but she did not restrain herself at all. The arrogance on her face actually rose a bit, and she pointed at Chu Yan and shouted. Chu Yan was slightly startled, looking at the woman in front of him, his face became colder and colder. Needless to say, this woman must have seen Chu Yan dressed in casual clothes and did not wear any sect robes, so she relied on the prestige of the three major sects of Xuanhuan Pavilion to exert power over Chu Yan, regardless of her expression. Like the so-called sons of arrogance from those sects, they always feel that they are superior to others. Open. With no expression on his face, Chu Yan took another step forward, and a majestic and fierce sword intent surged out of him. In an instant, Jianren roared into the sky, and murderous aura swept through. The woman's face changed suddenly, with a shocked expression on her face, and she lost her voice. This is sword intent. Such a profound sword intent. How could you have mastered such a strong sword intent? At this moment, a question finally arose in the woman's heart. Could it be that the young man in front of him was a genius even higher than her own? Next, panic appeared on her face. Don't let it go, die. In Chu Yan's eyes, two sword lights shot out, and the terrifying murderous aura continued to solidify. At this moment, Chu Yan, surrounded by countless murderous auras, stood like a killing god. The woman's face was pale, and under Chu Yan's murderous aura, she was terrified, and her whole body trembled slightly. A pair of trembling eyes seemed to have seen that in the next breath, Chu Yan would shoot and kill her directly. Me. The woman's small mouth opened, and she spit out, and she suddenly stopped. Now, there is no trace of arrogance on her body. Seeing this, Chu Yan smiled coldly, his breath restrained, and said, "It's just you, I'm not qualified, let me go." After speaking, Chu Yan strode out and disappeared into the woods. Looking at the background of Chu Yan's departure, the woman was sluggish, her body froze, but she was stunned. She really didn't understand that the killing intent of such a young man in an instant would be so terrifying that it made her feel cold. Humph. You wait. Chu Yan didn't care about the woman just now. Just now, if she dared to say more, Chu Yan would directly kill her. Afterwards, Chu Yan continued to search for treasures in the Xinghai forest. 3 days later, a dark shadow swept out of the Xinghai forest. Originally, according to what Elder Wu Fa said, there were still 2 days before the Flying Star Tower opened, but Chu Yan planned to use these 2 days to practice and adjust his breath to adjust his state to the best. The test of the Flying Star Tower is completely unfamiliar to Chu Yan, so maintaining the best state is a good foundation. Elder Wu Fa, who arrived 1 step earlier than Chu Yan, saw Chu Yan practicing cross-legged, a look of approval appeared in his eyes, and nodded with a smile. As a martial artist, talent is important, chance is important, but the most important thing is to be cautious. Always be vigilant, and do not disturb the original heart for foreign objects, otherwise, the peerless talent will only bring danger and death. Chu Yan adjusted his breath and luck, concentrated and restrained, and slowly sank into the practice. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky in the distance. This is... Chu Yan's face changed, and he stood up immediately and looked up at the sky. Elder Wu Fa, who was not far away, also had a shocked expression on his face, and his brows were lightly wrinkled. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, a series of dull explosions continued to sound, as if above Jiuxiao, a series of thunders exploded, covering the entire sky. On the Luotian mountain in the distance, two extremely huge forces continuously collided and exploded in the sea of clouds in the spiritual layer, and various lights of various colors continued to appear, dyeing the large spiritual clouds into various colors. On the top of the mountain, the spirit clouds rolled over, and the thunder and lightning flashes kept appearing, which was earth-shattering. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was completely shocked. What a terrifying power, how powerful it is. Not only Chu Yan, but also Elder Wu Fa not far away, it took a long time before he took a deep breath and recovered from the shock. This should be the battle of the Heaven Transformation Realm Powerhouse. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned to look at Elder Wu Fa, stunned. Could it be that the Red Leaf sect of the Red Leaf Empire is stationed in the Flying Star Tower with a Heaven Transformation Realm Powerhouse? Chu Yan secretly said in his heart, shook his head, and stopped thinking about it, and began to practice again. 2 days passed in a flash. On this day, when the sky fell on the mountain, a flash of inspiration appeared, and the sea of clouds swayed. Under the leadership of Wu Fa, Chu Yan and Meng Hao set off towards Luotian Mountain. The mountain was steep, and the three of them ran their infuriating energy. They climbed up in one way, and it didn't take long before they reached a huge cliff area halfway up the mountain. When Chu Yan and the other three arrived on the cliff, a lot of people had already gathered in this place, and the scene was very lively. Have you heard? 2 days ago, there were 2 Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouses fighting on Luotian Mountain. What? Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouse? No way. Why are you lying? 2 days ago, a lot of loose cultivators saw it, and now they're spreading it. Oh my God, wouldn't it be those people in the Flying Star Tower? These warriors, in groups of 3 and 5, were talking to each other excitedly about the battle of the previous 2 days. Elder Wu Fa, looking at the noisy crowd, wrinkled his brows, his breath surged out, and snorted heavily, saying, Ling Tianzong is passing by, everyone please let me go. The crowd standing in front of Chu Yan and the 3 of them were swept away by Elder Wu Fa's aura. All of them were shocked and turned to look at Elder Wu Fa. Then, they quickly spread out and gave way to the middle road. Chu Yan followed Wu Fa, crossed the crowd, and came to the edge of the cliff. All of a sudden, the eyes suddenly brightened. It was the sea of spiritual clouds in Luotian Mountain, with thousands of miles of white waves, rolling ups and downs. #C260 Genius gathered. Seeing such a scene for the first time, Chu Yan and Meng Hao were both shocked and excited. On the contrary, the group of loose cultivators behind them were accustomed to it, but they all pointed at the 3 of Ling Tianzong and continued to discuss. Ling Tianzong. The number 1 sect. Look at those 2 disciples, it seems that their cultivation bases are not high. This Flying Star Tower is not compared to cultivation, but talent, and the level of cultivation is not too important. That's right, the talent is high, and I'm afraid that the cultivation base will not rise in the future. These loose cultivators talked in their mouths, but there was a strong look of envy in their eyes. Meng Hao looked back and asked softly. Elder, do these loose cultivators also participate in the test of the Flying Star Tower? Not only Meng Hao was puzzled, but even Chu Yan was puzzled and turned to look at Wu Fa, waiting for his answer. No, these loose cultivators are here to participate in another event. After a while, you will naturally know. Elder Wu Fa said with a slight smile. Chu Yan nodded, and stopped paying attention to those loose cultivators, and continued to appreciate the scenery of the spirit sea in front of him. After a while, the large sea of spiritual clouds in front of me suddenly changed. Above the undulating, vast and boundless sea of clouds, suddenly like the surface of the sea, layers of clouds and waves are set off, and the layers are surging towards the endless distance, extending one after another. As time went by, the cloud waves became more and more turbulent, causing the entire sea of clouds to gradually boil and roll. Boom! A loud roar of thunder continued to roar in the sea of clouds, and under each explosion, it was shocking. Look! The Flying Star Tower is coming out. A tall loose cultivator martial spirit, his eyes suddenly widened, raised his hand, and shouted loudly. Chu Yan and others. Hearing this, their expressions changed, and they stared at the center of the rolling sea of clouds. The next moment, a colorful beam of light fell from the sky and fell heavily into the sea of clouds. In the sea of clouds, the place covered by the colorful beam of light suddenly became empty, and the spiritual clouds scattered, turning into a large circular hole. In the big hole, there is darkness, like an empty void. If you look at the clouds carefully, you can see countless stars shining in the dark void, like the stars in the sky. Boom, boom. Suddenly, above the sea of clouds, a dull drum sounded, and every time the drum sounded, the boundless sea of clouds would vibrate. Slowly poking out. This is the Flying Star Tower? Chu Yan's heart was agitated, his eyes were bright, and he muttered. At the same time, Chu Yan's divine consciousness moved, and in the sea of consciousness, a condensed divine consciousness moved towards the Flying Star Tower in the distance. Spiritual consciousness is like electricity, and it is fleeting. However, as soon as he touched the Flying Star Tower, he just touched a colorful streamer outside the tower, and his consciousness was completely shattered. Scary, what a terrible power. At that moment, Chu Yan even had a feeling that he was locked by the power of heaven and earth and would be wiped out in an instant. The power of this Flying Star Tower is definitely not something that Chu Yan can peep at now. A dignified look appeared on Chu Yan's face. Looking at the slowly rising Flying Star Tower, there was a hint of yearning in his heart. Looking at the momentum of this Flying Star Tower, it's really not the work of the Red Leaf sect, it's so spectacular. That's right, if the stars are flying, the color of the world changes, why don't you call it the Flying Star Tower? This time, the most talented warriors in the Luoyang Kingdom will gather again. I wonder if they can. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the Flying Star Tower, all kinds of voices sounded, and the scene gradually became noisy again. At this moment, a whistling sound rang out, and on the cliff, there was a sudden gust of wind. Chu Yan's pupils shrank slightly and turned to look. I saw a middle-aged man with an indifferent face, carrying a spirit treasure weapon, flying over the cliff. Before anyone came up, the pressure of the real martial realm had already swept the audience. Behind the middle-aged man, two young men, dressed in fiery red clan robes, had a strong aura, sharp eyes, and a proud demeanor. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene, and everyone's expression changed. These three people, judging from their robes, are the Xuanhuan, one of the three major sects. Among the three major sects, Ling Tianzong has the strongest strength. Between the Xuanhuan and Shuiyue Pavilion, the strength of Xuanhuan is the closest to Ling Tianzong. Moreover, in recent decades, Xuanhuan has tried to cultivate new disciples, and gradually it has become a little bit weaker. Beyond the signs of Ling Tianzong. Just like in the last three trials, if it wasn't because of Chu Yan, with the strength of Xuanzong Lu Buxiong, it was really hard to say whether Ling Tianzong or Xuanzong would win in the end. Elder Wu. The middle-aged warrior of Xuanzong, seeing Wu Fa strode out, walked close, said. You are not the outer sect and elder of Ling Tianzong. How could you be sent here for such a major task of Feishing Pavilion? Hearing this, Wu Fei's face sank. Yuan Bentao, your mouth is still so stinky. Are you qualified to take care of my Ling Tian sect? Xuanzong Elder Yuan was startled when he heard Elder Wu Fei's words. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times, his face was ashen, but he stopped talking. Not far away, a group of scattered cultivators saw this scene, but they were stunned and their faces showed fear. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were like electricity, and he swept towards the two disciples, behind the elder Xuanzong. Divine consciousness swept over, and the cultivation of these two Xuanzong disciples actually reached the 5th level of the innate realm, which was obviously much higher than that of him and Meng Hao. Chu Yan, these two Xuanzong disciples, one is Wang Long and the other is Wang Hu, but they are a pair of brothers. They were originally going to join Ling Tianzong. After Xuanzong learned about their martial arts, they promised their family, for the sake of profit, recruit the two brothers to Xuanzong. Seeing Chu Yan looking towards the opposite side, Elder Wu Fei lowered his voice and introduced gently. Huh? What talents do these two brothers deserve to be seized by Xuanzong? Chu Yan asked suspiciously. The martial spirits of these two brothers are extremely special. I don't know exactly what they are. It is said that they are no worse than Meng Hao spirits. After Elder Wu Fei finished speaking, he glanced at Meng Hao beside him with a strange look in his eyes. You and Meng Hao, after entering the Flying Star Tower, pay more attention to these two. Elder Wu Fei has just been promoted to the Inner Core Elder. It is his first time to go out to the sect. Naturally, he hopes that Chu Yan or Meng Hao can achieve good results, so he reminds them from time to time. Chu Yan nodded and looked back. However, at this moment, another aura of the true martial realm swept in. With luxurious appearance, as beautiful as peaches and plums, with inch lotus and golden feet, moved gently with the wind, and walked from the edge of the cliff to the front in a few steps. Behind her, followed two female disciples. One of them, when Chu Yan saw it, his face sank. This woman was the woman who competed with Chu Yan for Yun Huaguo in the Qinghai forest. It can be seen that these three people came to the Xueyue Pavilion of the three major sects. C261 Level 1 begins. The appearance of the three people in Xueyue Pavilion caused a louder cry than when Xuanzong was present. The three stunning beauties were of course more attractive than the three men. The gazes of many loose cultivators looked at the three Xueyue Pavilion women, and all of them showed stunning colors. No matter the elders or disciples of Xueyue Pavilion, they are all stunning beauties. No one in the entire Luoyang kingdom knows this, and no one knows it. Regardless of the women there, if you want to join the Xueyue Pavilion, there are not only talent requirements, but also appearance conditions. If you are ugly, even if you have talent, Xueyue Pavilion will also be rejected. It is precisely because of this that the strength of Xueyue Pavilion has not seen any growth over the years. Elder Wu, Elder Yuan, you two came so early. The glamorous elder of Xueyue Pavilion swept across the audience, smiled coquettishly, swayed his willow waist, and walked over. Behind her, two female disciples followed closely, but one of the female disciples looked at Chu Yan with gloomy eyes. Elder Hua, I haven't seen you for a long time, she is getting more and more beautiful, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan of Xuanzong, his eyes flickering, swept over the female elder of Xueyue Pavilion from head to toe. His eyes were bright, and he laughed. There was a hint of teasing in Chiguagua's eyes. When Elder Xueyue Pavilion heard the words, he just smiled shyly and did not answer. Elder Hua, long time no see, these two disciples behind you look quite extraordinary. Elder Wu Feng nodded at Hua Chang, but looked behind her and asked tentatively. Giggle. Brother Wu is joking. One of them is called Shui Lan and the other is called Chen Lu. They have average talents. They are comparable to your disciples of Ling Tianzong. Elder Hua said with a chuckle when he heard Elder Wu Fei's words. It turned out to be you? I didn't expect that you are a disciple of Ling Tianzong. At this time, the female disciple named Chen Lu stared at Chu Yan, her face became more and more gloomy, and said. After the encounter with Chu Yan, I remembered that I was completely suppressed by the other party's momentum, which made this talented young man who grew up with praise and praise from a young age. Heart filled with hatred. Chen Lu's body revealed a faint murderous aura, which not only made Chu Yan's eyes suddenly cold, but also made the three elders' faces startled. However, there are some grievances among the younger disciples. It is a common thing among the three major sects, and it is not convenient for them to intervene as elders. Therefore, the three of them glanced at Chu Yan and Chen Lu, and then chatted with each other, do not care. At this time, among the scattered cultivators, there was a sudden commotion, the crowd was divided, and at the end of the road, a figure in a silver robe appeared. This person, wearing a long sword, has a faint smile on his face, and while walking, the sharp aura radiates out, which makes the crowd look at him. Hey! This is Lin Xiao, the genius of the Lin family, of the four major families. Haha, I didn't expect that young Master Jian Lin Xiao also participated in this Feishing Tower. It seems that this time is very lively. That's right, it is said that this young Master Jian started to practice martial arts only after he was 10 years old. In just 8 years, he was ranked among the 4 young masters, and he is known as the #1 person in Luoyang with talent and comprehension. That's right, I've always heard about his name, young master swordsman, but I didn't expect to see him here today. The faces of the scattered cultivators showed a strong sense of awe and admiration, and they all discussed together. Hearing this, Chu Yan looked sideways, and was quite moved, with a hint of indifference on his face. In the Wangzhan arena, Chu Yan and the sword master did not decide the winner. However, the kendo talent that Lin Xiao showed at that time made Chu Yan deeply remember. Young master sword, Lin Xiao, was extremely low-key, he just nodded to Chu Yan, then walked to the side and watched the sea of clouds without speaking. Call. 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 At this moment, in the sky, there was a huge sound of breaking the sky, and at the same time, several huge shadows completely shrouded the entire cliff area. With the appearance of this vision, 4 deep breaths came from above the sky, but 4 figures in grey robes slowly fell from the sky and stood in front of the crowd. These 4 grey-robed warriors, with their auras as thick as a mountain, are actually incompatible with the 3 elders of the 3 sects on the scene. The lord of the Dishuan Pavilion ordered that all loose cultivators with no clan and no clan can participate in the assessment. Those under the age of 30 who have qualified talent and comprehension can join the Dishuan Pavilion. Among the 4, an old man in grey robe took a step, and in the eyes of all the loose cultivators, he continued to say. The quota for this time, 3 people. The voice fell, and there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. It turns out that the Dishuan Pavilion is recruiting elite warriors among the loose cultivators, and training them in the power warriors. Seeing this, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he nodded secretly, applauding Dishuan Pavilion's approach. And the reason why this loose cultivator is gathered here is to participate in the recruitment assessment of Dishuan Pavilion in order to win a chance to be born. It's no wonder that scattered cultivators do not have the support of sects and families. All cultivation resources rely on their own personal strength. Of course, it will be much slower. However, if they are attached to a big force, of course, it is a big good thing. You must know that the strength of the Dishuan Pavilion definitely exceeds the 3 major sects of the Luoyang Kingdom. It is said that even in the Hongya Empire, it is an extremely powerful existence. It is precisely because of this that it attracts so many scattered cultivators to gather. Just as Chu Yan was thinking about it, suddenly, the underground ground suddenly trembled. Boom! Just when everyone on the scene was attracted by the appearance of the Dixuan Pavilion, the flying star tower above the sea of clouds suddenly turned into a colorful streamer, soaring into the sky, hovering above the sky for a few weeks, towards the sky. Here the cliff is slowly approaching. As it approached, everyone only felt a mysterious power and aura of supreme majesty, gradually shrouded in, making everyone feel a sense of awe in their hearts. This is the Flying Star Tower, a test site of the Red Leaf sect. Swish. 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 When it was 10,000 steps away from the cliff, the Flying Star Tower was suspended above the sea of clouds and stopped. From the tower, several colorful streamers spewed out and flew towards the edge of the cliff. In an instant, this colorful streamer quickly merged into an arched colorful avenue, connecting the Flying Star Tower to the cliff. Chu Yan, Meng Hao, quickly set foot on the rainbow path and entered the tower. Elder Wu Fa suddenly turned his head and shouted at Chu Yan and Meng Hao, who were still in shock, waking them up. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Without any hesitation, he jumped up, went up the colorful avenue, flew towards the facing tower at the other end, and flew away. Behind him, several figures also jumped onto the colorful path, quickly unfolding their movements, and chasing after Chu Yan. In less than a moment, several figures disappeared in the first-floor tower gate of the facing building gate. After that, the colorful avenue connecting the cliff dissipated in an instant, the tower gate was closed, and everything was quiet. The three elders of the three sects breathed a sigh of relief, smiled at each other, stepped aside, gave up the middle of the cliff, and waited patiently. At the same time, the first floor of the Flying Star Tower. Chu Yan and other disciples entered the tower, but they came to a huge square. This square is not large, but it is extremely strange. There are countless spiritual patterns and spiritual formations painted on the ground of the entire square, which are densely packed and look quite extraordinary. Chu Yan and others, standing in the middle of the square, looked around, wondering why when there was no one there, a phantom figure slowly appeared from the void. It was like the transformation of the martial soul, from the virtual to the real, from nothing to existence, and appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Seeing this, Chu Yan and the others were all startled, and they all looked at the figure. As soon as the old man appeared, his turbid yellow eyes quickly swept across the few people in front of him, and then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hee hee, a few nice little guys, good. Since I have entered the Flying Star Tower of my Red Leaf sect, I will preside over your first floor test. #C262 4-star General. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, it attracted the attention of Chu Yan and several warriors, and at the same time, he looked at the old man with a focused expression. At this time, the eyes of several people looked at the old man's slowly open palm. On the palm, a piece of jade like an egg exuded a faint spiritual energy. This is a seeking sky stone. There is only one purpose, and that is to observe your future. The higher your future achievements in martial arts, the color and light on this sky-seeking stone will be expressed according to the third order 9th grade. Come out. The old man's voice fell, and the expressions of Chu Yan and several geniuses changed. Check out the future. The round stone in the old man's hand looked like jade, with a faint glow of brilliance flowing in it. Outside the jade, there was a faint spiritual mist covering it, and it looked extremely extraordinary. Could it be that this egg-like jade really has the functions of an old man, and can see a martial artist and his future martial arts achievements? Martial soul world, martial soul heavenly destiny, opportunity self-seeking. Everyone's present and future have countless possibilities. Can a stone really predict? Isn't that peeping at heaven? The old man swept his gaze, saw the expressions of Chu Yan and other geniuses, and raised his chin slightly, saying, Okay, let's not talk nonsense. There are 7 of you in total. This first round is the easiest test after you enter the Flying Star Tower. As long as your talent exceeds the green grade, it will be considered a pass. Look, it's just a green grade, isn't it very simple? If you can't reach the green grade, you will be eliminated directly and leave the Flying Star Tower immediately. Of course, the first place will have a very special reward. Having said this, the old man stopped, his eyes flickered, and he laughed twice, saying, "Of course, if anyone is afraid of not being able to get through, the old man, I, can also open the back door." Hee hee. Open the back door. Hearing this, Chi-Chi was stunned and stared at the old man with a stunned expression on his face. Chu Yan and the others are all genius descendants of various sects or families. Naturally, they have also participated in countless assessments, competitions, etc., but no matter who they are, they have never heard of such a thing as going through the back door. Could it be that the Red Leaf sect, known as the largest sect of the Red Leaf Empire, would be so bad? Certainly. If you go through the back door, you have to pay a little price. For example, 100,000 primeval stones. As soon as the words landed, the people who were originally sluggish were shocked, and their eyes almost popped out. 100,000 stone. A little price. Joke. There are not many people in the entire Luoyang kingdom who can take it out. Such a large amount of wealth has become a small price in the mouth of the old man. What kind of assessment are you doing? You can still go through the back door and buy it with money? It's too unfair. Huishuanzong's Wuhun, with round eyes, shouted with anger on his face. Hee hee, fairness. I'm sorry, there is everything in the Flying Star Tower. There is no such thing as fairness. The old man looked at Wuhun, the wretched smile on his face was even more prosperous, and the light in his eyes flickered, and then he said, "What is fairness? Are you so-called geniuses, your talents, obtained by your own efforts? If not, I would also like to ask, is the talents of your geniuses fair to other warriors? If you to be fair, this Flying Star Tower will not test talent, but who is more diligent? Who is more diligent? If you choose the most diligent and hardworking warrior among all the warriors in the Luoyang kingdom, you are nothing. You." Huishuanzong's Wuhun heard the words, was stunned at first, then his face was blue and white for a while, but he was speechless after holding it for a long time. Although the words of this old man were very rough, the few people present had to bear it. These, all are the truth. Seeing Wuhun's deflated expression, the old man shook his beard proudly and said, "Okay, whether you are geniuses or trash, it has nothing to do with me, the old man. Now, start the test." Hearing this, the faces of several geniuses tightened at the same time, and all looked at the egg-shaped jade stone, and the light shone into one piece. If this piece of jade can really measure their future achievements in martial arts, then, it really makes them extremely curious. Who doesn't want to know about their future achievements? At this time, somewhere in the Feishing building, in a pitch-dark room, two figures stood shoulder to shoulder, looking up at the mid-air of the room. It is the scene on the first floor of the Flying Star Tower. Old Wang Ba, the disciples of the Luoyang kingdom this year seem to be okay. Look, are there any good ones? Among the two figures, the tall figure spoke softly. Dead monkey. You call me Old Wang Ba again, let's go out and do another 200 moves. The slightly shorter figure suddenly shouted angrily. Old Wang. 8. A tall figure, word for word lightly. Okay, you monkey. You have a seed. After these guys have finished the test, I will not finish with you. Humph. The slightly shorter figure, his whole body was shaking with anger, but he turned his head and stopped talking. Old Wang Ba, I think that little girl seems to be pretty good, do you want to think about it? Humph. Dead monkey, with a brain like a pig, and eyes like a bat, I don't even know. Are your eyes, long, used to venture anger? Of the 7 people, there is obviously only the young man in white robe. Make do, the other few are not very good. What? Old Wang Ba, how dare you scold me? Humph. Pig. You. Old Wang Ba. Pig. In the room, in total darkness, there were endless scolding and drooling. At this time, on the first floor of the Flying Star Tower, 7 geniuses lined up and started the talent test. The first to test were the 2 brothers of Huashuanzong, Wang Long and Wang Hu. The old man glanced at the 2 of them and smiled contemptuously. You two, it's better to prepare primeval stones. The old man can give you a discount, 80,000 yuan per person. Wang Hu blushed, glared at the old man, but did not answer. He walked directly in front of the old man, stood proudly, his face full of arrogance, showing that he did not care what the old man said. Hand out, the old man said. Hearing this, Wang Hu's body trembled, and his eyes stared at the jade lingering with spiritual energy, his eyes trembling. Then, his right hand slowly stretched out, took the jade from the old man's hand, held it in his hand, took a deep breath, and his whole body was constantly surging. Drink. With a drink, Wang Hushan's true qi burst out instantly, pouring into the jade like a tidal wave. Hum. Hum. The jade trembled suddenly, and shot out 4 azure rays towards the sky. The rays of light were brilliant. This cyan light continued to shine in midair, releasing layers of coercion, covering Wang Hu who was holding the jade. Immediately afterwards, a halo rose from Wang Hu's body, and bounced toward the 4 cyan light beams in the air. Under the vibration of the light beams, they turned into 4 cyan stars, flickering endlessly. 4-star general. The old man glanced at it and said casually. #C263 Future Sky. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. Looking at the expression and reaction of the old man, he secretly guessed what level this 4-star general was. According to the talent classification of our Red Leaf sect, among the 3rd rank and 9th rank, General, King, and Emperor 3rd rank, General talent is the worst talent, but if you can reach the General rank, it can be considered improvised. Cyan is 4. It's good enough. Excuse me, why did you say 4-star generals just now, but you said generals later? Compared with Wang Hu, Wang Long, who was ranked 2nd, was much more mature and stable. He bowed his hands to the old man and asked, modestly. Hee, little guy, you are very careful. The so-called talent, according to my research from the Red Leaf sect, has a major relationship with the bloodline in the body of a warrior, and it is also an important foundation for a person's entire talent. This kind of bloodline talent, just call it the innate body, and outside the innate body, you don't need to know now. After the call list fell, the old man waved his hand and drove Wang Hu down, and gestured to Wang Long, who was in 2nd place. Wang Long came to the stage, and his expression was a little nervous. After testing, it turned out to be exactly the same 4-star general body as Wang Hu. Seeing this scene, the old man's face was stunned, and then, his eyes froze, and suddenly, 2 blue lights shot out, covering Wang Long and Wang Hu, looking up and down. After a while, the old man withdrew his gaze, with a hint of stunned expression on his face, nodded, and waved his hand to let Wang Long back down. The 3rd test was the female disciple named Xuanhuan from Xueyue Pavilion. This beautiful female disciple attracted the attention of 7 people as soon as she came to power. This Xueyue Pavilion female disciple seems to be extremely extraordinary. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Xuanhuan's face was incomparably indifferent. The lotus step moved lightly, she walked slowly onto the stage, reached out to take the jade, and the snow-white true qi poured out and poured into the jade. In an instant, an extremely dazzling blue beam of light shot out from the jade stone, and the majestic aura of coercion it brought out made other people's expressions tighten at the same time. Swish! 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 5 blue gem-like stars appeared in midair, dazzling. 5-star general. Well. Good. The old man glanced at the 5 blue stars in the air, and nodded slightly towards the Xueyue Pavilion Xuelan in front of him. Under the stage, the faces of Wang Long and Wang Hu immediately sank. Needless to say, they all knew that Xuelan's innate body was stronger than the two of them. As for Chu Yan and several other disciples who had not been tested, their faces were different, and they were all slightly moved. You must know that the 7 people here are the geniuses selected from the countless young people in the Luoyang kingdom. On this basis, even if they are strong, it is not easy. A difference of 1 star may be a gap in the strength of the cultivation base of the world in the future. Xuelan heard the words, bowed slightly to the old man, and said, "Thank you." There was a hint of joy on his face. When he stepped down, a pair of beautiful big eyes swept towards Wang Long and Wang Hu intentionally, with a hint of contentment in his eyes. A disciple of Xueyue Pavilion may be much worse than Hua Xuanzong and Ling Tianzong in terms of cultivation strength. However, in this kind of competition that only tests talent, if she can really overpower Hua Xuanzong and Ling Tianzong, she will return to the sect. It is definitely something that shines on the sect. Just as Xuelan walked down to the old man's side, in the dark room of the Feixing Tower. "Old Wang Ba, your vision is really good. I didn't expect this girl's future martial arts achievements to reach the peak of the Heaven Transformation realm, and there is even a possibility of hitting the Tongtian realm. Not bad." "Humph. Of course, my vision is not bad. I didn't expect that in this session of Luoyang Kingdom, there will be another seedling that may be absorbed. It depends on her performance in the next 2 stages. That is, according to the previous test experience, this girl can go to the 3rd floor of the Flying Star Tower. It's possible. I hope we won't be disappointed." The conversation between the 2 figures fell into silence. In the test plaza on the 1st floor, Meng Hao was the 4th player to play. Speaking of the test sequence, I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought it was a draw to arrange the test sequence, but in the end, the old man just said something casually. "You put me in a line from short to tall, short first, tall last." After the 7 silent disciples lined up according to the old man's instructions, Chu Yan discovered that he was actually the tallest of the 7. When Meng Hao stood on the stage, Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on him, waiting for his test results. Except for himself, among the 6 people on the scene, Chu Yan did not know what star their martial spirit was, but Meng Hao's martial spirit, Chu Yan clearly remembered, was the extremely rare 8-star martial spirit. His talent will never be low. Swish. 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 A masterpiece of purple light, 7 purple stars rose up, and the coercion released in midair made everyone tremble, even the old man. His eyes suddenly widened, and a look of astonishment rose on his face. Immediately afterwards, the 7 purple stars suddenly gathered, slowly merged, and in the blink of an eye, they merged into a huge purple star, and the aura emanating was extremely powerful. "Huh. 7-star king body." The old man was stunned suddenly, then a smile appeared on his face, looked at Meng Hao, and nodded again and again. "I didn't expect that this year, there will be surprises." Good, you. Very good. In the future, there is a possibility of becoming a powerhouse in the sky. As soon as the words landed, everyone was shocked at the same time, staring at the old man and Meng Hao beside him, their faces full of horror. Heavenly realm. Looking at the entire Luoyang kingdom, let alone now, the most powerful warriors in the first 500 years and the next 500 years are nothing but heaven transformation. There may not be many people in the Tongtian realm, even the Red Leaf Empire. Although the old man just said that there is a possibility of reaching the heavenly realm, this possibility is extremely rare, and it is enough to make the entire Luoyang kingdom a sensation. When Meng Hao stepped off the stage, several scorching awe-inspiring gazes came to him. In the dark room of the Feishing Tower, there were even bursts of joyful laughter, which shook the originally silent dark space, trembling slightly. However, in the subsequent test, after Chen Lu, who did not even inspire the light, an even more surprising scene appeared. Jiuxiao, the young master sword of the four great families of the Luoyang kingdom, this silver-robed youth who has never said a word since his appearance and has always maintained a faint smile, turned out to be a dark horse. 7-star king body. The same 7 purple stars merged into a huge purple star in midair, and at the same time, the edge of the star even had a hint of red light. This vision, the shocked old man in charge of the test, was speechless. Okay, good. I didn't expect 2 king body talents to appear this time, haha. Interesting. Regarding the evaluation of the old man, young Master Jian, Lin Xiao, still had a calm expression on his face, and walked lightly down the test bench in front of a few pairs of red eyes. When passing by Chu Yan's side, Lin Xiao's eyes swept across Chu Yan's body. His deep eyes were like an ancient well of 10,000 years, calm. Lin Xiao's eyes fell on Chu Yan's eyes, and he clearly saw a hint of anticipation. Next is the last tester, Chu Yan. It may be because of the amazing talent shown by Meng Hao, who is also a member of Ling Tianzong, so when Chu Yan came to power, the other 6 people all looked over. Instead, it was the old man who glanced at Chu Yan with a look of disdain on his face. Could it be that Chu Yan was the youngest among the 7 testers, and he couldn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of true qi in his body, which of course made the old man unmoved. Among the 7, there was Chen Lu, who had a black face and dripped water because he had not tested his general talent. At this time, seeing Chu Yan coming to power, endless resentment surged out in her heart. With those cold eyes, she stared at Chu Yan. She only hoped that the Ling Tianzong disciple she hated would also have no talent, so, how many save yourself some face? Under the gaze of various eyes, Chu Yan calmly walked forward. When Chu Yan took the jade in his hand and his true energy surged out, the entire jade immediately buzzed and vibrated. #C264 Chu Yan's talent. Buzz. The jade vibrated extremely violently, and the jade body kept shaking. Hey! Could it be that this kid's talent is the strongest? The old man saw the fierce trembling of the jade, his pupils continued to open, and his eyes became more and more round. Not only the old man, but several people off the field were all staring at the piece of jade, and everyone's heart was in their throats. No one wants Chu Yan's talent to surpass himself. Especially Chen Lu of Xuanhuan Pavilion and Wang Hu of Huashuanzong, their faces became darker and darker when they saw the abnormality of the jade. Ding! At this moment, the jade made a light sound, and the faint aura wrapped around the jade suddenly rushed out, turning into a circle of air waves and rushing away. Immediately afterwards, the jade returned to normal. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the jade stone with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The geniuses in the Feishing Tower were slightly stunned when they saw this scene, and then reacted immediately. Ha ha ha, brother Chu Yan, talent is destined, it's already very good to cause the jade to vibrate. Wang Long laughed out loud. Shui Lan and Chen Lu of Xuanhuan Pavilion were also smiling arrogantly at this time, and in their eyes looking at Chu Yan, a look of looking down at the ants slowly rose. Ridiculous and tiny ants. Only young Master Jian Lin Zhao's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but it quickly disappeared and returned to indifference. Senior, I want to test it again. Chu Yan looked at the old man, his eyes flashed, and his expression was firm. Oh? Is this necessary? The old man raised his brows, looked at Chu Yan, and asked, with a chuckle. In his opinion, Chu Yan was definitely unwilling to face reality. Of course, the same is true for Chen Lu just now. When he found that his talent couldn't be compared with other geniuses, she would be extremely unwilling, but she did not ask for another test. Only Chu Yan knew in his heart that at the time of the test, Chu Yan did not use all his strength to stimulate the true qi in his body like other geniuses, but used his powerful divine sense to wrap the entire world of the sea of knowledge. The reason for this is that Chu Yan is not sure whether this jade stone will reveal his martial spirit, but after trying it just now, Chu Yan found that the spiritual power emanating from this jade stone does not touch the sea of consciousness. Therefore, Chu Yan was relieved, and of course he would ask for a retest. Chu Yan, are you crazy, wasting everyone's time? Whatever your talent is, it's not a shame to lose to us geniuses. You should come down. Shui Lan of Shuiyue Pavilion, when she saw that Chu Yan couldn't get down, she couldn't help but frown slightly and sneered. That's right, Chu Yan, it's good to be ashamed once, you are humiliating Ling Tianzong again. Meng Hao felt extremely relieved at this time, and immediately put on the tone of a superior, teaching Chu Yan a lesson. Humph. Trash is trash. It's a great honor to give you the opportunity to stand with us, the arrogance, since you're still not satisfied. At this moment, Wang Long's face was full of arrogance. Meng Hao's talent just now suppressed their Huxian sect, and now Chu Yan, who is also a disciple of Ling Tian's sect, has not tested any talent. This kind of attack on Ling Tian's sect raises his chances. How could he let go? Hearing this, the wretched smile on the old man's face gradually emerged, looking at Chu Yan, said. Flying Star Tower, the first level, everyone has only a few chances. You ask for another test. Let's not say whether it is meaningful or not. At least for the other people on the scene, they should not agree. Although the old man said just now that there is no fairness in the Flying Star Tower, there are rules, and Chu Yan's current request is breaking the rules. Just as a light flashed in the eyes of the old man, just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, Chu Yan slowly opened his mouth and said. Senior, if the test results this time are still the same as before, I am willing to abandon myself and give everyone an explanation. Chu Yan's words landed, and the first word was like Zhong Hong's voice, with an extremely firm belief. At this moment, all the geniuses with different expressions in the Feishing Tower, including the two figures in a dark room somewhere in the Feishing Tower, were all stunned. Self-abandoned cultivation base. Is this Chu Yan of Ling Tianzong crazy? For a test opportunity, dare to make such a promise. You must know that in the previous tests of the Flying Star Tower, there has never been an error or inaccuracy of someone's talent under the Jade test. You must know that Chu Yan was actually selected by the sect and sent to the Feishing Tower for testing. It shows that he is definitely a peerless genius in the sect. In this case, even in the Feishing Tower. The test results were not good, but as long as he returned to the sect, he would still be the same genius and would be valued and cultivated by the sect. However, if you give up your cultivation in order to hold your breath and feel unwilling, then you will become a real cripple, and the road of martial arts will be cut off from then on. Is it really worth it? The old man was stunned for a moment before slowly recovering. Looking at Chu Yan, a playful look flashed in his eyes, and said, Okay, since you made such a promise, I will let you test it again. Of course, if anyone else makes the same promise, I can let you test again. When the old man's eyes swept to the 6 people below, everyone made eye contact with the old man, and when they felt his playful eyes, their bodies were shocked, and they quickly looked away and shrank their necks. Joke. For them, even if they gave up the opportunity of the Flying Star Tower, they couldn't make such a crazy promise. The next moment, Chu Yan ignored the foolish eyes of these people, stretched out his hand again, and took the jade from the old man's hand. At this time, with the surging out of Chu Yan's body, everyone's eyes turned to him and the piece of jade in his hand. They wanted to know how Chu Yan could fulfill his promise after failing the test. Buzz. Jade trembled again. Under the constant infusion of true qi like a tide, when everyone was watching nervously, Chu Yan looked at the jade in his hand, shook his head, and smiled disdainfully. A piece of jade, even if it has the ability to peek into the sky, is just a mortal thing. My Chu Yan's future achievements, how can you peep, ha ha ha, ridiculous, ridiculous. Rakshasa is boundless, swallows the sky and eats the earth, fights forever and ever, infinitely ascends. Immortal life. I will not die, the heart of martial arts will not be destroyed, and I will break the world. How can you predict, with a single stone? However, since you want to test, then come on. Ah. The next moment, Chu Yan burst out with a shocking roar. The jade in his hand, at this moment, suddenly madly shakes the truth, a majestic brilliance, like a dragon breaking out of the world, soaring into the sky. #C265 Emperor's Talent. This majestic brilliance, golden light, incomparably splendid, at the same time as the beam of light rose to the sky, the entire layer of the flying star pagoda resounded with the sound of thousands of thunders at the same time, like dozens of blue dragons, breaking through the void, roaring angrily, the sound shook firmament. The old man on the side was full of disdain when he heard Chu Yan's words, but his expression suddenly changed when the beam of light shot up into the sky. The beam of light rose, like a thunderbolt hitting the old man. The whole person was instantly stiff and petrified. Except for the violent twitching of the corners of the eyes were full of shock. Not only the old man, the 6 people present, and the 2 figures in the dark room of the Flying Star Tower, were sluggish on the spot at the same time, their faces were ashen. How can that be? The powerful brilliance of the jade erupted at this time, and it became more and more prosperous. For a time, no matter who it is, under the dull face, the consciousness trembles, and they can't calm down. All kinds of cold gasping sounds and heavy breathing resounded throughout the first floor of the Flying Star Tower. This, impossible. When you tested it just now, there was no result. Why did it break out this time? It turned out to be Huangji's talent. The old man was shocked, his face flushed, his veins throbbing, and he roared frantically. Under this roar, everyone woke up, looked up at the golden light in the sky, and their faces were shocked. Emperor's talent. Under the shock of everyone, the golden light above the sky turned into countless stars, like the stars in the sky, distributed over the entire first floor of the Flying Star Tower, like a dazzling starry sky, with thousands of points of golden light, boundless. Could it be that Chu Yan's talent will make him a powerhouse above the Tongtian realm in the future? Facing the old man's violent questions, Chu Yan smiled indifferently and said, "Senior, since you have tested your talent, you don't need to abandon your cultivation, right?" Hearing this, the old man's whole body trembled, his eyes trembled, and he hurriedly said with a smile, "No. No. Of course not." While speaking, everyone inadvertently discovered that when the old man answered, he not only smiled at Chu Yan, but also bowed slightly. Regardless of the weird look others look at you. In the sea of consciousness of the old man at this time, it was shaking like a river crossing the sea. The ultimate talent of the royal body. Call it the emperor's natural body. This kind of innate body, even in the Red Leaf Empire, can be regarded as a genius. It is only a matter of time for a warrior with this kind of talent to achieve the sky-reaching realm. Let Chu Yan ruin his cultivation base. If at this time, after Chu Yan has tested Huangji's talent, if Chu Yan still needs to abolish his cultivation, the old man knows clearly that when he returns to the Red Leaf sect, he will definitely be abolished by the sect. I announce that this time, Chu Yan won the first place in the test on the first floor of the Flying Star Tower. The old man said solemnly. Chu Yan raised his hand and arched his face with a calm expression, as if he had no surprises about this number 1. When they heard the old man's words, the 6 people below were all shocked, and even felt a sense of absurdity. You must know that just now, when Chu Yan tested for the first time, he was still a waste without any talent. In the blink of an eye, he became the object that even the old man wanted to curry favor with. First place. Royal talent. Everything that happened at this moment has changed so fast. Impossible. He must be cheating. I don't believe that he can test the talent of the emperor. Suddenly, Chenlu of Xuanhuan Pavilion recovered from the shock. His eyes were red. He pointed at Chu Yan and shouted. His eyes were full of monstrous resentment and madness. For Chenlu, among the few people present, no matter who has tested the talent of the emperor, he can accept it. Only this Chu Yan, who has exposed the ignorance and insignificance hidden under the world, must not be allowed. Oh? You don't agree? Hearing Chenlu's cry, the old man looked at the exquisite figure, and stopped his gaze on her beautiful yet distorted face. I'm going to test again. I don't believe it, I'll be worse than him. Chenlu's face was full of haze, and his red eyes were always staring at Chu Yan. It's okay to test it again, but, as I said just now, anyone can test it again, but, you must make the same oath as Chu Yan. Do you dare? When the old man spoke, there was a hint of coercion, obviously not joking. Okay, I also swear that if the test results are the same, I will. In Chenlu's eyes, a trace of clarity flashed, causing her to hesitate for a moment. However, the next moment, in her eyes, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth suddenly rose slightly, and in his originally sharp eyes, a trace of disdain flashed. Color. Boom. In an instant, Chenlu only felt that in the sea of knowledge, a flame suddenly burst open, and the entire sea of knowledge was full of anger. I would like to self-abandon the cultivation base. After finishing speaking, Chenlu's eyes were full of flames, and with a jump, he swept to the old man's side, staring at Chu Yan fiercely. With a chuckle, Chu Yan with an indifferent face shook his head and stepped down slowly. This Chenlu is obviously going to compete with himself. For the pitiful arrogance in her heart, however, in Chu Yan's eyes, Chenlu is not even qualified to make him look squarely. A sect, doting and caring for a genius disciple, sometimes ruins a genius. Under the stimulation of hypocritical dignity, Chenlu's decision made everyone's face change greatly. The few people present looked at Chu Yan, who slowly walked down from the stage, and looked at Chenlu, who was like a burst of flames. Everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. At this time, Chenlu's hand had already slowly reached out to the jade stone, and her fair arm was trembling slightly. At this moment, in Chenlu's eyes, that piece of jade seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pieces. Junior sister, don't be impulsive, don't. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan, who was also in Xuanhuan Pavilion, with a pale face, persuaded and refused. No, I'm a genius. I must be better than him. Hearing senior sister's words, Chenlu didn't even turn her head back, but the flames of lust and hope in her eyes became more intense. In the depths of her own heart, at this moment, a trace of the greatest selfish desire emerged, and this selfish desire kept telling her. Not only do you have to beat Chu Yan, but you also have to beat the first person present. Only yourself is the most gifted genius, the genius who is stronger than anyone else. In Chenlu's mind, endless flames rolled, turning all clarity and reason into ashes. The next moment, her hand finally grasped the jade stone, and the infuriating energy in her body began to rise continuously. She is not reconciled, will not be reconciled. Since that Chu Yan can do it, you must be able to do it yourself. Buzz. The next moment, the jade in her hand began to tremble slightly. Under Chenlu's frantic infusion of true qi, the jade slowly rose from her palm. Although it is slowly rising little by little, and there seems to be a ray of light within the white jade. Is it? #C266 Abolish the cultivation base. In Chenlu's eyes, the pupils continued to dilate, and a pair of beautiful big eyes opened wider and wider at the same time. Not only her, but everyone in the audience, and the old man beside her, all looked at the jade stone in unison. Ding! Then, at the next moment, under everyone's attention, the jade stone trembled slightly, made a soft sound, and fell suddenly into Chenlu's hands. JavaScript. Everything is back to normal. No. Still haven't reached the level of talent. Everyone's faces were startled, and they looked at Chenlu at the same time as the jade was taken away from Chenlu's hand by the old man mercilessly. At the moment when the jade in his hand disappeared, Chenlu was struck by lightning, and his arrogant body was shocked. In his eyes, the two groups of flames that were still burning just now quickly retreated and were replaced by horror. She slowly turned her head to look at the old man, her eyes trembling constantly. When her eyes touched the eyes of the old man full of fierce breath, Chenlu moved. As soon as she turned around, she flew towards the closed tower gate of the Flying Star Tower and flew away. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. No one expected that this Chenlu wanted to escape. However, after thinking about it, they were all released. If it was me, I would not be able to face it calmly when I was about to face self-destruction. Humph. Want to escape? When my red leaf sex Flying Star Tower is your backyard? Come here if you want, and leave if you want. Next, a heavy hum sounded, and at the same time, a black palm print came out and shot straight at the shadow flying towards the tower gate. Boom. This palm, like a huge wave on the peak, brought a howling wind. As soon as the palm print appeared, it slammed on Chenlu's back. The speed was as fast as a teleportation. Even Chu Yan, everyone did not respond. When I came, I only heard a loud bang. Bump. Then, a petite body flew out, pouring out a red rain of blood, slammed into the wall 10,000 steps away, and fell to the ground ruthlessly. This time, Nianzai has lost the qualification to go to the second floor of the Feishing Tower, and only abolish her cultivation. When the old man's voice fell. At the corner of the wall, Chenlu struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes were as dull as dead ashes, she slowly stretched out her jade palm, and kept shaking. According to the past, as long as she moved a little, there would be a strong infuriating gushing out of the palm of her hand, but now, under the broken sea of qi, there is no trace of the cultivation of a warrior. Of course, the old man is still extremely kind, maybe because he is worried that if Chenlu's cultivation is completely abolished, he will have the enthusiasm for the genius of Luoyang Kingdom to participate in the test of the Flying Star Tower, so he still leaves a glimmer of hope for Chenlu. Looking for treasures from heaven and earth, repairing the broken sea of qi. However, even if her sea of qi has recovered, she has to start from scratch with her cultivation of the innate realm. In this process, it will take at least 10 years. Therefore, Chenlu knows very well that from today onwards, she has been completely obsolete. Not to mention, whether the sect and the family are willing to spend a huge fortune to help him buy this kind of treasure that can restore the sea of qi, even if she restores the sea of qi, 10 years, and the current one, how far will these geniuses open up? This may be a distance that can never be surpassed in a lifetime. Get out of the Flying Star Tower immediately. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. With a stern shout, Chenlu woke up from the sluggishness. At the same time, the old man in the distance raised his hand, and brilliance flashed by. Beside her, the gate of the Feishing Tower slowly opened. In front of the gate, a colorful avenue leads directly to the cliff of Luotian Mountain. Chenlu took a step and turned around and walked to the front of the tower. She stopped for a long time, then turned around suddenly, a pair of cold eyes fell directly on Chu Yan. After a glance at each other, the graceful figure disappeared on the colorful avenue. Bump. The door of the Feishing Tower was closed heavily, and the hall on the first floor was calm again. The first test is officially over. Meng Hao and Lin Xiao, who ranked second, and Shui Lan, who ranked third, each won 1 Flying Star Fruit. Chu Yan, who ranked first, won 2. Speaking of which, the old man waved his hand and saw a crystal-like longan fruit flying into the hands of the three of them. Flying Star Fruit. Chu Yan stared at the 2 crystal-like fruits in his hands. This flying star fruit is a treasure of heaven and earth bred in the flying star tower. With your current cultivation level, you only need to swallow one, and you can directly raise a realm. If you take it before the real martial arts, the effect is obvious. Of course, only the first time you take it, it will have an effect, and if you continue to swallow it later, it will have no effect at all. Hearing that, including Chu Yan, the 4 people who got the flying star fruit showed ecstasy on their faces. The old man's introduction shocked the audience. When you reach the Xiantian realm, each level of cultivation is as difficult as reaching the sky. Even for a genius like them, it is extremely fast to be able to improve a realm in a few years. This flying star fruit can actually directly raise a level of realm for warriors below the true martial realm. The degree of its preciousness can be imagined. In the entire Luoyang King fruit, there is only the Lingtian sex Lingtianguo, but Lingtianguo can only swallow it when it breaks through the bottleneck from the Qi refining realm to the Xiantian realm, and can break through the first level realm. At the time of cultivation, the effect is not even half. Even under this circumstance, Ling Tianguo was listed as a forbidden item in the Ling Tian sect in Luoyang Kingdom. The next moment, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Yan, to be precise, to the 2 flying star fruits in his hand. Among the 7 people, only Chu Yan obtained 2 flying star fruits. Why not make people jealous? The first one is swallowed, and the cultivation base is improved, and the second one is put up for auction, and the income is at least tens of thousands of stone. Listen, the 6 of you, the Flying Star Tower is divided into 5 floors. Since its birth 1,000 years ago, every genius of the Luoyang Kingdom who has come here has stopped at the 3rd floor. In the end, I also hated the 4th floor, so I hope that among the 6 of you, someone can break this record. Moreover, if someone can break this record, the reward you can get is absolutely unbelievable for you. At this moment, with the introduction of the old man, the hearts of the 6 people were all excited, and their eyes were hot. The reward for the 1st floor alone is a flying star fruit worth 10,000 primeval stones. If this can really reach the 5th floor, the reward, needless to say, is absolutely terrifying. Now, I will send you to the 2nd floor of the Feishing Tower. The old man glanced at a few people, his hand suddenly raised, and his voice was like a bell. Following the old man's words, Chu Yan only felt that the surroundings suddenly lit up, and the colorful streamers enveloped and filled him. It didn't take long for Chu Yan and the others to regain their sight again. They looked up and looked around, but they came to a new place. Several people were still in a trance. A strong voice sounded coldly. The 2nd level of the Flying Star Tower begins. In this level, test your force. The sound of the sound was rolling in, causing Chu Yan to be shocked, and at the same time, they looked at the source of the sound. I saw an extremely strong middle-aged man, wearing heavy armor, with a cold, expressionless face, and in his cold and stern eyes, with supreme majesty. According to the order of your 1st floor, now, the assessment begins. #C267, seriously injured 2 people. The ruthless man, caught in the emptiness, suddenly appeared, and 3 steps in front of him, he quickly solidified and turned into a dark human figure. This black streamer condensed human shape, completely unable to see the face, only a roughly human shape, the whole body is solid with black light, among which, there are endless stars densely covered, like a man in armor, who grabbed a piece of the stars and night sky outside the sky. Rubbed into the shape of a man. This human figure is called Xingyue Man. It will withstand the attacks you send. Because of your different cultivation bases, this Xingyue Man will automatically adjust the corresponding defense and strength according to your cultivation base, but it has a special feature, that is, how much power you use to attack it, how much power it will bounce back to you. Furthermore, this kind of rebound is ignoring your body protecting infuriating qi and all means of defense, and the result of this level will be judged based on your maximum power. Well, the first one, come up. Chu Yan and other 6 people, At this time, their minds were in chaos, and they were still in the sea of consciousness tremors when they just teleported. Even before they adapted to the surrounding environment, the voice of the armored man contained true energy, and trembled again, making the several people fell into sluggishness. The armored man frowned slightly, but stopped talking and waited patiently. After a while, several people finally recovered. After looking around, they looked towards the stage. Wang Hu, who was wearing a red robe, stepped out, walked to the armored man, and stared at the Xingyuan. Disciple Wang Hu, seniors, please give pointers. After bowing his hands in a salute, Wang Hu's eyes were bright, his fighting spirit continued to rise, and the true energy from his body slowly dissipated. The human-shaped black light group in front of him felt Wang Hu's infuriating energy, and began to slowly wriggle. After 3 laps were lost, he stood still. Clang! Wang Hu took out a blood-red long knife and shouted loudly. The hob was so turbulent and imposing as the sky, and the strongest blow was instantly cast out and slashed at the Xingyuan. Boom! Call! The ferocious sword chi slashed above the human-shaped black light, and it exploded with a bang. A large piece of black light rose from the Xingyue person and gathered in the air. At the same time, a black light burst out from the Xingyue person's chest. It slammed into Wang Hu's body, directly turning his body into a meteor, flying upside down 100 paces away. Puff! 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 Body falls. He rolled out far away like a gourd on the ground, and then stopped. Wang Hu raised his head and spat out 3 mouthfuls of black blood in a row, dyeing the ground in front of him red. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Tiger! Wang Long on the side saw this, his face changed greatly, he suddenly flew over, helped Wang Hu up, took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into Wang Hu's mouth. After the medicinal pill entered his mouth, the blood overflowing from the corner of Wang Hu's mouth finally stopped. However, his face was as pale as paper. Obviously, the wounds he suffered were never so easy to recover. At the same time, on the stage, the top of Xingyuan's head, condensed in the black light of the film, as a black tiger beast, roaring up to the sky. 530 tigers. Next. The strong man in armor glanced at the number of black tigers in the sky, expressionless, and announced coldly. The voice fell, and everyone turned their heads to look at Wang Hu. 530 tigers, I don't know if it is high or low. This armored and strong man did not talk nonsense at all, and did not explain it, which made Chu Yan and the others a little unsure, the judgment standard of this second level. However, when they saw Wang Hu, their eyes trembled a little. At least, they could see that Wang Hu really suffered from internal injuries that didn't hurt. The root of the injury is bound to suffer a big loss in the 3rd stage of the assessment. Therefore, in this second test, only one person was tested, which shocked Chu Yan and the others. Therefore, this second level of assessment is not a simple assessment of strength, there is obviously a way of choosing, which is contained in it. For a time, the eyes of the remaining few people flickered, all thinking secretly, and from time to time, they looked up at the Xingyue people composed of black lights on the stage, all of them thoughtfully. Big brother, be careful, that attack really ignores the defense, and can't be resisted with infuriating energy at all. Hearing this, Wang Hu's pale face frowned, and he worriedly reminded his elder brother Wang Longdao. Don't worry. You have a good rest. After supporting Wang Hu and standing aside, Wang Long turned around and strode onto the stage, looking at the Xingyue man in front of him with a solemn expression. Boom! With a punch, the majestic punch hit Xingyuan, and Wang Long's body was also hit by a black light that bounced back. After a groan, he took 7 or 8 steps back, barely standing. 290 tiger power. Next. The strong man in armor announced in a deep voice. This time, he didn't even look at the tiger and beast figure above his head, looked at the void indifferently, and announced in a cold voice. Almost only half the result. When Chu Yan and the others heard the words of the strong man in armor, they couldn't help frowning at the same time. Wang Long's attack, although some of his strength was restrained, was not injured by the rebounding force of the Xingyue people, but the result was really far behind. If the next few people use Wang Long's method, then the result of this second level will undoubtedly be Wang Hu winning the first place. The next moment, a beautiful figure strolled onto the stage, with a pair of beautiful brows wrinkled. After glancing at the Xingyue man, he turned a pair of smart eyes to the strong man in armor, but the other party didn't even look at her at all, obviously not thinking about it. Take care of her. Water wave lotus shadow. Immediately afterwards, Shui Lan's body rose up with strong infuriating energy, and under the constant waving of her pair of jade hands, it turned into layers of wavy ripples, attacking the Xingyuan. As soon as Shui Lan made her move, Chu Yan and the others were startled at the same time. Her move obviously used a martial skill, the power of femininity. Shui Lan's approach, very shrewd. Boom. The next moment, the ripple-like palm prints from Shui Lan hit Xingyuan in layers. Bump. A black light blasted from Xingyuan, blasting Shui Lan's delicate body into a straight line, and instantly flew nearly 100 paces away. After landing, blood like water flowed out of Shui Lan's mouth. Obviously, under the palm of her hand, the injury was even heavier than that of Wang Hu. 620 tiger strength, next. The armored strong man's words were still cold without a trace of temperature. On the ground in the distance, Shui Lan, who was constantly vomiting blood, didn't even look at it. At this moment, the faces of Chu Yan and the others suddenly became solemn. Reminder, your garbage martial arts, it is best to put away, for the Xingyue people, there is no use. Having said that, the armored strong man finally lowered his head and glanced at everyone, and then said. Don't waste time, next one, come up now. Under the watchful eyes of several people, Meng Hao slowly stepped onto the stage, his face extremely dark. At this time, Chu Yan looked at Meng Hao, his eyes flashing, because Chu Yan thought that Meng Hao's martial arts spirit was a double needle of gold and silver. This kind of martial arts might. #C268 One Sword Burst. Meng Hao stepped onto the stage, with a hesitant expression on his face. He glanced at Xingyuan, then turned to look at Wang Hu and Shui Lan, who were injured in the distance, his eyes flickering. Boom. With a punch, the Xingyuan bounced out a black light, hitting Meng Hao, knocking him back 3 steps, and then he regained his composure. Obviously, Meng Hao chose the most conservative method. 300 tigers. Next. The strong man in armor, while announcing the results, glanced down at Meng Hao, his eyes moved slightly, and then returned to normal. Although Meng Hao chose the most conservative method, the power of this punch has reached 300 tiger strength. Ordinary chi refining powerhouses will usually be injured by this punch, and Meng Hao resists this punch hard. Just took 7 or 8 steps back, but was not injured. From this, it can be seen that Meng Hao's physical hardness definitely surpasses that of most chi refining martial artists. Wang Hu has 530 tiger strengths, Wang Lan has 290 tiger strengths, and Shui Lan has 620 tiger strengths. From this point of view, although Meng Hao only has 300 tiger strengths, he is more than uninjured. The king dragon of 10 tigers is stronger than him. I have to say that this Meng Hao is a very shrewd person, and he is extremely ambitious. His goal is not only to pass the second level assessment, but he is even considering the third level assessment. Therefore, with his choice, as long as he does not finish at the bottom of the round, he may pass the second test, and in the third test, he will gain a huge advantage without being injured. When Meng Hao stepped off the stage, he was quite satisfied with his achievements, and the corner of his eyes swept towards Chu Yan, implying a hint of pride. Going forward, young Master Jian, Lin Xiao, had already strode forward, and in 2 or 3 steps, he walked to Xingyuan and stood still. Call out. Young Master Jian, his eyes narrowed, he raised his right hand, his index finger rose out, and his true energy lingered on it. In an instant, the silver light lit up, and the sword energy shot out vertically and horizontally, towards the black light body of the Xingyuan in front of him out. A sword light appeared, condensed like a straight line, with a terrifying sharpness, and stabbed out fiercely. Puff! The linear sword light shot on the black body of the Xingyue man, and in an instant, a jet-black light bounced back. The speed was extremely fast. Not only Lin Xiao, but even Chu Yan couldn't react, pierced Lin Xiao's shoulder straight, and a bloody flower burst out. Lin Xiao groaned a step and retreated 3 times in a row. 650 tiger strength, temporarily ranked first. The last one, come up. As soon as the armored man's words landed, there were bursts of exclamations. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with shock in their eyes. Young Master Jian, who didn't care about the eyes around him, slowly took out a bottle of medicinal pill from his arms, poured out the medicinal pill and swallowed it. The next moment, the scar on Lin Xiao's shoulder immediately stopped bleeding, and Lin Xiao's complexion gradually recovered. Use the sword fingers to condense the true energy as a line, and then focus on attacking. In this way, the Xingyue people will bounce back with the same sword energy. No matter how powerful the sword energy is, as long as it does not hit the key points, it will not cause extensive trauma. Therefore, Lin Xiao had been observing the previous few people during the assessment. He found that the rebound of the Xingyue body against the attack was not only the rebound of strength, but also the position was the same. Therefore, the 2 people who were injured in front of them were all in the same position. It was the 2 people who were injured in the chest, and the 2 who were not injured were also attacked by the rebound on the chest. Therefore, although Lin Xiao was incapable of dodging the Xingyuan's rebound attack, he could predict the route it would bounce back from. The sword finger that Lin Xiao sent out was exactly raised with his right hand, so it was the shoulder that bounced back. This time, Lin Xiao achieved the highest result with the smallest injury, which surprises everyone. Coupled with the healing pills, Lin Xiao was only slightly injured when he won the first place, and the impact on his own strength was not even 10%. Lin Xiao's wonderful performance fell into the eyes of other people, but they were all very depressed, and their faces were gloomy. At this time, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Meng Hao, and saw that the eyes of the other party were shaking, and his face was full of regret. Seeing Meng Hao's face, Chu Yan chuckled lightly and shook his head slightly. If Meng Hao is willing to work hard at first, according to Lin Xiao's method, using Meng Hao's gold and silver double needle martial spirit, he will condense his true qi into a thread. Outbreak attack, maybe, even Lin Xiao is not necessarily his opponent. But, it's too late to regret it. On the way of martial arts, there are countless opportunities in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on the individual. Then, Chu Yan stepped out and walked towards the stage. His face was indifferent and calm. He is the last one. Chu Yan walked, and every step he took, his true qi became stronger and his aura rose an inch. When he walked to the armored man's side, the true qi concentration on his body had already reached a terrifying level. Hey! What is Chu Yan doing? He doesn't want to go all out. Didn't Chu Yan see what happened to Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan? What a terrible cultivation base. When the few people in the audience saw the terrifying infuriating energy around Chu Yan, surging out like a tidal wave, their faces were all stunned and puzzled. If Chu Yan burst out with all the infuriating energy of the innate realm triple heaven, just to make them puzzled, at that moment, when a dozen tornadoes of sword intent rose up around Chu Yan, the space on the second floor of the Flying Star Tower reverberated full of people. When the sound of Jianling sounded, everyone's expressions turned into shock. Not only that, but then, Chu Yan's skin began to slowly turn black, a pair of icy eyes turned blood red, and golden vertical pupils stood in the blood red. One glance would make one's back chill. Bloody golden pupil. At this time, Chu Yan, the 8 cyclones in his body were running like flying, and he did not hesitate to activate the Rakshasa true body, coupled with the release of the sword intent great perfection realm. Chu Yan at this time can be said to have inspired nearly 80% of the power. Clang! Slowly stretched out his hand and pulled out the clear sky sword. Holding the sword in his hand, the crystal clear sky sword trembled slightly. The strong man in armor standing by Chu Yan's side, at this time, felt the power that Chu Yan burst out, and could not help but bow his head slightly. Looking at Chu Yan, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. The few people below stared at Chu Yan with a dull look, and their eyes were full of horror. Chu Yan, is he crazy? This move, even if you win the first place, you will lose your life. This Chu Yan's strength is terrifying. However, he is committing suicide. Facing the horrified eyes of everyone, Chu Yan stomped out with his right foot, and his whole body burst out like a flood, and Hao Yan in his hand slashed out a huge sword light, like a lightning-fast dragon, slamming into the sword. To that star and moon body. Break it for me. Following Chu Yan's violent shout, this sword beam, carrying all of Chu Yan's true chi, strength, and great perfection sword intent, slashed straight out. Broken. This sword was a blow from Chu Yan. Except for a few cards that were not released, all the powers have reached their peaks. The power of this sword can be imagined. This kid, a bit interesting. For a long time, the armored strong man with a cold face saw this sword cut out. His eyes suddenly lit up, with a hint of surprise. Immediately afterwards, a sky-shattering strike erupted, hitting the black light body of the Xingyue man. #C269 Mysterious Stone Bridge. Boom. A large group of red light erupted from the Xingyue Ren, straight into the sky, and countless tiger and beast shadows flashed out, covering the entire sky on the second floor of the Flying Star Tower. Hoo. The sound of tiger roars in the sky made the entire Feishing Tower tremble slightly, as if the sky was falling apart. Bump. The next moment, a dazzling white light erupted from the Xingyuren, like a morning sun piercing the last layer of darkness in the night. Become smaller. Finally, with a violent shock, it shattered into pieces, turned into a sky full of stars, and disappeared without a trace. What? How can that be? Everyone who had been waiting for Chu Yan to be killed by the rebound of his own power, at this time, his eyes were wide and he stared at the scene in front of him, completely froze. How about a rebound? What about killing yourself? This star and moon body was smashed to pieces. 2,100 tigers. Not bad. Very good. The armored man's voice echoed in the air, awakening all the sluggish people. The 5 pairs of red eyes stared at Chu Yan, their pupils trembling violently. At this time, their eyes were completely as if they had seen an evil spirit. This is real. Senior, why didn't his attack bounce back? It's not fair. The most seriously injured Xuanhuan, her face was as pale as paper, and the unwillingness in her heart turned into a monstrous hatred, which caused her to forget her fear of the cold armored man and asked directly. Humph. Fair? I still don't understand why. It's stupid. The strong man in armor glanced at Xuanhuan with disdain in his eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of garbage, and he just frowned slightly at Xuanhuan's question, and he didn't mean to answer at all. 2,100 tigers. Chu Yan nodded lightly. Quite satisfied with this result. Standing on the stage, Chu Yan slowly turned around, and the infuriating energy in his body slowly exited, including the real body of Rakshasa also quickly disappeared. Then, Chu Yan's eyes lit up, swept over a few people, and said softly. The key to the assessment of this level, the senior said at the beginning, but you didn't care. So, you will definitely lose to me. Chu Yan's tone was firm, and with a hint of bearing down on all beings, everyone's faces were startled. As for why the Xingyue body didn't rebound my attack, I'll tell you, that's because you have failed from the moment you shot, because you are not attacking, but defending. As soon as these words fell, the faces of several people were stunned, and their faces were dull. They looked at Chu Yan with doubts in their eyes. In this level, the assessment is attacking power, not defense. However, when each of you makes a move, you are thinking about how to defend. Even Wang Hu, who was the first to make a move, didn't make a move with all his strength. And the rules are, this Xingyuan will adjust his defense ability according to your cultivation strength, that is to say, this Xingyuan's defense is limited. In other words, you are facing yourself in the strongest state. But, have you ever thought that when the strongest attacking self meets the strongest defensive self, which one will win? And you were shooting at the time, did you really take out all your cards? Hee. So. I have a sentence for you. This sentence is the answer. In the face of absolute power, all defenses will be broken. As soon as the words landed, everyone only felt that these words were like a slap in the face, slapped on their faces, making them all flushed and embarrassed. Just because Chu Yan's explanation is too clear. It's as clear as the simple sentence of the strong man in armor. Everyone here is rubbish. This conclusion makes these geniuses who have always been arrogant, how can they bear it? But is regret useful? Therefore, it is no surprise that Chu Yan once again became the first place in the second pass of the Feixing Tower. Chu Yan, don't be complacent, in the next level, I will definitely defeat you. Wang Hu's face turned purple, his red eyes stared at Chu Yan, and said bitterly. Proud? Hee, how can I be proud, if I really have the ability, let the horse come over, and I, Chu Yan, will take over all of them. Wang Hu's face became even more difficult to look at after Chu Yan's words, a surge of blood surged up, and the internal injury that had been stopped, at this time, a ray of red color overflowed from the corner of his mouth again. At the same time, the other people watched Wang Hu suffer from Chu Yanqi's injury, and the corners of their mouths twitched. It's just that now, they have to face the reality, Chu Yan is superior to them in terms of strength and talent, and, far superior. This gap is still increasing. The assessment of the second level of the Flying Star Tower is over. Chu Yan won the first place, and the ones who were promoted to the next level are Chu Yan, Lin Xiao, and Meng Hao. The rest will be eliminated. Now rewards will be given out, and each of the three who have advanced will be promoted. 2 Flying Star Fruit, the first place 4 Flying Star Fruit. The cold and strong man in armor waved his big hand, and several white lights shot out towards Fei Chu Yan, Lin Xiao, and Meng Hao. Chu Yan took the 4 Flying Star Fruits in his hands, his face was startled, but he couldn't help shaking his head and smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, the reward for the second level of the Flying Star Tower is still Flying Star Fruit. With the first level, Chu Yan now has 6 Flying Star Fruit. However, this thing is only useful when taking the first one. The latter has no effect. The 3 people who have been promoted will start to enter the next assessment, and those who have been eliminated will leave the Flying Star Tower immediately. After speaking, the strong man in armor suddenly waved his hand, and the space of the Flying Star Tower on the second floor began to distort violently. The 3 of Chu Yan only felt that the eyes were dark again. Countless colorful lights wrapped themselves, and their bodies fell into the void again. 2 times in a row like this, it's hard to tell whether it's a teleportation or an illusion. After a while, Chu Yan only felt that his vision became clear again, and his eyes could finally see a faint shadow. This is a piece of nothingness, and I seem to be in the endless sea of stars, stepping on nothingness and standing in the air. In front of him is a huge stone bridge, like a crescent moon, standing in front of Chu Yan. Not only Chu Yan, but also standing in front of Lin Xiao and Meng Hao, who were also standing in the distance, also stood an identical stone bridge. However, above this stone bridge, there is a mist filled with spiritual mist, so that people can't see the situation on the bridge at all, only the section of the bridge in front of him is clearly visible. The third test begins. The examiner of the third pass turned out to be an old man with gray hair, a bent body, and a huge iron dragon crutch. Step by step, he stepped out of the void and walked slowly to the three of Chu Yan. In front of him, there was a smile on his face. After walking for a long time, the old man finally stopped, raised his head, and swept his eyes to the three of Chu Yan, then grinned. The smile gave people a cold and ferocious feeling, which made people feel a little chilly, like a metal friction sound like. Congratulations to the three of you, you can go to the third floor of the Flying Star Tower, the first facing tower assessment, and those who can get here are all geniuses. After pausing for a while, the old man saw that the faces of the three of them relaxed a little, and then their expressions suddenly changed, and Xinxin continued. However, the third level of the Flying Star Tower, also known as the end of the genius. So far, no one has been able to pass here and reach the fourth floor of the Flying Star Tower. So, this level, each one will give you 3 chances, quack quack. And cherish it. Hashtag C270 Mysterious Opponent. 3 chances. Hearing the old man's words, Chu Yan and the three looked at the old man in disbelief. The third level of the Flying Star Tower, the rules are very simple. On the stone bridge in front of the three of you, there is another of you who evolved according to the strength of the three of you. Of course, there may be 2, or more. However, there can be no more than one self. All you have to do is to defeat him, and by any means, walk from the bridge to the other end of the bridge. Finally, I hope that some of you can become the first genius to pass the Feishing Tower in the past 1,000 years. After finishing speaking, the old man's body began to slowly fade away, just like when he first appeared, disappearing into the endless starry night sky between steps. After the old man disappeared, they stepped on the starry sky, and the 3 people who were far away looked at each other. Immediately, the 3 of them began to seriously study the stone bridge in front of them that belonged to them. Stone bridge. From the perspective of Chu Yan and the others, it was as if the stone bridge was connected to the end of the starry sky. The misty spiritual mist was entangled, and there was a faint sound of the waves of the spiritual sea under the bridge. When you cross the stone bridge, you pass the 3rd floor. Chu Yan looked at the stone bridge, his eyes were shining, and then he smiled lightly. Then, let's go. Whoosh. The next moment, Chu Yan first made an afterimage and flew directly towards the stone bridge in the distance. At the same time as Chu Yan set off, before the other 2 stone bridges, Lin Xiao and Meng Hao also flew over the bridge at the same time, rushing into the spiritual mist on the bridge. After all, each person has 3 chances, so the first challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, is an attempt. At this time, Chu Yan also walked into the spiritual mist on the bridge. The third test of the Flying Star Tower, if you beat your opponent, you will pass. There are 3 challenges. Are you sure you are going to take the first challenge now? In front of Chu Yan, there is a huge mass of spiritual mist, and a sound is emitted from the spiritual mist. I'm sure. Chu Yan said solemnly. Call. Immediately, a black light body flew out of the spiritual fog. The black light group began to condense and form in midair, turning into a black-robed figure with a golden mask. This person is wearing a long sword, his black robe is flying, and under the mask, a pair of sharp eyes stares at Chu Yan, and he speaks. Battle. Let's start. Your opponent has the exact same cultivation base as you. He is the most perfect you, the strongest you. If you defeat him, you can pass this bridge. Pass this level. A voice came from the spiritual mist in the air. Sure enough, I'm very similar to me, the strongest self. Then, come on. Chu Yan's eyes sparkled, his mind moved, the Haoyan sword behind him was unsheathed and flew into his hand, the sword body trembled slightly. More than a dozen sword-intent cyclones appeared beside Chu Yan, bringing out bursts of sword-whistling sounds. Kill. The divine man let out a low voice, unfolded his movement technique, and at the same time pulled out the long sword behind him and attacked Chu Yan. Both of them chose to use swords. Chu Yan flew out and faced the attacking, mysterious man. Two afterimages, each holding a long sword, faced each other tit for tat. The strongest self? Well, it's up to you to test my current strength. Chu Yan's eyes lit up with fighting intent, the clear sky sword in his hand exuded a shining sword light, and he raised his sword and slashed at the opponent. Clang! 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 In midair, two figures jumped up at the same time, holding the Lingbao long sword swallowed by the sword glow, and in an instant, they launched crazy attacks again and again. What's going on? Luo Feng was shocked. The swordsmanship, movement, and even the intensity of true qi used by this mysterious man are exactly the same as his own. There are no flaws in attack and defense, including his fighting spirit. He is also extremely perfect. You can see through your own tricks at a glance. Invulnerable? I don't believe it. Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The Haoyan sword in his hand, the sword light increased by another point, all the sharpness of the third-order true martial arts Lingbao was instantly stimulated, and a sword was suddenly cut out, and the target was the Lingbao long sword in the mysterious man's hand. Clang! The two swords collided, making a loud golden sound, and each bounced back. As a result, not as Chu Yan expected, the other party's long sword was chopped to pieces. Fail. The long sword in the opponent's hand seems to be no worse than his own clear sky sword. It is impossible to win the opponent with the benefit of Lingbao. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves have passed. The mysterious man's sword, each attacked, seems to have a special artistic conception, and even the front moves and the back moves are connected to form a perfect set of combined moves, giving people a kind of continuous movement. It is absolutely oppressive like waves, and in a flash, it is like rolling mountains, giving people an unshakable feeling. How is this possible? Chu Yan was shocked. Why does every sword of his contain sword intent, which obviously strengthens me a little bit, and if this goes on, after 100 battles, I will be defeated by him. Come again. The sword is drawn again and again, making the sword move faster, the movement faster, and constantly attacking the opponent, but the mysterious man holds the long sword, and there is a sense of ease between the attack and defense, and he easily resists every move of Chu Yan. Trick. Poor. Too bad. Kendo has no reins, is there only speed and strength? Under the mask of the mysterious man, a pair of cold eyes flashed a sneering look. At this level, don't even think about crossing the bridge in your life and dying. Bar. Call out. The Lingbao long sword in the mysterious man's hand suddenly became sharp, and every sword shaken out, it turned into 3 sword shadows, attacking from different directions. Chu Yan was secretly shocked, and the clear sky sword in his hand kept swinging out, desperately trying. Block those sword shadows. Boom. 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 With loud noises, Chu Yan was slammed back again and again, and the clear sky sword in his hand was continuously slashed back. How is this possible? Standing on the bridge, Chu Yan looked at the mysterious man opposite, shocked. Ha ha ha. Bad. Too bad. It's so bad. The mysterious man couldn't stop laughing. A dazzling sword light slashed through the air. Facing this sword, Chu Yan glared angrily, shouted loudly, and raised his sword to meet him. Break it for me. The black Rakshasa infuriated surging out, his eyes were instantly blood red, his golden pupils suddenly appeared, and the color of his skin became gray-black. Rakshasa's true body. Chu Yan's combat power doubled immediately, and the clear sky sword Haimong huffed and slammed into the opponent. Boom! 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 Two shadows, in the blink of an eye, attacked with 7 or 8 moves, and their figures flashed past. Under the violent aura, the surrounding spiritual mist rolled like waves, turbulent and chaotic. Thunder Swordsman 7th style, the Mad Sword style. Chu Yan unleashed it smoothly, swung out a sword, 3 sword beams shot straight out, exploded beside the divine person, turned into countless tiny sword chi, and stabbed the mysterious person in the center like pear blossoms in a torrential rain. Call out! Call out! Call out! The divine man's eyes are shining, and the long sword of spiritual treasure in his hand dances into a sword shadow that fills the sky, wrapping his whole body in it. When looking at it from a distance, these sword shadows seem to be connected into one, turning into a sword light composed of sword shadows. The ball blocked all the tiny sword energy from Chu Yan's mad sword. You are very strong. Very strong. However, my strength is not limited to that. Endless black clouds rolled out from Chu Yan's body, shrouding the mysterious man. The Rakshasa refinement domain is controlled by Chu Yan. The figure flew by, and the black clouds that kept pouring out wrapped the mysterious man, and the surroundings became pitch black. Break! The long sword in the divine man's hand suddenly spit out a thick sword beam, like the wind stirring a dark cloud, sweeping away all the black clouds around him, and for a while, within a few dozen steps around his body, all the black clouds were blown away. All of them were thrown back by him. Hashtag C271 Real Sword Intent. What a strong infuriating. Chu Yan was taken aback. Although his Rakshasa training was only in the primary form, it was the first time that he had been dispersed by someone dozens of steps away like this. Among the previous opponents, although there were some people who used their strong infuriating energy to block the black cloud from a few steps, but there was really no such thing as a mysterious person. Call. 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 The next moment, around the mysterious man, more than a dozen sword-intent cyclones flew out, and in the whistling of the swords, they continued to advance towards the surroundings, further sweeping away the surrounding black clouds. At the same time, the mysterious man who inspired the sword intent looked at Chu Yan, who had emerged from the black cloud, and pointed at the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a sword beam rushed out, slashing out like thunder, carrying a terrifying sword. Intention: attack directly to Chu Yan. Quick! So fast! Seeing the fierce sword light attack, Chu Yan's pupils shrank sharply, and he raised his sword to resist without hesitation. When the sword light was 3 steps away from Chu Yan's eyes, its speed dropped sharply, as if it was gaining momentum. It was stagnant and advancing. Chu Yan felt the speed change of the sword light, burst into flames, and slashed at Chu Yan's clear sky sword. Boom! Chu Yan held the clear sky sword and wanted to unload the power of the sword light, but he only felt that the sword light was like a towering mountain, which made Chu Yan's whole body shocked, and immediately spewed a mouthful of blood and flew out. Good, terrifying power. Bump. Flying upside down above the stone bridge, Chu Yan fell heavily to the ground, and his consciousness was instantly blurred. When he woke up again, Chu Yan only felt the pain like falling apart, struggling to get up and sitting cross-legged. Glancing over, I found that I had returned to the same place, in a void like a sea of stars, and the stone bridge in front of me was still lingering with spiritual mist, standing quietly. Failed. Chu Yan's eyes dimmed, he raised his hand and wiped the residual blood from the corner of his mouth, took out recovery pill and Tianyuan pill from his arms and swallowed it. In the sea of knowledge, divine consciousness is divided into 2 parts. Part of divine consciousness controls the movement of true qi in the body, slowly dissolving medicinal power and healing injuries. At the same time, Chu Yan is constantly thinking about the battle just now in the sea of consciousness. I lost. Chu Yan frowned slightly. That mysterious man, as the rules say, is almost the same as me in terms of infuriating energy, swordsmanship, and movement, but his fighting style, the way he uses his sword, and the control of the fighting rhythm are more I'm too strong. Especially the application of sword intent is completely different from my usage. It turns out that sword intent can also be contained in sword moves. How does it work? The foundation of swordsmanship. It seems that my sword is not enough. Chu Yan's eyes flickered constantly, and in the sea of knowledge, a spiritual consciousness turned into the body, holding the clear sky sword and waving it continuously. The sword light was overflowing, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal. Every sword, every style, arouses the lingering sword intent, piercing out like thunder. But when the sword came out, the sword intent lingering on the sword quickly dissipated, and could not be integrated with the sword body at all. No. It's still different. With his sword drawn and standing, Chu Yan, who was conscious of the body, narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Come again. In an instant, countless sword lights flashed, and in front of the tower hall of the Sea of Consciousness world, Chu Yan's sword danced like flying, and the sword's shadow swept across the sky, like a Tsangyu meteor, across the sky of the Sea of Consciousness world. Roar. On Wuhun mountain in the distance, a tiger roared into the sky, and a huge figure turned into a white streamer and flew towards the front of the pagoda. The white tiger martial soul stepped in the void, standing still in the air 100 feet behind Chu Yan, and a pair of tiger eyes shot out 2 golden rays, shrouding Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan was completely immersed in the sword move, and was unaware of everything behind him. Draw sword. The sword light, the sword shadow turned into a waning moon, the sword glow was like snow, and it went straight to the 9 days. Bright line. The sword shadow turns into a line, one bright and one dark, within 1,000 paces, the sword energy passes through, smashing through the void. At this time, on the 3rd floor of the Flying Star Tower, in front of the 3 stone bridges, except for Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged, it seemed like a lifetime away, while Meng Hao and Lin Xiao were completely mad. I saw Lin Xiao's eyes were red, his face was full of hideousness, he was holding a long sword, his silver robe was torn to pieces, strips of cloth were shredded, and he was flying in the wind, his appearance was terrible. No. Impossible, you are me, I am you, I can't lose to you. Kill. Then, Lin Xiao flew over, bringing out an afterimage and rushing into the spiritual mist of the stone bridge again. Boom. 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 As Lin Xiao entered, there were bursts of air bursts from the spiritual mist of his stone bridge, and the battle was extremely fierce. Meng Hao on the other side saw Lin Xiao rushing onto the stone bridge again, his face suddenly sank, his eyes swept to Chu Yan, who was farther away, seeing him sitting cross-legged, motionless as a mountain, Meng Hao's face became even darker. Slowly, he turned his head to look at the stone bridge in front of him, Meng Hao's eyes kept shaking, and gradually, a hint of fear appeared on his face. Is it really impossible to pass the 3rd level of the Flying Star Tower? For thousands of years, no one has been able to pass it. It seems. I can't pass it either. At this moment, Meng Hao's fighting spirit gradually dissipated. On his injured left hand, blood dripped drop by drop. His eyes fixed on the stone bridge in front of him. Finally, he let out a light breath, sat down with his legs crossed, and began to heal his wounds. The 3 of them crossed the stone bridge. After the first round of challenges failed, the 3 of them had 3 completely different states and were immersed in their own emotions. At the same time, in the dark room of the Feishing Tower, 5 figures were surrounded by a group of figures, looking at the light curtain in front of them with different eyes. In the light curtain, the state of the 3 stone bridges, Chu Yan and other 3 people can be seen at a glance. The black-robed boy on the 3rd stone bridge should have recovered from his injuries long ago. Why is he still sitting still? A voice sounded in the dark room, and the owner of the voice was the examiner in the hall on the first floor of the Flying Star Tower. "Look, I said that the silver-robed boy is not bad. Now, he is rushed to the stone bridge again. I wonder if he can pass the second challenge?" "I see, the kid in the Qi refinement realm at stone bridge number 1 seems to be ready to give up. The boy from bridge number 1 has such a bad temperament, the silver robe on bridge number 2 just rushes to kill, and the black robe on bridge number 3 is even more. Strange, why do I feel like he's asleep? I see, this year's 3 people, that's it. Third brother. You are ready. When the 3 of them have finished their challenges, they are ready to close the Flying Star Tower, and they can only look forward to the next one." "Yes, sir." After a while, the dark room fell into silence again, and the 5 looked at the 3 figures in the light curtain, all showing disappointment. These 5 people are all guards stationed by the Red Leaf sect in the Flying Star Tower. According to the regulations, only the warriors clear the Flying Star Tower before they have the opportunity to return to the sect. But during the 300 years they were on duty, in the 100 trials of the Flying Star Tower, no one could rush to the 4th level, so waiting, endless waiting, became their only hope. At this moment, in front of the number 3 stone bridge, the figure in black robe who had been sitting quietly, suddenly, his brows trembled. Then, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes, a bright light was like a star. 13 Thunder Swords. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the real Thunder 13 swords are like this. Or, there are no Thunder 13 swords at all. My sword is both swordsmanship, and swordsmanship is my sword. Swords are visible, but sword intent is invisible. A visible can be transformed into an invisible, and invisible can also be visible. Swords are limited, but swordsmanship is unlimited. Only, the sword is eternal. Call out. A sharp sword light suddenly appeared, like the sun, emitting 10,000 rays of light, illuminating the entire void of the Sea of Stars. #C272 Root of Kendo. At the same time, Chu Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Nearly 100 times of swordsmanship drills in the Sea of Knowledge, coupled with the increase in the perception of the White Tiger martial arts, various sword intents and sword moves are continuously integrated, and the spiritual consciousness is like electricity. One by one, the epiphany kept emerging. Excited. I understand. I understand. Chu Yan couldn't help but say. It is better to believe in books than to have no books. A smile appeared on Chu Yan's face. Sword moves are created by the strong, a kind of sword technique, rigidly used according to the moves on the swordsmanship. It is too rigid, and can never surpass the sword move itself. This is the worst swordsman, no wonder his sword looks like it sometimes, but it doesn't look like it for a while, so it is. It should be the sword intent that comes out with the sword, not the sword with the sword intent. Sword intent is the root of Kendo. Kendo is boundless, and sword intent is the ladder to entry. Finding your own path through it is the correct path for a martial artist. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan's laughter resounded throughout the void. Although the first round of challenges failed, the touching and benefit to Chu Yan was greater than the success, and even reached the level of a precious chance. It's no wonder that the 3rd level of the Flying Star Tower will have 3 challenges. No wonder the old man asked us to cherish it. Ha ha ha, no wonder the reward for clearing the 3rd level was not announced. It turns out that the challenge itself is a reward. There are 2 more times, let's start. Chu Yan looked at the stone bridge, a little impatient. At this moment, a white shadow slowly walked towards Chu Yan, and when it came 10 steps away from Chu Yan, it stood still. The person here is Meng Hao. Chu Yan, you actually practiced here for 3 days? Meng Hao looked at Chu Yan and said in surprise. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled, and said, 3 days. So fast. Chu Yan, who was immersed in the comprehension of the sword, had no sense of time at all. He didn't expect that 3 days would pass in a blink of an eye. Chu Yan, I've exhausted all 3 challenges, and I'm leaving soon. Meng Hao looked at Chu Yan, and his tone was full of disappointment. Oh? Chu Yan said, stunned. Just now, Lin Xiao has already started his 3rd challenge. Before he went to the stone bridge, the fighting spirit on his body was very terrifying, maybe. Meng Hao looked back at the number 2 stone bridge, smiled wryly, and shook his head. Chu Yan, I'll go first, I'm enough to get to the 3rd level. The same is true for you, we both come from Ling Tian sect, and when we reach the 3rd level, the 3 major sects, there are only 2 of us left, which can be considered as the sect has won glory. I will go first, you should hurry, I will wait for you to return to the sect together. After speaking, Meng Hao's figure gradually blurred, turned into a stream of light, streaked across the sea of stars, and disappeared without a trace. Looking back, Chu Yan chuckled lightly. Hearing Meng Hao's tone just now, he didn't seem to think that he could pass the stone bridge test. 1 battle is enough. Chu Yan looked at the stone bridge in front of him, just about to step out, only to hear a loud noise not far away. Bump. A shadow of blood flew out from the number 2 stone bridge and fell to the ground, vomiting blood again and again. No. Impossible, why is it so strong? I can't even beat myself, why? Lin Xiao, who was covered in blood, got up from the ground and roared up to the sky, his voice shaking the sky. In the roar, with endless sadness and unwillingness, people's color changed. At this time, Lin Xiao heard a silver robe turning into a blood robe, and his hair was flying like crazy. With a tremor, his body gradually vanished and disappeared into the void. Huh? It seems that he also failed. Chu Yan glanced at the stone bridge in front of him, and then glanced at the other 2 stone bridges, but suddenly his consciousness flashed, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Turn around and step out. Target, number 2 stone bridge. At this time, Chu Yan actually gave up the stone bridge in front of him and walked towards the stone bridge of Lin Xiao. He was going to challenge Lin Xiao's stone bridge. As Chu Yan stepped on the number 2 stone bridge, in a certain room of the Flying Star Tower, 5 figures, stunned, 10 eyes, followed the black figure in the light curtain, and their faces were full of astonishment. Then, that black-robed boy, what are you doing? Is he stupid, or is his brain flooded, can this go wrong? That's right, does he think that passing someone else's stone bridge is considered a pass? This is opportunistic. No, you are all wrong, he wants to open all 3 stone bridges. What? In the room, 4 exclamations sounded at the same time, shaking the room with a buzzing sound. On the other side, Chu Yan was in front of the spiritual mist on the 2nd stone bridge, and in front of him was another Lin Xiao who was dressed in silver robes and had an elegant figure. Defeat the opponents of other challengers, regardless of customs clearance. If you lose the battle, reduce the number of challenges by 1. If you win, increase the number of challenges by 1. The challenger of the 3rd stone bridge, are you sure you want to challenge the opponent of the 2nd challenger? In the spiritual fog, an ancient voice sounded. Sure. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and slowly stretched out his hand behind him. Clang. With the clear sky sword in his hand, Chu Yan's aura changed drastically, and his fighting spirit climbed to the peak at this moment. Challenger number 3, the 2nd challenge begins. As soon as the voice in the spiritual mist swayed, Chu Yan's figure moved. More than a dozen sword-intent cyclones surged out, quickly merging in front of Chu Yan, and in a split second they merged into a huge tornado, and countless black sword lights flickered in and out of the wind and shadow. Sword-intent storm. Break it for me. Chu Yan let out a long whistle and swung out a sword with his hand. The bright sword light shot out from the clear sky sword and rushed into the sword-intent wind scroll in front of him. The 2 merged into one and moved towards Lin Xiao, not far away, rolled away. Boom. The next moment, above the entire number 2 stone bridge, the spiritual mist exploded, and a huge vortex unfolded. Boom. The sword intense storm, like a lofty peak, crushed horizontally, all the way through, whether it was Lin Xiao, stone bridge, or spiritual fog, all turned into dust. Under this sword, the entire star void world is trembling slightly. Hiss. 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 In the Feixing Tower room, 5 figures saw this scene, and at the same time, their bodies were shocked, and the sound of gasping resounded through the room. At this time, in front of Chu Yan, there was nothingness, and the number 2 stone bridge disappeared without a trace. So, it should be considered over, right? Chu Yan glanced around, but didn't get any prompt, and muttered to himself. According to the hint just now, if I pass it, then I can increase the chance of a challenge. In this way, I have become the number of challenges again. Good. Go to the first stone bridge. After speaking, Chu Yan swept his body and swept away towards the head of the stone bridge that originally belonged to Meng Hao. Boom. After a while, the number 1 stone bridge, with a loud noise, also turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared into nothingness. At this moment, among the countless stars flying all over the sky, Chu Yan stood with his eyes closed, comprehending. Although, just now, Meng Hao appeared in the spiritual fog for a moment, and attacked himself with 8 moves in a row. Boxing. But every punch that fell in Chu Yan's eyes was extremely shocking. This reminded Chu Yan of the battle with Meng Hao when he entered Ling Tianzong a long time ago. An 8-star martial spirit with gold and silver needles, Meng Hao's attacks are not only gorgeous, but also ever-changing, extremely complex, not only containing attacks, but also defensive moves. In the midst of nothingness, Chu Yan closed his eyes to comprehend, and kept rehearsing in his mind. This stop, another day has passed. Clang. A day later, the sound of a spirit sword being unsheathed awakened the quiet void star sea. Chu Yan stared at the clear sky sword in his hand with shining eyes. Complicated. Simple. Complexity is a sword, and simplicity is a sword. Since it's all a sword, why, is divided into complex and simple. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, day and night are constantly changing. For a while, the sun is shining brightly, and the ground is full of spring light. As for the clear sky sword in Chu Yan's hand, the sword beam shone all of a sudden, and all of a sudden it was as dim as ordinary iron. #C273 First in 0 years. At this time, in the void around Chu Yan's body, sword light continued to flicker faintly, breaking out from the void, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into nothingness again, like tiny blue dragons, sneaking and shuttling in the ocean of nothingness. Ding! I don't know how long it took. Chu Yan's absent-minded and stiff body suddenly shook. He slowly raised his head and looked far away. A blood-colored meteor streaked across the endless starry sky on the horizon. A spiritual consciousness flashed in the sea of Chu Yan's consciousness. And pass. Ha ha ha, that's it. That's it. What about the stars in the sky? What about the endless sea of stars? I become a meteor. Ha ha ha. With bursts of laughter echoing, Chu Yan stepped out and strode towards the 3rd stone bridge. Behind him, in the boundless void of stars, the extremely dazzling blood-colored meteor streaks across the starry sky, galloping toward the end of the infinitely distant sky. Number 3 stone bridge, in the thick spiritual fog. Standing with a sword, Chu Yan had a faint smile on his face, looking at the mysterious man in black robe not far away. Challenger Chu Yan, at present, you have 4 challenges. Are you sure you want to use the first challenge now? In the spiritual fog, the voice of the eternal ancient and heavy sounded again. Sure. Chu Yan said. As soon as the words landed, the eyes of the mysterious masked person flashed, and the figure burst out. The spirit sword in his hand shook, and 3 sword beams formed, which attacked Chu Yan. Kill! With a loud shout, the three-sword shadows swung by the mysterious masked man, with 100% of Chu Yan's sword speed, arrived in front of Chu Yan in the blink of an eye. Facing the dazzling three-sword beams, and the sharp and fierce mysterious man, Chu Yan laughed. The next moment, draw the sword, stab. A sword shadow passed through three splendid sword lights, Jianshan passed by, and a little blood was scattered. The sword pierced the eyebrows. No 3 points. Immediately afterwards, under Chu Yan's sword, the terrified mysterious man began to slowly dissipate, turning into countless stars, starting from the sword tip between the eyebrows, and gradually dissipating like sand. After the mysterious man in black robe completely dissipated, the stone bridge gradually began to dissipate, and the spiritual mist dissipated. In the end, there was nothing in front of Chu Yan, and everything turned into nothingness. In a sea of stars and stars, only Chu Yan stood with a sword, like a peerless sword god. The third level of the Flying Star Tower, the Stone Bridge Trial. Past. A distorted shadow appeared from the void. It was the old man who was on crutches at the beginning. As soon as he appeared, his dull eyes stared at Chu Yan, his eyes kept shaking, and his eyes were full of shock and surprise. Congratulations, congratulations! Chu Yan! You are the first warrior in the Luoyang Kingdom to pass the third level of the Flying Star Tower for thousands of years. Call out. As the old man's metal friction sounded, a faint light was thrown towards Chu Yan in his hand. The shimmering light is like a hand, but it is a jade talisman, and the divine sense penetrates into it, but inside the jade talisman, it is a black stone. On this black stone, there is a spirit pattern engraved with white light. The pattern resembles a monster. On the top of the monster's head, a white spirit sword is inserted into the head of the beast. The black stone overflowed and poured out along Chu Yan's consciousness. This is a microscopic stone. Chu Yan's eyes instantly widened. This black stone is called the Enlightenment Stone. After hundreds of millions of years, the spiritual pattern has been deepened from heaven and earth, and it has been merged with a black spiritual stone and turned into a microscopic stone, which is extremely precious. This black stone with spiritual patterns has only one function, that is, it is used by warriors to comprehend the subtle realm. Judging from the sword-shaped spiritual patterns on the black stone, this is a stone with sword intent. Raise the realm of sword intent. Chu Yan held the black stone in his hand and trembled slightly. The preciousness of this black stone has reached a terrifying level. The reward of this Flying Star Tower is really shocking. Chu Yan. You choose to enter the fourth floor? The old man on crutches looked at Chu Yan with trembling eyes, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed red, and he even stuttered when he spoke. Chu Yan looked up, his eyes were like stars. According to the legend of the Flying Star Pagoda, for thousands of years, no one has ever entered the fourth floor, and when Chu Yan came to the next level, each level had an earth-shaking increase in both his strength and rewards. So, the reward of the fourth floor, what is it? On the road of martial arts, there is only advance, no retreat. Chu Yan's heart is boiling with enthusiasm, such a great opportunity, he finally came here, how could he give up easily? Perhaps all his efforts in the Flying Star Tower will turn into a legend, a piece of history that only belongs to Chu Yan. Forever in the annals of history. What an exciting thing this is. I choose to enter the fourth floor. Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, and the sound was like the roar of a blue dragon, shaking the entire Flying Star Tower. At this time, outside the Feishing Tower, it fell on the cliff of Tianshan Mountain. When Meng Hao and Lin Xiao were teleported out, everyone's eyes were swept over. At this time, the two of them looked awkward and covered in blood, and they still had the high spirits and genius they had when they just entered the Flying Star Tower. The two walked to one side and stood still, their eyes were dull, and they said nothing. Swish! The crowd had just recovered from their surprise, and just as they were about to ask, Lin Xiao flashed a light of spiritual treasures, jumped, fell down the Tianshan mountain, turned into a silver light, and swooped down the mountain. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, everyone turned their attention to Meng Hao. Among them, Elder Wu Fa asked, "What about Chu Yan?" As soon as the words landed, Meng Hao's body trembled. He recovered from his absence and looked up at Elder Wu Fa. "Chu Yan, it's still inside. However, the third stage is really too difficult. Chu Yan is injured and is adjusting his breath." Everyone heard the words, and their eyes showed disappointment. Since they were injured, they must not be able to pass the third level. Elder Wu Fa heard the words, nodded, turned around, and said softly, "Then, just wait." When everyone heard the words, they nodded and dispersed, and a few more people shook their heads and jumped off the cliff, just like that Lin Xiao, and left directly. After a while, on the cliff platform, calm was restored again. However, no one would have imagined that the crowd would wait for 4 days. Time flies, like a white horse passing by. After 4 days, everyone began to get nervous, and the frequency of their gazes on the distant spirit sea became higher and higher. 4 days, that's not right. You know, it took less than 2 days for the first few people to enter the Feishing Tower, even Meng Hao and Lin Xiao on the 3rd floor. Now, this Chu Yan is in the Feishing Tower. Staying on the 3rd floor is 4 days. I haven't come out yet. This Chu Yan doesn't plan to stay inside. Can he fully heal his injuries? That's right, if you lose, you will lose. What's the big deal? Finish the fight early and finish work early. No, he is alone, making everyone wait here. Really? You said, would you? Fuck, of course not, it's been 1,000 years, that's up to him. The various discussions in the crowd were all speculating about Chu Yan's 4 days in the Feishing Tower. However, no one is optimistic about Chu Yan, thinking that he can pass the test of the 3rd level. Elder Wu Fa's face was sinking like water, listening to the discussion of the crowd, but he didn't want to get angry, so he could only hold his breath and wait quietly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, between heaven and earth, muffled thunder continued to explode, and at the same time, above the Flying Star Tower, 3 thick colorful streamers shot up into the sky, straight to the clouds, and exploded into the sky full of colorful brilliance, scattered all over the place. Piece of sky. In the Sea of Spirits, 100 Zhonghai cloud wave was set off, surging like a tidal wave. On the Feishing Tower, the 4th floor attic, the light is brilliant, the colorful streamer is lingering, and it is extremely gorgeous, as if telling the world. Someone stepped into the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower. #C274, Flying Star Tower disappeared. Ah, is it true? My God, this vision must indicate that someone stepped into the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower. That's right, there has never been such a scene in the previous Feishing Tower tests. The 3 major sects and the scattered cultivators all rushed to the edge of the cliff, looking up at the Flying Star Tower above the sea of clouds, and various exclamations sounded. Elder Wu Fa saw the scene, his eyes were full of ecstasy, his fists clenched involuntarily, and he looked at the Feishing Tower with glittering eyes. His face was extremely nervous, and he muttered, Chu Yan must break through the 4th floor. If Chu Yan can really pass through the 4th floor, get the rewards of the 4th floor, and learn more about the mysteries of the Flying Star Tower, this is definitely an earth-shattering event for Ling Tianzong. Moreover, not only Ling Tianzong, but maybe the 3 major sects will be shocked. However, at this time, the faces of Xuanzong and Xueyue Pavilion elders were uncertain and their expressions changed. If this Chu Yan really crossed the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower, then... While the Xuanzong elder was transmitting his true energy, he looked at the Xueyue Pavilion elder not far away. While the faces of the 2 elders became gloomy, there was a faint flash of cold light in their eyes. In their opinion, this Chu Yan not only won the first place in the first 3 floors, but at this time, he became the first disciple to break into the 4th floor in 1,000 years. If such a sky-defying Ling Tianzong disciple grows up in the future, the entire Luoyang kingdom is very likely to become like the Yundan kingdom and become a dominant family, and this is definitely not what Xuanzong and Shuiyue Pavilion would like to see. It seems that this time my Dishuan Pavilion is worthwhile. In the distance, an old man in grey robe, with a light smile on his face, glanced at the dozen or so loose cultivators behind him, and then looked at the vision in the sea of clouds in the distance. The smile on his face became even more prosperous. Everyone, if this Ling Tianzong disciple can really break through the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower, it will create history. It's really a happy event for everyone to have the privilege of seeing this prosperous world. The grey-robed old man stepped out. Driven by infuriating qi, his voice was like a bell, and as soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. Therefore, my Dishuan Pavilion announced that the geniuses of the major sects who participated in the Feishing Tower test this time, as long as they are willing to join my Dishuan Pavilion will present 20,000 yuancher as a gift. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the scene shook their bodies at the same time, and the corners of their eyes twitched. 20,000 primeval stones. It's just a meet and greet. This Dishuan Pavilion is a great handwriting, not only to select talents from loose cultivators, but now, his eyes are directly looking at the disciples of the 3 major sects. It can be seen that the reason why this Dishuan Pavilion must visit the Flying Star Tower every time is not only it's for a few loose cultivators. The elders of the 3 major sects, I don't mean to ask the disciples of your sect to leave the sect, as long as they are willing to hang the name of the guest in my Dishuan Pavilion, I believe you will give me the Dishuan Pavilion. This is the face. As soon as the words of the grey-robed elder came out, the 3 sect elders, who were originally displeased, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, my sect disciple can become the guest of the Dishuan Pavilion, which is also a blessing for the sect, and I will naturally not object. Elder Shuiyue Pavilion, with a proud laugh, said lightly. That's right, I have no problem with Xuanzong. Just look at Ling Tianzong. In this year's Flying Star Tower, the 2 disciples of their sect have all reached the 3rd floor. Now, even one of them is about to cross the 4th floor. I'm afraid they don't want such a genius to show up. Xuanzong elder said, squinted at Wu Fei elder, and there was a hint of sinister color in his eyes. Hearing this, Elder Wu Fei frowned and was about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly, a vision suddenly appeared behind him. Boom! A shocking thunder suddenly exploded over the Feishing Tower, like a thunderbolt, shaking the world. At the same time, I saw that above the vast sea of clouds, the colorful streamer that originally wrapped the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower rushed out, turned into 4 colorful streamers, rose into the sky, and quickly disappeared above Jiuxiao. The next moment, 5 colorful streamers rose again, directly shrouding the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower. The 5th floor is also the highest floor of the Flying Star Tower. This doesn't mean that he has passed the 4th floor and started to enter the 5th floor, right? The grey-robed elder was stunned, his lips trembled, and he exclaimed. With this exclamation, everyone's expressions changed greatly, and they looked in the direction of the Flying Star Tower dumbfounded, unable to speak at all. The words of the grey-robed old man in Dishuan Pavilion fell into the ears of everyone, like a thunderous explosion. Such a vision broke out on the 4th and 5th floors of the Flying Star Tower. Judging from the feeling, it is very likely that Chu Yan passed the test on the 4th floor and produced a festive image. Could it be that this Chu Yan really broke through the legendary 4th floor? What is the test on the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower, and what is the reward? In addition, according to the information sent to the entire Luoyang Kingdom when the Flying Star Tower was broken, there is a great secret on the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower. There is a big secret on the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower. Someone shouted in the crowd. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the audience were stern. Especially the elders and disciples of the 3 major sects, the cold light in their eyes became even more intense. However, at this moment, the mutation regenerates. I saw the Flying Star Tower instantly blooming with colorful light, shining in the sky, colorful light, dyeing the whole sky into a piece of glass color, like a colorful Sauvignon, blooming in the boundless sea of spiritual clouds. The sounds of all kinds of fairy music, heavenly sounds, dragons and phoenixes, resounded throughout the world. In an instant, everyone's eyes kept staring, and shocking expressions appeared on their faces. What's the situation? Could it be really past the 4th floor? And has already started the 5th floor challenge? The words of the gray-robed old man in Xuanhuan Pavilion spread throughout the audience. When everyone heard this sentence, their hearts were full of shocking waves. 5th floor. Then, that Chu Yan has really reached the 5th floor. From the Feixing Tower, Wang Long, Wang Hu, Meng Hao, Shui Lan, and Chen Lu, the outstanding geniuses of the 3 major sects, at this time, their minds were agitated more violently than others. They were also geniuses who entered the Flying Star Tower together, but they didn't even pass the first 3 floors, but this Chu Yan rushed all the way to the 5th floor, reaching a height that no one had ever reached before. Just when everyone was shocked, a colorful streamer burst out from the Feixing Tower, turned into a shock, and flew straight to the cliff of Luotian Mountain. In this colorful streamer, there is a faint figure, a black figure. This figure is exactly Chu Yan. As soon as Chu Yan, who was dressed in colorful rays of light, landed on the cliff, everyone was shocked, and they all stepped back half a step, looking at Chu Yan with trembling expressions. However, there was no hint of surprise on Chu Yan's face at this time. On the contrary, in the depths of his trembling eyes, there was a look of shock like a huge wave, and even his body standing on the edge of the cliff, also a little trembling. Judging from his expression, it seemed as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Chu Yan. With a sudden sound, the elder Xuanzong stepped out, stared fiercely at the sluggish Chu Yan, and said sharply, "Have you reached the 5th floor? Hurry up. Tell the secret of the 5th floor. #C275 Talent Secret." As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's eyes gradually stabilized, and he slowly looked at everyone. At the same time, everyone who was awakened by the words of the elder Xuanzong also took a few steps forward, and at the same time approached Chu Yan, and the voices rang in unison. Yes, he must have reached the 5th floor and told the shocking secret of the Flying Star Tower. That is, the Flying Star Tower belongs to the entire Luoyang Kingdom, and the secret of the Flying Star Tower should be made public. Everyone asked Chu Yan to reveal the secret together. For a time, the crowd was excited, everyone's eyes were red, and they kept shouting at Chu Yan. As for the 2 elders of Xuanzong and Shuiyue Pavilion, they kept eye contact with each other, obviously through the sound transmission of divine sense, separated from left and right, and slowly approached Chu Yan. No. I did pass the 4th and 5th floors of the Flying Star Tower, but the situation on these 2 floors is extremely special, and there is no reward. When he was nervous, Chu Yan spoke slowly, his eyes swept across the crowd, and he said coldly, "And, today, the Flying Star Tower will disappear forever, and there will be no more Flying Star Tower in Luoyang Kingdom." Boom! As soon as Chu Yan's voice fell, a tremor of the heavens and the earth sounded. Above the sea of clouds in the distance, the top of the Feixing Tower suddenly burst out with countless colorful lights, breaking a big hole in the void at the top of the tower, revealing nothingness. At the same time, the sea of clouds under the tower was quickly sucked into the tower by the Flying Star Tower. In less than 3 breaths, the endless sea of thousands of miles of spiritual clouds disappeared and all poured into the tower. The next moment, the flying star tower jumped up, rushed into the nothingness above the tower top, and disappeared without a trace. The sea of Ling clouds that fell on Tianshan disappeared, and everything was calm, just like everything before. It was a dream. Flying Star Tower, completely disappeared. Oh my God! The Flying Star Tower flew away, and the sea of Ling clouds disappeared. This Flying Star Tower is open every 3 years. It has been 1,000 years. Now, it has disappeared. I didn't expect it. The Flying Star Tower will disappear one day. All kinds of exclamations and sighs spread in the crowd, and all the scattered cultivators just sighed about the disappearance of the Flying Star Tower. However, the expressions of the elders of the 3 major sects and the Earth Xuanzong changed drastically. The disappearance of the Flying Star Tower, of course, has no impact on the scattered cultivators, but it has a huge impact on the 3 major sects. For thousands of years, the 3 major sects, including the Dishuan Pavilion, have regarded the Feixing Tower as a place to test talents. Now that the Feixing Tower has disappeared, there is one less place for the talented disciples of their sections, a place of chance. In an instant, the elders of the 2 major sects all stared at Chu Yan with cold light in their eyes, saying, Chu Yan, now, the Feixing Tower has disappeared, and you are the only person who knows the secret of the Feixing Tower. Today, you must tell the secret of the Feixing Tower. In a word, suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn back to Chu Yan. You want to know the secret of the Flying Star Tower? Chu Yan's face was indifferent, calm, and his bright eyes swept across the crowd. Although I can tell you, I must say that all of you here are not qualified to know the secrets of the Flying Star Tower. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What? All are not eligible. Obviously, Chu Yan wants to swallow the secret and does not want to make the secret of the Feixing Tower public. For a time, the crowd was excited, everyone looked at Chu Yan, their eyes were red, and they all glared at Chu Yan. But Chu Yan, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, completely ignored the gazes of hundreds of pairs of wolves. Under the agitation of consciousness, a scene on the 4th floor of the Flying Star Tower flashed in the sea of consciousness. Contrary to what everyone had guessed, when Chu Yan stepped on the 4th floor, there was no test at all. There was only a short black-robed old man waiting for Chu Yan excitedly. The old man said to Chu Yan, on the 5th floor, there is a secret of the Flying Star Tower. This secret is not good for him. If he chooses to go to the 5th floor, then he will lose the reward of the 4th floor. A secret that is not good for you. Chu Yan looked at the old man's eyes, but smiled indifferently. The way of martial arts is only unknown, how can it be measured by benefits, so I must go up to see this 5th floor. Compared with the rewards and benefits, in fact, Chu Yan is more concerned about whether he can set foot on the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower. It would be a moment of glory and history. Chu Yanning would choose the former instead of the reward. If that's the case, then go up. The old man's eyes were as deep as stars. Immediately afterwards, a colorful light flashed, and Chu Yan appeared on the 5th floor of the Feixing Tower. The environment on the 5th floor is completely different from the first 4 floors. There are green trees and flowers everywhere. A wooden house is built on the edge of a small green lake. A young man in white robe is sitting by the lake fishing and enjoying himself. The young man glanced at Chu Yan, with no expression on his face, said lightly. The test jade on the 1st floor is fake. In a word, it is like a thunderstorm. Standing in front of the cliff, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness gradually recovered, and the trembling in his eyes subsided. For a long time, Chu Yan, who has 5 10-star martial arts, has always had no doubts about his talent, but at this moment, the words of the white-robed youth have shaken him. Not far away, the elders of the 2 sects, without showing any traces, were divided into left and right sides, and approached Chu Yan. A faint murderous aura immediately surged across the cliff. Elder Wu Fa has been watching the movements of the two elders Xuanhuan and Xie Pavilion. Seeing this scene, his face instantly sank. You dare. After saying a word, the elders of the two sects were shocked at the same time and looked at the elder Wu Fa, with a hint of hesitation on their faces. Humph. Whoever dares to move Chu Yan's finger will surely bear the wrath of my Ling Tian sect. I'm not afraid to tell you that Chu Yan is the disciple of my Ling Tian sect's supreme elder, the Heaven Transformation Realm powerhouse Long Xingyan. Wu Fa's words landed, and the expressions of the two elders of the two sects changed drastically, and the corners of his eyes trembled. A powerhouse in the Heaven Transformation Realm, that is a person who can destroy a sect, a powerhouse of a country. Yes, Chu Yan has a deep relationship with the young master of my Dixuan Pavilion. Anyone who does something against Chu Yan is against my Dixuan Pavilion. After knowing Chu Yan's name, the gray-robed old man immediately remembered the account of the pavilion master, and immediately stood up to protect Chu Yan, saying. As soon as the words of the gray-robed old man in the Dixuan Pavilion came out, the originally delicate situation on the entire cliff turned sharply, and in an instant, the overall situation was finalized. Under the shock of the two behemoths of the Luoyang kingdom, there was no one party that dared to attack Chu Yan. Go. Chu Yan, Meng Hao, let's return to the sect. Elder Wu Fa stretched out his hand and waved, and the huge demon bird came out of the sky and landed on the cliff. When Chu Yan and the others jumped on the back of the bird, the huge beast rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. After half a day, the three of Chu Yan finally returned to Ling Tianzong. After returning to the sect, Elder Wu Fa rushed into the Lingwu Hall as if his boat was on fire, and reported the process and results of the Flying Star Tower. All of a sudden, the entire Ling Tian sect, whether it was the Dragon Gate, the Inner Gate, the Outer Gate, or even the Heavenly Headquarters, was a sensation. At the same time, Xuanzong and Xie Pavilion, including Dixuan Pavilion, all returned to various sects one after another, bringing back the news of the Flying Star Tower. Immediately afterwards, the entire Luoyang royal city became a sensation. #C276 Real Reward. At the same time, within Xuanzong. What? Chu Yan actually defeated all geniuses? Climb the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower and make history. Ling Tianzong actually produced such a genius? What a genius, this son, will be the biggest obstacle for my Xuanzong to surpass Ling Tianzong. A kid at the 3rd level of the innate realm, who dares to be so arrogant, he must be abolished. That's right, Ling Tianzong is rubbish, and Chu Yan is also rubbish. In the Snow Moon Pavilion. Wow, the last time that Chu Yan was so powerful, the genius who crushed the entire kingdom, is simply my Rui Langjun. Ba ba ba. Brother Chu Yan is my dream lover, get out of the way for me. TSK TSK. In the entire Luoyang kingdom, only senior brother Chu Yan is worthy of me. I want to marry him. Hee, you don't know, big sister. Luoyang kingdom, major sects, forces, both internal and external disciples, were all disturbed by this Feishing Tower incident. Even some closed-door disciples knew the name Chu Yan. That's because many of the disciples of these sects and forces have also entered the Feishing Tower, and they know very well what the 4th and 5th floors of Feishing mean. However, the high-level powers of the 3 major sects are holding various emergency meetings to discuss something secretly. The shocking secret of the Flying Star Tower alone makes everyone unable to sit still. At this moment, Chu Yan, who had disturbed the major forces in the entire Luoyang King city, was sitting in Elder Mu's small courtyard, drinking a fragrant tea. After listening to Chu Yan's narration, Elder Mu woke up from the shock, gave Chu Yan a solemn look and said, Chu Yan, according to what you said, how do you understand the secret of the 5th floor? Chu Yan was slightly startled. After pondering for a moment, he said, the words of the young man in white robe on the 5th floor of the Flying Star Tower. I always feel that it is not so simple, but I don't understand, what is the purpose of his words? Hee, you kid, be smart, you can directly understand the original meaning of the sword, and you can't understand a sentence that even benefits me when you stay still? Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan with a smile, stroked his short beard, and his eyes were bright. Huh? Even Elder Mu, you benefited? Chu Yan said stunned. This may be related to the difference between you and me. As our sect, a peerless genius with extraordinary talent is of great significance to the sect, but in fact, the foundation of a sect's prosperity still needs the second echelon. Those elite disciples. In terms of the reason, on the one hand, when a genius grows up, he often abandons his sect and pursues a higher realm of martial arts, but as for the genius itself, when he is arrogant, he often competes for the best, with a high eye and a low hand. Vulnerable, on the contrary, those disciples with slightly stronger talents and diligence will go further on the road of martial arts. Do you understand this? After speaking, Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan with burning eyes. Huh? It seems, that's exactly what it is. So, the meaning of that sentence is. Chu Yan's eyes were shining, his consciousness changed, and he seemed to understand. The road of martial arts is difficult and long. The talent of a martial artist is not only a great benefit, but also the biggest obstacle. Only by sticking to the heart. Having said that, Elder Mu saw a bright light flashing in Chu Yan's eyes, and he seemed to have understood, but he stopped talking and looked at Chu Yan with a light smile on his face. I get it. The next moment, Chu Yanting stood up abruptly, his face full of excitement. The original heart. The original heart of martial arts. If you want to go further on the road of martial arts, you can only stick to your original heart. Warriors need to improve their cultivation and refine their body, but the most important thing is to improve the heart of the martial arts. The road to the top of the martial arts is the way to improve the heart of the martial arts. All the time, forever. Don't forget your original intention. For a while, a sturdy aura surged out of Chu Yan's body, like a gust of wind swept through. At the same time, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness world, a round of colorful blazing sun rises into the sky, spreading all the rays of light over the entire sea of consciousness world. In the originally barren world of the sea of consciousness, green shoots began to emerge from the gray ground. Under the illumination of the colorful sun, the world of the sea of consciousness instantly grew into a green world. At this moment, Chu Yan completely changed. Very good. Elder Mu looked at Chu Yan, whose aura had changed drastically, his eyes brightened, and he kept nodding his head in praise. In the course of martial arts, whether it is to refine potential or to cultivate the artistic conception of martial arts, it is necessary to have the foundation to understand the world and integrate it. At this moment, Chu Yan's body obviously has a faint sense of the world. From then on, Chu Yan's path of martial arts has really opened up, with infinite possibilities. Thank you, Elder Mu. After a long time, Chu Yan sincerely bowed to Elder Mu and thanked him. You don't need to thank me for this. It's all the reward you got for passing through the Flying Star Tower. I'll just mention a little bit so that you can understand it as soon as possible. Elder Mu shook his head and said with a smile. This Flying Star Tower, it's really amazing. Chu Yan nodded, sat down lightly, and muttered. Elder Mu, I'm going to go out to practice for a while. After going through the Feishing Tower, I feel that only by practicing more can I get more. Well, not bad. Where are you planning to go to practice? Elder Mu was slightly startled and asked, with a light smile. After a brief pause, Elder Mu took out a dark purple jade talisman from his arms and handed it to Chu Yandao. This is the communication jade talisman used by the top 10 elders of the sect. The entire territory of the Red Leaf Empire can transmit to me. You can keep it. The entire Red Leaf Empire. Chu Yan was shocked, knowing that the territory of the Red Leaf Empire is known as thousands of miles. This jade talisman is so powerful. After taking the jade talisman, Chu Yan took a closer look. The jade talisman was not big, but there was a purple spiritual pattern on it. Divine consciousness penetrated into it, and the storage space was over 1,000 square meters. But it is more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary sect disciple Yufu. If there is any danger in the external calendar, the Ling Tianzong will definitely go to the rescue. However, you have to pay attention. The farther away you are, the longer the rescue will take. Therefore, I hope you are cautious. Yeah. Thank you, Elder Mu. Chu Yan thanked Elder Mu, and immediately took away the jade talisman solemnly. Afterwards, after chatting with Elder Mu about some cultivation matters, he got up and said goodbye. After leaving Elder Mu's courtyard, Chu Yan went straight to the Chu family in Luoyang City. Since he wants to go out to practice, Chu Yan naturally has to arrange everything so that he can rest assured when he goes out. After chatting with Chu Jiang and Chu Zhan for a long time, Chu Yan learned that the Chu family is all going well at present, and the elixir business has also been taken care of by Xuanhuan Pavilion. Chu Yan took out a lot of high-quality medicinal pills that he usually refined and gave them to Chu Jiang. This kind of high-quality medicinal pills has always been the signature of the Chu family pill pharmacy. It is precisely because of these rare high-grade medicinal pills that the business of the Chu family pill pharmacy is getting better and better. After leaving a lot of cultivation resources for Chu Zhan and King Li, Chu Yan left the Chu family and went straight to Xuanhuan Pavilion. In the courtyard of Xuanhuan Pavilion in the south of the city, Chu Yan met Xinjia. Haha, brother Chu, I'm about to find you. You've come by yourself. Xinjia was very happy when he saw Chu Yan, and said with a smile on his face. Look for me. Chu Yan asked suspiciously. That's right, Chu Yan, the fact that you passed the Flying Star Tower has spread throughout the entire Luoyang royal city. My father is eager to see you. Without saying a word, Xinjia took Chu Yan and went straight to the inner courtyard.